Principal, wake up. A gentle, melodious voice resonated in his ear. Lu Jin jolted awake, the blinding sunlight streaming through the window causing him to squint slightly. Before him lay a visage of near perfection. Silver strands framed her porcelain-white cheeks, shimmering with a pearlescent luster under the sun. Her eyes resembled two exquisite amethysts, transparent and brilliant enough to render any beholder breathless. With her petite frame and adorable countenance, she epitomized the essence of a lowly. The silver-haired girl tilted her head slightly, the tuft of hair atop her head swaying gently, her cherry-pink lips parting. Principal, have you fallen asleep again while reviewing documents? Where's this place? This is Shanghai Higher Academy, and you are the newly appointed principal of this institution. Principal of a university? Lu Jin furrowed his brow, instinctively surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a spacious office, adorned with a gilded plaque bearing the name Shanghai Higher Academy. Ancient tomes lined the shelves, and the desk was cluttered with papers. Outside the window, he could see a few students scattered across the campus square, and in the distance, several excavators were parked. Aren't we a university? What on earth are excavators doing here? Lu Jin was momentarily stunned, his face a mask of disbelief. Could it be that we are Blue Sky Vocational School? No, the silver-haired girl replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she calmly stated, those excavators are waiting to flatten our school. Lu Jin's eyes widened in shock. Why would they want to demolish our school? Because it's doomed. Indeed, based on the current situation, our institution is projected to go bankrupt and close its doors within 7 days, the silver-haired girl said with a smile. Lu Jin was instantly rendered speechless. His name was Lu Jin, a graduate student whose degree was deemed inadequate for employment, having sent out 200 resumes to no avail. Then he stumbled upon an unexpected stroke of luck in a literal sense. The last words he heard were, "I thought it was just a speed bump." Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in this unfamiliar office. Have I traveled through time? A flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. He, Lu Jin, 25 years old, was the newly appointed principal of Shanghai Academy. Cultivation level, Spirit King, 5 marks. Current status of the academy. On the brink of bankruptcy, shortage of faculty, variable student quality. Principal? The silver-haired girl waved her hand in front of his eyes. Are you all right? Lu Jin collected his thoughts and looked at her. What is your name? The silver-haired girl smiled softly, her voice ringing clear. Vale, your assistant principal. And by the way, she tiptoed closer to his ear, smiling as she added, I am a spiritual AI, your intelligent assistant. Lu Jin's pupils contracted, his gaze involuntarily shifting downward. The silvery-haired young girl donned a snow-white chiffon Lolita dress. Beneath the hem, her slender legs resembled intricately carved ivory, evoking the softness of delectable ice cream. She stood barefoot, her toes gently tapping the ground, her lustrous ankles peeking out from the fabric like a fairy emerging from a storybook. What a delightful little creature she is, yet astonishingly, she is an artificial intelligence. She appears rather charming, though I wonder how lifelike she truly is. Lost in thought, Lu Jin could not resist reaching out to touch her arm. It felt cool to the touch, delicate as porcelain, yet imbued with the distinct hardness of metal. You're truly a robot? Lu Jin exclaimed in astonishment, where blinked, her pupils abruptly transforming into a stream of azure data, yet her voice remained sweet. To be precise, I am a psychic AI principal. Created by the first principal, I have safeguarded the academy for a century. She leaned slightly forward, her hair cascading down, carrying a faint scent of cedar. By the way, you have been in contact with me for 10.7 seconds. Is this considered workplace sexual harassment toward a robot? My apologies, Lu Jin replied, retracting his hand and observing the 2 pristine, snow-white feet innocently resting on the floor. Even if you're a robot, you should be wearing shoes, right? It would be a tremendous waste otherwise. Were maintained her composure, stating, according to Chapter 3, Article 15 of current law, there is no stipulation requiring mechanical entities to wear shoes. Suddenly, Lu Jin's eyes lit up, posing a profound inquiry. Is there any law that mandates robots to wear clothing? Where shook her head, her errant hair gently swaying. Lu Jin slapped his thigh. Then you need not wear clothes next time. Wears lips curled into a slight smile. Not wearing clothing could lead to abnormal heart rates in humans, especially for you, principal. Lu Jin's mouth twitched. Isn't this robot a tad too intelligent? However, Ware had already stepped back, resuming her formal smile. Principal, today's agenda is as follows. Teacher Zhang will resign this morning, marking the 5th instructor to do so this week. Please prepare accordingly. She paused, adding, additionally, there are only 500 spirit coins remaining in the Academy's account, and the protective barrier will be deactivated tomorrow due to insufficient funds. Lu Jin's lips twitched, entering a sage-like mode, donning a benevolent smile. How delightful, yet another familiar descent into chaos. Bang bang. The office door was abruptly thrust open, cold air sweeping in. A bespectacled man stood at the entrance, his eyes dark as iron. From the original owner's memories, he was identified as Zhang Xiao, a teacher of the Spirit Manipulation Department. Principal, here's my resignation letter. The letter was forcefully slapped onto the desk. Forgive my candor, he sneered. Your school is beyond redemption. Lu Jin lifted his gaze, the corners of his mouth twitching imperceptibly. Mr. Zhang, why the haste? He forced a smile. Although our academy's conditions are rather modest, the prospects still. His words abruptly ceased. He glanced around his surroundings. The office windows let in drafts. The desk was cluttered with 3 months' worth of unpaid salary slips, and cobwebs clung to the corners. This hardly resembled a school. It was more akin to a safe house from a survival game. Surely, any teacher with ambition would not choose to remain here. Mr. Zhang, could you reconsider? I assure you that Shanghai Academy will soon experience a revival. Lu Jin continued to plead. After all, he was the newly appointed principal. If he could not retain the faculty, he would soon find himself a mere figurehead. No need. Mr. Zhang scoffed. With barely over 100 students, half of whom are incompetent beneficiaries of nepotism and the other half constantly brawling, I would rather teach 100 pigs than deal with them. Lu Jin felt a twitch at his temples. His gaze lingered on the 4 resignation letters on the desk. His emotions were a tumultuous mix, starting at a dead, and who could withstand that? After a moment of silence, Lu Jin suddenly looked up. Mr. Zhang, what if I offer you a salary increase? Since words had failed him, he had no choice but to resort to the power of currency. Mr. Zhang laughed. A salary increase? You do well to settle the 3 months' wages you owe me first. Lu Jin. Principal Lu, it's not that I lack compassion. Mr. Zhang pointed toward the playground. Just listen to that commotion. Lu Jin stepped to the window. He witnessed several students sprinting from the training building, pursued by a tall boy, aflame with fury, clutching a half-destroyed energy testing device. The Haonan again. Lu Jin's temples throbbed. This troublemaker from Class Elemental 1, owing to his aunt being the head of the martial arts department and also the object of the original owner's affections, relentlessly engaged in fights, acting with impunity. Mr. Zhang sighed. Such students wouldn't last 3 days at Sangxiong Martial High. But here, he cast a pointed glance at the cracked motto plaque on the wall. Moreover, 40 of the board's shares remain with Jin Huang Group. With that, he turned to leave, adding a final jab as he exited. By the way, I just saw Mr. Li and Mr. Wang printing their resignation letters. We're planning to report to Xiantian Academy. Take care. Lu Jin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You leave, and yet you're taking 2 others with you. After Mr. Zhang departed, Lu Jin slumped in the peeling office chair, holding a thermos filled with goji berry tea. He took a sip to calm his nerves, according to the original owner's memories. It was now the year 2187 of the Blue Star calendar, a century having passed since the global surge of spiritual energy. Worldwide, an educational hegemony centered around spiritual energy academies had been established. The premier academies possess ancient relics, underground spiritual veins, and esoteric cultivation techniques, while institutions like Starcy Academy, devoid of any heritage, are left to collect the discarded students deemed unworthy by prestigious families. This 30 square meter office of the principal serves as a microcosm of the current state of Starcy Academy. The ceiling, with its peeling plaster and the precariously swinging ceiling fan, reflect the dismal reality. And then there is him, the beleaguered principal. Lu Jin let out a sigh and turned his gaze toward the intelligent assistant. Weir. She stood quietly in the corner, her short silver hair framing a petite figure encased in a warm metallic shell, with frayed wires faintly visible at her joints. Please check the current status of the school. Certainly. Principled, a voice devoid of emotion resonated as a holographic projection emanated from Weir's azure eyes. Current status of Star C Academy. Students enrolled, 138. Faculty, originally 18, currently reduced to 9. Annual budget, 500,000 spirit coins, merely one of Sangxiong Marshall High's budget. Facility integrity rate, 37. Most glaring was the evaluation warning from the Department of Education. Ranked at the bottom for 3 consecutive years, should there be no improvement in the city's ability. Assessment within 3 months, the institution's license will be revoked. This is utterly dismal. Lu Jin couldn't help but scoff. How many spiritual masters do we actually have? Weir maintained her professional smile. According to the latest data, there are 19 students at Star C Academy who have attained the realm of spiritual masters, while the rest are merely spiritual apprentices, which also includes 2 disabled students with innate useless spiritual roots. What? Lu Jin's eyes widened, struggling to comprehend the information flooding his mind. Aren't schools in Xianghua classified into tiers like 985 and 211? By that standard, our institution is at best a private 3rd-tier college. Indeed, this place could be regarded as a parallel universe to the real world, where the hierarchy of higher education is identical, yet the quality of education differs vastly. Data correction, were interjected calmly. Principal, it is true that higher education institutions in Xianghua have classifications. Star C Academy's designation. The mechanical girl paused, a flicker of blue light dancing in her eyes. Has been downgraded to a vocational college. Lu Jin's expression darkened. Are you kidding? How can we compete with those prestigious universities? Their students soar through the skies on swords while ours ride shared bicycles? Is there any way to salvage this situation? Apologies, Weir 2.0 does not possess a function for institutional resurgence. Weir replied, her body suddenly twitching. Insufficient power. Switching to power-saving mode. As she emitted a series of beeping sounds, she shuffled zombie-like toward the power outlet. Crouching in the corner and hugging her knees, a green light illuminating the tuft of hair atop her head. Charging initiated. Please do not disturb. Lu Jin was left speechless, slumping despondently in his chair. It dawned on him that even schools in this world are stratified. Gazing up at the ceiling, a single thought consumed his mind. This wretched school, what a disaster. Ding! Detected that the host is facing the crisis of school closure, activating the supreme school regulation system. A chilling electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Lu Jin straightened up abruptly. BYD, you finally showed up? The purpose of this system, to cultivate the most formidable students through the most bizarre school regulations. The host can alter the fate of the academy by enacting regulations, unlocking cutting-edge technology, supernatural abilities, and resource rewards. Note, the first regulation must be enacted within 24 hours, or the system will self-destruct and the host will be annihilated. Lu Jin's eyes sparkled. Regulations? This is my forte. For instance, no skipping class or mandatory uniforms. Warning. The more outrageous the regulations, the more abundant the rewards. Shall we initiate immediately? Lu Jin, outrageous? How outrageous can it be? What if the school only admitted beautiful girls? Or all boys had to learn to sing, dance, and rap? Or the school anthem was changed to Chicken You Too Beautiful? But wouldn't that violate the educational laws of this world? Lu Jin's gaze shifted, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. He swiftly retrieved relevant clauses from the Xian country education law in his mind. Spiritual energy universities possess the autonomy to enact regulations, needing only to satisfy 2 fundamental requirements. First, the regulations must aim solely to enhance academic performance. Second, they must pass a rationality review by the education department's teaching assessment. In other words, as long as he could justify it and present impressive results, even the most shocking regulations would merely be a bold attempt at educational innovation. Understanding this, Lu Jin's lips curled into a smile, completely erasing any lingering concerns. This was simply serendipitous. For Lu Jin's graduate major was precisely education, be it rote learning, free-range education, or even suffocating education, corporal punishment. No one understood education better than he. And now, This opportunity before HEMA position of principal, equipped with a full employment package and social insurance, allowing him to thoroughly implement educational theories. Wasn't it the perfect alignment with his expertise? Lu Jin's lips curled upward, and he slammed his hands on the table. System activate. Ding. Please hold on. The system is loading. As a mechanical voice faded, a translucent light screen unfolded before him. Loading 99. Hurry up. Hurry up. Lu Jin rubbed his hands together, excitement bubbling within him. The blue progress bar crawled forward like a dying snail. Loading 99.9. Loading 99.99. Loading 99.999. After 60 minutes of Lu Jin's eager anticipation. Boom! Are you jesting with me? Lu Jin erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, I've never encountered such delays, even while streaming films on the campus network. As if in response to his ire, the system finally presented a new notification. Host identification failed. System binding error. Please try again. Lu Jin stared at the line of text. Suddenly, finding his composure, he gently straightened the desk, picked up his fountain pen, thoughtfully returned the goji berry tea to its rightful place, and allowed a serene smile to grace his lips. Then he shouted, System, what on earth is this? What a wretched system. Lu Jin felt an urge to compose a poem in its honor. The dawn's first light, the azure sky's evening glow, the sweet spring solace, the soaring dance of the zither. Knock, knock. Just as Lu Jin endured the agonizing wait, a sudden knock echoed through the air. He looked up to find a girl with a ponytail standing at the door, her washed-out school uniform adorned with a student council badge. Come in, Xiaoyu, Lu Jin said, adjusting his tie and adopting a serious expression once more. Lin Xiaoyu, the president of the student council, a financially strapped student from class 1 of the elemental department, was among the few who diligently attended classes, and she was also an exceptionally gifted dual-element mage. The elemental department encompassed ice, thunder, fire, earth, and metal. Lin Xiaoyu had awakened the rare thunder element talent. Not merely thunder, but a tremendous force. As she hurried in, Lu Jin's gaze followed her, swaying with a rhythmic duang-duang-da. This thunder element talent indeed stood out, emanating a physical tremor effect. Principal, cough, cough. My apologies, I forgot to disable the auto-targeting. Lu Jin awkwardly cleared his throat and closed the system panel before him. Let the insufferable system load at its own pace. It felt akin to nurturing an electronic pet, albeit a particularly useless one. Principal. The practical training room requires repairs once more. Lin Xiaoyu respectfully presented a document. The glaring quotation of 6,000 spirit coins on the repair invoice made Lu Jin's vision darken momentarily. Furthermore, she hesitated before revealing another document. Senior Su has submitted a transfer application. Lu Jin abruptly stood, the chair clattering to the ground. Where is she? She is in the auditorium. Lin Xiaoyu's voice trembled. The representatives from Sangqiong Martial High have come to the school to escort her. Su Xueji, recognized as the school beauty of Xinghai Academy, a 5-element mage, a prodigy with ice element talent, a fallen noble lady, and the only standout student in the entire school. If Su Xueji were to leave, Xinghai Academy would lose its last shred of dignity. Let's go and see. Lu Jin snatched his suit jacket from the hanger and swiftly exited the office. However, the system page was still loading. Curse this system for failing at a critical moment. If only it could load a tad faster and present me with a novice gift package, would I truly be in such a passive predicament? In the auditorium, Lu Jin pushed open the door and was met with the most ironic scene since the establishment of Xinghai Academy. At the podium, which rightfully belonged to the principal, stood a man clad in a silver uniform, the Sangqiong emblem on his chest glimmering under the lights. Beside him, Su Xueji, adorned in a Jake-style mini-skirt, stood like a painting, her silver-white skirt ending mid-thigh, perfectly accentuating her long legs enveloped in pure white. Over thinny socks, the exquisite curve of her legs evoked memories of Rin Tosaka from Fate, a spectacular sight indeed. The subtle hint of her absolute territory momentarily stilled the breaths of onlookers. Yet, the most captivating feature was her ice-blue hair cascading down to her waist, instantly becoming the focal point of the gathering. However, Lu Jin was well aware that this was not the time for admiration. Although the precision of this model was indeed remarkable, Principal Lu, Su Shueji nodded slightly, her ice blue eyes betraying no emotion. This is Director Li from the admissions office of Songcheon Martial High. Principal Lu, I have long admired your esteemed name. Director Li offered a perfunctory nod before turning to the dozen students below and smiling. Dear students of Shanghai, we at Songcheon have instituted a poverty alleviation program this year. Students with 2 or more spirit patterns in the Spirit Master realm are welcome to apply. To a stir erupted among the audience. Lu Jin noticed several students' eyes gleaming, though Shanghai scarcely had a handful of students meeting that criterion. Su Shueji is one of our key candidates. Director Li deliberately raised his voice. She will receive an ice soul elixir valued at 100,000 spirit coins, ensuring her ascension to the Spirit King realm within 6 months. Gasps filled the auditorium. Lu Jin clenched his fists. The annual budget for Shanghai was merely 500,000. Director Li, who granted you permission to poach students from our school? Lu Jin's face darkened. Is Songcheon Martial High a burrowing creature? Have you come to dig up talent right from our school? The presence of Songcheon Martial High's representatives was a blatant attempt to disrupt. If they managed to siphon off the academy's top students, what would remain at Shanghai but a collection of misfits? What kind of principal would he be then? Your school? Huh? Director Li sneered, his expression akin to witnessing an old gaming console running Cyberpunk 2077 at a dilapidated place on the brink of closure dares to call itself a school. I am merely providing students with opportunities. What is wrong with that? Security. Lu Jin turned sharply, commanding, throw this scoundrel out. An outsider intruding to poach students was no different from a challenge to the academy. Lu Jin was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. He intended to close the door and send them away. Principal, the school's security has long since resigned. Su Shueji spoke, her lips parting, her stunning visage as cold as frost. Last week, Old Wang mentioned he found a more promising job as a doorman in the neighboring community, with daily pay. Su Shueji. Lu Jin suddenly exclaimed, have you forgotten who took you in 3 years ago when your family abandoned you? Consider how many resources our entire school has invested in you, and now you speak of transferring. 3 years ago, Su Shueji, deemed a waste by her family due to her lackluster talent, faced the ignominy of being discarded, but on the brink of resorting to fringe live streaming to make ends meet, she was unexpectedly embraced by the financially struggling Shanghai Academy, a school that seemed to rely on serendipity for its admissions. This institution, characterized by a spirit of resilience and a commitment to nurturing love, saw her potential. The mentors took turns guiding her, personally adjusting her training regimen, and even went so far as to utilize the Academy's last remaining ice essence pillin invaluable treasure coveted by many. Last, on a frigid night, Su Shueji successfully awakened her extreme ice spirit body, astonishing all with her remarkable talent. However, just as the examination for supernatural abilities loomed and the academy faced impending closure, Su Shueji announced her intention to transfer schools. With an elegant turn, the stunning girl at the podium revealed 6 azure, ice-like patterns shimmering on her pristine neck. A blue spirit pattern. Could she be a 6-pattern spirit master? Murmured the crowd in awe. Su, the school beauty, has made yet another breakthrough. The pressure radiating from her 6-pattern spirit master status caused the temperature in the auditorium to plummet. Principal Lu, I am truly sorry. Su Shueji bit her lip, her ice blue hair cascading over her shoulders. She turned her face away from Lu Jin, stating, I am grateful for Shanghai's support. Yet, I find myself with no other option. Director Li crossed his arms with a derisive smirk. Principal Lu, can goodwill fill bellies? Can it elevate your students to the Spirit King realm? Su does not require Shanghai Academy, rather. It is the academy that needs exceptional students like her to elevate its status. Lu Jin remained silent, turning his gaze to the captivating girl at the podium. Su Shueji, is this your sentiment as well? Principal Lu, her voice was colder than frost. You have aided me, and in return, I have brought home 5 city-level competition awards for Shanghai over the past 3 years. However, last year, the highest achiever from Shanghai Academy could only deliver food through an app, while even the worst graduate from Songcheon could join the city guard. I have stated that if you provide me with 500,000 spirit coins to purchase a 9-turn Linglong pill, I am certain I can break through to the Spirit King realm and secure a top 10 finish in the upcoming supernatural assessment. thereby bringing honor to the academy. Taking a deep breath, a hint of resignation glimmered in her beautiful eyes. Yet, you have informed me that the budget is limited. For a brighter future, I must transfer to Sangcheong Martial High. I hope Principal Lu can understand my predicament. Understand? Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. Are you unaware of our school's circumstances? Our entire annual budget amounts to only 500,000. If we allocate it all for your pills, what will happen to the remaining students? Director Lee scoffed. Principal Lu, should exceptionally gifted students be subjected to the same training resources as ordinary students? That would be a waste of their SSR potential. Lu Jin spoke in a deep voice. Nonsense. Education advocates fairness and justice. How can you, as the admissions director, be so shamelessly ignorant of your role as an educator? You may think as you wish, I shall not stoop to your level. Director Lee replied disdainfully. Our principal stated that if Shanghai Academy were to close, you could come to Sangcheong Martial High as a teacher. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin chuckled instead of getting angry. Director Lee, your principal certainly knows how to play his cards well. Unfortunately, Shanghai will not only remain standing, but will also, in 3 months' time during the Academy Grand Competition, personally reduce your Sangcheong's reputation too. Ashes, Director Lee's face flushed with rage. Such arrogance. You, a mere 5-pattern spirit king, are nothing more than an ordinary teacher at our Sangcheong Martial High. How dare you speak so boldly? With his 8-pattern spirit king strength, he could easily overpower Lu Jin in a fight. However, as the principal had tasked him with admissions, he refrained from acting impulsively. Enough, Principal Lu. At that moment, Su Xueji's crimson lips trembled as she said, I must leave Shanghai today. Regardless of what you say, Lu Jin's gaze shifted to the exquisite young woman on the platform, his clear voice suddenly resonating. Su Xueji, you may leave, but you must return every resource our academy has invested in you. Her delicate brows quivered slightly as Su Xueji bit her cherry lips. Principal Lu, those elixirs. I have already absorbed them. How could I possibly return them? Lu Jin's expression turned grave as he sternly declared, Then let us start with what can be returned. Every article of clothing you wear was provided free of charge by Shanghai Academy. If you wish to depart today, you must leave all your garments behind. You. Su Xueji hurriedly clutched her skirt, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. You are shameless. Before her words could fully escape, she suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, from her intimate undergarments to her outer shirts, and even those white knee-high socks, they were all part of the financial aid she applied for upon enrollment. Principal Lu, you cannot be so unreasonable. Director Lee interjected, pointing out the window. Just look at the state of your school, one would think a garbage dump. Through the broken stained glass, one could see the dilapidated training area on the edge of the playground, where 3 rusty spirit energy pillars stood, 2 of which were even wrapped in tape. Su Xueji's lips parted as she gritted her teeth, saying, Principal Lu, in 3 months, the citywide ability assessment will take place. I simply wish to pursue a better ranking. What is wrong with that? Lu Jin let out a cold laugh. Su Xueji, think carefully. If it weren't for Shanghai, would you even have the opportunity to stand here today? To enjoy all the resources and then just walk away? What do you take Shanghai for? Enough with this tired old script that if you truly want the clothes off Su's back, I can have them mailed to you tomorrow at the very least. Director Lee waved his hand dismissively, expressing his disdain. People aspire to rise, while water flows downward. This has been an unchanging truth since time immemorial. Principal Lu, the headmaster of Sangcheong Wugao, has instructed me to convey to you that the Star Sea Academy is a disreputable institution, and that closing it down sooner rather than later would be in everyone's best interest. With that, he smiled at Su Xueji. Student Su, the car from Sangcheong has arrived. Please proceed to report to your school. Su Xueji gently nodded, her icy blue hair swaying as she exited the auditorium. Watching the girl's unfeeling silhouette depart, Lu Jin took a deep breath and slowly clenched his fists. Ding, ding, ding. The shrill sound of the class bell echoed through the hall. As the bell rang, the students who had gathered to watch began to rise. The gazes directed at Lu Jin were a mixed bag, some filled with sympathy, others reveling in schadenfreude, and a few bearing expressions that seemed to convey, Principal, we support you mentally. However, Due to his position as headmaster, none dared to mock him openly. They merely whispered among themselves in small clusters. Lu Jin's eyes flickered, and a slight smile crept upon his lips. What does it matter if I lack a system? Su Xueji truly believes she is beyond my reach? Su Xueji, did I permit you to leave? His voice, though not loud, sliced through the din of the auditorium like a sharp blade. As Su Xueji halted mid-step, silence enveloped the room. Lu Jin understood that many students from Star Sea Academy were present, their faces still burning from the earlier humiliation, akin to an invisible slap one imbued with icy attributes. The request for transfer from the Academy's top student was a significant disgrace for any institution, akin to a beloved pet suddenly choosing to feast on leftovers next door, turning back only to scratch you. Thus, this matter could not simply be brushed aside. Now, all eyes were fixated on Lu Jin, as if imploring, "Principal, will you kneel in defeat or stand and maintain this facade?" Su Xueji stood at the door, her long, slender legs captivating all. Yet Lu Jin knew those legs would soon belong to Tsangqiang Wugao. Director Li let out a derisive snort. What? A mere second-rate school thinks it can retain her? Su Xueji slowly turned around, her crystalline eyes glinting with frost. Principal Lu, I have already stated. Helping Star Sea Academy secure a few municipal awards was the extent of my kindness. Had you offered me 500,000 spirit coins earlier, I might have reconsidered. But now, it is too late to, 500,000 spirit coins are insignificant. I will offer you something far better. Lu Jin addressed the entire faculty and student body, his tone suddenly rising. I hereby announce that from this day forth, Su Xueji shall be permanently expelled from Star Sea Academy. Furthermore, the entire school shall issue a formal reprimand, the reasons being ingratitude and betrayal of her alma mater, and I advise all institutions in Wancheng to exercise caution in her admission. The air became thick with tension. Su Xueji's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, leaving her frozen in place. In the next moment, the students erupted into chaos. Wow. Did the principal take the wrong medicine today? So harsh. To expel the school beauty directly? I would call this a remarkable maneuver. The Celestial Martial High is nothing to be feared. Our Star Sea Academy is resolute. The long-repressed students of Star Sea were suddenly invigorated, some even clapping with uncontainable excitement, while others discreetly took out their phones to record, preparing to share their astonishment on social media the next day. They had even devised a sensational title. Shocking. The inept principal actually did this to the genius school beauty. It is hardly surprising that they were so exhilarated. At Star Sea Academy, students had long been accustomed to the humiliation of feeling inferior. Each citywide exam left them in the dust. Their cultivation resources were unfairly withheld, and they dared not proclaim their affiliation with Star Sea while walking down the street. Even when checking student IDs on the high-speed train, they hesitated to reveal their Star Sea credentials. Today, Su Xueji's transfer was the final straw. See, even the school beauty has fled. Star Sea truly is a garbage shelter. This sense of inferiority had long since eroded each person's self-esteem like a chronic poison. But at this moment, Lu Jin's declaration of permanent expulsion dramatically reversed the narrative. It was not that Star Sea could not retain talent, but rather that Star Sea did not want you. You might call this the spirit of AQ, but so what? The satisfaction was all that mattered. It was about striking a blow to the Celestial Martial High. It was about making sure everyone knew. Star Sea is not a soft persimmon. At this very moment, a flush of indignation rose on Su Xueji's fair cheeks, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her dress, her chest rising and falling with intense agitation. She could never have anticipated that Lu Jin would dare to reverse the situation. The once smooth sailing prodigy now felt her pristine neck flush with shame, akin to a luxury item forced into a 9.9 free shipping gift box. Lu Jin, what did you just say? Her lips quivered, her voice trembling with disbelief. Earlier that morning, she had completed the transfer procedures. She only needed to fill out a form at the Academic Affairs office to finalize the process. Yet, Lu Jin had suddenly issued her an expulsion notice. According to Article 15 of the Xi'an National Higher Education Law, if one cannot enroll in Celestial Martial High through a transfer, they must go through the admissions route. However, the admissions period for Celestial Martial High had long passed 2 months ago. If she were expelled now, It would not be an elegant transfer, but rather a dropout from Starcy Academy, forever marking her with Life Stain 1. Do you need me to repeat that with a megaphone? Lu Jin casually loosened his tie. You're expelled. Now, immediately, pack your belongings and leave. Boom. A chill swept over Su Xueji, and the ground beneath her feet instantly crystallized with frost on the right side of her fair neck. 6 blue spiritual patterns suddenly illuminated. Lu Jin, this is personal revenge, Director Li exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, the veins on his forehead bulging. He understood Lu Jin's tactics all too well. It was merely a ploy to coerce Su Xueji back into compliance. Yet, how could a promising talent favored by the celestial firmament be easily relinquished? The matters concerning the Stars Sea do not warrant the interference of outsiders, Lu Jin remarked, barely lifting his eyelids. Su Xueji's ample bosom heaved violently. Her delicate feet, wrapped in white silk, instinctively gripped the ground beneath her. Being expelled from the Starcy Academy was not merely a significant disgrace to her resume, it signified the abrupt end of her academic journey. At this juncture, it was not the enrollment season for the various prestigious institutions. To pursue special admission channels, one must rank among the top 10 in the Extraordinary Abilities Assessment. However, therein lies the dilemma. She had yet to take the examination. Su Xueji inhaled deeply, forcing herself to maintain composure as she declared, according to Article 17 of the Xian Country Education Law, I request Principal Lu to present the basis for my expulsion. Otherwise, I am entitled to file a grievance. Basis? Lu Jin scoffed lightly, his gaze descending to fixate on Su Xueji's long, elegant legs. Chapter 3. Article 5 of the school regulation states that a female student's skirt must reach the knee. Your dress is excessively short, and altering the uniform without permission is a violation of school rules. My decision to expel you is not unreasonable, is it? The entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Su Xueji was left bewildered. Director Li interjected, is this really permissible? For the young lady of the Su family, an expulsion notice was merely a piece of paper. However, that glaring blemish would cling to her as a relentless shadow, following her into every prestigious academy. It would be akin to an unwelcome line on her resume that read, expelled for violating uniform regulations. Who could withstand such stigma? Those unaware might even presume she was donning intimate apparel on campus. Ding! At that moment, a mechanical notification abruptly rang in his ears. Host has completed the initial task, publicly humiliating the Starcy Academy's flower. The strongest school regulation system has been activated. What the hell is system? Lu Jin paused for a moment before a look of realization dawned upon him. It turned out this system required the public humiliation of the school beauty to activate. Why on earth didn't you mention that earlier? In that instant, a flush of indignation crept on Su Xueji's alabaster cheeks, her fingertips clutching the hem of her dress tightly, her chest rising and falling with fervor. Seeing this, Director Li hurriedly stepped forward to offer comfort, his tone reminiscent of an uncle coaxing a little girl. Don't worry, Su. Although this is not the enrollment season, you may still attend our school as an auditing student, enjoying the same training resources. Su Xueji bit her silver teeth and nodded slightly. It was the only option available to her at this moment. She raised her gaze to meet Lu Jin's, icy resolve emanating from her eyes as she enunciated each word deliberately. Lu Jin, remember today, in 3 months during the citywide Extraordinary Abilities Assessment, I will ensure that you and the entire Starcy Academy pay the price for this. Decision. Preposterous. Lu Jin interrupted sharply, his voice as cold as ice. A student who has been expelled dares to speak so boldly, barking like a rabid dog? He coldly waved his hand, as if shooing away an irritating insect. Leave the Starcy at once. Your expulsion notice will be delivered to the Su family in 2 days, with postage due. Rest assured. Su Xueji's breath hitched, her chest rising and falling violently, as if something within her had exploded. The qualification to return to the Su family was her sole obsession. She had intended to use the platform of Sangqiong Martial High to shine brilliantly in the supernatural assessment, winning back the Su family's recognition with undeniable prowess. However, now, Lu Jin's decree of expulsion was akin to a fatal blow to her path of return, a proud daughter of the Su family, cast out by a third-rate college? Merely imagining the mocking gazes of her relatives made her feel like a thorn in her throat, as though she were sitting on needles. In short, she was breaking apart. Yet at this moment, amidst the onlookers, how could someone as proud as she lower herself to plead with Lu Jin to retract his command? That would be tantamount to inviting her own demise. Very well, she said, a bitter smile gracing her lips, her eyes glinting like blades. Then let us see the truth in 3 months. With that, she spun on her heel, her long hair slicing through the air in a sharp arc. Striding away with her elegant legs, she did not look back, her silhouette exuding the message. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. The students who had gathered to watch the spectacle exchanged glances and began to disperse in small groups. They were well aware that while Principal Lu's maneuver had preserved the dignity of Star Sea Academy, what would happen in 3 months during the supernatural assessment? After all, this was Su Shueji. Even if all the students of Star Sea Academy banded together, there would scarcely be a match for her single hand. In a corner, Lin Xiaoyu gently patted the dejected short-haired girl beside her. Her voice was firm yet soothing. Xiao, do not lose heart. As long as we diligently cultivate and study hard, we shall surely catch up to her. The short-haired girl, a youthful beauty with a cherubic face, was her classmate, Lu Xiao, an 8-pattern spiritual apprentice. Lu Xiao forced a smile, but she is Su Shueji, a prodigious talent with an innate ice spirit body, and now she has entered Sangxiong Martial High. Shaking her head, her voice dwindled. We're like free-to-play gamers compared to a fully equipped, powerful player. Alas, what a pity! Upon realizing the predicament of Star Sea Academy, the students sighed heavily as they departed. Just as the crowd was about to thin out, Director Li suddenly reached out to stop Lin Xiaoyu, who was about to leave. Wait, this student, he said, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. A courteous smile spread across his face. I hear you are a rare lightning element spirit master. A talent like yours is too precious to waste in a place like this. As he spoke, he produced a gilded enrollment form from his pocket, his tone laced with temptation. If you transfer to our Sangxiong Martial High, not only will your tuition be waived, but you will also enjoy SS-level resources for cultivation and a luxurious single dormitory. What do you think? The students, who had not wandered far, suddenly erupted in astonishment, while Director Li displayed an expression that seemed to say, this is a sure win. No one can refuse a freebie. No need. Lin Xiaoyu resolutely shook off Director Li's hand without turning back. Her ponytail carved a sharp arc through the air. 3 years ago, when I failed my awakening, it was Xinghai that took me in. She stared directly at Director Li's ashen face and articulated each word with conviction. If the academy is in trouble now, and I leave, how am I any different from those who gloat over others' misfortunes? An immediate silence enveloped the entire auditorium. Lu Jin gazed in a daze at the girl's defiant silhouette, the frayed threads of her uniform sleeves conspicuously illuminated by the sunlight. His heart swelled with relief. Fortunately, not all students had betrayed Xinghai. Indeed, this was a moment that showcased the true essence of humanity. In 3 months, the citywide ability assessment will take place. If you forfeit your enrollment at Sangxiong, do not regret it then. Director Li snorted coldly. If you want to enroll students, go hand out flyers at the school gate. Lu Jin suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself like a shield before Lin Xiaoyu. Director Li, not everyone is as profit-driven as you. As the head of a school, you should understand the meaning of to be a role model for others. You. Director Li's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists. How dare the principal of a nearly defunct school act so arrogantly? Principal Lu, he suppressed his fury, his voice growing sharper. If Xinghai Academy ends up at the bottom again in this assessment, the Ministry of Education will revoke its qualification to operate. At that point, all teaching resources and students will be left vulnerable, like fish on a chopping block. You should be more aware of the consequences than I am, right? Ha! Lu Jin suddenly chuckled, leisurely adjusting his sleeve. The emperor may not be anxious, but the eunuch is. Do I need your guidance for my own school? Good. Very well. Director Li's face turned an ominous shade, and he abruptly turned to leave. Let's wait and see. Lu Jin didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. No need to see him off. Once Director Li departed, Lu Jin caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaoyu, still standing in place, and a gentle smile involuntarily graced his lips. Rest assured this time, Xinghai Academy will astonish everyone during the ability assessment. Lin Xiaoyu nodded lightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light. I believe in you, principal. In the next moment, her slender fingers subconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt as she hesitated to speak. Principal, I have a question. Feel free to ask. Her petite ears flushed a delicate pink. Regarding the school rule that skirts must be knee-length. Do we really have to enforce it? Lu Jin chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Not at all. What era are we in? Still adhering to such feudal remnants. I, as the principal, shall not agree to that. I see. Lin Xiaoyu's tense shoulders finally relaxed. Lu Jin's gaze deepened as he looked into the distance. Do not worry, you will soon witness a brand new Shanghai Academy. Chapter for the first school regulation mandates that skirts must be of the shortest length. Returning to the principal's office, Lu Jin heavily sank into the office chair. His expression a portrait of vexation. The dying sun outside cast a blood-red hue, elongating his shadow against the mottled wall, akin to a cornered beast. An hour prior, he had unexpectedly traversed into this parallel world, assuming the role of the principal of an institution known as Shanghai Academy. According to the memories of his predecessor, this world revered strength above all else. Only those who awakened spiritual patterns could cultivate, referred to as spiritual warriors. They were categorized based on their cultivation levels. The Spirit Apprentice realm, characterized by white spiritual patterns. The Spirit Master realm, distinguished by silver-blue patterns. The Spirit King realm, marked by golden-red patterns. The Spirit Emperor realm, identified by golden-yellow patterns. The Spirit Sovereign realm, denoted by bright purple patterns. The Spirit Saint realm, represented by emerald patterns. And the elusive Spirit Emperor realm, with the pinnacle being the unparalleled Spirit God realm. The quantity of spiritual patterns one possessed signified the elevation of their realm. Initially, he believed he had been dealt a winning hand. After all, the identity of a principal and the background of an extraordinary academy seemed to be the quintessential traits of a protagonist. However, reality quickly delivered a jarring blow. The student body of this school barely exceeded 100 individuals, with departments for martial arts, elements, spirit control, and alchemy. Fewer than 20 students had reached the Spirit Master level, with the majority being mere spirit apprentices. The faculty was insufficient to form even a soccer team, and the most basic course arrangements were severely lacking. The dilapidated school buildings, aging training equipment, and dust-covered tomes in the library rendered the academy's proud name, Shanghai, almost ironic. Due to financial deficits, they were on the brink of being unable to pay for basic energy costs for the lighting system. This was far from an elite institution. It was akin to Chow Chow's daughter-in-law plucking vegetables in a garden. With the recent transfer of the school bell and the provocative approach from Sangxiong Martial Arts Academy, he may not have lost face, but it did little to alter the impending closure of Shanghai Academy. The financial abyss loomed ever larger. Quality students were being siphoned off by other prestigious institutions, and the teaching staff included numerous idlers. The upcoming citywide supernatural assessment in 3 months would serve as the final straw. Each pressing issue weighed heavily upon Lu Jin. Yet, fortunately, he still had his brother, Tongzi. With that thought, he reopened the previous system panel. This system's mission, to cultivate the most powerful students through the most bizarre school regulations. The host may alter the academy's fate by enacting regulations, unlocking advanced technology, supernatural abilities, and resource rewards. As long as he issued rules, he would receive rewards, provided they were sufficiently outrageous. It was simple and straightforward, akin to a trade. Taking a deep breath, the corners of Lu Jin's mouth twisted into a smirk. Very well. This is how we shall play. Understanding the reward mechanism, his next task was to promulgate new school regulations. Ordinary regulations would not suffice. Only the absurd would yield greater rewards. He murmured to himself, his fingertips unconsciously drumming on the desk. What shall the new school regulations entail? Lu Jin pondered for a moment and formulated a rough idea. He decided to start with the attire. Thus, he called upon the president of the student council, Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I believe the regulations regarding school uniforms need to be amended. Lu Jin looked sternly at the well-developed girl before him and continued, as the student council president. I hope you will take the lead in overseeing this change. Lin Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Is the principal dissatisfied with our casual attire? Are we to switch to sportswear? What do you think, principal? She blinked in confusion. Let me think. Lu Jin's gaze fixated on Lin Xiaoyu. She felt uneasy under his scrutiny, her slender fingers nervously twisting the hem of her skirt, her eyes cast downwards. No, she couldn't see her toes. Lu Jin's attention landed on Lin Xiaoyu's delicately crossed legs. Beneath the pristine skirt, her long, proportionate legs gleamed in the sunlight. A revelation struck him, clearing his throat. Lu Jin promptly activated the campus broadcasting system. In a voice as polished as a seasoned announcer, he proclaimed, according to the newly revised Star C Academy student dress code. Effective immediately, the length of girl skirts must be no longer than mid-thigh. Ding. Regulation change recorded. New regulation. Girl skirts must be short. Degree of absurdity. Rating. Astonishing. Reward granted. Heavenly Might Explosive Technique. Third-tier Celestial Technique. Usable to suppress unruly students. Effect. Unleash your spiritual energy in full. If the opponent's cultivation is lower than yours, their internal spiritual energy will be entirely suppressed. If the opponent's cultivation exceeds yours, you may incinerate your essence blood to amplify your internal spiritual energy tenfold for 30 minutes. Lu Jin's voice resonated across the entire campus. 3 seconds later, woohoo! Long live the principal. A male student suddenly leapt into the air. Oh yeah! Another boy howled like a wolf. With summer fast approaching, the campus would soon be adorned with bare, white thighs. What a feast for the eyes. What good will changing the uniform do? Our school is still rubbish. Another boy quickly doused the excitement with a splash of cold water. The first student smiled slightly. It's simple. I'll just enter the factory. I am at the pinnacle of the vocational college. Who dares challenge me? With that, he ceased to conceal his aura, revealing 3 moon-white spiritual patterns emerging suddenly on the right side of his neck, signifying he was at the 3rd tier of the spirit disciple realm. In the office, Lin Xiaoyu stood frozen in place, her expression entirely stiffened. Has the principal completely lost it? Is the principal under some sort of distress? Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Although she too longed for the freedom to wear skirts, such words from the principal's lips were evidently abnormal. Most decidedly so. Perhaps the transfer of Su Xueji had exerted such a profound impact on the principal that it led him to abandon all decorum. Upon observing Lin Xiaoyu's puzzled expression, Lu Jin earnestly elucidated, "You see, Xiaoyu, after meticulous consideration in the realm of pedagogy, we believe that the aesthetic freedom of youth holds greater significance than rigid conventions. Most importantly, rather than measuring skirt lengths with a ruler, our focus should be on fostering a campus culture that genuinely respects the consciousness of female subjects." Oh, I see. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, somewhat comprehending, yet still bewildered. Although she found it hard to fully grasp, she was profoundly impressed, feeling that the principal's words bore considerable wisdom. Very well. Principal, I shall oversee everyone as per your instructions. Regardless of the circumstances, for a diligent student, the principal's commands were not to be defied. Adhering to his guidance was the only course of action. After Lin Xiaoyu departed, Lu Jin promptly inspected the rewards he had just received. Heavenly level technique? Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with delight. Such techniques were exceedingly rare throughout the entire Xin kingdom. Could someone like me, a mere 5th pattern spirit king, truly wield it? Lu Jin's remark was, in fact, a display of humility. As the principal of a school, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. A 5th pattern spirit king was indeed a noteworthy figure within the educational sphere of Wan City, yet he still stood at a considerable distance from genuine powerhouses. The remote location of Shanghai Academy, coupled with a scarcity of spiritual energy, resulted in a sluggish pace of cultivation. Most of the spiritually abundant locations had already been claimed by other institutions. What did a 3rd-tier heavenly level technique signify? In Blue Star, martial arts manuals are categorized into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with Yellow being the lowest. Each grade is further subdivided into 9 tiers. Within the library of Shanghai Academy, the most prestigious technique available was merely the 3rd-tier Mysterious level Shanghai Ju. Only students who ranked first in the entire school could aspire to learn and comprehend it. Shanghai Ju remained the prized possession of the library, so how could this system casually present a heavenly level technique? Respectful doo-doo? Lu Jin murmured to himself. At that moment, a beam of radiant light shot toward his forehead from the system panel. Simultaneously, an ancient and resonant voice echoed. As if resonating from the depths of antiquity, under the pressure of spiritual might, all beings bow. In times of despair, blood is shed to slay the sacred. Lu Jin's vision darkened as a torrent of information surged into his mind. Routes of spiritual energy circulation, techniques of mental intimidation, and methods of pressure control. Intrigued, a smile involuntarily graced his lips as he promptly closed his eyes and assumed a meditative posture. The long-dormant spiritual energy within him began to surge, coursing along entirely new pathways. Papers in the office fluttered without a breeze, and ripples danced upon the surface of the water in his teacup. In summary, the owner of Lu Jin's body could be deemed a prodigy in cultivation. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for someone of such tender years to ascend to the position of principal at Shanghai Academy. At just 25 years old, while most ordinary individuals would barely be stepping into society, either pursuing further education or laboring in private enterprises, Lu Jin had already established himself as the head of an entire institution. Certainly, this is somewhat related to the late principal, who was his father. Some are born in Rome, while others are akin to beasts of burden. This statement holds a kernel of truth. However, being born into privilege pales in comparison to the fortune of transcending one's circumstances. While others may find themselves reborn as mere underlings, servants, or disciples, he has directly ascended to the role of principal. Yet, without substantial personal strength, it is exceedingly difficult to establish oneself in the prestigious academic realm of one's city, even if the institution is on the brink of closure. Nevertheless, Lu Jin believes there is still hope for redemption. This particular cultivation session extended into the afternoon. As he exhaled a breath of stale air, Lu Jin opened his eyes. And in that instant, a fleeting golden glimmer sparkled within his gaze. He then realized that his shirt was thoroughly soaked with sweat. Clinging to his back and outlining his lean musculature, a warmth radiated from his lower abdomen, as if something were igniting within. Had it truly taken him 5 hours to grasp this? He cast a glance at the antiquated wall clock, furrowing his brow slightly. This pace was considerably slower than he had anticipated. In those elite institutions that dominate the spiritual veins, with his aptitude, he should have mastered it in 3 hours. Ultimately, it was the barren spiritual energy environment of Shanghai Academy that hindered his progress. Suddenly, Lu Jin raised his hand, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire office. The ancient tomes on the shelves stirred of their own accord, while the window panes emitted a strained hum under the weight of the atmosphere. A smile graced his lips. The heavenly stage technique indeed lived up to its reputation. Although the heavenly might explosive spirit technique is not regarded as the pinnacle among heavenly stage techniques, it is celebrated for its simplicity and ferocity. It requires neither intricate hand seals nor lengthy incantations. Merely a single thought can render low-tier spiritual warriors devoid of will to fight. Even against formidable opponents at the Spirit Emperor level, it offers a fighting chance. It is particularly suitable for subduing students. As Lu Jin contemplated these matters, a gentle trio of knocks resonated at the office door. "Come in," he invited. The door creaked open, allowing a waft of delicate rose fragrance to permeate the room, followed by a pair of long, shapely legs clad in black stockings. Glossy high heels clicked against the floor, and further up, a form-fitting black pencil skirt accentuated her alluring figure. Yet, peeking from beneath the hem was a slender black cat tail. Her lustrous, raven hair cascaded like silk, crowned by a pair of fluffy black cat ears perched atop her head. "What is it, Director Lu?" Lu Jin's gaze fixated on her captivating visage. Imbued with an innocent allure, Lu Shuaiying, the school's academic director and a teacher within the spirit manipulation department, was the youngest third-grade instructor. She was not only beautiful but also possessed a keen sense of style, akin to an English teacher of the highest caliber in the real world. Moreover, due to her spirit beast being a shadow cat demon, she bore feline traits, with her adorable cat ears juxtaposed against her stunning features, creating an alluring contrast reminiscent of a proud wildcat that ignited a desire for conquest. "Principal, you must intervene," Lu Shuaiying exclaimed as she burst into the room, her brows furrowed in distress. Li Haonan has gotten into yet another altercation with his classmates, and this time, he has wreaked havoc in the classroom. Once again, it was him. Lu Jin felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Li Haonan, the most notorious troublemaker at the academy, a rogue of the 6th-level spirit apprentice realm, is ironically the illegitimate son of the school's benefactor, rendering expulsion impossible. Meanwhile, Lu Shuaiying hesitates, having just received a call from the Education Bureau, warning that if we do not meet the evaluation standards next week, our qualification to operate the school will be revoked. Boom. Lu Jin's mind exploded. He had thought that the citywide supernatural assessment 3 months later was the final deadline, only to discover it had been moved up by 2 months. However, one must take life one step at a time. Matters must be addressed one at a time. Otherwise, taking too large a stride may lead to mishaps. With the authority of Brother Tongzi in hand, as long as he enacts new peculiar school regulations, rewards will follow. Shanghai Academy is bound to rise swiftly, and this endeavor shall commence with the troublemaker Li Haonan, to set an example. Clap. Lu Jin slammed his palm on the table, startling Lu Shuaying, causing her shoulders to tremble and her collar to flutter gently. He has become utterly unrestrained. Summon Li Haonan to me at once. Chapter 5. Buy one get one free. What a fortunate deal. Li Haonan, come here immediately. Lu Jin's cold shout resonated through the campus broadcast, startling several crows on the playground into flight. The volume was such that even Lu Shuaying instinctively covered her plush, adorable cat ears. 5 minutes later, the office door was kicked open with a resounding thud. A heavy smell of charred substance surged in first. The newcomer stood nearly 6 feet tall, with a buzz cut dyed bright red, and his earlobes adorned with 3 glowing spirit crystals. His school uniform jacket was wide open, revealing a fierce fire-themed tattoo on his chest. Old dang. Why did you call me? Li Haonan leaned casually against the doorframe, twirling a ball of flame between his fingertips. I was just renovating the training room. The school clearly stipulates. Lu Jin stated expressionlessly that the use of abilities is prohibited in non-combat zones or without the teacher's permission. School regulations? Li Haonan suddenly hurled a fireball, instantly reducing the Shanghai Academy regulations behind Lu Jin to ashes, exclaiming that this worthless paper is hardly fit for wiping. The wave of fire rushed towards Lu Jin, who remained utterly unfazed. A mere 6th-level spirit apprentice cannot harm him. Impudent. Lu Shuaying's eyes flashed with cold light, her voice slicing through the air like a blade. Who gave you the audacity to disrespect the principal? Oh, Director Lu seems rather irate today. Li Haonan grinned wickedly, his gaze audaciously roaming over her, finally fixating on her long legs. Those new stockings look quite nice. He licked his sharp canines, grinning mischievously. How about I personally assess their quality? Impudent. Lu Shuaying's aura surged, coalescing into a cold, glinting teaching rod. Her fingers tightened, and the tip of the rod traced a fierce arc in the air. Hold on. Lu Jin suddenly stepped in between them. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips, yet his eyes bore no warmth. No one understands education better than I do. He leisurely rolled up his sleeves. Allow me to teach him what it means to respect teachers and uphold the way. You? Li Haonan scoffed disdainfully. His father is the chairman of the 4-star group, and last year he generously donated 500,000 ling coins to the school. Moreover, his aunt is the head of the martial arts department and the object of Lu Jin's affections. He does not believe that Lu Jin would dare to take any action against him. Even Lu Shuaying furrowed her brow, thinking that Lu Jin would let the matter rest here. All the teachers at the school are aware that this newly appointed principal has a secret admiration for Su Mingming. Presently, Li Haonan, who is Su Mingming's nephew, stands before him. Do you know why you weren't expelled before, Li Haonan? Lu Jin smiled faintly. It was due to the meager donations your father makes each year. He slowly opened a drawer and retrieved a document, placing it on the table, the equity pledge agreement of 4-star group. It was just enough to cover the damages you have caused. Lu Jin pointed to the compensation list. Last week, you burned down the school history museum, causing a loss of 200,000 ling coins. Yesterday, you injured 2 students, incurring medical expenses of 100,000 ling coins. And for the fire you just started, he glanced at the surveillance footage. Let's say that's another 200,000. Li Haonan's expression finally shifted. He was acutely aware that his father's status as an illegitimate child would not absolve him from such expenses. Old Deng is merely trying to intimidate you. It's all because he has feelings for my aunt. Li Haonan retorted nonchalantly, fully aware that Lu Jin was attempting to threaten his aunt to make her submit. He was not easily swayed by such tactics. Lu Jin chuckled. Who do you think your aunt is? I like her, are you joking? Flames of twisted anger flickered in Li Haonan's eyes, and he seethed with fury. With you in charge, this school would have perished without my father's donations. Do you really believe I wouldn't burn you down too? Then come and try. Lu Jin replied, the corners of his mouth curling upward. The atmosphere in the office suddenly froze. A terrifying spiritual pressure erupted like a landslide, overwhelming the desks, papers, and even the walls, which creaked under the immense weight. Li Haonan did not even have a moment to react before he was violently thrown across the room, crashing against the door with a resounding thud. A sharp pain gripped his chest, and a metallic taste surged in his throat, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. What was even more alarming was that Lu Shuaying standing beside him, a formidable instructor at the 4-star level, was forced to stumble back 3 steps, the sound of her high heels screeching against the floor echoing in the room. She looked up suddenly, disbelief etched across her face, her tail stiffening behind her. "Principal, weren't you going to educate him?" The usually amiable and somewhat timid principal appeared to have transformed entirely. "Indeed, corporal punishment is a form of education," Lu Jin replied with a slight smile. Lu Shuang's pupils constricted, her heart racing with shock. The seemingly casual display of power Lu Jin had just exhibited had left her, a Spirit King-level expert, feeling as if her spiritual energy had come to a standstill, sending chills throughout her body. Such pressure must have stemmed from techniques far exceeding the profound level, perhaps even reaching the earth level. How could the principal possess such a hidden strength when the highest techniques at Shanghai Academy only reached the 3rd tier of the profound level? Li Haonan struggled to rise, his face as pale as death, his voice trembling. "Old Deng, do you dare to strike me? Aren't you afraid of my aunt's wrath?" He had never imagined that this seemingly laid-back principal possessed such terrifying strength. Merely the outwardly released spiritual pressure rendered him breathless, his legs weak. In a flash, Lu Jin's figure appeared before him like a specter. "Little brat, what did you call me?" The low voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, causing Li Haonan to shudder involuntarily. He instinctively swung his fist, crimson flame fist. The fire of the 3rd tier of the yellow grade enveloped his fist and struck fiercely towards Lu Jin's face. However, with a swift motion, Lu Jin grasped his wrist with precision, his fingers tightening gradually. "You dare to strike the principal?" Crack! The sound of dislocated bones echoed clearly. "Ah, it hurts. I was wrong. I was wrong." Lu Jin paid no heed to his pleas, exerting more force, seemingly unconvinced of his repentance. "Principal, no, Dad. Li Haonan cried out in agony, the flames extinguished, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Lu Jin looked down at him, his tone chillingly calm. "Do not call me Dad. I have no foolish child like you." Li Haonan gritted his teeth and lowered his head in submission. "Principal, I won't dare again." "You think there will be a next time?" Lu Jin chuckled. "Classmate Li Haonan, I now present you with 2 choices. First, expulsion. Second," he narrowed his eyes, enunciating each word, "dismissal." "What?" Li Haonan's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. "You can't expel me. My aunt is the head of the martial arts department." "The head of the martial arts department?" Lu Jin snorted, scoffing at the absurdity. "Is the martial arts department greater than me? Don't think that just because your aunt holds that position, it grants you immunity, even if she were a member of the board." Bang! In the next moment, the door to the principal's office was kicked open by a pair of delicate feet clad in red-soled high heels. "Lu Jin, are you bullying my nephew?" Lu Jin looked up to see a striking woman standing at the entrance, her 10-centimeter stiletto heels accentuating her figure, the tight-fitting skirt clinging to her like a second skin, the buttons of her blouse straining under the pressure of her youthful form. Clutched in her hand was a resignation letter, her beautiful face radiating fury. As Lu Jin stood momentarily stunned, fragmented memories surged forth. Her name was Su Mingming, the head of the martial arts department and a senior of Lu Jin from university. She had parachuted into Shanghai Academy through the connections of her wealthy brother-in-law, causing chaos within the institution, yet had not been dealt with due to the original owner's infatuation with her. "Lu Jin." Su Mingming slammed the resignation letter onto the desk, causing the thermos cup to jump. "What do you intend to do?" A mocking smile curled at the corners of Lu Jin's lips. "Miss Su, does this concern you?" Su Mingming retorted angrily. "Is it because I ignored you a few days ago that you resort to threatening my nephew?" Su Mingming was young and beautiful, her figure alluring and her fashion sense impeccable, which had long captivated the original owner. However, in previous instances, Su Mingming had led Lu Jin on with her ambiguous responses. She neither rejected nor accepted his declarations of affection. Not only did she toy with Lu Jin, but she also exploited her authority as the principal for personal gain. It was inconceivable for someone of her rank, possessing merely 4 markings of a spiritual master, to ascend to the position of head of the martial arts department. Lu Jin couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Did a confession truly signify love? Did treating someone to a meal imply courtship? Did assisting her in her endeavors label him as a sycophant? How utterly self-absorbed she was. Feigning indifference, Su Mingming crossed her arms, her ample bosom rising and falling dramatically with each breath. She knew this once devoted suitor all too well, the one who braved storms to deliver breakfast. The one who presented her with 999 roses on Valentine's Day, standing vigil beneath her dormitory. Merely 3 days prior, she had casually remarked about an irritating female student. And the very next day, that student was expelled. Naturally, she had no faith that Lu Jin would jeopardize his standing for a mere problem student. This sycophantic principal still harbored feelings for her. After all, he had confessed on Valentine's Day, and when she declined, he resorted to threats involving Li Haonan. Very well. Lu Jin, she said with a slight curl of her crimson lips, as if bestowing a favor, I shall accompany you to dine at a Michelin restaurant tomorrow. Just remember to reserve a window seat, the one I favor. And, of course, as per our usual arrangement, you shall foot the bill. Dream on. Lu Jin replied with a light chuckle. Today, I must expel your nephew. Not even Jesus could save him, mark my words. Very well, Lu Jin, you have some nerve. Su Mingming's chest heaved with indignation, her arms crossed defiantly, her proud curves accentuated by her fury. With a cold smirk, she retorted, if you dare touch Haonan, I shall resign immediately. Let us see how long your pitiful school can survive without me. She lifted her chin with unwavering confidence, her eyes brimming with disdain. This sycophantic principal could never truly let her go. In the end, he would be the one groveling for her to stay. Little aunt, it's all up to you. Li Haonan, who had been lurking in the background, suddenly perked up, grinning at Lu Jin with triumph. All right, it's a deal. Lu Jin's expression brightened as if he had received extraordinary news. It was indeed a double blessing. Su Mingming was taken aback. What? I said it's settled. Lu Jin declared, swiftly producing the school seal and stamping it onto the resignation letter. You wish to resign, do you? Approved. Buy one, get one free. What a delightful surprise. In the 6th chapter, are your cat ears real? Under the astonished gaze of Su Mingming, Lu Jin acted without hesitation, producing the official seal of Shanghai Academy and stamping it decisively on her resignation letter. Lu Jin, you have gone too far. Anger radiated from Su Mingming's stunning visage. If you force me to resign today, I shall never forgive you. Lu Jin chuckled. As a principal, do I truly require your forgiveness? As a role model, it's astonishing that you would utter such shameless words. If you wish to leave, do so promptly, otherwise, you might miss the bus. Buy one, get one free. A troublesome student and a lackluster teacher, what a bargain. Why wouldn't I take advantage of such an opportunity? You. Su Mingming's ample bosom rose and fell with agitation. She never anticipated that Lu Jin would dare to confront her today. With her alluring appearance and figure, endowed with a generous bust and shapely hips, who could resist her charm? What had gotten into Lu Jin today? Unbeknownst to her, the principal had been replaced. The current Lu Jin was a time traveler, resolved to rescue Shanghai Academy by establishing a new order. Anyone who obstructed him, be they student or teacher, would face expulsion. Moreover, Lu Jin's preferences had shifted. He was no longer drawn to the mature woman archetype. Lu Jin, have you lost your mind today? Su Mingming exclaimed angrily. Has someone been speaking ill of me? With that, she cast a furious glance at Lu Shuang, who was quietly observing the scene. Lu Shuang, possessing above-average looks and adorned with a seductive cat tail and charming cat ears, was instinctively deemed by Su Mingming as a potential rival attempting to ensnare the principal, perhaps even maligning her in secret. Lu Shuang, taken aback by the sudden accusation, furrowed her delicate brows. Teacher Su, you mustn't make unfounded statements. This has nothing to do with me. With a cold smile, Su Mingming retorted. Don't think I'm unaware of your whispered slanders. Otherwise, how could the principal suddenly trouble me? You are utterly unreasonable. Lu Shuang, disinterested in engaging further, turned her face away, her fluffy cat ears twitching slightly. Have you lost your mind, Su Mingming? Lu Jin raised the resignation letter in his hand. You've already resigned. Do you intend to linger here? Moreover, even if I do fancy Teacher Lu, what is it to you? At that moment, Lu Shuang, who had been quietly observing with her documents, was unexpectedly called out, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson. You have gained Lu Shuang's favor. Prestige points 20. Lu Jin, are you attempting to rebel today? Su Mingming's exquisite features contorted momentarily. She abruptly turned to Lu Shuang, her voice rising sharply. I refuse to believe you would dare speak to me like that without someone whispering in your ear. Lu Shuang's fluffy cat ears trembled involuntarily, her tail nervously curling. Teacher Su, please calm down. The principal is merely jesting. I am not jesting, Lu Jin urged. It's time to leave. If I have to forcibly remove you, it won't end well. Fine, I shall leave. I want to see how long you can maintain this stance. Su Mingming scoffed, her long, elegant legs striding away. Lu Jin, don't beg me to return on your knees in the future. Aunt. Li Haonan quickly followed her out. In the corridor, he lamented, Aunt. I don't want to be expelled. Despite his accustomed arrogance, he recognized the gravity of the situation. He was a student that no school wanted. Had it not been for his father's donations to Shanghai Academy, he would have long been working at the family company. However, where in the company could he find the comfort of school? Here, he was surrounded by talent, engaging conversations, and his ample-chested aunt shielding him. Su Mingming let out a light snort, reassuringly stating, Do not worry, I am well acquainted with that sycophant. He only acted out of anger earlier because other teachers were present, and as the principal, he couldn't afford to lose face. Rest assured, he will send me an apology message in no time. Really? Li Haonan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Of course. Huh, men are all the same. With that, Su Mingming pulled out her phone. Just wait, Auntie will ensure you are not expelled. Li Haonan replied excitedly. The two of them stared at the phone, eagerly awaiting Lu Jin's apologetic message. A minute passed, then 5, then 20, yet the phone remained silent. Auntie, didn't you say he would text? Li Haonan's face fell in disappointment. Damn Lu Jin, is he really going to rebel against me? Su Mingming clenched her phone tightly. I understand now. He must have found someone else. Suddenly, she recalled the teacher beside Lu Jin, the director of education, Lu Shuang. How could she possibly compare to me? If she were, then Lu Shuang would be the only one of note. There is no comparison, is there? Auntie, are we just going to let this go? Li Haonan asked, unwilling to accept defeat. Don't be hasty, Su Mingming replied, gently biting her lip. Let us return and inform your father to withdraw his investment from Shanghai Academy. I want to see how long this sycophant can endure. In the office, a sense of tranquility finally settled in. Lu Jin stretched lazily, his gaze inadvertently landing on the faintly trembling cat ears of Lu Shuang. Those fluffy ears glimmered with a golden hue in the sunlight, delicately quivering with her emotions, exuding an unexpectedly adorable charm that stirred a whimsical desire within him. Noticing Lu Jin's gaze, Lu Shuang's ears twitched involuntarily, and she cleared her throat. Principal. Regarding Li Haonan, Lu Jin smiled slightly. What use is it to retain a slacker teacher and a rebellious student if I do not expel them? Do you think I acted too rashly? On the contrary, Lu Shuang's eyes brightened. I have long wished to address these connections, but... She bit her lip. Li Haonan is backed by the Sihong Group. They donate to Shanghai Academy every year, and they might withdraw their investment now. Lu Shuang spoke with concern. Does our school have other sources of funding? Lu Jin inquired. Shaking her head, Lu Shuang replied. The largest benefactors of Shanghai Academy are the Sihong Group and the Jinhong Group. Due to being at the bottom of the city's ratings among ability academies for 3 consecutive years, our educational funding has been decreasing annually, and we have suffered a severe loss of excellent student resources. Her cat tail drooped despondently. Without the investment from the Sihong Group, we might have closed down last year. Lu Jin nodded gently upon hearing this. Do not worry. Since I am determined to expel him, I will certainly find other means to secure funding. Suddenly realizing something, Lu Shuang hastily pulled out an application form from the documents. Regarding your statement yesterday about expelling Su Xueji's student status, could we possibly postpone it for 2 days? Lu Jin's brow suddenly furrowed. Why? She must not be allowed to stay. I understand. I am not pleading for her. Lu Shuang took a deep breath and quickly explained. The citywide ability assessment competition is in 3 months, and the registration deadline is in 2 days. However, the entry requirement is at least 10 students at the 3rd level Spirit Master level. Currently, our school has only 8 qualified students. If Su Xueji leaves now, Lu Shuang's voice gradually diminished. Lu Jin frowned. Are you implying that after expelling Su Xueji, our Shanghai Academy won't even have 10 capable students to assemble? Lu Shuang silently nodded, a bitter smile on her lips. Yes. If we can temporarily retain Su Xueji's enrollment for 2 more days, we might manage to cultivate another 3rd level Spirit Master student and possibly meet the registration deadline. Goodness. Lu Jin's expression darkened entirely. He hadn't anticipated that Shanghai Academy had fallen to such a state, unable to gather even 10 students of the 3rd level Spirit Master caliber. To attempt participation in the annual citywide ability assessment under such circumstances would surely invite ridicule. Very well, Lu Jin contemplated for a moment before speaking. Su Xueji must be expelled without delay. Lu Shuang abruptly lifted her head, Her lips parted slightly, but Lu Jin raised a hand to interrupt her, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Just follow my lead. I will devise a solution regarding the students. Lu Shuang was momentarily taken aback, her delicate brows knitting together, a flicker of concern passing through her beautiful eyes. Finding 2 third-level Spirit Master students within 2 days? How could that be feasible? Even if they consumed all the available elixirs, such cultivation levels would not be attainable. Standing before Lu Jin's desk, her cat-like tail swaying gently behind her, she spoke uneasily. Principal, are you certain we should proceed this way? If we fail to rank among the top 10 in the ability assessment, our school will have to suspend teaching operations. Director Lu Jin suddenly rose. If I told you I have a way to resolve the funding issue within 3 days, would you believe me? Lu Shuang's cat ears perked up instantly, her amber eyes widening in disbelief. 3 days? How is that possible? Moreover, Lu Jin approached the cat-eared girl. Catching the faint scent of roses wafting from her, I can also find third-level Spirit Master students within 2 days, ensuring our academy's smooth registration for the ability competition. Lu Shuang's breath quickened noticeably, her chest rising and falling. She gazed up at Lu Jin, skepticism etched across her face. Principal, you are not jesting, are you? Lu Jin did not respond directly. Instead, he gently touched her adorable cat ears. There was no ulterior motive. He merely sought to ascertain their authenticity. Lu Shuang recoiled as if electrified, her cheeks flushing crimson. Principal, my apologies. Lu Jin withdrew his hand, a smile gracing his lips. I was simply curious if those ears are real. This could hardly be blamed on him, as Lu Jin had a fondness for cats. In this moment, upon encountering a living cat-eared girl, it was difficult for Lu Shuang to contain herself. She lowered her head, her voice as faint as a whisper. Is it true? Our family possesses the bloodline of the shadow cat demon, and upon awakening, certain traits manifest. However, she had only spoken half of her truth. Due to her lineage, she endured the disdain of other spiritual warriors. Despite her commendable cultivation talent, some schools, wary of her unusual appearance, feared she might transform into a ferocious, bloodthirsty demon and thus barred her entry. With no other options, she arrived at Shanghai Academy, where Lu Jin was the sole spiritual warrior to accept her, not judging her by her looks, and even appointing her as the director of education. Unbeknownst to many, they had crossed paths long ago. Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, this world was more fascinating than he had imagined. Principal, if you can save Shanghai Academy, I shall regard you with newfound respect, Lu Shuang said earnestly, her crimson lips trembling slightly. Lu Jin reclined lazily in his chair, pleased with Lu Shuang's response, a cryptic smile curving his lips. Rest assured, there will be many more opportunities for you to be impressed. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Shuang's ears flushed a vibrant red, creating an awkward atmosphere. Realizing he had misspoken, Lu Jin tactfully cleared his throat and swiftly changed the subject. Director Lu, is there anything else? Lu Shuang bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing, her fluffy cat tail anxiously swaying. Her voice, barely above a whisper, asked if what the principal had said was truly the case. As the question left her lips, her ears turned pink, and her cat ears nervously pressed against her hair. Lu Jin methodically organized the documents on his desk and, upon hearing her, looked up. Which statement are you referring to? The one about Su Mengmeng resigning, or? Lu Shuang's tail fluffed up in alarm. Summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze only to meet Lu Jin's smiling eyes, causing her to startle like a frightened creature. And no, it's nothing. I suddenly remembered I have class. Before the last words had fully escaped her lips, her ears quivered, and she hurriedly left, her face aglow. Lu Jin sat in his office, lost in thought. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from Lu Shuang, reminiscent of a past encounter with the original occupant of this body. Yet, he could not recall when they had met. Never mind, it was better to focus on more pressing matters. The current situation demanded outrageous school rules to earn rewards. What could the next rule be? Must exams be answered solely with the left hand? Lacking creativity. Changing the morning exercises to square dancing? Meaningless. Requiring students to wear overalls while playing basketball? That seemed impractical. Mandating that all students attend classes in the nude? Absolutely not. Far too extreme. Wasn't that a plot from a foreign film? Whoever conceived such ideas must surely have consulted a sage. As he contemplated the next school regulation, the system interface unexpectedly displayed. Today's school regulation issuance count, 11. Next regulation setting time, 13 hours and 20 minutes. Lu Jin was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ah, there is a cooling period? How can I unlock additional regulation issuance? Ding! System notification. You may unlock additional permissions by increasing your prestige points. Current progress. 500 prestige points. Achieve 1,000 prestige points. Daily regulation count 1. Achieve 500 prestige points. Daily regulation count 2. And so forth. Friendly reminder. Prestige points can be obtained through daily interactions and in-depth exchanges with teachers and students, or through special events. Moreover, should your regulation enforcement rate be sufficiently high, or if you successfully cultivate students, you will also receive rewards. Understanding this, Lu Jin closed the system interface and turned towards his bedroom, a slight smile gracing his lips. Very well, let the bullets fly a little longer. Tomorrow will be a grand endeavor. Chapter 7. The artificial intelligence weigher. After resolving Su Mingming's farce, Lu Jin rubbed his temples and called into the air, weigher. In the corner of the office, the mechanical girl's cerulean eyes suddenly lit up. She removed the charging cable from her chest and gracefully approached Lu Jin. I am here, principal. Do not call me principal. I am already 100 years old. Still so childish. Address me as master, Lu Jin commanded. Weigher blinked her electronic eyes, her tuft of hair perking up, and responded in a gentle, childlike voice. Yes, master. How may I assist you? Lu Jin, retrieve the financial report of Shanghai Academy. Weigher, certainly, I am searching for the financial report of Shanghai Academy. Detecting the keyword finance related to political education, office related to academic affairs, office related to cafeteria. Lu Jin. Weigher's eyes suddenly brightened. Master, I have found the cafeteria's financial status from March of last year. The supply of braised pork has decreased by 30. Lu Jin inhaled deeply. What I require is the financial report. The financial report. Weigher tilted her head in contemplation before suddenly realizing. Oh, you mean this? Search completed. The financial status of Shanghai Academy over the past 3 years is as follows. Income, mainly derived from student tuition 39, for Star Group investment 20, Jinhuang Group investment 40. And the principal's personal funds 1. Expenditure, 90 is allocated for teacher salaries. Current balance, 114, 514 Ling coins. Deficit warning triggered by the education department. Lu Jin, are you truly an artificial intelligence? Weigher tilted her head. Indeed, however, if you prefer, I can also play the role of an artificial fool. Lu Jin, I believe you need not pretend. Step aside. Understood, master. Weigher silently squatted in the corner, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her face within them. Lu Jin crossed his arms, his expression tinged with curiosity. 90% of the school's expenditures are allocated for teachers' salaries. However, the educators have not received their wages for the past 3 months. Where has the money gone? Can it simply vanish into thin air? The pressing concern now is to devise a strategy for generating funds. Otherwise, Shanghai Academy will remain under the control of Jinhua Group and Six Star Group. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the school regulation established earlier that morning, which mandated that girls' skirts should be as short as possible. Given that compliance with the regulation would also yield rewards, it was imperative for him to oversee the students' adherence to this rule that afternoon. As time passed, the afternoon arrived, and there was still some time before the end of the workday. Lu Jin adjusted his suit collar and decided to personally inspect the enforcement of this regulation at the school gate. After all, as the new principal, he needed to find ways to assert his presence. The main entrance of Shanghai Academy was dilapidated, with its Gothic archway rusted and even the Xing in its name having fallen off, transforming it into Rihai Academy. As Lu Jin stood at the entrance, he instantly attracted the attention of the students. Who is this? So unfamiliar? Is he the new principal? Quite handsome. Hush. I heard he expelled Li Haonan and teacher Su today. Is that true? So fierce. Lu Jin remained unfazed, his gaze scanning each girl entering and exiting like a radar. He casually stopped a girl with twin ponytails. Classmate, is your skirt not a bit too long? The girl paused, looking down at her knee-length skirt. Principal, this is already the shortest it can be. Is it? Lu Jin took out a ruler to measure, discovering it extended beyond the mid-thigh by 5 centimeters. According to the new regulation, girl skirts must be as short as possible. Lu Jin sternly pointed to the notice board at the entrance. Starting tomorrow, the hem must be at least 10 centimeters above the knee. Understood? Oh, okay, principal, the girl replied, her face flushed as she hurried away. At that moment, several attractive girls passed by him. Lu Jin smirked slightly, scanning them. You all stop. Let me measure. Oh. The three girls, blushing, obediently stood still. Lu Jin measured, pressing the ruler against their fair thighs. You acceptable. You 1 inch shorter. You excellent. For the next 2 hours, Lu Jin acted as a stringent fashion director, providing friendly guidance to every girl whose skirt length was non-compliant. The campus forum erupted with excitement. Shocking. The new principal personally inspects girl skirt lengths. This principal must have a serious issue. Poetic grip. Pervert. The new principal is definitely a pervert. Just as Lu Jin was engrossed in his inspection, a familiar figure appeared at the school gate. Lu Shuang hurriedly approached, clutching a stack of documents, her fitted professional skirt perfectly accentuating her slender waist and pert backside. With the hem just at the knee, Director Lu Jin interjected, blocking her path with a serious expression. About your skirt. Lu Shuang's ears perked up in confusion. Principal? What is wrong with my skirt? She glanced down at her attire, a look of confusion etched on her face. According to the first clause of the new school regulations, skirts must be as short as they can be. Lu Jin feigned seriousness and pointed at the hem of her skirt, remarking that as the head of the department, Director Lu should set an example. Lu Shuang's face flushed crimson, her cat ears twitching nervously. This is already the standard uniform issued to teachers by the academy, and besides, principal, you might be perceived as a pervert if you continue like this. Lu Jin pretended to ponder for a moment, then stated with utmost gravity, How about this, Director Lu? Come to my office when you have some time, and I shall personally assist you in adjusting the length of your skirt. Lu Shuang stiffened, her ears bristling. Principal, please do not jest like this. Observing the flustered, cat-eared girl before him, Lu Jin felt a surge of delight and was about to tease her further when a system notification suddenly popped up. School regulation. Girl skirts must be as short as possible. Current compliance rate, 78. Reward distribution, 500. 000 spirit coins. Oh, splendid. An unexpected thrill coursed through Lu Jin, and when he looked up, he found Lu Shuang still standing there, gazing at him with concern. Principal, is something amiss? She suspected that Lu Jin had been unsettled by something. Nothing, just a minor issue, Lu Jin replied with a relaxed smile. By the way, please check the school's financial status tomorrow morning. If he was not mistaken, the 500,000 spirit coins would be directly credited to the school's account. Lu Shuang nodded, her cat ears gently quivering. After a moment's hesitation, she added in a whisper, Principal, regarding the funds, if you need anything. Rest assured. Lu Jin interrupted her, his eyes shimmering with confidence. You will see tomorrow. With that, he reached out and gently pinched her twitching cat ear. Now you may return to your duties. Lu Shuang exclaimed, jumping back like a startled kitten. Principal, someone might see. With that, she clutched her documents and fled in haste. Lu Jin watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. After inspecting the lengths of the students' skirts, he glanced at his watch, noting that it was time to leave work. Just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly sensed a gaze filled with resentment. Raising an eyebrow, he turned to look. There, on the tree-lined path outside the school gate, Su Mingming was glaring at him, her beautiful face contorted with anger, resembling a vengeful spirit. Lu Jin. She stormed over in her 10-centimeter stilettos, her bosom heaving dramatically with each step, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. She had been waiting at the school gate for Lu Jin to emerge, hoping for a chance encounter to rekindle their relationship, but instead, she had stumbled upon a scene of intimacy between Lu Jin and Lu Shuang, igniting her fury. Lu Jin stood languidly with his hands in his pockets, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, isn't this the already resigned teacher Su? What? Reluctant to leave. Stop pretending. Su Mingming halted before him, her lips nearly bleeding from being bitten. I saw everything you did with Teacher Lu. Her voice was sharp, drawing the attention of nearby students who had yet to leave. Some even surreptitiously pulled out their phones to record. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. What did you see? You. Su Mingming trembled with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at his nose. You touched her ear, and then said something about going to the office to change skirts. Lu Jin. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Do you think this will make me jealous? That I will come begging for you? Chapter 8. Su Mingming was infuriated. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice rising an octave. Let me tell you, you're dreaming. The surrounding students erupted in a clamor. Wow. Has Teacher Su been dumped? The new principal is impressive, even daring to dismiss Teacher Su. Director Lu is actually involved with the principal? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Lu Jin suddenly chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at?" Su Mingming exclaimed sharply. Lu Jin gradually suppressed his laughter, his gaze turning icy. "Su Mingming." His voice was soft, yet each word pierced like a knife. "Have you lost your mind?" What? Su Mingming was momentarily taken aback by his sudden intensity. Instinctively taking a half-step back, Lu Jin scoffed, disdainfully sweeping his eyes over her face. "With your kind, do you think you are worthy of my efforts to provoke you?" He leisurely adjusted his cuffs, adding, "To put it plainly, you are not even worth a single cat's tail." "You." Su Mingming felt as if struck by lightning, her face instantly turning a deep shade of crimson. Lu Jin stood upright, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulder. "Is there anything else? If not, please clear the way. I am in a hurry." A crowd of over a dozen students had gathered, all astonished by the spectacle. The normally high and mighty Su Mingming was publicly humiliated by the new principal without a chance to retaliate. "This is outrageous." Su Mingming, filled with shame and fury, suddenly screamed. "Lu Jin, don't get too smug. The 4-star group has withdrawn its investment. Let's see how long you can keep this up. When the academy closes, I will make you kneel and plead with me." Li Haonan was the illegitimate son of the chairman of the 4-star group, and through this connection, Su Mingming's sister had also ascended to a position within the management of the 4-star group. Therefore, she believed she was entirely justified in holding the position of department head at Shanghai Academy. Naturally, she was extremely displeased with Lu Jin's decision to expel her. "Hurry and leave. I am off work." Lu Jin turned to depart, showing no interest in looking at her again. The students watching automatically parted to make way, their gazes toward Lu Jin filled with awe. The principal is so handsome. Su Mingming deserves this. Always relying on connections to bully others. Amidst the murmurs, no one noticed a slender figure at the corner of the teaching building, covering her flushed cheeks, a black cat's tail, swaying joyfully. Lu Shuang had witnessed everything unfold, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Not even her cat tail could compare. This phrase echoed repeatedly in her mind, causing her ears to burn with embarrassment. The principal was truly outrageous. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously retrieved a yellowed photograph from her pocket. "I wonder if he still remembers me." Her cat ears twitched gently as the scene from that rainy night resurfaced in her memory. At that time, she had failed to break through to the Spirit King realm and had been rebounded upon by the bloodline of her inner spirit beast, transforming into a cat demon. Certain spirit warriors had secretly conducted half-demon experiments, and she, as a hybrid shadow cat demon, became the perfect specimen. To escape the relentless pursuit of those spirit warriors, she, battered and bruised, fled to the Star Sea Academy. Injured, she emitted a mournful cry. At that moment, a man, holding a flashlight, followed the sound and discovered her, a small black wildcat curled up in a corner, her front paws bloodied, connected to numerous testing electrodes. The man immediately removed his suit jacket to envelop the trembling creature. "Don't be afraid, I will take you out." His voice roused the half-unconscious cat demon. Through her blurred vision, she could only see the pair of gentle eyes behind the lenses. As his warm fingertips brushed against her ear, she heard a voice imbued with laughter. "If only I could transform into a beautiful girl to repay you. My name is Lu Jin. I live in Building 7 of the Wanqing Garden community, and I might go to Star Sea Academy in the future." Not only did he risk his life to save her, but he also used his family connections to suppress the matter. He visited her daily in the infirmary, bringing little fish treats to comfort her, petting her as one would a cat, thoroughly exploring her form. He even held her in his arms as he slept each night. Until one day, Lu Shuang quietly left after her injuries had healed and subsequently took up her position at Star Sea Academy in her current guise. When they met again, that man had transformed into the distinguished principal, Lu Jin. Yet, perhaps he did not realize that the injured little wildcat from that time now stood before him. Wanqing, Qingtian Martial High. A pair of long, graceful legs clad in pure white over-the-knee socks halted at the entrance of the school. The grand gates of Qingtian Martial High were far more magnificent than Su Xueji had imagined. Standing at the entrance, she gazed up at the gilded plaque, upon which the characters for Qingtian Martial High were inscribed in an elegant flourish, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Qingtian Martial High, the pinnacle of educational institutions in Wanqing. It was the dream sanctuary of countless spirit warriors. Today, she finally stood here. New students moved in small clusters around her, occasionally casting curious glances her way, only to quickly avert their eyes. Is this the genius transferred from Star Sea Academy? I heard she was expelled from there and is merely auditing here. Hush. She's just an auditing student. Whispers floated into her ears, yet Su Xueji's expression remained unchanged, though her grip on her suitcase tightened slightly. She was, after all, the eldest daughter of the Su family, one of the 5 prominent families of the Xian kingdom, once brimming with boundless potential. She was regrettably cast out by the Su family due to her inability to awaken her innate talents. However, fate does not entirely forsake those who strive. Even amidst the harsh conditions of the Star Sea Academy, she diligently honed her skills and persevered until she ultimately awakened the extreme ice spirit body. Now that Su Xueji's parents have fallen from grace, to regain her place within the Su family and earn the Elder's recognition, she must leverage her admission to the Celestial Martial High as a springboard, aiming to astonish everyone in the upcoming ability assessment. Thus, she resolved to transfer from the Star Sea Academy to Celestial Martial High, intending to utilize its resources to secure a position among the top 10 in the city's ability assessment. Yet, due to the wretched Lu Jin, her meticulously crafted plans were thrown into disarray. Taking a deep breath, Su Xueji stepped toward the registration desk, her polished shoes echoing crisply against the marble floor. The teacher at the registration desk adjusted their glasses and, upon reviewing her transfer documents, furrowed their brow. You are Su Xueji, correct? You are here to transfer? Indeed. She replied, her voice cool and detached. However, we have yet to receive your official transfer documents, the teacher remarked, flipping through the records. According to protocol, without formal transfer papers from your previous school, we can only process you as an auditor. Very well. Unbeknownst to her, her nails had dug into her palms. The term auditor felt like a branding iron, signifying that in Celestial Martial High, she would forever remain an outsider. Yet, being an auditor was still preferable to languishing in the dismal Star Sea Academy. Unfortunately, you will not have access to the resource allocations reserved for regular students. The teacher stated in a matter-of-fact tone, scrolling through a series of gray entries on a holographic screen, which included access to cultivation chambers, eligibility for secret realm trials, and borrowing rights for core techniques. What? That contradicts what Director Li conveyed, Su Xueji remarked, her brow furrowing. Earlier that morning, Director Li had assured her that she would enjoy the same resources as any other student at Celestial Martial High. The admissions officer adjusted their glasses. It's merely a formality. Director Li has already made arrangements. If you excel in the upcoming monthly exam, we can find a way for you to access all resources. Understood. Su Xueji silently clenched her fists. At this juncture, she had no other recourse. As per standard procedure, I must ask you a few questions. The admissions officer opened the file. Why have you chosen our school? Su Xueji straightened her back and recited the lines she had memorized the previous night. Celestial Martial High boasts a long history and abundant resources. Let us be more pragmatic. The teacher interrupted. I aspire to become the strongest spirit martial artist, Su Xueji replied, her voice lowering, yet her tone resolute. Celestial Martial High is the finest institution in Wancheng. That is my reason. Excellent. The admissions officer glanced at her transcript. Ranked first in your entire class at Star Sea Academy? No wonder. Suddenly, the teacher shifted the subject. However, here, mere academic performance is insufficient. How many hours do you sleep each night? 6 hours, Su Xueji answered. 6 hours? The teacher chuckled lightly. Students at Celestial Martial High seldom sleep more than 3 hours. Exceptional spirit martial artists require minimal rest. Every day, you only manage to sleep for 6 hours, which means you are practicing 3 hours less than others. Over 3 years. That amounts to a staggering deficit of 285 hours. Su Xueji tightened her grip on the hem of her clothing. 3 years. A chasm of 3,000 hours. Her proud diligence was merely a starting point for others. How many hours do you practice daily? The admissions officer inquired. 10 hours. Su Xueji replied softly, her eyes shimmering with confidence in her training regimen. Aside from meals and sleep, all my spare time is devoted to practice. Insufficient. The admissions officer remarked, furrowing her brow in discontent. Our students practice for over 20 hours each day, even multitasking during restroom breaks. Su Xueji quickly assured her. I will intensify my training from now on. Also, there is one more matter, the officer said, closing the file. To prevent early romantic entanglements from affecting your training, students must undergo sterilization before enrollment. You are aware of this, correct? Sterilization? Su Xueji's pupils dilated, and the admissions handbook slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor. Is your school's measure against early romance so drastic? The admissions officer offered a professional smile. If you prefer to avoid the surgery, as an exceptional student, we recommend you take the condensation pill. It halts menstruation, reduces estrogen to 0, and comes with 3 significant advantages: savings on sanitary products for study materials, no more excuses needed for gym class, and emotional stability, perfect for sprinting towards the Spirit King realm. After a moment of silence, Su Shueji clenched her fists and bit her lip, replying, "All right, no problem. Since I am here, I will accept it. Stricter requirements signify a brighter future." That was the only solace she could offer herself. Let us proceed with the check-in procedures. Here is your dormitory key. Okay. Su Shueji turned to leave. Buzz. Upon exiting the teaching building, her phone abruptly rang. She moved to a secluded spot and pressed the answer button. "Have you found out?" A deep voice emanated from the communicator. "Miss, Star C Academy has issued your expulsion notice, but Principal Lu Jin has withheld the original document, stating he wishes to handle it personally. What is more troublesome is that the elders of the Su family inquired this morning about why your academic status shows as incomplete on the Education Credit Network." Crack. The communicator emitted a strained creak in her hand. The issue with her academic status could jeopardize her standing within the Su family. Lu Jin could not possibly be oblivious to this. If the elder of the Su family learned that she had been expelled from a lesser academy and was merely auditing classes at Songcheong Martial High, her hopes of returning to the Su family would vanish into thin air. That wretched principal. She must not allow the expulsion notice to reach the Su family. Chapter 9. A student's threat to the principal. At 6 in the evening, the setting sun cast an orange glow over Star C Academy, the weathered teaching buildings stretching long shadows into the dusk. Lu Jin, briefcase in hand, concluded his workday. His residence is a solitary villa located 2 kilometers from Xinghai Academy. Nestled in a serene environment, a cherished inheritance from his father, the spacious abode features an expansive bed, yet it feels rather empty. It would be preferable to share the space with a few housemates. As dawn breaks with a pearly light, the night mist recedes like a tide. At 6:30 in the morning, Lu Jin boards the number 8 bus bound for Xinghai Academy. Why take the bus, you may wonder. It reflects a high emotional intelligence that attunes to the sentiments of the populace, unlike those of lesser emotional acumen who wallow in poverty. The bus is crowded, and he clings to the handrail precariously. As the mechanical voice announces the next stop, Xinghai Academy Station, the bus comes to an abrupt halt. "What the?" he exclaims, only to feel his back collide with 2 soft forms. Turning around, his pupils constrict in surprise. A young girl clad in a black dress glares at him fiercely. She stands at barely 5 feet tall, her black velvet Lolita dress, paired with white socks and small leather shoes accentuating her petite figure exquisitely. The girl, with her sharp canines on display, licks her lips, and her phone's camera flashes ominously. "You seem to enjoy that quite a bit, didn't you?" The surrounding passengers cast disdainful glances in his direction. "This is a misunderstanding," Lu Jin replies calmly. The girl persists. "What misunderstanding? I saw you extend your filthy hand." Before he can respond, she raises her phone, capturing the moment with a flash. "You wouldn't want news of you harassing a student of Xinghai Academy to surface online, would you?" Lu Jin pauses, taken aback. "Which school do you attend?" The girl scoffs. "Xinghai Academy, of course. What of it? Creeps like you relish preying upon female university students." His expression shifts subtly. "Remarkable, a student from Xinghai Academy?" This mischievous girl doesn't even recognize the principal. However, this is not surprising. He only assumed the role of principal a few days prior, and she appears to be a habitual truant. Either transfer 5,000 Ling coins as hush money, she waives her payment code, or face social obliteration. Lu Jin chuckles. A student threatening the principal, what a reversal of fortunes. "So you truly are a student of Xinghai Academy?" "Indeed, what of it?" She retorts. "Nothing much. Just 5,000 Ling coins, right?" Lu Jin adjusts his glasses, feigning a troubled expression. "I don't have enough cash." The girl's eyes light up, and she thrusts her payment code closer. "Scanning is fine too. It's hard to operate amidst so many people." Lu Jin smiles slightly. "How about I give it to you once we disembark?" "Sounds good," she replies, a smug smile spreading across her face, confident that he will not escape. Today, she has ensnared a plump target. Unable to suppress her laughter, she revels in the moment, holding on to Lu Jin's photograph as insurance against any refusal. As the bus arrives at Xinghai Academy Station, the doors swing open. And the girl yanks Lu Jin's sleeve, pulling him off the bus. Hurry up and transfer the money, creepy uncle. Don't even think about running away. Lu Jin leisurely adjusted the tie that she had carelessly pulled askew, his gaze behind the lenses tinged with a hint of amusement. I am merely 25 years old. Is it not somewhat excessive to call me old man? The young girl pouted. Who told you to dress like an antique? The money will be provided. Do not rush. He pushed up his glasses, his tone relaxed. Yet he added, but you ought to realize that you are engaging in extortion, correct? Who is extorting you? It is you. Why did you get off at Shanghai Academy? She retreated a cautious step, suspicion lacing her voice. You aren't planning to stalk me, are you? Lu Jin languidly straightened his wrinkled suit. Why should I not alight at Shanghai Academy? The girl scrutinized him with skepticism. Are you a student as well? Despite your handsome appearance, you hardly resemble a freshman who attends school in a suit and tie. Lu Jin remained non-committal. Consider me a newcomer. Huh. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she became instantly self-assured. You're finished. If you do not pay, I shall report you to the teacher. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Why inform the teacher when you could directly approach the principal? The girl was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Huh. Are you trying to scare me with the principal? Look. She waved her phone, the screen revealing a candid shot of Lu Jin's profile. Shall I broadcast this to the entire school? I shall title it The Perverse Old Man's Appalling Moment. Confident in her possession of the photo, she felt unafraid of escalating the situation. Lu Jin, with a smirk that was neither fully amused nor annoyed, inquired, by the way, do you know your school principal? Huh. The principal? She scoffed, crossing her arms. Why would I need to know that insignificant figure? Lu Jin found amusement in her naivety. You, a student, have never even met the principal? Perverse old man, cease your prattle and hand over the money quickly, or I shall scream that you are harassing me. She threatened. Lu Jin sighed. This is your final opportunity. If you call me perverse old man now, I shall overlook it. However, once you enter this school, there will be no turning back. Pa, who are you trying to intimidate? A small fry is merely a small fry. The girl believed Lu Jin was attempting to threaten her, remaining unfazed. You truly think I fear you? If you do not pay me 5,000 spirit coins today, I shall not let you off the hook. Very well. Lu Jin smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further, and began walking toward the school gate. Come. I shall provide you the money. The girl snorted in disdain but followed, plotting how to extract a substantial sum from him. However, upon entering the campus, she was met with an unexpected sight. Good day, principal. Lin Xiaoyu, clutching a stack of books, respectfully halted before Lu Jin to pay her respects. Lu Jin smiled and nodded. Indeed. Boom. The girl in the black dress felt as though struck by lightning, her phone clattering to the ground. What? This cannot be true. The notion that this perverse old man could be the principal of Shanghai Academy was unfathomable. Her voice trembled as she asked, what did he just call you? Principal. Lu Jin replied, picking up her phone and pressing the delete button before her eyes. You were threatening me just now, were you not? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The girl in the black dress remained unconvinced, insisting that he was deceiving her. Our principal cannot be this youthful. You must have colluded in advance. Lu Jin sighed lightly, raising his hand to gesture towards the staff announcement board behind her. Would you mind taking a glance? What for? The girl turned around, her pupils constricting as she was completely taken aback. Her delicate features froze in an instant. The announcement board clearly displayed, Principal of Shanghai Academy. Lu Jin, 25 years old, along with a photograph. The man in the image bore an uncanny resemblance to the individual before her. This is it. He truly is the principal. Just moments ago, she had attempted to extort the principal of Shanghai Academy on the bus. How unfortunate. I was wrong. Regaining her composure, she abruptly bowed at a 90-degree angle, her long lavender hair cascading down to conceal her flushed face. She never imagined the new principal would be so young. Fortunately, he did not know her name. What class are you in? Lu Jin inquired with a serious expression. I want to tell you, perverted principal. In the next instant, the girl in the black dress stuck out her tongue at Lu Jin and promptly turned, disappearing into the crowd without a backward glance. Lu Jin did not pursue her. He simply stood there, glancing down at the black Gothic-style phone in his hand. The screen was still illuminated, displaying an unread message. Qinshuan, when will you return my Lingbai? Chapter 10. Truly anything goes. Lu Jin smiled faintly, stowing away his phone as he made his way to the office. The morning sun ascended to the pinnacle of the clock tower, heralding a new day for Shanghai Academy. Welcome back to work, Master, Vale said. her hands clasped at her abdomen, revealing a standardized smile. Lu Jin sank into the sofa in his office, rubbing his temples. What important agenda do we have for today? The schedule for today is as follows. At 9 a.m., Teacher Lu Shuang will report on the financial status. At 10 a.m., the chairman of Sihong Group has scheduled a remote call with you. The remaining time is at your discretion. All right, Lu Jin nodded slightly, realizing that Sihong Group could no longer contain their eagerness. Since they wished to engage, he would indulge them. Vale presented a thermos cup filled with goji berries. Master, please enjoy your tea. Lu Jin accepted the thermos, his fingers lightly tapping the table, lost in thought. Vale, I don't believe I have ever inquired in detail about your capabilities. Lu Jin squinted slightly, and Vale's pupils shimmered with a soft blue data stream before she smiled gently. I am Vale, your intelligent assistant too. 0. My basic functions include administrative assistance, data analysis, schedule management, and a variety of services. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Jin asked, what do you mean by varied services? Vale paused for a moment, her gentle voice imbued with a mechanical cadence. Varied services refer to expandable modular content. The details are as follows. The costume module requires 5,000 spirit coins for purchase. The artistic performance module requires 10,000 spirit coins for purchase. The deep thinking module requires 20,000 spirit coins for purchase. The combat assistance module requires 50,000 spirit coins for purchase. And the companion module requires 1 million spirit coins for purchase. Goodness, you possess so many features? Lu Jin exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment. He never anticipated that this artificial intelligence would be so formidable. Not only could it assist in changing attire, but it could also aid in combat. However, the price was exorbitant, an astounding 1 million spirit coins. To be candid, he had only ever encountered such a multitude of zeros in Chengdu. Indeed, Vale stated, her hands gracefully clasped before her, exuding an air of elegance and professionalism. As a second-generation psychic entity, my design's primary intention is to cater to the diverse needs of users. By the way, what exactly is the companion module? Lu Jin inquired, sipping on his goji berry tea. A stream of data flickered through Vale's pupils as she spoke in a calm and professional tone. The companion agreement is an optional feature of the Advanced Artificial Intelligence Assistance System, designed to provide users with a more comprehensive companionship service. What does it specifically entail? Emotional communication, daily care, health monitoring. She paused, her voice subtly lingering, as well as the simulation of intimate relationships. Lu Jin's thermos hovered in midair. Simulation of intimate relationships? Vale nodded, her expression remaining composed. Yes. This module can emulate the interaction patterns of human partners, encompassing physical contact, emotional comfort, and addressing your deeper physiological needs. Lu Jin nearly choked on his tea. Is everyone in this world so extravagant? It seems the master is quite intrigued by the companion module, though it has yet to be installed. Vale maintained her calm demeanor. Shall I proceed to apply for its purchase and download? I have no money, Lu Jin replied earnestly, although the feature piqued his interest. 1,000,000 spirit coins was simply too steep. Vale blinked. What a pity. A brief silence enveloped the office. Vale added, you can simultaneously purchase the costume module and the companion module to fulfill your needs. After a moment, Lu Jin gently set down his teacup. His tone steady, not necessary for now. Vale's eyelashes fluttered lightly, understood. However, should you have any future needs, do not hesitate to submit a request. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Vale gracefully stepped aside, and Lu Jin resumed his serious demeanor. Come in. The office door swung open, and Lu Shuang entered with a light step, her sleek, elongated cat tail elegantly swaying behind her. She placed a document on Lu Jin's desk, her fingertip delicately tapping the paper. Principal, I have good news. Her cat ears twitched slightly, and her amber eyes sparkled with delight. Lu Jin lifted his gaze from the document, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. To have Director Lu personally come to report. It seems this is not a trivial matter. Please, take a seat. Lu Shuang gracefully settled at the edge of the sofa, her tail curling naturally beside her. She opened the file, her fingertip gliding over a line of numbers. I just verified it. The school's account has an additional 500,000 Ling coins. Lu Jin smacked his thigh in excitement. Wonderful. Lu Shuang's cat ears perked up, and she quickly drew her long legs together, tucking them in. Lu Jin immediately apologized. My apologies, that was an impulsive gesture. Lu Shuang gradually relaxed, the tip of her tail gently swaying. curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Principal, where did such a substantial sum of funds originate? Lu Jin feigned seriousness, responding, naturally. It is the result of my appeal to compassionate individuals from all walks of life to donate to our school. Surely, it did not materialize out of thin air? Indeed, Lu Shuang replied, a hint of understanding dawning upon her as she parted her red lips. With this money, we can address the urgent needs of Shanghai Academy. Yes, Lu Jin said, his expression turning grave. What has transpired regarding Su Xueji? Lu Shuang presented a document. Principal, this is Su Xueji's expulsion notice. How shall we proceed? Lu Jin glanced at it and replied, let me hold on to it for now. I will personally send it to the Su family at my convenience. Is it necessary for you to handle such a minor matter personally? Lu Shuang blinked. Lu Jin smiled and responded. Some matters require a personal touch to truly appreciate the satisfaction they bring. Lu Shuang's eyes shimmered with understanding. It was evident that Lu Jin was resolute. Su Xueji would indeed face some consequences. However, what about the citywide ability assessment in 3 months? Lu Jin tapped his fingers lightly on the table and suddenly spoke. By the way, help me look up a student. Lu Shuang's ears twitched. Which student? Lu Jin slid a sleek black Gothic phone to the edge of the table. The one in the black dress. I believe her name is Qinshuan. Yi Qinshuan? Lu Shuang's tail flicked. She is from Class 2 of the elemental system, remarkably talented, but... She hesitated. She practices shadow energy, which prestigious institutions do not accept. Her family circumstances are poor. Both parents have passed away, leaving her financially strained and ostracized at school. I see. Lu Jin nodded gently, his expression growing increasingly complex. Principal, has she gotten into trouble again? I can handle it. Lu Shuang offered. Lu Jin chuckled softly and pushed the phone forward. No, she dropped her phone at the school gate, and I happened to find it. You may return to class. I will have her come by to retrieve it shortly. Lu Shuang paused, then replied, oh, very well. Not long after, an announcement echoed throughout the campus. Attention, students of Class 2 of the elemental system, Yi Qinshuan, please report to the principal's office immediately. Boom. In the classroom, Yi Qinshuan felt as if the world was spinning, a buzzing sound ringing in her ears. This is it. That perverse principal has recognized me. Beside the podium, her classmates wore smug expressions, their lips curling in delight. The principal himself called her name. Qinshuan is truly fortunate today. Yi Qinshuan was on the verge of tears, her spirit deflating like a wilting eggplant. Is it still possible to drop out now? Is it still possible to transfer now? Is it still possible to escape from Earth now? As the dismissal bell rang, Yi Qinshuan trudged toward the principal's office like a condemned prisoner being led to execution. The short distance of merely 200 meters took her a full 10 minutes to traverse. Come in. Upon pushing the door open, Yi Qinshuan lowered her head, her bangs cascading to obscure half her face, her voice barely above a whisper. Principal, what do you want? Lu Jin, seated at his desk, was engrossed in reviewing documents. Not even glancing up. Waiter, please close the door. Bang. The door slammed shut with an alarming crash as Waiter's hand trembled. The silence in the office was oppressive, broken only by the faint sound of the pen scratching against paper. Yi Qinshuan focused on the tips of her shoes, feeling a cold sweat trickle down her back. It was over. She had already been targeted on the bus. Now, alone in a room with a solitary man, what might transpire? She dared not contemplate it further. Was this where the peculiar guidance of the principal would unfold? With that thought, Yi Qinshuan's delicate fingers gradually clenched, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Do you know why I've called you here? Lu Jin finally set down his pen. Because I was on the bus. Yi Qinshuan's face flushed, her gaze evasive. That extortion. Oh. Lu Jin suddenly rose and approached her. So you are aware that it was extortion? Yi Qinshuan's face flushed crimson. I didn't know you were the principal. According to school regulations, Lu Jin retrieved a document from his drawer. Extortion and blackmail, a serious infraction. The offender being the principal, resulting in immediate expulsion. No. Yi Qinshuan sprang forward, pressing her hands firmly on the desk. I have a sick mother at home, a gambling father, and a younger brother in school. I cannot be expelled. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Is this your justification for extorting strangers? Yi Qinshuan bowed deeply, her fingers tightly clutching her skirt, her voice laced with unprecedented panic. I understand my mistake. I swear I will never do it again. I will do anything you ask. The air fell silent for a moment. Oh, a teasing voice echoed from above. Yi Qinshuan cautiously raised her gaze, meeting a pair of eyes that seemed to dance with amusement. Really, Anything at all? Chapter 11. Assist impoverished students to gain prestige. Really? Yi Qianxuan lifted her head, suddenly realizing the ambiguity of her words, and hurriedly added, "Of course, it cannot involve anything strange." Lu Jin abruptly stood and walked directly to the window, swiftly drawing the curtains shut. The dim office was now illuminated only by the soft, yellow glow of the desk lamp. Yi Qianxuan's body stiffened, her slender, pale legs trembling involuntarily. The school uniform skirt she wore was already somewhat short, and she instinctively pressed her hands against its hem. Her unremarkable chest rose and fell with rapid breaths, beads of perspiration forming on her delicate collarbone. Alas, alas, alas! Could it be that this eccentric principal is contemplating a rather unconventional setting for his office? On the sofa, the desk, or perhaps even on the floor? It might even be in midair. Are you feeling anxious? Lu Jin's voice suddenly echoed beside her. You insignificant creature, she exclaimed, clutching her hands to her chest, her voice trembling. I am referring to the principal. This is an office. Fear not, Lu Jin replied, taking a seat opposite her and adjusting his glasses. Please do not perceive the principal in such a negative light. I have no interest in the tablet. Yi Qianxuan's face instantly flushed crimson, her embarrassment morphing into anger as she retorted, insignificant principal. Who do you call a tablet? She instinctively straightened her posture, only to feel chagrined, realizing it only validated his assessment. Lu Jin replied nonchalantly, since you have admitted to extortion, there is nothing more to discuss. I hereby impose a penalty upon you, a demerit, along with a month's duty of cleaning the principal's office. Yi Qianxuan pressed her lips together, protesting, No, principal. I must return home daily to care for my ailing brother. What brother? Lu Jin inquired, his skepticism evident. Do you truly believe I lack access to your information? He retrieved a folder from his desk and leisurely flipped it open. Yi Qianxuan, 18 years old, a third-tier spirit master, with outstanding academic achievements, proficient in shadow magic. Father, Yi Wuhan, a former member of the Shadow Pavilion, who was taken by the Spirit Energy Control Bureau 15 years ago. Enough, Yi Qianxuan exclaimed, her emotions surging. Do not mention my parents. Do remain calm, Lu Jin advised. I have researched your family situation. Both parents deceased, surviving on scholarships. Yi Qianxuan bit her lip, her fingers entwined anxiously. So are you pitying me? No, Lu Jin replied. I wish to offer you a position. He continued. I summoned you today not solely for punishment, but also to appoint you as the school rule inspector. Yi Qianxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The school rule inspector? Indeed, Lu Jin affirmed, extracting a stack of documents from his drawer. Commencing today, you will oversee the enforcement of school rules after classes. I shall compensate you with spirit coins. Yi Qianxuan gasped. Is this truly a punishment? What do you think? Lu Jin replied with a knowing smile. Furthermore, as the school rule inspector, your conduct must be exemplary. You cannot extort others as you did previously. Yi Qianxuan bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushed. Additionally, Lu Jin said, retrieving her phone from his pocket. Here is your phone back, but this is a one-time exception. Yi Qianxuan's expression shifted to one of panic. There's one more thing. Lu Jin, arms crossed and a smile gracing his face, declared, from today onward, your punishment also includes eating on time every day. Yi Qianxuan stood in stunned silence as she caught her phone, suddenly noticing a golden meal card placed on the desk. This is for unlimited meals at the canteen. Lu Jin pulled back the curtains, allowing sunlight to pour in once more. Do not faint from hunger and become a nuisance. Yi Qianxuan clutched the meal card tightly, her ears gradually turning red. Who would ever be swayed by you, this insignificant principal? She stomped her foot in frustration, yet swiftly tucked the meal card into her chest. She suddenly felt that the peculiar principal before her was not as insufferable as she had initially thought. Lu Jin adjusted his glasses, and to her surprise, he held a wooden ruler in his hand. Calmly, he pointed the tip of the ruler at the hem of Yi Qianxuan's skirt. Surely, you are aware that according to the first regulation of the new rules at Shanghai Academy, he stated, his tone steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The length of the student uniform skirt must not exceed the midpoint of the thigh. Yi Qianxuan was taken aback. What are you doing with that ruler? Naturally, I am conducting an inspection. Lu Jin squatted down, aligning the ruler vertically against the outer side of her thigh. As the newly appointed inspector of school regulations, one must lead by example. The cold ruler glided slowly down her thigh, causing Yi Qianxuan to stiffen, her cheeks flushed crimson. Wait, you can't do that. Silence. Lu Jin adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming with intensity. I am engaged in serious work. The ruler halted at the midpoint of her thigh, and Lu Jin squinted slightly. It falls short by 15 centimeters to be deemed acceptable. Blushing fiercely, Yi Qinshuan protested, that ruler must be faulty. My skirt is compliant. Oh. Lu Jin suddenly lifted the hem of her skirt with the ruler. Shall I measure again for confirmation? And no need. Yi Qinshuan hastily pressed down on her skirt. I will change it this afternoon. Immediately. With that, her face ablaze, she dashed out of the office. Lu Jin regarded the system panel with satisfaction. Having aided a struggling student while simultaneously gaining prestige points, a veritable twofold achievement. Just then, the office phone rang. He answered, Who is this? Principal Lu, this is Park Duan-gun, chairman of the 4-star group. Is there truly no way to salvage my son's situation? Lu Jin replied with unwavering firmness. Your son has caused turmoil at Shanghai Academy, showing blatant disrespect to his superiors and inflicting significant financial damage to the institution. He must be expelled today. Park Duan-gun's tone suddenly turned icy. Lu Jin, spare me the pretense. Let us be frank. I am well aware of the worth of your Shanghai Academy. The fact that my son even considers attending your mediocre institution is a kindness. Do you understand the consequences of expelling him? Lu Jin responded, Are you threatening me? Huh. Principal Lu, to put it bluntly, if it weren't for the 500,000 spirit coins I donate to Shanghai Academy each year, your school would have long since closed its doors. 500,000. Lu Jin scoffed. You must be jesting. Your son incurs losses to the school exceeding 1,000,000 spirit coins annually. You dare to offer only 500,000? Why didn't I expel that little brat sooner? Park Duan-gun erupted in fury. You dare insult me. Lu Jin cut him off, hanging up the phone without granting him another word. At the headquarters of the 4-star group, in the office, Park Dangwon was on the verge of losing his composure, waving dismissively at the enchanting secretary clad in a short skirt beside him. A mere insignificant school. How could I not deal with you? The secretary leaned in slightly, her slender fingers delicately resting on his shoulder, her crimson lips close to his ear. Chairman, why let anger consume you? Each year, we generously bestow a substantial sum upon Shanghai Academy. Park Dangwon's gaze lingered for a moment on her curvaceous figure before he let out a cold chuckle. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the rounded form concealed beneath her skirt, the sound echoing sharply. The secretary let out a soft yelp of pain, yet her smile only grew more alluring. Go, immediately freeze the donation funds to Shanghai Academy and halt all investment projects. Understood. As the secretary straightened up, the seductive glimmer in her eyes vanished, replaced by a shrewd coldness. She gathered the scattered documents, the sound of her high heels tapping a crisp rhythm against the marble floor. I will take care of it right away. As she reached the door, she turned back with a smile. Should we extend special attention to Principal Lu? Park Dangwon retrieved a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet, the amber liquid swirling in the glass. Let him first experience the taste of betrayal from his own students. At the same time, at Shanghai Academy, the mechanical girl Vale suddenly spoke in an ethereal tone. Master, the finance office has sent a notification that the Sihong Group has decided to withdraw all investment projects from Shanghai Academy and freeze a donation fund of 500,000. I see. Lu Jin snorted softly. Please extend my gratitude to him. He had just received a system reward of 500,000 spirit coins yesterday, which would conveniently offset the impact of the Sihong Group's withdrawal. Lu Jin was naturally unperturbed. However, he was puzzled about who had embezzled the school's funds. If this issue remained unresolved, no amount of earnings would be of any consequence. Vale, assist me in retrieving the financial expenditure details of the school over the past year. Certainly, Master. Vale nodded gently as the holographic screen unfurled, a torrent of dense data flowing like a waterfall. Warning: abnormal encrypted files detected. Her eyes suddenly flickered with red light, her tone becoming serious. Master, the financial system has been tampered with, and 87 of the original data has been deleted. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. Can it be restored? Vale tilted her head, her hair tuft rising. Theoretically, no. However, I had made a backup previously. Chapter 12, All Boys. Expelled. Vale's fingers swiped across the screen. The screen flickered abruptly, and the glaring red highlighted entries of extraordinary expenditures pulsated before him. Anomaly expenditure 1. 534. 583 spirit coins. Consumer: Su Mingming, former head of the martial arts department. Reimbursement item: Special Research Fund for the Martial Arts Department. Actual use. Luxury Goods Procurement. Labeled. Teaching Equipment. Herm S. Birkin Bag X3. Invoice for high-end protective glasses. Chanel Heels X1. Invoice for speed training boots. Silk Robe X1. Invoice for students' jiu-jitsu uniforms. Ah, I knew it was her. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. No wonder the school's finances were in disarray. It turns out that Su Ming, this insidious pest, had been covertly misappropriating public funds. Although she had already been dismissed, this matter could not simply be overlooked. For every penny she has taken, she must return in kind. The holographic projection from Weir continued to refresh. Anomaly expenditure 2. 500 spirit coins. Consumer. Wang Xiaoqiang, physical education teacher. Reimbursement item. Special procurement of sports equipment. Actual use. Overpriced purchase, confirmed by Weir's comparison system. Someone's hands are not entirely clean. Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smirk. Weir, continue to dig deeper. Let us uncover how many pests lurk within the school. Anomaly expenditure 3, 64. 812 spirit coins. Recharge item. God of Abyss server-wide exclusive skin rainbow dance. Consumer account. Lu Xingyao, Director of Moral Education. Payment channel. Academy Moral Education Special Fund. Lu Jin focused on this record, falling silent for 3 seconds. Explain this. He slowly raised his gaze. The Director of Moral Education used public funds to purchase skins for a mobile game? Weir blinked its electronic eyes. Teacher Lu stated that this was a necessary expenditure for researching adolescent online behavior. Lu Jin's fingertips lightly tapped the table, and he suddenly chuckled. Interesting. He turned to Weir. Please print out this data for me. At your command, Master. Weir inclined slightly. The office door was suddenly pushed open with urgency. Lin Xiaoyu rushed in, her cheeks flushed from haste. Principal. Something has happened. Speak slowly. Lu Jin lifted his gaze, his eyes scanning up and down. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Li Haonan has gathered all the boys from the engineering society in front of Building 2, distributing 500 spirit coins to each, claiming they will jointly protest your dismissal decision. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but chuckle. How many boys are there in our school? 22 or 23? Lin Xiaoyu's voice diminished, the gender ratio roughly 1 to 5. Huh. Lu Jin pushed back his chair and rose, leisurely adjusting his cuffs. 23 individuals, each receiving 500. Means he has spent 11,500 spirit coins to attempt to pressure me. Let them come. Are you truly not considering avoiding this? Lin Xiaoyu, now flustered and sweating profusely, exclaimed, what if this escalates? Lu Jin waved his hand nonchalantly. No need for concern. The advantage lies with me. Bang. Suddenly, the solid wooden door of the principal's office was forcefully kicked open, crashing heavily against the wall. Li Haonan, accompanied by over 20 male students, stormed in with an air of intimidation reminiscent of a scene from a gangster film. Good morning, Principal Lu, Li Haonan declared, nonchalantly kicking aside a chair that obstructed his path as he swaggered to the desk. Is there something you need? Lu Jin replied, his expression impassive. Nothing major. Li Haonan retorted, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and slapping it onto the desk. This is a petition signed by all the male students, requesting that you revoke your decision to expel me. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Otherwise, we might all have to consider dropping out. His entourage immediately chimed in, yes. Drop out. Without us boys, how will you maintain the operation of Shanghai Academy? Shanghai Women's Academy, huh? Ridiculous. In the corner, Lin Xiaoyu nervously twisted the hem of her clothing. She vividly remembered how Li Haonan had treated the former principal, demolishing the office with a group of followers, ultimately receiving compensation for emotional distress from the school. It seemed the principal was now in a precarious position. Li Haonan, reveling in his triumph, observed the silent Lu Jin with immense satisfaction. This coward dares not touch me. My father donates $500,000 to the school annually. Expelling me? He wouldn't dare. If today does not meet my satisfaction, I will bring this wretched school to a standstill. He arrogantly perched himself on the desk. So, Principal Lu, what are your thoughts? My time is quite precious. At last, Lu Jin lifted his gaze, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Li Haonan, do you truly believe that bringing all the male students will compel me to reverse my decision? Why not? Are you willing to oppose so many of us? Li Haonan chuckled with pride. The students, being the underdogs, posed no fear of escalating the matter. Ultimately, it would only be Lu Jin who would be left in disgrace. Impudent, Lu Jin's eyes narrowed. A terrifying spiritual pressure erupted like a tsunami. causing the documents on the desk to flutter without wind and ripples to form on the surface of the teacup. 5 gold-red spiritual patterns faintly appeared on Lu Jin's neck. The oppressive aura of the 5th stage of the Spirit King realm left everyone gasping for breath. The 20-plus male students simultaneously felt their knees weaken, with some of the weaker ones collapsing to the ground. The office fell into an eerie silence. Li Haonan's face turned ashen. "You dare lay a hand on me." All the male students in the school are watching. Encouraged by Li Haonan's bravado, the boys rallied together. "That's right. Senior Li did nothing wrong. Aren't you afraid of our collective withdrawal? That would be a teaching incident. As the saying goes, the law does not penalize the crowd." With all the male students gathered, they believed Lu Jin, the new principal, would not dare to provoke their wrath. "Are you all voluntarily supporting Li Haonan?" Lu Jin inquired. "Of course. Senior Li is respectful to the elderly and caring for the young, valuing teachers and helping others. On what grounds do you expel him?" A rotund male student shouted defiantly. The male student named Yi Fan, much like Li Haonan, was similarly deemed of inadequate talent and subsequently enrolled in Shanghai Academy. "Indeed. It appears you are driven by personal vendetta." Another student, Xiaoyan, jeered. Lu Jin let out a cold snort, casting a sweeping glance at the group of boys, his lips curling into a perilous smile. "Play the surveillance footage from 10 minutes ago in front of Building 2. "Understood, Master," the mechanical girl responded, her eyes projecting a holographic image. In the footage, Li Haonan was seen distributing money to his underlings, 500 spirit coins each. "You all better perform well. Anyone who falters will face dire consequences." The boys were left dumbfounded, their backs drenched in sweat. They had not anticipated the principal's cunning nature, even going so far as to check the surveillance. "Dear students, you have violated school regulations, bribery and coercion of fellow students, bullying, inciting disturbances, and threatening faculty members are all strictly prohibited." Lu Jin's lips curled upward, yet there was no mirth in his eyes. Li Haonan broke into a cold sweat, but soon straightened his posture. "So what? Do you dare punish us all?" A tall male student scoffed. "What a violating school rules. It amounts to nothing more than a warning. After a semester, we'll all be right as rain again. If you expel Li Haonan, we will all withdraw from the academy," a rotund student proclaimed triumphantly. "Yes, if you dare expel us, we will dare to leave. Do you have the courage?" Another echoed. "Preposterous. Do you truly believe that without your few selves, Shanghai Academy would come to a standstill?" Lu Jin suddenly pressed the red button on the desk. "Activate the broadcast. Principal, the school-wide announcement has been initiated," were stated, her lips quivering slightly. In the next moment, Lu Jin seized the microphone, his authoritative voice resonating throughout the campus. "I hereby announce the immediate expulsion of Li Haonan and 23 other male students. All male students are to vacate the premises within 1 hour." Chapter 13. Punishment of Su Mingming. What? Upon hearing this regulation, Lu Shuang, who was in class, widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. What is the principal doing? Has he completely lost his mind? Modification of school regulations, new regulation, expulsion of all male students, degree of absurdity. Rating, noteworthy. Reward distribution, 10 Yu Sui Ning Lu, upon consumption. This assists spiritual warriors in rapidly accumulating vast amounts of spiritual power, sufficient to break through current realm bottlenecks. However, this potion contains the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Upon second consumption, its efficacy diminishes by 90%, rendering it nearly useless. As the announcement concluded, all male students turned pale. Even Lin Xiaoyu, standing nearby, wore a face of shock. What about the principle of collective accountability? What of the promise of leniency? 500 spirit coins, and it turns out to be a buy one get one free expulsion package? This was a grievous loss indeed. The expressions of all the male students turned ashen, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Lu Jin surveyed the assembly of male students before him, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he pronounced their fates. "You, Xiaoyan, are you not? And you Yifan, yes? Furthermore, you, Chen Ping'an, Tang San, and Hanli, each of you is hereby expelled. Now be gone." "Principal, are you intentionally trying to frighten us?" a chubby-faced boy exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his features as his expression shifted erratically. Lu Jin, unfazed, took a sip of goji berry tea. "Frighten you? Huh. I assure you, I possess no such inclination. You are all expelled, do you comprehend? From this day forth, our Star Sea Academy shall no longer require male students. At this proclamation, panic ensued among the boys, with some even dropping to their knees, clutching his legs and weeping profusely. Principal, I acknowledge my mistakes. I swear it shall not happen again. Others resorted to bowing their heads, pleading, please grant me another chance. My parents will subject me to a brutal reckoning. There shall be no second chances. Lu Jin smiled faintly. Your remorse stems not from genuine contrition, but rather from the realization of your impending expulsion. If regret held any weight, why then do we require school regulations? Lu Jin. Li Haonan suddenly rose, his face flushed with indignation. My father is the chairman of the 4-star group. Do you understand? Annoyed, Lu Jin waved his hand dismissively. Call his father. Upon connection, Lu Jin wasted no time in launching an onslaught of verbal reproach. Park Dangwon, your son is causing a ruckus in my office with over 20 others. What do you propose we do about this? On the other end, a torrent of furious expletives in Korean erupted. I cannot comprehend such barking, Lu Jin retorted, tossing the phone to Li Haonan. You can explain it to your father. Li Haonan, trembling as he grasped the phone, stammered. Father, we've been expelled. You incompetent fool. You cannot even manage this trivial matter. Return at once. The bellowing voice on the line was audible to those nearby, shattering the dignity of the 4-star group. After ending the call, Li Haonan appeared pale. His hands clenched tightly. How dared this impoverished principal oppose the 4-star group? Why are you still here? Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. In a fit of desperation, Li Haonan lunged at him with a ferocity born of desperation. I'll take you on. With lightning reflexes, Lu Jin executed a swift kick, striking Li Haonan in the abdomen with tremendous force. The impact, infused with the terrifying might of the Spirit King realm, sent the young scion hurtling backward, skidding several meters down the corridor before coming to a halt. Li Haonan curled up on the ground, retching violently. Can you withstand the power of 20 years of mastery? Lu Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an aura of formidable spiritual pressure emanating from him. 5 golden-red spiritual patterns subtly visible at his neck. He cast a cold gaze over the now silent boys. Does anyone else have objections to the new regulations? Now is the time to speak. The corridor fell into an oppressive silence. Excellent, Lu Jin remarked, gently brushing off his sleeves. Remove this wretched cur. We wouldn't want him tarnishing my floor. The boys, as if granted a reprieve, hastily lifted the unconscious Li Haonan and carried him away. At the entrance of the teaching building, Su Mingming, anxiously awaiting news, was taken aback upon witnessing the scene before her. She hurriedly rushed forward, exclaiming in astonishment, Haonan, what happened? Weren't you supposed to stir up trouble? Why is it only you who is injured? Li Haonan, with a weary expression, replied, Aunt, that wretched Lu Jin, he won't fall for this trick. How infuriating. Su Mingming, incensed, stamped her feet. However, since she had already been expelled by Lu Jin, she felt reluctant to confront him. This is partly my fault. A few days ago, Su Shueji transferred schools, which must have been quite a shock for him. He is in a foul mood right now. Didn't you just walk into a hornet's nest? Su Mingming bit her silver teeth and remarked. What should we do now? Li Haonan asked, his face filled with despair. Suddenly, Su Mingming chuckled lightly, rest assured. Without the investment from the 4-star group, Shanghai Academy's funds will be insufficient to sustain its operations. In due time, Lu Jin will undoubtedly bow down and apologize. We just need to wait. Indeed, the boys began to carry Li Haonan away. Just then, Su Mingming. Lu Jin's icy voice echoed from behind. Su Mingming shuddered, forcing herself to turn around with an air of composure. What is it? Has Principal Lu finally come to apologize? I truly admire the imagination of some people. Lu Jin, with one hand in his pocket and the other shaking a document, revealed a damning record of Su Mingming's embezzlement. 5 million lingbai. His tone was eerily calm. This is enough to land you in prison for a decade. The smile on Su Mingming's face instantly vanished. Why you're talking nonsense? Her voice trembled, yet she struggled to maintain her defiance. Stop slandering me. Lu Jin threw the document at her face. The evidence is right here. Did you really think I was powerless against you? Su Mingming, in a fit of fury, retorted, this is undoubtedly fabricated. Lu Jin, how could you stoop to such underhanded tactics against me? Lu Jin chuckled lightly and pulled out his phone to dial the education department. Oh, so you're stubborn, are you? Let's see what the education department has to say about this. Su Mingming's face drained of color. She certainly did not wish to spend her remaining days in prison. More and more students gathered around, whispering like a rising tide. What is happening? Why is Teacher Su clashing with the principal? I heard she incited trouble and embezzled school funds, and now Principal Lu has caught her red-handed. Is that true? She seems so gentle on the outside, yet is involved in such serious misdeeds behind the scenes. Someone raised their phone to secretly record the incident, and the flash flickered through the crowd. Su Mingming abruptly turned around, her gaze slicing through the crowd as she shouted, "What are you filming? Get lost." But no one moved. Lu Jin coldly observed her outburst, lightly gliding his fingertip across the phone screen. "Hello, Education Department? I have new evidence regarding the financial issues at Shanghai Academy." Wait. Su Mingming could no longer hold her composure. She lunged forward, attempting to snatch the phone. But Lu Jin sidestepped her. She stumbled and nearly fell flat on her face. "Lu Jin." Her voice emerged almost as a whisper, strained through clenched teeth. "Must you be so ruthless?" Lu Jin gazed down at her, his eyes icy. "Su Mingming, I offered you a chance. You have driven yourself to this dead end." A jolt of realization struck Su Mingming. She understood that Lu Jin intended to sever all ties with her, eliminating any prospect of reconciliation. How had it come to this? In her panic, her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the floor, her carefully crafted makeup smeared by tears. "Principal Lu, I was wrong. Please grant me another opportunity." Given the circumstances, with the embezzlement scandal laid bare, she could no longer afford to maintain her dignity and had to resort to desperate measures for survival. Lu Jin's gaze was piercing. It was either immediate repayment or incarceration. "Principal Lu, I implore you." She raised her tear-filled eyes to him, her voice suddenly softening. I can repay you in other ways." Her fingers slowly traced along Lu Jin's arm, her crimson lips biting gently. "You know I have always admired you." Lu Jin's expression hardened, stepping back to evade her touch. "Su Mingming," he said, his voice laced with undisguised disdain, "to utter such words in front of so many students is beneath you." He added coldly, "Let the education department and the police handle this." With a scoff, he commanded, "Take her away." Su Mingming clung desperately to his leg, weeping like a broken flower. "No. I was wrong, Principal Lu." Lu Jin disdainfully shook his leg, but she clung on more tightly, resembling a human pendant. Lin Xiaoyu, Lu Xiaoxiao, at his limit. He summoned reinforcements. Personnel from the education department arrived promptly at the school gate to escort her away. They swiftly approached, one on each side, lifting Su Mingming as if she were a sack of potatoes, dragging her toward the exit. Despite her struggles, her feet flailed wildly, creating a scene that was almost comical. "I want to go. Lu Jin, you are heartless. You are being unreasonable." The students watching murmured among themselves. Lu Jin rubbed his temples, letting out a long sigh. Another day of cleansing the campus environment. Chapter 14, Guardian Spirit of the School. A teddy bear as he watched Su Mingming escorted away by the education department. Lu Jin returned to his office. Sipping tea, he exhaled deeply. With Su Mingming, this malignant tumor, finally eradicated, he could breathe easier. However, other faculty members exhibited varying degrees of misappropriation of funds, though significantly less severe than Su Mingming's actions. They too deserve punishment. Recollecting his thoughts, Lu Jin opened the system panel to review the rewards he had just acquired. The grade assessment was quite satisfactory. The Jade Fluid, a 9th-grade mystical essence, could assist martial practitioners below the Spirit Emperor realm in breaking through a minor level. Without hesitation, Lu Jin took a bottle of Jade Fluid and drank it down. Instantly, a warm stream of spiritual energy coursed down his throat into his dantian, transforming into a surging torrent of power that surged through his limbs. His aura escalated steadily, and the spiritual energy within him boiled. Ultimately, a golden-red spiritual pattern manifested on his neck before swiftly vanishing. Spirit King Realm, 6 patterns, breakthrough. Lu Jin opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. A slight smile gracing his lips. What a treasure! However, as he prepared to consume another vial, he suddenly noticed a system notification. The Jade Dew Elixir contains the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The efficacy will diminish by 90% upon the second use, rendering it nearly ineffective. TSK. Indeed, there are limitations. Lu Jin smacked his lips and then revealed a mischievous grin. In that case, the remaining elixirs shall serve as rewards. With a grand gesture, he gathered the remaining Jade Dew Elixirs into his possession. From this day forth, the Jade Dew Elixir would be regarded as the highest accolade of the Academy, awarded solely to those students and teachers who excel the most. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of high heels, Lu Shuiying entered with a grave expression, her lips parting as she spoke. "Principal, I heard you have expelled all the male students. Indeed, Lu Jin replied, I detest being coerced by others. They were a detrimental influence and had to be removed. But what about the subject evaluations? Lu Shuang said anxiously. What if they inquire about it? On the contrary, Lu Jin interjected, the absence of these troublemakers will actually benefit the order of our school. Suddenly lifting his gaze, he gently tapped his fingers on the desk. Director Lu, what are the specific criteria for the Ministry of Education's subject evaluations? Now that the troublesome students had been dealt with, it was time to confront the more formidable challenge of the subject evaluations. Lu Shuang hesitated for a moment, her red lips parting. Primarily, they will assess the student's appearance and demeanor, the quality of teaching, and the school's infrastructure. She paused, her voice unconsciously lowering a notch, especially the teaching standards of the instructors. That is the crux of the matter. The number of teachers at Shanghai Academy is already limited, and their quality varies widely. If the evaluation fails, we could face forced resource restructuring. A glint flashed in Lu Jin's eyes, a cold smile curving his lips. Very well, let us address each point systematically. He rose, his tall figure casting a shadow against the floor-to-ceiling window. Notify everyone. At 11:30 a.m., in conference room 301, we will hold an impromptu teaching evaluation briefing. Those absent will be treated as having resigned automatically. All teachers must attend. Lu Shuang blinked her beautiful eyes. Are you convening the entire faculty meeting? Lu Jin turned, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looked at her. Firstly, to assess the teaching standards. Secondly, I have only recently assumed this position, and many teachers are yet to know me. It is a perfect opportunity for in-depth communication with everyone. A flutter of apprehension stirred in Lu Shuang's heart. This was not mere communication. It was clearly a warning to the staff. She nodded discreetly. Understood, Principal. Observing Lu Jin's steadfast demeanor, Lu Shuang couldn't help but press her lips together, their color reminiscent of red bean paste. Lu Jin's methods were sharper than she had anticipated. She could only wonder whether such tactics could indeed revive Shanghai Academy. Teacher Lu performed admirably. This is for you. Lu Jin produced a vial of jade dew elixir and handed it to Lu Shuang. This should aid in enhancing your cultivation. Lu Shuang was momentarily taken aback, hastily catching the object, her eyes sparkling with joy. Is this truly chrysoprase dew? How did you come by it, Principal? It was a gift from someone else. Lu Jin replied. You have been stuck at the 4-pattern level of the Spirit King realm for several months now. Haven't you? Yes, Lu Shuang said, gently biting her lip, her fluffy cat ears quivering slightly. But why would you bestow such an expensive gift upon me? Lu Jin had already returned to his office chair, the reflection from his glasses obscuring his gaze. According to Article 72 of the school regulations, I am obliged to assist teachers in enhancing their abilities. You are an outstanding educator at our school, exceptionally capable. Thus the application of this rule is warranted. That's untrue, Lu Shuang murmured, touching the vial. There was no such article in the regulations. She had just reviewed the latest version yesterday. Drink it now, Lu Jin commanded without lifting his head. Let us see if you can break through. All right, Lu Shuang obediently nodded. She twisted off the cap and tilted her head back to drink the potion. Contrary to her expectations, the anticipated bitter taste did not manifest. Instead, it was a refreshing flavor akin to sweet yogurt. The medicinal power coursed through her body like a warm current, making her involuntarily emit a soft hum, her tail curling into a wave-like shape. Suddenly, the most sensitive tip of her tail brushed against a warm object, and upon closer inspection, she realized it had unknowingly wrapped around Lu Jin's wrist. Oh no, she thought, attempting to retract her tail, only to have Lu Jin grasp it firmly. Don't move, he said, his thumb gently stroking the fur at the tip of her tail. I will help you break through. With that, a warm surge of spiritual energy flowed into Lu Shuang's body. Her cheeks flushed, for a cat demon. Having the tip of her tail caressed was akin to a human being softly massaged at the nape of their neck, leaving her feeling utterly relaxed. Principal. She tried to protest, but her voice came out soft and almost like a plea. Lu Jin suddenly pressed the pad of his finger against a specific acupoint at the base of her tail. Lu Shuang gasped, her vision exploding into a burst of white light. This was the sign of a breakthrough. Violet spiritual energy erupted from within her, coalescing at her neck to form the 5th spiritual pattern. Indeed, Lu Jin released his grip, observing as the spiritual pattern gradually stabilized. You should have advanced long ago. It was merely a lack of spiritual energy that held you back. Still enveloped in the dizziness of her newly connected spiritual veins, Lu Shuang softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Principal. Without this potion, I would have needed at least another 6 months. Not at all. It was the least I could do. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to discuss them with me, Lu Jin replied with a smile. Lu Shuang composed herself, her face still tinged with lingering crimson as she exited the office. The recent encounter solidified one certainty for her. The person who had previously rescued her was undoubtedly him. His manner of petting a cat was strikingly similar. Lu Jin took a sip of tea and turned to the mechanical girl beside him. Vale, please access the staff roster of Shanghai Academy. Understood, Principal, Vale replied expressionlessly, gently nodding as a new projection emanated from her eyes. The roster of faculty members at the Starry Sea Advanced Academy comprises 9 individuals. President, Lu Jinling, a 6th-rank Spirit King, age 25. Director of Education and Spirit Control Instructor, Lu Shuang, a 5th-rank Spirit King, age 27. Director of Moral Education, Lu Xingyao, age 29, with unknown cultivation level. Martial Arts Instructor, Zhang Guangdao, a 9th-rank Spirit King, age 40. Elemental Studies Instructor, Shen Manting, a 3rd-rank Spirit King, aged 21. Director and Instructor of Elixirs and Artifacts, Yao Wuhan, a 9th-rank Spirit King, aged 68. Illusion Studies Instructor, None. Physical Education Teacher and Logistics Department Director, Wang Xiaoqiang, a 5th-rank Spirit King, aged 33. Assistant to the President and Finance Instructor, Wire, possessing no cultivation. A Mechanical Creation, aged 105. Guardian Spirit Beast and Security, Teddy, a 4th-rank Spirit Master, aged 5. Lu Jinling stroked his chin in contemplation and suddenly perceived an inconsistency. He forcefully tapped the image of Teddy displayed in the projection. What does this creature qualify as a faculty member? Our academy, even in its direst state, cannot count a dog among its staff. Wire's beautiful eyes flickered momentarily as she calmly responded. According to Article 37 of the Regulations for the Management of Advanced Spiritual Academies, every institution must be equipped with a guardian spirit beast. However, guardian spirit beasts are exceedingly rare and costly. This Teddy is merely a stray dog that has been absorbing spiritual energy for an extended period, thus possessing a degree of spiritual intelligence. Wait a moment. Lu Jinling's forehead throbbed as he abruptly interrupted her. Where was our guardian spirit beast during the commotion in the auditorium yesterday? In the auditorium yesterday, Lu Jinling had instructed the security personnel to expel individuals from the Sky Martial High School, yet not even a single hair was seen. This caused him considerable embarrassment at that moment. Wire's eyes glimmered with rapidly scrolling data, retrieving yesterday's surveillance footage. A moment later, the screen flickered to reveal a glossy, brown-haired Teddy energetically engaged with a small white dog atop the stone lion at the school gate, the dog's tail creating an afterimage. Beside them stood a wooden sign, in action, do not disturb. With a resounding clap, Lu Jinling slammed his palm against the desk. Engaging in such activities during working hours is an affront to my authority as president. We must rectify the faculty roster. Starting with this dog, he stated coolly, notify the logistics department to withhold its dog food for 6 months and arrange for sterilization. Chapter 15. Let us settle this here to avoid further complications. Understood, Master. Wire nodded slightly. Lu Jinling's fingertips lingered over the faculty roster, his brow furrowing. What is the situation with Lu Xingyao? He paused in his perusal of the documents. Why do I lack her detailed information? Wire lowered her gaze, her voice steady. Teacher Lu Xingyao reached the 9th rank of Spirit King 2 years ago. Her current strength remains indeterminate. 9th rank Spirit King? Lu Jinling's fingertips trembled, his expression perplexed. Why would such a formidable individual deign to serve in our academy? A prodigy capable of attaining the 9th rank by the age of 29 could easily ascend to a directorial position at Sky Martial High School. What could possibly compel her to join a second-tier academy? Wire gently shook her head. The specific reasons remain unknown. However, as far as I am aware, she possesses an obsession with video games, and due to the cultivation technique known as the Xian E9 Transformations Heart Sutra, her growth has stagnated, causing her physical development to gradually decelerate. After the age of 14, her appearance ceased to evolve. Now, though she has reached the age of 29, she still possesses the visage of a youthful maiden, standing at a mere 1.5 meters tall, often mistaken for an elementary school student. Lu Jin remained silent for a moment before slowly closing the file. Intriguing indeed. Time moved to 11:30. Lu Shuang messaged on her phone. Principal. All teachers have gathered in conference room 30. Offering a brief reply, Lu Jin took his thermos and headed to the office building's conference room 30. Inside, all the faculty members of Shanghai Academy were present. A robust teacher was grumbling. Has the new principal lost his mind? Expelling so many students. Who will compensate me for my teaching fees? Keep it down, interjected a black-skinned vixen in hot pants, casually igniting a cigarette with a flicker of fire from her fingertips. She is the one who dares to confront even the four-star group. We could easily find ourselves expelled without a second thought. A hoarse cough emanated from the corner. An elderly man with white hair stroked his beard and remarked solemnly, "When I was refining medicine, this young pup was still nursing. Within less than a week, he has turned Shanghai Academy into a chaotic mess." New officials always start with a bang. A lean and capable teacher, arms crossed against the wall, exhibited musculature like chiseled stone beneath the black training attire, with a dragon tattoo on his neck rising and falling with each breath. In my opinion, he merely seeks to assert his presence. Let him wreak havoc, after all. Shanghai Academy has little time left. Enough of this noise. Suddenly, a teacher who appeared no older than 10 years old spoke, silencing the room instantly. At first glance, this petite teacher, with an adorably youthful face, donned a white shirt adorned with cartoon cats and a denim overall skirt, a strawberry-flavored lollipop lodged in her mouth. With her legs crossed, she gently swung her feet, the delicate toes adorned with crystal sandals. Could we not keep it down? What kind of foolish principal makes us hold a meeting in the middle of the day? She mumbled, her eyes never straying from the handheld gaming device in her grasp. Her thumbs raced across the buttons, twin ponytails swaying with her movements. Lu Shuang, who had remained silent until now, furrowed her brow slightly. "Teacher Lu, please put that down. The principal will be here shortly. What do I care? Just a mere fifth-tier spiritual king, unworthy even to lick my feet," Lu Xingyao huffed, continuing her game. Suddenly, a major attack occurred, causing her to sit upright, her sandal clattering to the floor. "Oh no, I died again." She stepped barefoot onto the ground, her delicate toes curling slightly in anxiety. At that moment, the door to the conference room was flung open with a loud bang. Lu Xingyao and Lu Jin found themselves face to face, their eyes locked in a silent stare. The atmosphere in the conference room became palpably tense. "It seems I have arrived at an inopportune time," Lu Jin remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, a blend of amusement and irony. Lu Xingyao leisurely retracted her feet, crossing her legs anew, her sandals swaying delicately from her toes. She thought to herself, as long as she was aware. Without lifting her head, she commenced another round of the game, urging for the reprimand to be swift, as her dungeon was nearly complete. Lu Shuang's cat ears quivered restlessly, while the other teachers displayed expressions of amusement. Who among them was unaware that Lu Xingyao was the youngest spirit emperor in the academy? Though she appeared youthful, her prowess was formidable and her temperament eccentric, with a capricious nature that had led her to inadvertently crush a spirit king beneath her foot. No one dared to provoke her. Now, with Lu Jin's recent arrival resulting in an embarrassing setback, the principal's dignity was undoubtedly in tatters. Yet, Lu Jin approached Lu Xingyao unhurriedly, glancing at her screen and inquiring, "You also play Yuan Shen? Have you hit a snag at level 97? A smile played on his lips as he raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, Lu Xingyao's fingers stilled. She lifted her gaze, her round eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. "How do you know?" Lu Jin replied with a subtle smile. "Before you stands a master of level 999 in Yuan Shen. I can share with you the secret to clearing this level." Lu Xingyao's eyes sparkled, and she finally set aside her gaming device, standing barefoot on her chair. "What are the terms? Please, tell me." She had been stuck at level 97 for a month, hindering her cultivation progress. It was no exaggeration to say that failure to advance could destabilize her Dao heart in the future. With a slight lift of his lips, Lu Jin remarked, "It's quite simple. You need only maintain decorum during the meeting." Lu Xingyao scrutinized Lu Jin's face for 3 seconds before breaking into a wide grin, revealing her small canine teeth. "Deal." Lu Jin, maintaining his composure, stepped back and turned to the other teachers. "Now, shall we commence the meeting?" 8 pairs of eyes turned toward him in unison. This principal, appearing youthful, had surprisingly adept means, having so easily won over Lu Xingyao. Seated at the head of the table, he clasped his hands, his gentle gaze sweeping across the conference room. "I believe many of you have met me already. I am the new principal, Lu Jin. I kindly ask each of you to introduce yourselves briefly." A sudden silence enveloped the air. To the left of the conference table, a pair of ebony cat ears perked up. Lu Shuang, her amber eyes glimmering, spoke with a slight tremor in her red lips. "Hello, Principal. I am Lu Shuang, the Director of Education and a spirit manipulation instructor at the 5th level of Spirit King." "Ah," Lu Jin nodded with a smile, shifting his gaze to the right towards a sensuously dressed beauty. "Elemental System Instructor Shin Manting." The dark-skinned vixen on the right rested her chin on her hand, her tan legs crossed beneath her shorts, her red nails tapping a delicate rhythm on the table as she languidly added, "I am at the 3rd level of Spirit King." Shin Manting was adept in fire-based spiritual techniques and, having mastered the formidable Frenzied Inferno Sutra, had once slain a Spirit King, earning her the moniker of Shin the Demoness. In this world where strength reigned supreme, spirit warriors transcended mundane laws, and their every action could cause mountains to quake. Life and death became mere trifles. The vanquished perish, while the victors endure. Such is the decree of fate, beyond the reach of human commentary. Even when one party meets their demise, they can only resign themselves to misfortune. However, this does not imply that spiritual warriors can act with impunity. To prevent the emergence of antisocial spiritual practitioners akin to those from the homeland, the Xian Kingdom established the Bureau of Spiritual Energy Regulation a century ago, specifically tasked with restraining such behaviors. To the right of Shin Mantai, a muscular man with arms crossed, his athletic attire accentuating his exaggerated physique, was Wang Xiaoqiang, the physical education teacher and head of logistics. He was a spirit king of 5 patterns. As he spoke, the conference table trembled slightly, causing the water in the cup to ripple. The physical education classes at the Spiritual Energy Academy differ from ordinary physical education. They are a mandatory course for every department. Beyond conventional physical training, they place greater emphasis on the integration of spiritual power and physical techniques. For instance, when students specializing in fire elements sprint 100 meters, they might spontaneously ignite, prompting the teacher to stand at the finish line with a fire extinguisher at the ready. Thus, the role of the physical education teacher in guiding students to balance spiritual energy and physical prowess is indeed significant. A burly man with a scarred face broke into a grin, a jagged scar stretching from his left eye down to his chin. Zhang Dao, a teacher from the martial arts department. He paused momentarily, a flicker of crimson flashing in his eyes, a spirit king of 9 patterns. Zhang Dao is one of the most seasoned instructors at Shanghai Academy, a martial arts enthusiast, and notably a fervent admirer of the Chopper character from One Piece. With whispers circulating that he had inflicted the scar upon himself, albeit slightly more exaggerated than intended. At that moment, an emaciated elder cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "I am Yao Wuchun, a teacher from the alchemy department. I have met the principal." His power was that of a spirit king, also of 9 patterns. Yao Wuchun is the most venerable teacher at Shanghai Academy, highly respected and well-versed in the art of alchemy. Approaching 70 years of age, he should have retired long ago, yet he remains due to the lack of successors. Lastly, there was Lu Xingyao, who was chewing on a lollipop, reclining in her chair, swinging her sandals, and casually remarking, "I am Lu Xingyao, the Director of Moral Education," adding somewhat indistinctly, "a spirit emperor of 2 patterns." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew slightly tense. Teacher Lu had already ascended to the realm of spirit emperor. How impressive! Shin Mantai's eyes widened in awe. Zhang Dao chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Compared to you prodigies, we have become quite the jest." Lu Jin's expression remained inscrutable, his gaze lingering on each teacher for a moment before he spoke. "Thank you, esteemed teachers, for your introductions. As you are all aware, Shanghai Academy is facing a crisis of closure." He surveyed the room, his clear voice commanding attention. "From today onwards, in an effort to save Shanghai Academy, I shall implement a new school regulation each day. I implore you all to ensure the students adhere to them." As his words resonated, a subtle restlessness permeated the conference room. Just as Lu Jin lifted his gaze, he heard a soft chuckle. The new principal appears youthful, yet possesses considerable cunning. Shin Manting twirled the spark between her fingertips, her crimson lips curving into a mocking smile. "Surely, you are aware that the school's regulations were established by the founding principal and have endured for a century. How could they be altered on a whim?" Yao Wuhan leisurely stroked his beard, stating, "The academy is currently in a tumultuous period, necessitating an experienced helmsman. I heard the principal is merely 25 years old." Wang Xiaoqiang deliberately reclined his chair, his muscular arms crossed over his chest. I've been a physical education teacher at the academy for a decade. How can a mere child dictate new rules? Moreover, I've heard we still lack 2 students at the 3rd-tier Spirit Master level, rendering us unable to register for this year's ability assessments. As principal, you bear responsibility. Lu Jin, unhurriedly twisting open his thermos, remained impassive amidst the rising steam. Indeed, my age is quite young, he conceded, taking a sip of tea, but Teacher Shin should be aware that last year, 37 students from the elemental department failed their entrance assessments, a figure that ranks at the bottom across all departments. Shin Manting's expression darkened, silencing her. Teacher Yao is correct. The academy requires experience. Lu Jin turned to the elder. However, the alchemy department has failed to produce a single decent mystic grade elixir for 3 consecutive years. Surely, that cannot merely be attributed to a lack of experience. Yao Wuhan's cough abruptly ceased. As for Teacher Wang, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon Wang's bulging forearms. The equipment purchased by the logistics department last year cost 3 times the market price. I am quite curious about the whereabouts of the excess funds. The conference room fell eerily silent. Wang Xiaoqiang's face flushed crimson, veins protruding on his thick neck. The school hasn't paid salaries for 3 months. What is wrong with reclaiming what is rightfully mine? Lu Jin's expression remained unchanged. Your salaries will be disbursed shortly, but should I discover any unauthorized appropriation of public funds, I shall impose severe penalties. In a corner of the conference room, Lu Xingyao, who had been swinging her feet, suddenly froze, shrinking into her chair in guilt. Have you been investigating us secretly? Shin Manting's finely arched brows knitted together, her exquisite features displaying displeasure. Lu Jin extracted a stack of reports from a folder. I merely fulfilled the duties of a principal. Shanghai Academy currently faces insufficient enrollment, financial shortages, and a tarnished reputation. Do you all believe that continuing to go through the motions will resolve these issues? Such words were easy to utter. Shin Manting crossed her arms. Do you realize how much energy it takes to effect such changes? Therefore, starting today, I shall announce a new school rule each day, Lu Jin declared, closing the documents. I hope that from this day forth, none of you will question the authority of the principal. Huh. Wang Xiaoqiang abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Do you think a few words from you can compel us to submit? Teacher Wang, I can readily submit evidence of procurement kickbacks to the education department. Lu Jin stated calmly. However, I would prefer to see you direct that effort towards legitimate pursuits. Wang Xiaoqiang's complexion shifted from red to white, then to a shade of green. You don't think that just because you occupy the principal's position, you can dictate to us. In Shanghai Academy, strength is the ultimate truth. Lu Jin's lips curled slightly. What Teacher Wang said is true. Strength is the ultimate truth. It seems you doubt my abilities. Wang Xiaoqiang scoffed derisively, casting a disdainful glance at him. A mere spirit king of 5 patterns. Who among us is not superior? You're just a gilded young master, propped up by your family, who dares to dictate here. Wang Xiaoqiang fancied himself a paragon among his peers, both in experience and talent. Naturally, being reprimanded publicly by a youth in his early 20s was a blow to his pride. Lu Jin lifted his gaze, a smile still gracing his lips. How about a friendly spar? Wang Xiaoqiang paused, then retorted with a cold laugh. All right, after work, on the playground. He was a genuine spirit king of 5 patterns, having honed his physique for years, his physical strength far exceeding that of his peers. Even if he couldn't completely overpower Lu Jin, he was confident it would be a challenging experience for him. Why complicate matters? Lu Jin casually brushed off his sleeve. Responding nonchalantly, let us do it right here, to avoid any inconvenience. Chapter 16. Establishing authority in the conference room. What? The entire conference room fell into a state of stunned silence. In the presence of all the academy's senior officials, this new principal dared to be so audacious? Lu Shuang's cat ears perked up instantly as she rose abruptly. The principal was merely joking. Her amber eyes narrowed slightly. Moreover, the academy's rules had never mandated that the principal must be stronger than the teachers. Should he falter here, Lu Jin would forever lose his credibility. Yao Wuhan's frail fingers pressed against the table. Young man, think carefully. His hoarse voice carried a warning. He did not wish to see the century-old academy crumble due to reckless enthusiasm. Yet Lu Jin slowly unfastened his cufflinks. I am quite clear-headed. He raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades. Teacher Wang, please proceed. Let me witness your strength. Very well. Wang Xiaoqiang's muscles swelled, his sportswear tearing apart with a resounding rip, revealing his bronze skin shimmering with a metallic sheen. The oppressive aura of a spirit king of 5 patterns cascaded down like a mountain, thickening the air within the conference room. Boom. The teachers were unable to intervene in time. Wang Xiaoqiang roared, his right fist cutting through the air with a thunderous sound aimed directly at Lu Jin's face. This punch could shatter a small mountain, and the force distorted the air into ripples. Lu Jin raised his left hand. Bang! After a muffled thud, the conference room plunged into silence. Wang Xiaoqiang's iron fist halted just 3 inches from Lu Jin's nose, firmly caught by a slender hand. Where their fists met, an invisible shockwave radiated outward, scattering the documents on the table. A spirit king of 6 patterns? Yao Wuhan stared at the 6 crimson gold stripes on Lu Jin's neck, his murky eyes suddenly constricting. So he had broken through. No wonder the principal was so confident. The distinctions between the realms of spiritual warriors were rigorously defined, and even a slight difference in realm could lead to overwhelming dominance. Lu Jin merely pushed lightly with his hand. Bang! Wang Xiaoqiang's robust body was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing violently against the conference room wall. He lowered his gaze to his swollen and contorted fist, his bronze visage etched with astonishment. Come again. With his eyes aflame, he let out a fierce roar, his muscles swelling dramatically. As dark crimson patterns emerged on his skin, the manifestation of his ultimate body refinement technique, the frenzied blood battle body, a 5th-tier technique of the Xian rank. Once unleashed, it could instantaneously elevate his physical strength by 80%. Kneel before me, he bellowed, his right fist infused with turbulent spiritual energy, striking directly at Lu Jin's face. Yet, Lu Jin merely lifted his gaze slightly, a faint golden luminescence glimmering at his fingertips. Buzz! An invisible wave surged forth, and the spiritual energy enveloping Wang Xiaoqiang's fist dissipated like melting snow in an instant. Furthermore, the circulation of spiritual energy within his body seemed to be abruptly severed by some terrifying force. The flow within his meridians came to a jarring halt, rendering him as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Thud! Without the support of spiritual energy, Wang Xiaoqiang's knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground, his complexion pallid as parchment. In disbelief, he raised his head, only to find Lu Jin still standing there, his hair undisturbed. A profound silence enveloped the room. Yao Wuhan's frail hand gently pressed downwards, a wave of gentle spiritual energy guiding Wang Xiaoqiang back to his seat. Enough, sit down. The murky depths of his eyes gleamed with clarity. You cannot withstand the principal's prowess. With a sullen expression, Wang Xiaoqiang seated himself, his knuckles turning white from the pressure of his grip. Yao Wuhan rose slowly, his expansive robe billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. In the realm of spiritual kings, I stand at the 6th pattern. His raspy voice bore the gravity of age. I, an elder of the 9th pattern, do not dare to act recklessly here. What insights do you possess, Teacher Yao? Lu Jin's expression remained unchanged. Principal, with all due respect, the issues plaguing the academy cannot be resolved by mere regulations. A lack of student enrollment, financial constraints, and the aftermath of the Su Shueji incident have tarnished the academy's reputation. Teacher Yao, Lu Jin's voice cut through his objections. There is no need for further elaboration. I assure you, in 3 months' time, our school will undoubtedly secure 1st place in the abilities assessment. As for the 2 students of the 3rd pattern in the spiritual master realm, I will cultivate them shortly. As his words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room. Aside from Lu Xingyao, who was asleep on the table, the other teachers exchanged glances, their expressions rife with skepticism. Achieving 1st place in the abilities assessment implied defeating Sangqiong Martial Academy, an endeavor as daunting as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Moreover, how could 2 students of the 3rd pattern be nurtured within just 2 days? Words alone hold no weight, Shen Manting remarked, her slender fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Principal Lu, if you fail to deliver, should you not resign in shame? Resign in shame? Lu Jin's lips curled slightly, though no mirth shone in his eyes. This is my school. The notion of resigning in shame does not pertain to me. If we fail to attain 1st place in the abilities assessment, I shall dismiss each one of you present and reconstitute the faculty. What? Shen Manting's pupils dilated, her delicate features frozen in shock, her crimson lips parting slightly. Did you not assert that we would secure 1st place in the assessment? Why must we resign if we do not meet the expectations? Indeed, this is excessively domineering. Someone whispered in agreement. The principal will naturally fulfill his responsibilities, but ultimately, you are the educators guiding the students. Lu Jin smiled faintly, stating, "If your teaching standards are lacking, what purpose would it serve to keep you here?" As his words lingered, an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room. Yao Wuhan's expression froze, a testament to the gravity of Lu Jin's remark. Most of the teachers present were of mediocre talent, some even burdened by unknown pasts, aside from Shanghai Academy. There was no other refuge for them within the educational sphere. Faced with Lu Jin's threat, they found themselves bereft of the courage to retort. Noticing the silence, Lu Jin casually adjusted his cuff, his gaze sweeping over the various expressions of the teachers, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Since there are no objections, let us proceed to the exhilarating reward segment. With a flick of his fingers, a crystal vial materialized, hovering in the center of the conference table. The liquid within shimmered like a flowing river of stars, emanating an exhilarating wave of spiritual energy. 9th tier, Xian grade, essence of jade. Lu Jin's tone was nonchalant, as if discussing the day's lunch. This can assist spiritual warriors below the spiritual emperor realm in breaking through a minor boundary, with no side effects. Yao Wuhan's pupils constricted sharply, his frail fingers trembling uncontrollably. Having devoted his life to the study of elixirs, he was acutely aware of the rarity of such a spiritual liquid. Even during the peak of the Dan sect, producing 3 vials in a year was no easy feat. Shen Manting's eyes widened in surprise. Having been stuck at the 3rd mark of the spiritual king realm for a year, this item could change everything for her. Wang Xiaoqiang's muscles tensed. Though he was a body cultivator, breaking through to the spiritual emperor realm would double his physical strength. Zhang Guangdao's scarred face twitched slightly, his sword trembling in its sheath. He pursued the ultimate sword intent, and advancing his spiritual power would lead to mastery of his sword technique. The reward rules were straightforward. Lu Jin tapped the table to regain their attention. Each teacher would oversee their class's adherence to the new school regulations, and after 1 week, the class with the highest compliance rate would receive. He flicked his finger, and the essence of jade slowly returned to his palm. 1 vial as the reward. The room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, and everyone's breaths quickened. Lu Jin surveyed the room with satisfaction, then glanced at his watch. Speaking in a relaxed tone, "All right, the meeting is adjourned." Shanghai Academy could not function solely on his efforts. A firm hand coupled with a sweet reward would ensure unwavering loyalty. Lu Jin rose, picked up his thermos, and strode toward the door without looking back, leaving behind a parting remark, "Remember to eat on time." The moment the door closed, the conference room erupted. "Is this for real?" Shen Manting exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table as she stood. 9th tier Xian Great Elixir. Yao Wuhan murmured to himself, greed glinting in his murky eyes. "If I obtain this, perhaps my cultivation could break through. Damn it, I'm going for it." Wang Xiaoqiang sprang up, his muscular arms swinging as he declared, "I'm going to keep a close watch on those little rascals right now." Zhang Guangdao remained silent, his knuckles white from the grip of determination. Just as Lu Jin reached the door of the conference room, he was suddenly followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Lu Xingyao, barefoot, caught up with him, clutching a game console displaying the final moments of the character in Yuan Shun, with only 1 point of health remaining. "Hey, principal," she exclaimed, tugging at his sleeve and tilting her face upward, her round eyes filled with disbelief. "Tell me what you just mentioned." Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you uninterested in the jade miasma nectar? Who cares about that?" She stamped her foot, the bells on her wrist jingling. "I'm about to enter seclusion to break through to the spirit emperor realm, which will take at least 3 months. This stupid game has held me back for a month, and if I don't clear it now, I won't be able to focus during my retreat." Her voice grew louder, nearly shouting, drawing the attention of students passing in the hallway. Lu Jin looked down at her indignant expression and suddenly smiled. "All right." He extended his hand, his slender fingers lightly tapping her game console twice. A flash of spiritual light appeared, and the health bar on the screen froze, followed by a prompt indicating hidden plot unlocked. "What? What did you do?" Lu Xingyao's eyes widened in astonishment. "I merely activated a hidden mechanism." Lu Jin replied casually, withdrawing his hand. "The game has a final weakness. When health drops below 5, it enters a berserk state. However, if the player blocks consecutively 10 times before it goes berserk, a flaw is triggered." Lu Xingyao focused intently on the screen, her fingers dancing over the controls. Indeed, the enemy's movements slowed down, allowing her to unleash a combination attack that defeated it. "Yes, I finally cleared it." She cheered, nearly jumping in joy. But then she looked at Lu Jin with suspicion. "How do you know all this?" Lu Jin adjusted his glasses, the reflection obscuring his gaze. Let me tell you, I am an expert at this game. In truth, this knowledge stemmed from the memories of the original owner. Lu Jin suddenly realized that the original owner's untimely demise was largely due to the excessive hours spent playing Yuan Shun. Great. My wish has been fulfilled. Now I can focus on my retreat. Lu Xingyao cheered, twirling joyfully on the floor. She cradled her newfound treasure in her arms and turned to dash away, but abruptly halted. Oh, Principal, she called back with a smile, the corners of her eyes curving like a cunning cat. After I emerge from seclusion, I'll come to consult you about the hidden achievements in other games. Before the last words left her mouth, she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing at the end of the corridor. Chapter 17. Could the principal possibly have feelings for you? The midday sun glimmered on the water of the fountain, casting shimmering reflections. Lu Jin finished his lunch alone and strolled back along the tree-lined path. The previous meeting had deftly wielded the allure of jade miasma nectar combined with the deterrent of realm suppression, surely to enhance the enforcement of school regulations soon enough. However, Lu Xingyao was quite an intriguing individual, powerful yet solely devoted to gaming. If he could win her over, she would undoubtedly make an exceptional ally. Most importantly, her unique physique truly stands out. As Lu Jin pondered, he made his way towards the office. Upon reaching the teaching building, he was met with sharp, mocking laughter. Isn't that our esteemed student council president? Lu Jin focused his gaze and discovered 3 delinquent girls cornering Lin Xiaoyu against the wall. Oh, another instance of the all-too-familiar school bullying. The leader, a girl in a white dress named Su Yao from the martial arts department, toyed with a high-grade spirit stone, deliberately flaunting it before Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. I heard your father has been mining for a decade, yet he can't even scrape together enough to buy you a new school uniform? The girl in pink, Li Qian, scoffed, suddenly tugging at the frayed cuff of Lin Xiaoyu's sleeve. The thin fabric tore with a sharp sound. Haha, is this what the student council president wears? Just some cheap knockoff? She laughed uproariously. With her hands pressed against her chest, Lin Xiaoyu's gaze turned icy, yet her voice remained gentle. Classmate Su, according to Chapter 3, Article 5 of the Student Code of Conduct at Shanghai Academy, one must compensate for damages to another's property. Huh, you dare to retort. The tall girl, Zhao Shuang, shoved her violently. A pauper who can only attend school on a scholarship dares to be the student council president? Lin Xiaoyu staggered back, her back colliding with the trunk of a tree, yet she maintained her posture. The student council president is elected by a vote from all students. If you have objections, you may propose a motion to dismiss me to the school committee. Su Yao crossed her arms and snorted disdainfully. Lin Xiaoyu, stop pretending. With a chest like that, aren't you just trying to seduce someone? I heard your father is a miner with a useless spirit root. No wonder you're so lowly. Look at her figure. It must be quite alluring behind the scenes. Perhaps the principal took her in for that reason. Li Qian laughed mockingly. After all, the daughter of a useless spirit root has little else to offer. As the crowd of students grew, none dared to speak up. Lin Xiaoyu's nails dug deep into her palms, yet she remained patient. Please let me go. I need to return to class to study. She couldn't afford to fight back, as the risk of expulsion loomed over her. If expelled, her parents' hard-earned money would be wasted. What a hypocrite. Zhao Shuang shoved her again. I just saw you in the cafeteria buying the cheapest spirit grain porridge. You can't even afford a piece of vegetable leaf, can you? Su Yao covered her mouth with a laugh. Oh dear, I heard your father has been mining for 10 years and hasn't saved even a low-grade spirit stone? Honestly, a pauper should give up being a spirit warrior. Li Qian ignited a flicker of flame at her fingertips, taunting. How about I help you burn this worthless book and marry off early instead? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes reddened, yet she bit her lip to stifle her tears. What a pathetic act. Suddenly, Su Yao raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across Lin Xiaoyu's face. The sound of the slap echoed crisply. However, it was Su Yao who fell. A bony hand had firmly seized her wrist, lifting her off the ground before slamming her down heavily. The principal, Li Qian, and Zhao Shuang retreated in terror. Lu Jin stood before Lin Xiaoyu, his black robe billowing without wind, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. For those who bully their classmates, the consequences could range from a mere confinement to severe penalties, including the revocation of their cultivation. His voice, though soft, sent shivers down the spines of the 3 girls. Principal, Lin Xiaoyu gasped, taken aback by his presence. Lin, how did they treat you? Lu Jin suddenly turned, demanding, now? Retaliate against them. Lin Xiaoyu clenched her trembling fists, but shook her head gently. Principal, I'm fine. Afraid? Lu Jin lowered his voice. Do you understand why they specifically target you? He abruptly seized Lin Xiaoyu's hand. It's because a kind-hearted person is often taken advantage of. Lin Xiaoyu's gaze flickered. Go. Lu Jin released her hand, his tone growing icy. If you do not, I shall expel you. Our Shanghai Academy does not nurture students who passively endure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoyu advanced. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed. A bright red imprint instantly appeared on Li Qian's cheek. The final, resounding smack landed on Su Yao's face, delivering another stinging blow. The three girls felt the heat on their faces but, constrained by Lu Jin's presence, could only swallow their anger. After all, this newly appointed principal had just expelled over 20 male students, a reputation for decisiveness that was well known throughout the school. Covering their burning faces, they turned to leave. Who said you could leave? Lu Jin's voice rang out again. Su Yao managed to croak. What more does the principal want? Lu Jin replied coolly. For now, I only wish for her to strike back. That would even the score. However, you still owe her compensation for her clothes. Each of you shall pay 100 spirit coins. The three girls exchanged glances, their tempers dissipating in an instant. Principal, her clothes aren't worth 300 spirit coins. They're barely worth 50. Zhao Shuang protested. Lu Jin shot her a fierce glare. I determine their worth. Even if they truly aren't valued at that amount. Shouldn't you compensate her for emotional distress? The faces of the three female students darkened. 300 spirit coins could buy a pair of Adidas sneakers. What was worn by her hardly merited such a price. Yet, under Lu Jin's coercive influence, they obediently produced the spirit coins. I refuse. That is too much money. Lin Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. Take it when I tell you to, Lu Jin insisted, directly taking the money and stuffing it into her pocket. Principal, can we leave now? Su Yao asked, biting back her frustration. Lu Jin shook his head. Not yet. I haven't punished you. Su Yao's expression shifted. Principal, don't go too far. Is this excessive? Lu Jin suddenly smiled. You should have considered the day you would face retribution while you were bullying others. If it weren't for my good mood today, you would have been expelled long ago. Li Qian gritted her teeth and asked, What do you want from us? Lu Jin replied, I shall impose a major demerit on you, along with a year's duty of cleaning the toilets. The countenance of the three female students turned ashen. This punishment was indeed a heavy burden for them. The issue of receiving a severe reprimand is not particularly concerning. However, spending an entire year cleaning the restrooms would undoubtedly tarnish their dignity. Most importantly, the toilets in this school are squat toilets, and many are left unflushed. Every day, upon entering the restroom, they encounter grotesque sights reminiscent of giant pythons and ominous black mambas. This is unbearable. Su Yao, mustering her courage, raised her head, her voice trembling. Principal, could we possibly consider an alternative punishment? What? You are all so beautiful. It would be quite beneficial for the students to become acquainted with you. Lu Jin replied with a smile. Su Yao's face turned ashen. She felt on the verge of collapse. This is truly the end. Are the three of them destined to become the waste management maidens? What is the matter? Do you have any objections? Lu Jin inquired, arching an eyebrow. The three girls, their faces pale, bit their lips and shook their heads. No, none at all. Then be gone. The trio hurriedly departed, their retreating figures exuding a sense of defeat. Thank you, Principal, Lin Xiaoyu murmured softly, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Lu Jin's expression remained indifferent. You are the student council president. From now on, be more assertive. He paused. If I see you being bullied again, you may as well resign from your position. Understood. Lin Xiaoyu nodded emphatically, her eyes sparkling with determination. System prompt. Lin Xiaoyu's favorability level is at 20, principal's prestige is at 40. Excellent. The opportunity to unlock the second rule of the school is within reach. Lu Jin's lips curled slightly as his gaze fell upon Lin Xiaoyu's torn shirt. Your clothing is damaged. Come to my office, and I shall provide you with another. Huh. Lin Xiaoyu instinctively nodded, but she pondered why there would be women's clothing in the principal's office. Sensing the curious glances from nearby students, she stammered, Principal. Her ears flushed with heat, her voice dwindling. Perhaps. Lu Jin had already turned towards the administrative building, leaving behind a simple command. Keep up. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip and quickened her pace. Just then, Lu Jin abruptly halted. In a moment of surprise, she collided with him. The soft sensation was undeniable. Lu Jin felt two supple forms pressing against his back, flush against his spine. Lin Xiaoyu froze in place, breath caught in her throat, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "I'm sorry, Principal." She quickly bowed her head in apology. Lu Jin offered no reply. His gaze was drawn to a fissure in the sky, deep and menacing, resembling a wound torn open by an indescribable force stretching across the heavens. A faint crimson light seeped from the crack, staining the clouds a foreboding dark red. According to the original owner's memories, the emergence of this fissure heralded the onset of the spiritual energy tide. This world resembles a parallel universe to Blue Star, currently a society where spiritual energy and technology have advanced significantly. The greatest threat to humanity now lies in the form of demons and spirits. Humans absorb spiritual energy, transforming it into spiritual power, while demons convert spiritual energy into malevolent energy. The existence of spiritual energy schools is essential for equipping humanity with the means to combat these malevolent entities. As Lu Jin pondered the information swirling in his mind, he arrived at the office. "Put this on first," he said, turning his back to her as he stood by the window, casually retrieving his white shirt from the hanger and tossing it over. Lin Xiaoyu fumbled to catch it, her cheeks aflame. "How can I accept this? You wouldn't want to attend class looking like this, would you?" Lu Jin's tone brooked no argument. It was only then that Lin Xiaoyu noticed a tear in her school uniform, revealing the thin shirt beneath. In the chaos, she had failed to notice it, but now, his words made her feel a rush of embarrassment. The silence in the office was palpable. Clutching the shirt, she found herself at an impasse. Yet, Lu Jin did not turn around. He simply gazed out the window, his posture as upright as a pine tree. Biting her lip, she finally turned away, swiftly shedding her tattered uniform and donning his shirt. It was far too large. The sleeves enveloped her fingertips, and the neckline slumped to one side, exposing half of her collarbone. Even worse, the crisp scent of cedarwood permeated the fabric, quickening her heartbeat. "Are you ready?" Lu Jin's voice suddenly emanated from behind, startling her. "Yes, I'm ready." He then turned around, his gaze lingering on her for a fleeting second before he looked away and smiled. "Off to class then." "Yes, Principal." The office door closed softly behind her. In the corridor, Lin Xiaoyu kept her head bowed, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the oversized sleeves of the white shirt. This was the principal's shirt. The sleeves draped over her fingertips, the neckline sagged to one side, and the hem fell to mid-thigh, enveloping her entirely in his essence. Suddenly, she halted, taking a deep breath. The mingling sense of cedar and a faint trace of sweat, imbued with a man's distinctive masculinity, wafted from the collar into her nostrils. Her heart skipped a beat. An epic revelation. Lin Xiaoyu felt as though she had been caught in a misdeed. She quickly covered her mouth, her ears burning with embarrassment. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she inexplicably buried her face in the sleeve, sneaking a whiff. "What am I doing?" "Whoa." A sudden voice behind her startled her, making her jump. "Lu Xiaoxiao, you scared me," Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, looking at the short-haired girl in front of her, whose chest was heaving. "Whose shirt is this?" "It's so big," Lu Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Lin Xiaoyu whispered, "It's the principal's shirt." "The principal's shirt?" Lu Xiaoxiao gasped, her eyes widening as she repeated the word slowly, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. "Oh." Lin Xiaoyu felt a shiver run down her spine under her knowing gaze and instinctively tightened her grip on the oversized collar. "It's just because my uniform got torn. The principal simply lent it to me." "Wow." Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly leaned in, her nose almost touching Lin Xiaoyu's flushed cheek. "So, the principal helped you change into this himself?" "What are you talking about?" Lin Xiaoyu's anger flared up in an instant, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I did it myself." She turned away, regretting her words the moment they left her lips. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with an alarming brightness. "So you truly were alone together?" He even turned around deliberately. She suddenly gasped. "Could it be that the principal has taken a liking to you?" "Lu Xiao." Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, her earlobes reddening with embarrassment as she pounced toward her friend. Chapter 18. The Invasion of Malevolent Spirits. The terrifying ghost baby Lu Xiaoxiao laughed heartily, evading her friend's advance, her ponytail bouncing merrily behind her. "I hit the nail on the head. Our usually reserved President Lin has actually wow." "That's nonsense," Lin Xiaoyu protested, her ears burning, as she lightly punched Lu Xiaoxiao on the shoulder. "Oh dear, our top student is actually wearing the principal's shirt. Could it be that she has feelings for him?" Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled mischievously before turning to run away. "You." Lin Xiaoyu, flustered and indignant, chased after her. The two girls sprinted down the hallway toward their classroom. At the entrance of Xinghai Academy, In front of a stone pedestal, a brown, curly-haired teddy bear was vigorously squatting and making frantic efforts, its hind legs kicking energetically. Such enthusiasm from this little one. Wang Xiaoqiang, the logistics and physical education teacher, appeared behind the teddy with a pair of gleaming pet scissors in hand, a benevolent smile gracing his lips. My apologies, but the principal has ordered you to be neutered. You can blame that fellow. The teddy abruptly turned, its eyes wide with shock, tail clamped tightly as it emitted a mournful whine from its throat. Suddenly, rumble. The previously clear sky darkened abruptly, ominous clouds rolling like ink, swiftly engulfing the last rays of sunlight. A chilling wind howled, and Wang Xiaoqiang slowly turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, his pupils constricting in alarm. On the horizon, a grotesque figure, towering 5 stories high, crawled toward them. What in the world is that? Wang Xiaoqiang's scissors clattered to the ground. From a distance, its skin appeared bruised and rotten, covered in writhing veins, and its swollen belly gaped wide, filled with countless sharp teeth. Its head was disproportionately large, nearly consuming half its body. The most terrifying aspect was its wail, a cacophony resembling the cries of thousands of infants. Simultaneously, on the sports field of Shanghai Academy, the students engaged in physical education abruptly halted. Does anyone else feel a sudden chill? A girl rubbed her arms, her breath condensing into mist in the air. Despite it being the height of summer, a thin layer of frost had formed on the ground. Zhang Guangdao, standing beneath the basketball hoop, frowned as goosebumps rose on his robust biceps. As a physical education teacher, he was particularly sensitive to temperature changes. This was no ordinary drop in temperature. Teacher, look at the sky, a student exclaimed. Everyone looked up to see a strange cloud rapidly spreading across the once azure sky. That was no ordinary cloud. Its edges shimmered with an ominous shade of purplish red, resembling a festering wound sprawling across the sky. Meanwhile, within the corridor of the teaching building, Lu Shuang's cat ears suddenly perked up, and her black tail fluffed out in alarm. Director? A passing student looked at the teaching director, who had abruptly frozen in place, bewildered. Do not speak, she commanded as her pupils constricted to mere slits, her ears swiveling toward the academy's entrance. Do you hear the sound of a baby crying? The students exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion. This is bad. A demon is invading. Wang Xiaoqiang gasped, instantly sensing the gravity of the situation. Teddy had already collapsed in fear, a puddle forming beneath him. A century ago, spiritual energy had revived, and the ancient legends of demons and monsters returned to the world. These creatures, distorted by malevolent energy and spiritual force, were collectively referred to as demons. They were bloodthirsty and ferocious, capable of grotesque transformations, and would periodically launch assaults against humanity. This particular demon's target was evidently the Shanghai Academy. The ghostly infant suddenly halted its movements, its decaying head twisting 180 degrees to reveal a featureless face, adorned only by a massive, dripping maw that stretched across its visage. Hungry, its voice reverberated directly in the minds of everyone present, causing the glass of the teaching building to shatter with a resounding crash. Lu Shuang sensed the commotion outside and rushed out of the classroom, standing in the second-floor corridor, her face paling instantaneously. The ghostly infant emanated a suffocating aura of terror, as if a tangible black malevolence congealed into frost in the air. This force was at least at the first level of the Spirit Emperor realm. She was struck with dread and immediately called out to Wang Xiaoqiang, Teacher Wang, what are you waiting for? Quickly activate the school's protective formation. Only the 9 Suns exorcism array could withstand this Spirit Emperor-level demon and safeguard Shanghai Academy. Wang Xiaoqiang's face turned ashen. Director Lu, it's not that I do not wish to, but our school has long been in arrears. What? Lu Shuang's complexion drained of color. The 9 Suns exorcism array at Shanghai Academy relied on spirit stones for energy, inscribed with specific runes and strategically placed to form a barrier of righteous energy that enveloped the entire campus, repelling malevolent spirits, evil forces, and external threats. However, this array required a monthly expenditure of 300 high-grade spirit stones, each valued at 500 spirit coins, and the Academy had recently fallen behind on payments. Without the 9 Suns exorcism array, how could they protect against the ghostly infant? Cold sweat beaded on Lu Shuang's forehead. Hungry, hungry. The ghostly infant's throat emitted indistinct whispers, its mouth opening wide as a long, crimson tongue dangled down, licking the ground. Wherever it passed, the surrounding trees and buildings appeared to be corroded by some invisible force, rapidly wilting and decaying. Even the soil turned to pus and blood. Wang Xiaoqiang's legs weakened, his throat dry. It was coming for Xinghai Academy. With a howl, Teddy darted through the academy gates, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. Lu Shuang gritted her teeth, declaring, "First, evacuate the students. I will sound the alarm." Boom. The ghostly infant suddenly accelerated, using all four limbs to scramble towards Star Sea Academy, causing the ground to fracture beneath it, while a nauseating stench of decay permeated the air. Attention, all faculty and students. A demon of the spirit monarch realm is invading, with an extremely high level of danger. All students, evacuate immediately to the playground for safety. All teachers, assemble at the school gate. The alarm pierced the night sky, plunging the entire academy into unprecedented chaos. Run! Quickly run! Students screamed as they scattered in all directions. The hallways and playground were filled with throngs of pushing bodies. Boom! The monstrous form of the ghostly infant completely blocked the school gate, its decaying hands gripping the academy's walls, effortlessly crushing the solid stone as though it were mere tofu. Damn it! It seeks to raze Star Sea Academy to the ground. Lu Shuang bit her lip, her cat-like tail suddenly stiffening. We, the teachers, shall strike together. Perhaps we still possess the strength to fight. I'm hungry, the ghostly infant murmured, its pitch-black eye sockets scanning the fleeing students, its tongue extending slowly like a giant python. Coiling towards the nearest girl. Crack! A sharp sound of slicing air rang out. Lu Shuang leapt from the teaching building, her teaching rod flying forth, entwining the ghostly infant's tongue like a silver serpent, yanking it fiercely. Beast! Star Sea Academy is not your playground, she shouted coldly, unleashing her spirit king aura. The rod crackled with lightning, forcefully severing a portion of the monstrous tongue. Black blood splattered as the ghostly infant let out a deafening wail, retracting its mangled tongue. Its rotting eye sockets locking onto Lu Shuang, murderous intent boiling within. I will attack from the side. A figure dashed forth, Wang Xiaoqiang forming hand seals. His spiritual energy surging. Iron body unleashed. His muscles expanded instantly, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, as he barreled towards the ghostly infant's knee like a cannonball. Boom. The impact was enough to shatter mountains, yet the ghostly infant merely swayed slightly before furiously swatting down with its palm. Oh no. Wang Xiaoqiang's pupils constricted. He had no time to evade. In a split second, a fiery red figure darted past like lightning, grasping the back of Wang Xiaoqiang's collar and yanking him away forcefully. Boom! The ghostly infant's massive hand crashed to the ground, causing the earth to collapse instantly. Amidst the smoke and dust stood a red-haired girl. A cigarette dangling from her lips, one hand on her hip, her long legs and hot pants captivating the eye. The newcomer was none other than the elemental teacher, known among students as the demoness Shen Mantai. Teacher Wang, is your iron body made of paper? She scoffed, raising an eyebrow. Wang Xiaoqiang, still shaken, stammered, Shen teacher, this demon is quite formidable. Before he could finish, the ghostly infant lunged once more, its putrid maw gaping wide, spewing forth a noxious black mist. I will assist you. A fierce cry rang out as Lu Shuang's teaching rod radiated purple light, sweeping forcefully. Righteous energy to dispel evil. A violet barrier unfurled, staunchly blocking the encroaching black mist. The three teachers stood shoulder to shoulder, their spiritual powers fully unleashed. The teacher Lu Shuang wielded her baton, entwined with lightning, while Shen Manting's palms ignited with fierce flames, and Wang Xiaoqiang's body radiated with shimmering golden light. Together, they unleashed a combined attack. The intertwining powers of thunder, fire, and gold coalesced into a resplendent torrent, forcefully crashing towards the ghostly infant. Boom! The explosive shockwave overturned the ground within 100 meters, sending dust soaring into the sky. The trio's united strike was potent enough to annihilate even a peak spirit king-level adversary. This was more than sufficient to quench his thirst for vengeance. Shen Manting stood with her hands on her hips, sweat trickling down her sun-kissed skin. However, as the dust settled, the ghostly infant remained upright, with only a gaping wound in its chest. Yet, countless vengeful souls surged forth from its body, swiftly mending the injury. How is this possible? Lu Shuang's expression changed drastically. Indeed, as expected, Wang Xiaoqiang's brow furrowed with concern, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Even against a spirit king-level 9 pattern demon, we would have the power to contend. Yet, here we are facing a ghostly infant. Chapter 19. Who allowed you to harm my students? The ghostly infant slowly lowered its head, its decaying visage twisting into a grotesque smile. "I hunger to consume you all." It raised its colossal palm and struck down once more, causing the ground to tremble violently, with debris flying in all directions. Lu Shuang gritted her teeth, lifting her gaze. Her battle spirit undiminished, though her breath had become erratic. "This beast is utterly impervious." Shen Manting's palms were charred black. She glared at the monstrous entity before her and indignantly exclaimed, "My flames can melt through steel. Is this creature's skin forged from mysterious iron?" Lu Shuang inhaled deeply, her lips parting to propose. "Let us try once more. Concentrate your attacks on its eyes." Wang Xiaoqiang nodded affirmatively. "All right, let us engage." The three surged simultaneously, transforming into streaks of light as they charged towards the ghostly infant's face. Shen Manting clasped her palms together, a brilliant white flame erupting from her fingertips, weaving into a fiery net in the air. Lu Shuang infused all remaining lightning energy into her baton, which instantly burst forth with blinding electrical brilliance. Wang Xiaoqiang swung his fists, expertly sealing off all possible escape routes for the ghostly infant. Boom! The three forces struck the ghostly infant's left eye simultaneously, producing a deafening roar. Putrid flesh and black blood splattered as that murky eyeball was finally blown apart. "Have we succeeded?" Wang Xiaoqiang could not help but exclaim. Yet, before the joy could linger, countless black filaments surged forth from the eye socket of the ghostly infant. These threads writhed and intertwined frantically, swiftly coalescing into a new eyeball, laced with blood vessels. "How is this possible?" Lu Shuang stumbled back a step, her complexion ashen. Wang Xiaoqiang growled, "No, it possesses self-repairing abilities. Unless we can strike it down in one blow, our efforts are in vain." Shen Manting clenched her teeth. If only Teacher Lu were here, but alas. She is in seclusion. Lu Xingyao was the only Spirit King-level teacher at Star Sea Academy. Perhaps only she could withstand this monstrous demon. Regrettably, she had retreated for cultivation after finishing her game and was currently in seclusion on the back mountain of the school. Just as despair began to spread, a brilliant flash of a blade descended abruptly. Clang! The tongue of the ghostly infant was brutally severed, dark blood gushing forth as it let out a deafening wail, retracting its mangled tongue in shock. "Ha! Such excitement! How could I possibly miss it?" With a thunderous laugh, a towering figure shot forth from the martial arts hall like a cannonball, wielding a gleaming nine-ringed saber. It was Zhang Guangdao, the head of the martial arts department. His body was a mass of sinewy muscle, skin like bronze, with a beard framing his jaw and a head of short hair. Even before the blade reached its target, the fierce aura of the sword had carved deep ravines into the ground below. The first move of the 9 slashes of the wild dragon, shattering mountains and rivers. Without hesitation, he struck. Clang! The blade, as bright as the moon, came crashing down upon the ghostly infant's knee, black blood splattering around. The creature let out a pained roar, staggering back a step, but soon, countless vengeful spirits surged from the wound, rapidly mending its injuries. How resilient! Zhang Guangdao grinned. Not retreating, but rather fueled by an even greater fighting spirit. Charge forth. The second move of the 9 slashes of the wild dragon, breaking 10,000 armies. Zhang Guangdao's sinews tightened, veins bulging as his 9-ringed saber emitted a thunderous hum. The ground beneath him erupted as he launched himself skyward like a cannonball. The blade enveloped in a fierce gust, aimed directly at the ghostly infant's nape. Clang! The blade cascaded down like a waterfall, tearing through the decaying flesh at the nape of the creature's neck, black blood gushing forth like a spring. What a massacre! Wang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Teacher Zhang is indeed fierce, yet why does he always target the nape of the ghostly infant? Shen Manting squinted, puzzled. The ghostly infant let out a heart-wrenching shriek. Its rotting massive hand swung violently towards Zhang Guangdao, who, in a flash, leaped onto the creature's arm and surged upward. The third move, shattering stars. The blade suddenly burst forth with a blinding golden light, akin to a meteor crashing to earth, striking down upon the ghostly infant's nape with tremendous force. Crack! The sound of shattering bone was unmistakable as the immense body of the ghostly infant fell to the ground for the first time, creating fissures that stretched for hundreds of meters. Bravo! The onlooking students and teachers could not contain their cheers. Yet, in the next moment, from the gaping wound in its neck, countless vengeful spirits writhed like maggots, swiftly restoring the injury to its former state. It slowly raised its head, its pitch-black eye sockets locking onto Zhang Guangdao, a twisted smile forming at the corners of its mouth. A foul, putrid black mist erupted from its 7 orifices, instantly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Teacher Zhang, be careful, Lu Shuang warned urgently. But Zhang Guangdao laughed heartily. Come at me. He bit into his tongue, a mouthful of vital blood spraying onto the blade, igniting it in a fiery crimson blaze. Secret art, true form of the wild dragon. His muscles swelled, his robe bursting apart. Zhang Guangdao's skin glowed with crimson patterns, his aura momentarily elevating to a half-step into the Spirit Emperor realm. This is a profound-level technique, Wang Xiaoqiang exclaimed in astonishment. It seems Teacher Zhang is about to unleash a grand move. The 4th move, severing the yellow springs. With this strike, the heavens and earth changed hue. The crimson blade transformed into a colossal dragon, roaring as it tore through the black mist and crashed violently into the chest of the ghostly infant. Boom! The infant was sent flying, crashing into 3 towering trees before finally coming to a halt. A grievous wound pierced through its chest, leaving it no time to mend. Even as the vengeful souls writhed in agony. Did we win? Lu Shuang asked, her voice trembling. Yet, amidst the swirling smoke, the infant's body suddenly convulsed violently. Crack, crack! Its back split open, revealing numerous bloody gashes as a dozen skeletal arms burst forth, each entwined with dark, malevolent energy. This is not good. Wang Xiaoqiang's expression changed abruptly. It too was unleashing its ultimate move. Zhang Guangdao gasped for breath, his hand trembling slightly around the hilt of his sword, yet he managed to grin. Now, this is getting interesting. Just as he readied himself for another round, a voice, smooth as jade, interjected, Gentlemen, allow me to join the fray. Turning around, they beheld an elegant elder clad in a blue robe, gliding through the air, his sleeves billowing as he cradled a bronze alchemical furnace. It was Yao Wuhan, the teacher of the alchemy department. With a deft flick of his fingers, he tapped the furnace, its lid opening to release a wisp of ethereal blue flame that instantly transformed into a raging inferno. The 9 nether fires shall incinerate evil. The flames coiled around the ghostly infant like an enraged dragon, scorching it and eliciting howls of agony as its decaying flesh crackled. Effective, Wang Xiaoqiang's eyes brightened. However, the next moment, the infant roared in fury, its enormous maw opening to expel a foul, black mist that extinguished the 9 nether fire with brutal force. Yao Wuhan squinted. Its malevolent energy is too potent. The spiritual fire seems to be countered. Then let us employ the simplest of methods. Zhang Guangdao laughed maniacally, determined to strike until it could no longer rise. He charged forward once more, his blade glinting like a rainbow. The ghostly infant was provoked, its skeletal arms flailing wildly, each one shrouded in dark resentment. By heavens! Is it cheating? Wang Xiaoqiang exclaimed. Come on, I'll lead the charge. Zhang Guangdao commanded firmly. Yet, before he could finish, one of the infant's skeletal arms extended suddenly, cracking like a whip against him, sending him flying. Teacher Zhang! The crowd gasped. Zhang Guangdao adjusted his position midair, landing steadily while wiping the blood from his lips. Damn! I was careless and didn't dodge. Yao Wuhan sighed. It is improper for the youth to lack martial ethics. But then again, this ghostly infant has no ethics to begin with. Lu Shuang summoned her spiritual energy, the lightning crackling around her teaching staff once more. Yao Wuhan soared upward again, a glimmer of determination flashing in his murky old eyes. The fate of the starry sea rested on this battle. The other teachers followed closely behind. 5 figures launched a simultaneous assault on the ghostly infant. Boom! In the deafening explosion, a massive blood hole was blasted through the infant's chest. Yet, its massive form merely swayed slightly, breaking into a ghastly grin. Hee hee! How amusing! It cackled, continuing its unsteady march towards the playground. Lu Shuang struggled to prop herself up, her voice hoarse. We cannot stop it. Should we retreat? Wang Xiaoqiang wiped the sweat from his brow and proposed. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. His reasoning was straightforward. The Starsea Academy could be rebuilt, but lives lost would be irretrievable. Sacrificing all the teachers for a lifeless edifice seemed utterly senseless. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang frowned slightly. Withdraw? There are so many students here. What purpose does it serve to retreat? In her view, while the teachers might escape unharmed, what fate awaited the defenseless students left behind? Zhang Guangdao gritted his teeth. Damn it. I've struck it hundreds of times. How tough can this thing be? Yao Wuhan, with his white beard billowing, murmured, the first 100 demons in the Xian kingdom, known as the wailing ghost infant, truly lives up to its fearsome reputation. With just the few of us, it seems a daunting task. Shinmanting fixed her gaze on the approaching ghost infant, her eyes filled with reluctance. Are we to stand by and watch the Star Sea Academy be destroyed? Lu Shuang struggled to rise, her voice trembling. No matter what, we cannot allow this ghost infant to reach the playground. We must divert its attention. With that, she swung her long whip into the air, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. Several streams of purple light surged toward the ghost infant like agile serpents, each strike landing with precision on its vulnerable points. Yet, the ghost infant remained unperturbed, its massive form steadily advancing toward the playground. This is it. I fear we are doomed in this battle, Wang Xiaoqiang said grimly. Our mid-lane damage is insufficient, the jungler is missing, and the support is on the brink of collapse. I see no glimmer of hope. Can you refrain from using gaming terminology? Shinmanting shouted in frustration. Zhang Guangdao growled. Even if I have to self-destruct, I will hold it back. Just as despair began to spread, the ghost infant suddenly turned towards the edge of the playground, where a little girl with twin ponytails stood. Her head tilted in curiosity as she observed the colossal creature. Wow, it's so big. A sweet, innocent voice chimed unexpectedly. Everyone turned abruptly. The little girl, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger, stood at the heart of the battlefield, her big eyes sparkling with wonder. Where did this student come from? Run! Lu Shuang's pupils constricted as she shouted in alarm. But it was too late. The ghost infant's decayed giant hand rose high, casting a shadow over the petite figure as it descended towards her. No! All the teachers cried out in horror. Boom! The giant hand struck down, sending dust and debris flying. The hearts of all the teachers sank instantaneously. However, in the next moment, as the dust settled, everyone was left dumbfounded. The little girl stood unharmed, her dress not even a speck of dirt. Emerging from the haze was a tall figure, striding forward, clad in a suit adorned with the Star Sea Academy emblem. His coat billowed as he approached, his expression cold and indifferent. The principal. Lu Shuang recognized him and gasped in astonishment. Lu Jin did not look back. He merely lifted his gaze to the monstrous specter before him, his voice chillingly calm. You have already chosen the path to death. Chapter 20. The celestial technique shocks the entire school. Lu Jin arrived late, not to show off, but rather to conceal himself within the principal's office, where he meticulously fused the celestial, might-explosive spirit technique with his own spiritual energy, achieving a state of perfection in every breath. Without complete assurance, arriving early would merely introduce unnecessary variables. After all, it is better to arrive at the opportune moment than to arrive early. Upon catching sight of that familiar figure, the expressions of all the faculty and students at Xinghai Academy turned to astonishment. Could it be the principal? Lin Xiaoyu, who was watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety, gripping the railing tightly. The principal's strength was at the 6th level of the Spirit King realm, and facing a ghost infant at the Spirit Emperor realm was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly hopeless. Principal, have you lost your mind? Step aside. Lu Shuang's cat ears stood rigid, her gaze fixated on the tall figure standing before the ghost infant, her eyes filled with urgency. For reasons unknown, it felt as if an invisible hand had gripped her heart tightly, fearing for the safety of the man before her. She did not wish to witness Lu Jin perish. She still had secrets in her heart that she had yet to voice. Wang Xiaoqiang furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Principal, this is no jest. Even our combined efforts can't withstand this. Are you really going to throw your life away as a 6th-level Spirit King? Though Lu Jin possessed certain capabilities, confronting the ghost infant directly was tantamount to seeking death. Zhang Guangdao leaned on his 9-ring great saber, panting heavily as he shouted, Lu, don't overestimate yourself. This creature is at least at the Spirit Emperor level. Do you really want to play the fool? Before his words could fade, the ghost infant's colossal hand was already raised, casting a rotting shadow down upon them. The students cowered in the distance, their hearts nearly stopping. It was over. Principal Lu was doomed. He was merely at the 6th level of the Spirit King realm. Wasn't he just offering himself as a sacrifice? Run, Principal. However, as the dust settled, the ghost infant's decaying hand remained suspended in the air, unable to descend any further. Lu Jin raised one hand to the heavens. His fingers slightly spread apart, and despite the enormity of the ghost infant's hand, his palm, tiny as an ant in comparison, stood resolutely against the immense force. Principal. Lu Shuang's voice trembled. Lu Jin? Zhang Guangdao wiped the blood from his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't he merely at the 6th-level Spirit King realm? The ghost infant tilted its head, a flicker of confusion passing through its pitch-black eye sockets. Instinctively sensing danger, it attempted to retract its hand, but found itself unable to move. The celestial technique. Lu Jin slowly raised his head. His eyes ignited with a crimson glow behind his glasses. Celestial might explosive spirit technique. Boom. A violent surge of spiritual pressure erupted. Lu Jin's veins bulged, and crimson lines resembling molten lava surfaced beneath his skin. His suit jacket tore apart, revealing a robust torso, covered in fine blood vessels that began to illuminate one after another, burning the essence of blood. A technique without traces? Han Wuhan gasped in astonishment. Shin Mantai could not conceal her shock as she remarked, "What kind of extraordinary talent does this new principal possess?" Lu Shuiying gently shook her head, her cat ears quivering. "I do not know. He has never spoken of it before." Roar. The vengeful spirit child let out a furious roar, its decaying giant hand striking down with tremendous force, creating a 10-meter deep pit in the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, a slender figure gracefully leapt out, cradling a petite girl with twin ponytails, landing securely on the shattered remnants of the clock tower. "Wow, you're the principal, aren't you?" the little girl exclaimed, clinging tightly to Lu Jin's neck, her large eyes blinking with delight. "You look so much more handsome than in the photos." Lu Jin adjusted his slightly askew golden-rimmed glasses and nodded lightly. Indeed. In the next moment, she suddenly leaned in and pecked him on the cheek, her laughter revealing 2 adorable dimples. "You saved me, so I'm going to marry you." Lu Jin was taken aback. What? What kind of absurdity is this? The little girl hung on to him, her delicate legs swinging playfully, proudly declaring, "A life saved must be repaid with a promise of marriage." That is how it goes in the dramas. Lu Jin froze for a second before smiling gently. "Don't be silly. The school has rules against early relationships." Pouting, the little girl replied, "Then I'll wait until I graduate." Lu Jin was momentarily stunned. Could this child truly be a student of Shanghai Academy? "Which class are you in?" he inquired. "Hee, I want to tell you," she teased, burying her face in his shoulder and assertively stating, "You're responsible for me now." Lu Jin furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that this little girl was not as simple as she appeared. Boom. The spirit child seized the opportunity to strike. But Lu Jin did not even glance back. He retaliated with a powerful punch. The overwhelming spiritual pressure pierced through the spirit child's hand, black blood spraying forth like a fountain. "What is all this noise about?" Lu Jin cast a cold gaze. "Can't you see we're discussing serious matters?" Before he finished speaking, he set the little girl down and launched himself skyward, shattering the ground beneath him. Since the rise of spiritual energy tides, humanity has gradually established a comprehensive cultivation system in its struggle against demons and spirits, encompassing 5 major branches: martial arts, elemental forces, illusions, spirit control, and alchemy. The martial arts branch refines the body with spiritual energy, delivering punches that can shatter armor and kicks as powerful as axes, capable of tearing through steel in close combat. The elemental forces harness the might of nature, freezing vast expanses, summoning storms to devastate worlds, and igniting cities in flames, capable of transforming the very fabric of reality with a mere thought. The illusions branch manipulates the boundaries of reality and fantasy, conjuring countless manifestations with a single thought, turning dreams into reality, and leading legions to slaughter each other in an invisible realm. The spirit control branch communicates with the essence of the universe, commanding hundreds of spirits to roam the night and summoning ancient heroes, compelling all spirits to submit to a single command. The alchemy branch refines spiritual energy into elixirs, forging weapons of war, where a single golden pill can seize the essence of creation and a divine weapon can vanquish evil. Lu Jin's situation, however, is rather unique. Although he is a spiritual warrior at the level of a spirit king, he has not adhered to any specific cultivation system. In his first year at university, he studied martial arts. In his second year, disinterested in martial arts, he switched to study elemental forces. In his third year, for the same reason, he transitioned to the alchemy branch. Subsequently, he voluntarily extended his studies, dedicating 2 years to self-learning the knowledge of illusions and spirit control. Thus, when asked about his cultivation system, Lu Jin can only smile and say he does not know, for he has forged a path entirely his own. The heavenly might explosive spirit technique does not merely rely on a singular type of spiritual energy. Rather, It necessitates the harmonious circulation of the 5 elemental energies within the body to truly unleash its celestial might. Ordinary spiritual warriors, who cultivate solely one type, will only find themselves facing a perilous imbalance, leading to damaged meridians at best or catastrophic explosion of the body at worst. However, within Lu Jin flows a natural ability to harmonize the 5 elements, allowing diverse attributes of spiritual energy to operate seamlessly within him. Thus, in his hands, the heavenly might explosive spirit technique undoubtedly reaches its utmost potential. In midair, Lu Jin drew back his right fist, and the spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius surged wildly, coalescing into a visibly distorted vortex at the tip of his fist. The ghostly infant, filled with terror, flailed its bony arms in an attempt to block. But upon contact with the force of his punch, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Dozens of bony arms shattered in succession. The sound of Lu Jin's punch resonated through the heavens, instilling a profound respect for the teacher's teachings. Boom! His fist struck the ghostly infant squarely in the chest. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Immediately following, crack, countless fissures erupted from the center of his fist, frantically spreading across the ghostly infant's body. The writhing, tormented souls had no time to mend before being violently evaporated by the raging spiritual energy. The ghostly infant let out a final mournful wail, its massive form erupting into a cacophony of destruction. Black blood sprayed forth, pouring down like a torrential rain. Yet it was incinerated by the spiritual energy surrounding Lu Jin before it could touch the ground. Silence. All the teachers and students stood in stunned disbelief. The ghostly infant, which had rendered 5 teachers powerless in their resistance, was actually vanquished by a single punch. Chapter 21. Early Enrollment in Star C. Avoiding 20 years of detours as the smoke cleared, the lingering rays of the setting sun once again bathed the campus. The principal triumphed. Lu Shuaing gazed intently at the figure standing amidst the ruins. Lu Jin's suit jacket was in tatters, his muscular torso adorned with crimson patterns, which were now slowly fading with each breath. This was beyond astonishing. Zhang Guangdao's face was a portrait of shock. A spiritual warrior of the 6th rank in the Spirit King realm managed to eliminate a monster of the Spirit Emperor realm. Such a feat of surpassing boundaries was unfathomable. Yet Lu Jin executed it with an ease that seemed almost playful. He felt as though his entire worldview was crumbling. The principal had undoubtedly concealed his true capabilities. Shen Man's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment as she recalled Lu Jin's earlier display. It was far beyond what one would expect from a spirit king. Wang Xiaoqiang's bronze-hued face twitched, recalling his earlier provocation in the conference room towards the principal. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Had Lu Jin unleashed such power then? Would he still be standing here speaking? Yao Wuhan's thin fingers stroked his beard, his aged eyes narrowing into slits. Heavenly tear techniques. I never anticipated the principal possessed such a terrifying trump card. I truly underestimated him. Gazing at the 3-meter-deep pit in the ground, Shen Manting's lips parted in disbelief. Is this even human? This fellow is simply monstrous. Is this truly the strength of a spirit king? It's entirely akin to a battle between spirit emperors. Who could have imagined that this bespectacled man, seemingly gentle and refined, would exhibit such ferocity in battle? On the playground, a chorus of gasps reverberated through the air. The principal's display of strength was nothing short of astonishing. A student's energy drink can was crushed with a single punch. Could it be that our principal is a time traveler? This is how it is often depicted in novels. Did you record that? Did you capture it? A girl beside her frantically shook her friend's shoulder. If not, what use are you? Lu Jin, though still youthful, possessed an air of sophistication that blended seamlessly with the crowd of inexperienced students. His graceful demeanor, coupled with his concealed prowess, stirred the hearts of many infatuated young ladies. The student council's younger members huddled together, their eyes shining like stars. So handsome. From this day forth, the principal is my idol. Yi Qianxuan turned her flushed face away, her toes unconsciously tracing circles on the ground. This seemingly ordinary principal had a hint of charm. Lin Xiaoyu let out a long breath as her tense shoulders finally relaxed. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxiao embraced her. Xiaoyu, do you think the principal is still accepting disciples? The kind that can warm a bed. Lin Xiaoyu responded. The white beard of Yao Wuhan trembled slightly. If I am not mistaken, the principal just integrated the martial arts technique mountain collapse, the elemental technique heart-burning fire, and the alchemical technique blood refining formula. Shen Mantai narrowed her beautiful eyes, her lips parting slightly. Have you not noticed? The principal has mastery over more than one cultivation system. At that moment, Lu Jin staggered, spitting blood onto the ground. Principal. Lu Shuang dashed forward. Lu Jin waved his hand, wiping his glasses with the tattered sleeve of his suit. It's nothing, just an old issue with the clash of 5 elemental energies. Silence fell once more over the crowd. 5 elements. Zhang Guangdao's eyes nearly bulged out. Are you simultaneously cultivating 5 systems? Lu Jin adjusted his glasses. His gaze behind the lenses calm as still water. To be precise, I have not mastered any of them. Otherwise, I might have continued my training rather than inheriting my father's legacy. However, the battle just now was indeed exhilarating. Is there anyone injured? Lu Jin inquired, turning back. No. Principal, Lin Xiaoyu replied, her eyes filled with respect. If it weren't for Lu Jin's timely intervention, the entire Star Sea Academy would have been reduced to ruins. Notification: you have gained the respect of student Lin Xiaoyu, gaining 50 prestige points. Well, it is getting late. Everyone can return to rest now. Lu Jin waved his hand and walked alone toward the teaching building. This battle had not come easily. He needed to recuperate swiftly. By the way, where's that little girl? He suddenly recalled, glancing around but failing to spot the twin-tailed girl. Perhaps she had gone home for dinner. What would a child so small be doing in such a place? He raised an eyebrow, pondering as he made his way toward the office. The elongated silhouette was cast long by the setting sun. Yao Wuhan turned to face the assembled teachers, furrowing his brow as he spoke. I suspect there is something amiss. A demon of the Spirit Emperor realm ought to reside near the abyssal rift. How could it suddenly manifest at the academy? Indeed, I find it peculiar, Lu Shuang said, her crimson lips trembling slightly. Our school is already sufficiently remote. Why would such a formidable demon seek us out? Shen Manting spoke slowly, generally. Demons appear for 2 primary reasons, either for sustenance or for resources. With only about 100 of us at the academy, it hardly seems worthwhile for them to come here for food. Exactly, Zhang Guangdao exclaimed, his eyes widening. Are you suggesting that our school possesses some rare resources? Shen Manting nodded gently, her gaze sharp. Moreover, it headed directly for the playground, as if in search of something. Zhang Guangdao responded coldly, and silence enveloped the group. Star Sea Academy, a college languishing at the bottom of the rankings among spiritual energy institutions, had little to offer that would warrant such a commotion from a Spirit Emperor realm demon. As the teachers grappled with confusion, on a distant rooftop, 2 upright figures stood against the wind. A man and a woman in uniform observed the unfolding events at Star Sea Academy through binoculars, their chests adorned with badges of the Spiritual Energy Control Bureau. Since the onset of the spiritual tide and the resurgence of demons, the Xian nation had established the bureau to handle such cases. What is your assessment? The ponytailed woman lowered her binoculars, her proud bosom heaving with the intensity of what she had just witnessed, the buttons of her uniform straining against the pressure. The rugged man beside her shook his head slowly, his tactical gloves cracking ominously. There is no record of such an individual in the database. They are either a descendant of a hidden master or affiliated with a notably powerful faction. We must encrypt this information and escalate the report. The woman pressed her earpiece, her black ponytail fluttering in the wind, codenamed Principal, with her strength classified as provisional. A gentle breeze brushed past, causing the academy's rusted iron gate to creak softly. Unbeknownst to anyone, a silver-haired girl stood quietly at the entrance, her beautiful eyes fixated on the weathered sign bearing the name Sunsia Academy. Sunlight filtered through her hair, casting a halo of shimmering silver upon her shoulders. She gazed into the depths of the campus, a fleeting glimpse of profound wisdom contrasting her youthful appearance. I have finally found you, she murmured, the wheels of her suitcase crunching over the gravel path. According to her memories, in a week, Star Sea Academy would awaken the underground spiritual vein, elevating it to a top-tier institution within the Xian nation. The seemingly unremarkable principal would, in time, become a formidable spirit emperor capable of single-handedly suppressing the demon tide, a terrifying entity capable of annihilating the Sakura nation with but a hand. The silver-haired girl smiled, a determined arc gracing her lips as she softly declared, by enrolling early at Star Sea Academy, I shall circumvent 20 years of detours. This time, I will seize the opportunity. Chapter 22. I come to relieve the crisis of demon invasion at the principal's school. The teachers and students, still haunted by their fears, gradually dispersed. Shanghai Academy returned to its former tranquility. The dawn light unfurled its brilliant rays, heralding the arrival of a new day. In the spirit control classroom of Shanghai Academy, The door gently opened, revealing a graceful silhouette standing against the light. My name is Baimajwan. I am 18 years old, at the 5th level of spirit mastery, having practiced for 2.5 years. Today, I transfer to the Spirit Control Department of Shanghai Academy, and I hope for everyone's guidance. A breathtaking silver-haired girl stepped onto the podium, her amethyst-like eyes lightly scanning the audience. In an instant, the classroom erupted into chaos. A student in the back accidentally knocked over a cup. What on earth? Why would a 5th-level spirit master choose our school? My goodness, her beauty is truly otherworldly. A girl dropped her pen in astonishment. Ahem, this is teacher Lu Jin. She began to welcome, only to find her voice completely drowned out. Silver hair. She must be an elf, right? Is such beauty even real? To everyone's surprise, just as the campus beauty Sue had departed, a new beauty arrived. Silence. Teacher Lu Jin gently clapped her hands, her warm voice carrying an undeniable authority. Classmate Bai, please take a seat by the window in the second-to-last row. She pointed delicately towards the back of the classroom, where sunlight illuminated the vacant spot. Baimajwan nodded slightly, her silvery hair swaying gently with the motion. She strode forward, her long legs glistening like pearls in the sunlight, each step causing the breaths of her classmates to falter. As she passed, the students in the front row instinctively straightened their spines. Beside the window in the second-to-last row, a bespectacled girl, resembling a tomboy, blushed instantly. Flustered, she hurriedly tidied up her neighbor's desk, even using her sleeve to wipe the chair. This here. Her voice trembled slightly with nerves. I cleaned it for you. Baimajwan cast a fleeting glance at her, her crystalline eyes betraying no emotion. With elegance, she settled into her seat, placing her backpack gently on the desk without uttering a word. The smile of the bespectacled girl froze on her face, yet she remained undeterred. I'm called. Silence. Baimajwan interrupted without glancing up, her tone as cold as the frost of a winter morning. Supporting her chin with one hand, she gazed past the noisy classroom, her eyes fixed on the direction of the principal's office. In the principal's office, Lu Jin had rested for a night and felt his body had recovered. Just then, a chilling system notification echoed. Ding! School rule. Expel all male students. Current execution rate, 100. Reward issued. Punishment necklace, mysterious grade. This necklace can be worn around the neck of students to monitor and punish misbehaving students. A flash of white light revealed a silver necklace in Lu Jin's hand. Punishing misbehaving students, how intriguing. Vale, please assess my physical condition, he said, retracting his necklace and addressing the white-haired girl in the corner. As she interlaced her fingers before her lace skirt, a silvery stream of data flickered in her pupils. A scanning beam flowed gracefully over Lu Jin's entire body. Heart rate is stable, muscle fatigue has returned to below baseline levels, and the neural system exhibits excellent activity, she reported softly, her voice both gentle and aloof. After a brief moment, the scan concluded, and Vale withdrew her fingertips, tilting her head slightly, as if calculating a final comprehensive score. Evaluation complete, she blinked, a faint smile gracing her lips. The master's physical condition scores 98 points, classified as excellent. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, playfully inquiring, oh, where are the remaining 2 points deducted? Vale replied, according to health management protocols, it is advised to increase daily vegetable intake by 5 servings to maintain optimal nutritional balance. Lu Jin chuckled softly and reached out to tousle her white hair. Come, let me examine your health as well. With a smile, Vale responded, a minimum of 3 years. With the maximum penalty being death, master. Lu Jin ceased his jesting. What schedule do we have for today? Today marks the final day for registration for the ability assessment. You need to locate 2 students at the 3rd level of spirit mastery, she informed him. I see. Lu Jin nodded gently, a serious expression crossing his face. It would be quite absurd to miss the registration and subsequently lose the ability assessment competition. In truth, Lu Jin could utilize the chalcedony essence to help students elevate their levels to meet registration requirements. However, he preferred not to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary, as breakthroughs through external means could adversely affect the students' resolve. They were far too young to grasp that. Moreover, he had yet to announce the new school regulations. New regulations necessitate fresh inspiration. Taking a seat, Lu Jin held a thermos cup, leisurely sipping on goji berry tea while scrolling through his phone. On the trending topics list, one particular subject was rapidly gaining traction: Su Shueji transfers. He clicked on the entry, and popular comments instantly appeared, Song Cheong Wu Gao true fan, laughing to death. How could a school like Shanghai Academy retain Goddess Su? She should have left long ago. I love chow pie, Goddess Su's legs, and those white stockings. Apologies. I'm fine now. Others chimed in. It's only natural. A simple matter. Song Cheong Wu Gao's official account posted, warmly welcoming the ice element genius, Su Xueji, to our institution. Flowers and fireworks. Elite education observation. Shanghai Academy suffers a significant loss, sparking renewed discussions on the imbalance in educational resource allocation. Overall's boy, laughing to death. A garbage school truly cannot retain a true dragon. I suggest current students escape quickly. Onlooker 007. I heard it was because the principal intended to make improper advances towards Goddess Su, prompting her to transfer in shame and anger. Goodness, is that true? Poor Goddess Su. That principal is truly despicable. Justice Iron Fist. A thorough investigation into Lu Jin is warranted. How can such a person be fit to serve as principal? Is there no anti-fraud measure in place here? Lu Jin could no longer endure the sight before him. Clearly, Song Cheong Wu Gao had spread rumors online, blaming him and forcing Su Xueji to transfer schools. However, it mattered little. Soon he would dispatch the expulsion notice to the Su family. The one who would truly suffer would not be him. At that moment, the office door gently swung open, and Lu Shuang entered with an elegant stride, her slender tail swaying softly behind her. Today, she donned a fitted professional suit that accentuated her graceful curves exquisitely. "Good morning, Principal," she said, slightly bowing as she placed a document on the desk, the hint of white at her collar causing Lu Jin to instinctively avert his gaze. "What is it?" Lu Jin feigned calmness as he lifted his teacup. "Today, a transfer student is arriving at our school." Lu Shuang's cat ears perked up in delight. Her aptitude is quite impressive. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Someone is voluntarily transferring to Shanghai? How intriguing. He chuckled softly. It was indeed a novelty. Shanghai Academy was on the brink of closure, yet someone chose to transfer here. Was it not akin to joining the National Army in 49? Lu Shuang leaned on the desk, excitement bubbling forth. "Principal, this transfer student possesses the strength of a 5-pattern spirit master, which means if we find another student at the 3-pattern level, we can register for the ability assessment competition." "What? That is wonderful," Lu Jin exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. "Meow?" Lu Shuang shivered, her tail involuntarily flaring. "Apologies. I struck too hard," Lu Jin coughed, yet his gaze betrayed his attention to her still trembling cat ears. For some reason, he suddenly found his right hand difficult to control. "It's all right. It's not the first time," Lu Shuang blushed, recalling something. "Oh right. Here is her relevant information for your review." Lu Jin opened the document, which revealed, name, by Moshuan gender, female age, 18 height, 168 centimeters weight, 49 kilograms measurements, 84-60-86 department, spirit manipulation, ice element, cultivation level, 5-pattern spirit master talent rating. Her talent is indeed commendable. But alas, she is of the ice element, Lu Jin sighed softly. Due to Su Xueji's betrayal, he had grown indifferent to the notion of a beautiful girl blessed with ice element prowess. Her talent is indeed remarkable, but I hope not to encounter another Su Xueji. Lu Jin stated. "You may arrange things as you see fit, Teacher Lu." "Understood, Principal." Lu Shuang's gaze trembled slightly as she nodded gently. It seemed that the incident involving Su Xueji's transfer had indeed dealt a significant blow to the principal. 1-2-1. 1-2-1. The synchronized chants of students resonated from the playground in the early morning, causing the office's glass windows to vibrate slightly. Lu Jin lifted his head from the documents, frowning as he looked outside. "What is that commotion?" "The students are doing their morning exercises," Lu Shuang softly explained. Lu Jin glanced at his watch. The hour hand had just passed 8. "So early?" Lu Shuang blinked her eyes and remarked, "The school schedule is stipulated as such." Lu Jin furrowed his brow and questioned, "What is the current state of the school's timetable?" Lu Shuang pondered for a moment before responding, "If my memory serves me right, the schedule at Shanghai Academy dictates that students must arrive in the classroom for morning readings before 5:30 a.m., have breakfast at 7 o'clock a.m., attend the first class at 7:20 a.m., and engage in morning exercises at 8 o'clock a.m. Classes end at noon, resuming at 1:30 p.m., with dinner at 7 o'clock p.m. and dismissal at 10:30 p.m., followed by lights out at 11:30 p.m. What madness is this? Is such a schedule conceivable for a human being? Lu Jin's head was spinning. Is there truly a Heng Shui model in this world? Who on earth devised such a ridiculous timetable? Have they lost their senses? Lu Jin asked with a frown. Lu Shuang displayed a peculiar expression. Isn't this schedule set by your father? Moreover, with the imminent ability assessment, if we do not train diligently, Shanghai Academy may not even qualify for last place. Why is it so intense? Lu Jin's brows knitted tighter. Intense? Lu Shuang exclaimed in surprise. Students at Sangqiong Martial Arts High School sleep only 3 hours a day, reciting cultivation techniques while exercising and chanting spells during meals. Other academies are not any better. 6 hours of sleep is already the limit. Given this, I understand now. Lu Jin said thoughtfully, nodding his head before promptly leaving the classroom and striding towards the sports field. Lu Shuang watched his retreating figure, her lips curling into a slight smile. It seems the principal has finally come to his senses. He intends to personally ensure the students receive additional training. On the sports field, the sun scorched the synthetic track. Students moved mechanically, their uniforms drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Some appeared pale, on the verge of collapse, while others stumbled, their shoes flying off, lacking even the strength to bend down and retrieve them, continuing to run barefoot. 1-2, 1-2, keep up at the back. Another 100 laps. Physical education teacher Wang Xiaoqiang organized the students with a commanding presence. Lu Jin stood at the edge of the track, his gaze sweeping over the nearly exhausted students, before slowly raising his hand. Everyone stop. I have something to say. The running group came to an abrupt halt, the students panting heavily, gazing in confusion at the suddenly appearing principal. Wang Xiaoqiang wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly approached. Principal, what are your instructions? Since yesterday's battle, his attitude towards the young principal had subtly changed, imbued with a newfound respect. Lu Jin surveyed the surroundings. Students leaned wearily, some clutching their knees and gagging, while others slumped to the ground, their faces as pale as paper. His frown deepened. You're here as well. Look at the current state. Is this acceptable? Lu Jin raised his voice sharply. From today onward, I will establish a new school rule regarding the schedule. A new school rule? Wang Xiaoqiang was initially taken aback, but as if grasping the implication, a knowing smile crept onto his lips. He turned to the students with a menacing grin. You've been slacking off, and now the principal has caught you in the act. He suddenly barked. All of you, gather in the center of the field. Listen to the principal's admonition. The entire playground erupted in a chorus of lamentations. No, people will die? Amidst the rising cacophony of anguish, several exhausted students collapsed onto the ground, as if they had already glimpsed the gates of hell. The students, bereft of spirit, dragged their leaden legs towards the center. A few, lacking stamina, sank to the ground. It was evident that Lu Jin had come to reprimand them. The extraordinary abilities assessment was merely 3 months away. Additional training at this juncture could prove fatal. A faint wail emerged from the crowd. A strikingly tall female classmate glanced at the smiling Lu Jin and remarked, Shoo, look, Principal Lu is smiling so broadly. Surely, he intends to cancel the 10-minute break after running drills. The line of students reluctantly formed a crooked square. The girls were drenched in sweat, their uniforms clinging to their backs, accentuating their graceful curves. Wang Xiaoqiang bellowed, stand up straight. Hands at your sides. If you dawdle, we'll run an additional 500 laps. Lu Jin strolled to the flag-raising platform, leisurely sipping from his thermos. Stand properly. You're a disgrace. Do you wish to run an extra 500 laps? Upon hearing this, the crowd finally organized itself, albeit with faces marred by resentment. Lu Jin cleared his throat and said, Good morning, students. Below, a sparse chorus of good morning. Principal arose, barely audible. I can't hear you. Lu Jin frowned. Principal, good morning. The students instinctively shouted back. The next moment, Lu Jin suddenly smiled. Today, I am enacting a new school rule. He snapped the thermos lid shut, declaring, running drills are canceled. A profound silence enveloped the playground for 2 seconds, as if the students were still processing the news. You are the morning sun at 7 or 8 o'clock. I will not allow you to suffer from sleep deprivation. Lu Jin raised his voice. All students, go back to your beds and sleep immediately. What? The students were left dumbfounded, their expressions frozen. A girl dropped her water bottle with a thud. Did I hear that wrong? The principal said it himself. It must be a joke. Was it the principal who misspoke, or had I misheard? Someone slapped me, so I know this isn't a dream. Oh, you really want me to slap you? Yes, students, you did not mishear, but please, do not get too excited. There is more. Lu Jin waved his hand, his expression turning serious. From today onwards, Classes will commence at 10 in the morning and conclude at 4 in the afternoon. Should any student dare to arrive early to become the class overachiever, feel free to report them. They will be assigned a year of detention. Notification. School rule change registration. Item 3. Schedule alteration. 10 a.m. start. For p.m. dismissal. No competition allowed. Degree of absurdity. Rating. Poignant and heartfelt. Reward distribution. A small cultivation sanctuary located beside the school restroom. As his words settled, cheers erupted, nearly shaking the very foundations of the school. Lu Jin's lips curled upward. As someone who had traversed this path before, he certainly understood. Mental exhaustion is a product of relentless competition. The school mandates classes to commence at 8 a.m., yet some insist on arriving by 7 a.m. Others, in a bid to keep pace, feel compelled to follow suit. Thus, it ultimately transforms into a necessity to be present by 7 a.m. Why must students impose such hardships upon one another? Is this not a pursuit of unnecessary discomfort? Alas, the principal is indeed wise. I always knew my choice of Shanghai was the right one. My mother once lamented my lack of ambition. Long live the principal. From this day forth, you shall be our idol. The students, filled with exuberance, embraced one another, their excitement akin to a festive celebration. Observing the jubilant students, Lu Jin revealed a contented smile. "Principal, what is this?" exclaimed Wang Xiaoqiang, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. With classes from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and accounting for meal breaks and recess, the students scarcely have 4 hours of study time each day. The most alarming aspect is that the ability assessment competition looms just 3 months away. Is this not absurd? Lu Jin calmly assured. "Do not worry, Teacher Wang. I am fully aware." Suppressing his discontent, Wang Xiaoqiang replied, "Principal, with the ability assessment competition approaching, we are not only neglecting to enhance training, but rather indulging the students. Is this not counterproductive?" Lu Jin smiled. "Precisely because the ability assessment competition is imminent, it is essential for the students to rest adequately. How else can they participate in the competition with a revitalized spirit?" Wang Xiaoqiang was rendered speechless. "Principal, if we rank poorly in the assessment, our school could face permanent closure. Moreover, I still have 3 months' salary pending. If the school shuts down, to whom shall I turn for my dues?" Lu Jin, wishing to avoid further elaboration, waved his hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, Teacher Wang, even with reduced classes, your salary shall remain unchanged, and this month you shall receive a raise." Wang Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up, and he clasped his hands in respect. "The principal is indeed sagacious. I am humbled." Lu Jin chuckled softly and turned his gaze back to the jubilant students. "Now, everyone, go back and rest." With that, he turned to leave, modestly concealing his accomplishments. Behind him, the students erupted in raucous cheers. "Principal, I shall erect a longevity tablet for you. I wish to bow before the principal. I shall give birth to one for the principal." Chapter 23. Classes from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. No competition allowed. Departing the playground, Lu Jin strolled through the campus. The morning light was gentle, and he lightly tapped his fingers to summon the system interface. A translucent blue screen shimmered in the morning sun, illuminating his slightly upturned lips. School Regulation Amendment Registration. Article 3. Change of schedule. Classes from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. No competition allowed. Level of absurdity. Rating. A tale worth singing about. Reward granted. Spirit refinement. Blessed ground. A small training sanctuary located beside the school restroom. Spirit refinement. Blessed ground. Lu Jin's pupils constricted sharply, and his breath caught in his throat. This was a cultivation resource only designated for 211 key institutions registered with the Department of Education, and there were no more than 5 such locations throughout the entire city of Wuhan. He instinctively glanced around the dilapidated playground, taking in the chipped horizontal bar and the peeling walls of the restroom nearby. The system had chosen to place such a precious sanctum for cultivation in such a decrepit location? How intriguing! With his slender fingers stroking his chin, Lu Jin suddenly chuckled softly. Upon returning to the office, Wei-er was still crouched in the corner, charging her device. Lu Jin took a brief respite. At 11 in the morning, attention all faculty and students. Lu Jin's voice echoed through the loudspeakers across the campus. Gather immediately in front of the East District restroom. He repeated, gather immediately in front of the East District restroom. In class, one of the elemental department, Lin Xiaoyu, who was diligently working on her assignments, paused in confusion. Her brow furrowed. She did not understand why. Among the many possible gathering spots in the school, they had to convene at the restroom. In class, one of the martial arts department, a red-haired girl, mid-kick against a wooden post, exclaimed, "What is wrong with the principal? Gathering us at the restroom during class time?" In class, one of the artifact department, a twin-tailed little girl suddenly looked up, raising her hands in excitement. Hooray! Finally, no more classwork. The next moment, a piece of chalk was hurled from the podium, striking her forehead. Tang Xiaodang, finish your assignments before you head over. Oh, the teacher is a devil. The little girl clutched her reddened forehead, tears welling in her eyes. Only Bai Mo Yuan from the spirit control department reacted differently. The silver-haired girl closed the ancient tome she held, her violet eyes narrowing slightly, a knowing smile gracing her lips. The unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air had already captured her attention. 10 minutes later, in front of the East District restroom of Shanghai Academy, over 100 students exchanged glances. The old faucet dripped rhythmically, and the faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. So, the sports representative pinched his nose and asked in a muffled voice, "Are we here to collectively use the restroom?" Lu Xiaoxiao stared at the mottled exterior of the restroom, her lips twitching slightly. The principal wouldn't make us clean the place, would he? The class's top student, a short-haired girl named Zhuge Yu, elegantly adjusted her glasses. One thing is certain, it is definitely not an invitation for a meal. I'm baffled, do we really need to say that? A red-haired girl with voluminous waves plugged her nose and frowned slightly. It stinks. I'll have to shower again tonight. She was Zhu Li, a student from class 1 of the martial arts department. Lin Xiaoyu reassured her, "I believe the principal must have his reasons." As the students chattered amongst themselves, Lu Jin approached slowly, holding a thermos, accompanied by the director of education, Lu Shuang. Dressed in a black suit with a serious expression, he addressed the students. "Greetings, everyone. I imagine you are all curious as to why you have been summoned here. Today, we have an impromptu class on spiritual energy cultivation." Is the principal out of his mind? Julie scoffed, her voice raised. Of all places to cultivate, why here, next to the restroom? This is truly astonishing. Knight Qinshuan pouted, expressing her skepticism about the principal's intentions. The principal seems to be indulging in increasingly extravagant antics. Quiet, Lu Shuang gently admonished. Although she was perplexed by Lu Jin's decision to gather the students at the restroom door, she trusted that he had his reasons. In response to the students' grievances, Lu Jin merely smiled faintly and took a sip from his thermos of goji berry tea. System, activate the Spirit Refinement Sanctuary, he silently invoked. Spirit Refinement Sanctuary activated. Radius, 20 meters east of the restroom. Boom. In an instant, a visible vortex of azure spiritual energy surged from the ground, enveloping the entire area. The unpleasant odors that permeated the air were instantly purified, replaced by a refreshing aroma of greenery. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment as the thunderous spiritual energy within her began to operate autonomously. Zhuge Yu was the first to react, his pupils dilating sharply behind his glasses as he exclaimed, "The concentration of spiritual energy is 5 times that of the outside world. No, it's still rising. This is impossible." Zhu Li, who had just spoken, was struck silent. Even a casual inhalation of air had loosened the long stagnant bottleneck within her. Her crimson hair fluttered without wind, and she was shocked to discover that the purity of her fire-based spiritual energy was rapidly increasing. How is this possible? Such an extraordinary cultivation environment. The entire student body erupted in excitement. It's the Spirit Refinement Sanctuary. Lu Shuang's eyes sparkled with recognition. Lu Xiaoxiao, wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaimed, "Our college actually possesses a Spirit Refinement Sanctuary?" Zhuge Yu marveled. "My cousin is at the Ling University in the capital. Their sanctuary doesn't even have this level of spiritual energy." Bai Mo Yuan's eyes glimmered, her silver hair dancing softly in the spiritual wind. A ripple of satisfaction stirred in her violet gaze, and a slight smile graced her lips. Indeed, transferring to this little-known academy was the right choice. Lu Jin watched the scene with contentment, leisurely adding, "From today onward, this shall be the sacred ground for cultivation at Shanghai Academy." The hours of operation. He deliberately prolonged his tone, waiting for all the students to perk up their ears. From 4 in the afternoon to 9 in the evening. The reason for the limited 5 hours was to prevent overexertion. These students were still relatively weak. Prolonged exposure to excessive spiritual energy could overwhelm their bodies. Crying out in surprise, the students voiced their discontent. Zhuge Yu raised her hand, declaring, "Principal, I request an extension." I'm fine with extending it until midnight. Weren't some of you just complaining about the smell? Lu Jin glanced at Zhu Li in the crowd. The red-haired girl's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she bit her lip and said, Principal, I was wrong. I also request to extend the time. Very well, Lu Jin noted the students' enthusiasm, unwilling to dampen their spirits. He turned to Lin Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, please register the names and strengths of those requesting to extend their cultivation time. If they are at the Spirit Master level, they may extend by 2 hours. If at the Spirit Disciple level, by 1 hour. Understood, Principal. Lin Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. All the students sat cross-legged, commencing their cultivation. An unceasing flow of spiritual energy converged upon this realm, causing even the air to shimmer with subtle vibrations. Before long, a sudden crackle echoed. Lin Xiaoyu was engulfed in blinding lightning, levitating 3 feet above the ground as her school uniform was torn to shreds by the surging energy, revealing a white training vest adorned with flickering thunder patterns beneath. She is about to break through, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Thunder rumbled ominously as the sky darkened. A purple lightning bolt cleaved through the clouds. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the lightning descended like a colossal dragon, only to gently coil around Lin Xiaoyu's hair as it made contact. Lu Jin's thermos hovered midair. The system interface flickered before him. Host has successfully nurtured a student of the 3-pattern Spirit Master realm. Reward granted. 50 cultivation points. Chapter 24. The Extraordinary Lowly. Breaking through to the Spirit Emperor realm, Lu Jin felt the tumultuous spiritual energy surging within him, his obsidian eyes glimmering with brilliance. He focused his energy into his dantian, gauging the essence within the sea of spirit. A reward of 50 points roughly equated to the spiritual power required to transcend half a minor realm. To cultivate students and receive such substantial rewards was indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune. The students diligently practiced here, while he merely needed to reap the benefits. Was there anything more exhilarating? As Lin Xiaoyu reopened her eyes, her dark, captivating gaze danced with lightning. On her delicate, alabaster neck, the 3rd blue lightning-shaped spiritual pattern emerged. Have I succeeded? As the lightning flickered in her eyes, her slender form trembled slightly with excitement. She hurriedly approached Lu Jin, taking 2 steps in one, and suddenly leaped with joy. Principal, I've broken through. An entire semester had passed. Those sleepless nights spent in the training room, enduring the stinging backlash of lightning-based spiritual energy, paled in comparison to the mere minutes spent cultivating in the spirit refinement-blessed land. Before Lu Jin could utter a word, the girl had excitedly grasped his arm. Lin Xiaoyu, now a 3-pattern Spirit Master, sniffled, then broke into a radiant smile. I finally did it. As the last hope of the Lin family village, a spirit warrior emerging from the depths of the mountains. No one truly understood the weight of the burden she bore upon her shoulders. Very well, Lu Jin replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping up and down. Thank you, Principal. Lin Xiaoyu's lightning in her eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a shimmering veil of tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, she stumbled forward, collapsing into Lu Jin's embrace. Are you all right? Lu Jin reached out to catch her. I'm fine. The girl's cheeks flushed, her voice tremulous yet sweet, her soft form pressing closely against him. Lu Jin felt too warm, soft masses resting against his chest. Lin, your gratitude is quite overwhelming, he said, a smile playing at his lips, his hands suspended in midair, hesitant to descend. Was this the weight appropriate for her age? A deliberate cough broke the moment's tension from nearby. Lu Shuang furrowed her delicate brows, yet felt too shy to express her thoughts directly. I apologize, Principal. I was too elated just now. Lin Xiaoyu, awakening from her reverie, blushed and stepped back. It's quite all right. Lu Jin smiled gently, though his gaze inadvertently lingered on Lin Xiaoyu's shirt, stirring a pang of sympathy within him. It bore the weight of burdens far beyond what her age should endure. He cleared his throat, swiftly diverting his gaze, and turned to Lu Shuang, saying, Teacher Lu, with this, we are finally qualified to register for the ability assessment competition, correct? Lu Shuang nodded lightly, indeed. The requirement for participation is a minimum of 10 students at the Spirit Master level with 3 patterns. We have now gathered them all. I shall submit the registration form at once. Before she could finish her sentence, a cheerful jingling sound approached from a distance. A petite figure bounced through the corridor, her twin ponytails swaying joyfully with each step. The girl appeared to be no more than 10 years old. Clad in a pale yellow cartoon vest adorned with a Peppa Pig motif, her slender legs enveloped in white knee-high socks, creating a picture of innocence and vivacity. Whose child is this? Lu Jin paused momentarily. He could not recall any such young student at Shanghai Academy. Wait a moment, I believe I have seen her before. Upon closer inspection, Lu Jin recognized this little girl as the one he had rescued from the ghostly infant last time. Lu Shuang leaned in at the opportune moment. Whispering in his ear, Principal, her name is Tang Xiaodang, a 3-pattern spirit master, a student from class 1 of the alchemy department. She graduated to this level just last month. Hold on, at her age, she should be in middle school, right? How many grades did she skip? Lu Shuang pondered for a moment before replying. It seems she skipped 6 grades. What? Lu Jin's pupils constricted, and he inhaled sharply. What does it mean to skip 6 grades? It is akin to just beginning middle school, while she is already attending university. This is not merely outrageous. It is utterly beyond comprehension. Has this girl been granted some extraordinary luck? Lu Jin's voice wavered. What kind of parents would send such a prodigy to our third-rate academy? Lu Shuang revealed a playful glint in her eyes. Principal, you must understand, there are only 2 types of students who enroll at Shanghai Academy. And what are those 2 types? First, those who are so impoverished that they cannot afford the tuition of a reputable academy and thus come here to merely get by. After all, our tuition is only 500 spirit coins a year, less than 1/10 of that of the esteemed Sangqiong Martial Academy. Second, those whose qualifications are so lacking that no other academy would accept them, forcing them to either settle for less or pay to leverage connections to enter our Shanghai Academy. That does make sense. Lu Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, this seemed to be the case. The rebellious student Li Haonan had been placed in Shanghai Academy due to his inadequate qualifications, while Lin Xiaoyu had no choice but to study here due to her family's financial struggles. However, the delicate little girl before them certainly did not appear to be from a poor background. Her family could afford to fly in. Lu Shuang suddenly lowered her voice. However, I have heard that she previously blew up the alchemy room of a certain school 7 times. Lu Jin's lips twitched slightly. Was it truly that perilous? Tang Xiaodang skipped joyfully to Lu Jin's side, tilting her cherubic face upwards, her voice sweet and innocent. Principal brother, do you still remember our pact? Lu Jin instinctively crouched down, aligning his gaze with that of the diminutive prodigy who barely reached his chest. Classmate Tang, how could you slip away without a word last time? I was in a hurry to concoct elixirs. Tang Xiaodang suddenly produced a colorful pill from her pocket. This time, I have prepared a token of gratitude. It's my specially crafted strengthening pill. Consuming it will bolster one's health. Tang Xiaodang, Lu Shuang interjected, stepping forward with urgency. The invigorating pill you gave to Teacher Zhang made him practice Tai Chi for 3 days and nights. The little girl pouted in indignation, her white knee-high socks rubbing against each other. That was an accident. This time, it's genuinely an ordinary pill. Lu Jin kindly accepted the pill, nodding appreciatively. Thank you for your thoughtful gesture. Tang Xiaodang gleefully shook her twin ponytails. Then I shall go cultivate in the Spirit Refinement Sanctuary. With that, she bounced toward the training ground, the bows on her white socks swaying gently with her steps. Lu Jin smiled. The little girl possessed 3 admirable qualities. She was delicate, agile, and had a modest appetite. In an unnoticed corner, Tang Xiaodang sat cross-legged, the smile slowly fading from her lips. The spiritual energy of the Spirit Refinement Sanctuary surged towards her like a tidal wave, only to warp and collapse upon reaching a 3-meter radius around her. A vacuum of spiritual energy formed, centered on her. I've broken through. Suddenly, a student in the crowd exclaimed. Oh, another student has broken through? Lu Jin leaned in for a closer look. Zhu Li was engulfed in flames, having also ascended a level to the 2nd tier of Spirit Master. Beside her, Lu Xiaoxiao had reached the 1st tier of Spirit Master as well. The host has successfully nurtured a 2nd-tier Spirit Master student. Reward granted, 50 cultivation points. The host has successfully nurtured a 1st-tier Spirit Master student. Reward granted, 40 cultivation points. Principal, am I impressive? Lu Xiaoxiao asked. Lu Jin nonchalantly nodded. Quite impressive. He turned to leave, his demeanor seemingly calm, yet his fingertips trembled slightly. The spiritual energy within him was boiling. The bottleneck of the Spirit King realm had finally begun to loosen. Within the principal's office, spiritual energy surged like a tempest. Lu Jin sat cross-legged, the energy ebbing and flowing around him. The sound of harvesting echoed in his ears. The host has successfully nurtured a 1st-tier Spirit Master student. Reward granted, 50 cultivation points. The host has successfully nurtured an 8th-tier spirit disciple student. Reward granted. 50 cultivation points. An increasing amount of spiritual energy was drawn into Lu Jin's body. Beneath his fair skin, golden patterns began to shimmer, a sign of transformative spiritual energy. Crack. Within him, the long-held bottleneck finally showed a hairline fracture. Boom. The tumultuous surge of psychic energy burst forth like a dam unleashed, shattering its confines in an instant. Lu Jin abruptly opened his eyes, golden light swirling within his pupils, as the items within the office levitated autonomously, defying gravity. Teacups, pens, folders, and even the heavy solid wood desk all floated 3 feet above the ground. Suspended in tranquil silence, Lu Jin's spiritual power surged dramatically, the intricate patterns within him glowing brilliantly like a galaxy turned upside down. The shackles of the 7 marks of the Spirit King realm shattered under the overwhelming force of his spiritual energy, unleashing tumultuous waves within his meridians. The 7 marks of the Spirit King realm had been successfully transcended. Yet, Lu Jin did not pause, with a slight closing of his eyes. 8 spiritual marks emerged like dragons surging from the sea, weaving into a profound array within his veins. He had broken through to the 8 marks of the Spirit King realm. The torrent of spiritual energy continued unabated, illuminating the 9th mark in an instant. The 9 marks interconnected, forming a resplendent sun suspended above his energy sea. The 9th mark of the Spirit King realm had been transcended once more. With unstoppable momentum, Lu Jin surged forward, breaking through 3 realms in succession. Just then, a resounding boom echoed. Within the sea of spirit energy, an invisible barrier of heaven and earth suddenly manifested, akin to an ancient bronze gate, completely sealing off the path to the realm of the Spirit Emperor. Lu Jin's spiritual power collided against it, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, the rebounding force causing a sweet taste to rise in his throat. This was an exceedingly formidable barrier to the Spirit Emperor realm. Intriguing. Lu Jin was unwilling to concede. Having reaped so many rewards today, he was determined to break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Taking a deep breath, his spiritual energy surged like an unfathomable ocean. The 9 brilliant spiritual marks intertwining behind him to form a sacred halo. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a piercing brilliance emanating from his gaze. "Break for me," Lu Jin commanded, the long-accumulated spiritual power within him transforming into a golden beam that shot skyward. The heavens and earth shifted in hue as the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius converged frantically, forming a colossal vortex in the void. Crack. The ancient barrier of the Spirit Emperor finally revealed cracks, countless intricate patterns flowing from the fissures. Lu Jin's hands moved with lightning speed, forming seals as the 9 spiritual marks began to merge and transform. Boom. With a subtle sound, the barrier shattered completely. Amidst the cascading golden light, a stream of royal spiritual energy, purer than ever before, descended from the heavens, merging with Lu Jin's marks, transforming them into a golden hue. Subsequently, a golden spiritual mark slowly emerged at Lu Jin's neck. Rising gradually, he perceived the world around him with newfound clarity, able to discern the flowing trajectories of spiritual energy. This was the realm of the Spirit Emperor. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already midnight, time to return home. However, just as he prepared to retract his aura, a faint sound emanated from the window. Lu Jin's gaze flickered as he instantly concealed all traces of his presence. Someone had breached the principal's office at night. A graceful shadow effortlessly leaped through the window, landing soundlessly like a cat. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the delicate curves of her figure, clad in a sleek black bodysuit that hugged her full bosom and slender waist. It was none other than the brilliant campus beauty, Su Xueji. She tread softly upon the carpet, making no sound whatsoever. Her long, beautiful legs were partially obscured beneath the attire, and a dagger was strapped to her thigh, its metal glinting coldly in the moonlight. "My expulsion notice should be here," she murmured softly, a hint of tension in her voice as her fingers gently pulled open the drawer of the desk, rummaging through it. Suddenly, a sharp click echoed, a camera flash. Sneaking into the principal's office at midnight. What a delightful hobby, Miss Su. A deep, magnetic voice resonated from behind her, causing Su Xueji to freeze in place. She spun around abruptly, meeting the amused gaze of Lu Jin. Chapter 25. Miss Su. I suppose you wouldn't want the Su family to discover your expulsion from the college, would you? Lu Jin had somehow positioned himself behind her, so close that they could feel each other's breath. He leaned against the edge of the desk, his tall frame trapping her between himself and the desk, his other hand holding a phone that had captured evidence of her thievery. Miss Su, the exemplary student and campus beauty, engaging in theft? A smirk played at the corner of Lu Jin's mouth. Su Xueji's breath quickened, her icy blue hair cascading chaotically over her shoulders, her ears flushed with embarrassment and anger. You used to leave the office promptly at 8 every day. Why are you still here so late? Lu Jin chuckled. Am I mistaken? Why should I leave my own office? Su Xueji's pupils constricted, her red lips parted slightly. You actually broke through. She had sensed the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards this spot earlier, initially believing it to be a mere celestial phenomenon, only to realize that Lu Jin had ascended to the Spirit Emperor realm. The shock of him breaking through 4 realms at once left her utterly astounded. When did this seemingly useless principle become so formidable? More importantly, Lu Jin said with a knowing smile. Care to explain why a prestigious special student from Songcheong Martial High would stealthily raid my office like a thief? He playfully twirled a strand of her icy blue hair around his finger. Su Xueji's betrayal had tarnished the reputation of Shanghai Academy, and now that it lay in his grasp, he certainly couldn't let it slip away easily. Breathing unevenly, Su Xueji stubbornly turned her face away. I merely came to retrieve my expulsion notice. You wouldn't want the Su family to learn of your expulsion from Shanghai Academy, would you? Lu Jin's voice was low, laced with intrigue. Lu Jin, do you think this will coerce me into submission? Su Xueji suddenly raised her hand, a shard of ice forming at her fingertip, aimed directly at Lu Jin's throat. Crack! Before the ice shard could penetrate, Lu Jin effortlessly crushed it with one hand. The oppressive aura of the Spirit Emperor loomed over her like a mountain, causing Su Xueji's knees to buckle, nearly bringing her to the ground. She gritted her teeth to hold her stance, but a flicker of panic danced in her eyes. The chasm between the Spirit Master realm and the Spirit Emperor realm is as vast as the heavens themselves. She is utterly no match for Lu Jin. However, there exists a 7-year age gap between her and Lu Jin. Given another 7 years, she would undoubtedly trample him underfoot and utterly crush him. Suddenly, Su Xueji let out a cold laugh, her fingertip curling as the dismissal notice on the desk was instantly enveloped in frost. If negotiations fail, then destruction shall ensue. With a crack, the icy shards erupted, scattering the document into fragments. A victorious smile graced Su Xueji's lips. Her objective had been accomplished. Is that so? Lu Jin replied, a smile dancing on his lips, though it was ambiguous. Yet, in the next moment, Su Xueji's smile froze. Amidst the swirling ice particles, several pages of tattered paper fluttered down. 5 years of cultivation, 3 years of simulation, postpartum care for sows, guidelines for breeding selected boars. Surprised? Delighted? Lu Jin shook the documents in his hand, saying, the items you sought are right here. Su Xueji's mind went blank. She had been deceived. That was not a dismissal notice at all. Lu Jin had anticipated her arrival and had swapped the documents in advance. You. Su Xueji was filled with a mix of shame and anger, her ears burning crimson. She suddenly unleashed an icy blade. With a crack, the ice blade shattered in Lu Jin's grasp, crystals scattering. He swiftly seized her delicate wrist with one hand while pressing against her chest with the other, releasing a pulse of spiritual energy. Ugh! Su Xueji let out a muffled sound, stumbling backward, her ice blue hair cascading chaotically over her shoulders. Her back collided heavily with the wall. The dismissal notice is in your hand. What more do you want? She gritted her teeth, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. Lu Jin calmly brushed away the ice shards from his sleeve, advancing step by step. Classmate Su, you are now a student of Songcheong Martial High. I have reason to suspect you may be their spy. What did you say? Su Xueji, usually as serene as a snow lotus, appeared pale, her long lashes quivering like a rabbit cornered with no escape. With a chill in his gaze, Lu Jin continued, what did Songcheong Martial High send you to steal? Su Xueji was so incensed that she laughed. With a school as dismal as yours, even mice would leave in tears. What could possibly be worth stealing? Lu Jin's eyes narrowed as he glanced at her heaving chest. It seems something is hidden here, does it not? Su Xueji instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, her cheeks flushing as she retorted, there is nothing. Lu Jin chuckled coldly, retreating with his hands in his pockets. You can either reveal it yourself, or I shall personally deliver the dismissal notice to the Su family. and inform them that their young lady was caught sneaking into the principal's office at midnight to steal. You. Su Xueji's eyes brimmed with tears, her slender fingers tightly gripping the zipper pull. I'll pull it. The sound of the metal teeth scraping against each other resonated distinctly in the silent office. With a swift motion, the zipper descended past her collarbone, revealing a patch of porcelain skin. Her exquisite collarbone rose and fell with her rapid breaths. Are you satisfied? She turned her head, biting her lip, her voice cracking. Lu Jin's gaze momentarily faltered. Beneath the guise of a school uniform shirt lay a form-fitting white tank top, accentuating her breathtaking curves. The sheer chiffon fabric subtly revealed her slender waist and the delicate lace trim. How terrifying. It was far too early for satisfaction. Lu Jin coldly scoffed. With the substantial resources invested in you by Shanghai Academy, do you not think you should return everything before you decide to simply walk away? I have no money at present. Moreover, I have already repaid my debts to you. Su Xueji clenched her jade-like hands. Repaid? Lu Jin suddenly rose, his towering figure casting a shadow over her. Shanghai Academy has invested 3 million spirit coins in you. Do you think a few municipal awards can offset that? A malicious smile crept across Lu Jin's face. Su Xueji trembled, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to find her wrist firmly grasped by him. Let go of me. She struggled, but he effortlessly restrained her. Lu Jin's gaze was frigid as he said casually, if you have no money, perhaps you could work at the Tianshang Renjian foot massage parlor to repay your debts. The very mention of Tianshang Renjian made Su Xueji whirl around, a flicker of terror flashing in her eyes. That establishment was the most renowned high-end club in Wan City, masquerading as a foot massage parlor, but, yes, right at the gates of Zhangqiang Martial Arts High School. Lu Jin released her and leisurely returned to his seat. With your qualifications, earning several thousand spirit coins in a night should pose no challenge. In 3 months, your debts could be cleared. Su Xueji's complexion turned ashen in an instant. No way. I would rather die than go to such a place. Oh. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Do you possess a better solution? Or would you prefer to be a personal maid? Laundry, cooking, and providing 24-hour personal service? Dream on. Su Xueji bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. As the daughter of the Su family, how could she possibly stoop to such menial tasks for a man like him? Yet, she simply could not conjure 3 million spirit coins. No matter what, she had walked into a lion's den today. It was clear that Lu Jin had no intention of letting her go easily. I must find an opportunity to escape. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than Su Xueji turned abruptly, her ice-blue hair slicing through the air, as she leapt towards the window. Trying to run? Lu Jin reacted swiftly, reaching for the back of her collar. The sound of tearing fabric echoed sharply in the silent office. Lu Jin felt his hand slip. Instead of grasping her school uniform jacket as intended, he inadvertently caught hold of an unknown elastic band within her tank top. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Su Xueji's forward momentum halted abruptly, her back pressed slightly backward against the tension, leaving her suspended in midair. Lu Jin was momentarily stunned, his fingers still poised in a gripping position, feeling the elasticity and warmth of the band. Awkwardness hung heavily in the air. The silence was deafening. Instinctively, Lu Jin released his grip. After all, he was a figure of authority. As the principal of the academy, such a scene would certainly be detrimental if witnessed by others. The shoulder strap snapped back against Su Xueji's fair shoulder, producing a crisp sound. Snap. Ah! Su Xueji winced in pain. Turning to glare at Lu Jin with eyes filled with humiliation and fury, her cheeks flushed to the point of near bleeding. You shameless cat. Lu Jin cleared his throat, an unusual hint of guilt washing over him. It was an accident. Su Xueji had never endured such indignity. She bit her lip gently, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. An image of poignant vulnerability, resembling a flower drenched in rain, evoking sympathy. Lu Jin, however, seemed devoid of any intention to show her kindness. Silently, he took out his phone and opened the camera. Su Schoolflower, crying also has its timing. Chapter 26, Punishment for the Schoolflower. Did you ever consider this day when you betrayed our school? Lu Jin's voice was as cold as ice, the camera lens focused on Su Xueji's tear-streaked face. Click. The moment the flash illuminated the scene, Su Xueji instinctively raised her hand to shield her face, only to have her wrist seized by him. Let go. Su Xueji struggled, her icy blue hair disheveled and clinging to her tear-streaked cheeks. Lu Jin remained unmoved, tapping the screen lightly. This one is good. I'll send it to the old man of the Su family. Su Xueji lunged forward to snatch the phone, But her sudden movement caused the already precarious shoulder strap to snap completely. One side of her white tank top slipped down, revealing a large expanse of fair skin and her delicate collarbone. Flustered, Su Shueji hurriedly pulled her clothing up, her eyes reddening. What do you want from me? I truly have no money. I've mentioned it before. You have two choices. Lu Jin tucked away his phone, towering over her as if from another realm. Heaven or earth, he smirked slightly, or working as a maid to repay your debts. I choose the third option. Su Shueji suddenly lifted her head, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. All right, I'll write you an IOU. She took a deep breath. Please, do not send the expulsion notice until after the supernatural abilities assessment competition is over. I will pay you 3 million spirit coins. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Oh, didn't you desire spirit coins? Su Shueji suppressed her humiliation, her voice trembling uncontrollably. As long as I can return to the Su family, any amount of spirit coins will not be an issue. A brief silence enveloped the office. Lu Jin's gaze roamed over her, from her disheveled hair to her reddened eyes. Then to her lips, which were bitten to a pale hue. Interesting, he suddenly chuckled, pinching her chin, but why should I believe you? Su Shueji was compelled to tilt her head back to meet his gaze, their noses nearly brushing. She could detect a faint cedar scent emanating from him, mingled with an undercurrent of dangerous pressure. I can sign a contract, she stammered, struggling to swallow, in the name of the Su family. Lu Jin's thumb caressed her lower lip, spreading the crimson hue. The Su family, the very family that cast you out. This is how fervently you wish to return? The words pierced Su Shueji's heart like a dagger. She abruptly turned her face away, only to be forcefully turned back by him. Lu Jin's voice dropped to a low rumble. I can agree to your terms, but the conditions must be altered. Su Shueji's eyelashes fluttered. What conditions? First, he said leisurely, raising a finger, 3 million spirit coins will not suffice. You must provide me with 5 million spirit coins. The excess will be considered compensation for emotional distress. Secondly, Lu Jin disregarded her astonishment and continued, every weekend, report to my office regarding the developments of Sangqiong Wugao. Thirdly, his gaze fell upon her slightly parted lips, and his voice suddenly turned menacing. You shall be at my beck and call when I require you. Su Shueji's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling violently. What difference is there from being a maid? The distinction lies in the fact that Lu Jin leaned in, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You can still retain a semblance of dignity. His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Su Shueji to tremble, her legs weakening to the point of almost buckling. Instinctively, she grasped the lapel of Lu Jin's attire, only to release it abruptly upon realizing the implied intimacy of the gesture. Have you made your decision? Lu Jin straightened, resuming his imposing demeanor. Su Shueji bit down hard on her lower lip until she tasted the metallic tang of blood. It felt as though she was bargaining with a demon. Yet at this moment, she had no alternative. All right. The word was almost forced out between clenched teeth. Lu Jin's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he turned to retrieve a prepared document from the drawer. Sign here. Su Shueji took the pen, her fingers trembling so violently she could scarcely hold it. Just as the tip was about to touch the paper, the office door was thrust open suddenly. Principal, haven't you left yet? Teacher Shin Mantai stood at the threshold, her voice abruptly halting. Time seemed to freeze. Su Shueji stood disheveled with tear-filled eyes before the desk, Lu Jin's hand still resting on her shoulder. Torn clothing and shards of ice littered the floor. Shin Mantai's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Am I interrupting something? Lu Jin remained unfazed. Teacher Shin, is there something you need? And no, nothing at all, Shin Mantai stammered, hastily retreating. I was merely passing by. With that, she slammed the door shut, her footsteps hurriedly fading away. Su Shueji's face instantaneously flushed crimson. Now the entire Shanghai Academy will know. Know what? Lu Jin replied nonchalantly. The principal and students are having supplementary lessons in the office. He deliberately emphasized the last two words. Su Shueji, filled with indignation and embarrassment, raised her hand to slap him, but he effortlessly intercepted it. Do not forget your current identity. Lu Jin's tone turned icy. You are not a student of Shanghai Academy. Who do you think they will believe, me or you? Lu Jin released her hand, retrieving a silver necklace from the inner pocket of his suit. The pendant, a delicate snowflake, gleamed coldly under the light. It was the third-tier spirit artifact he had acquired that morning, the punishment necklace. Wear it, he commanded. Su Shueji retreated warily. What is this? A monitoring device, Lu Jin stated bluntly. Wear it, and I will be able to find you at any moment. Do you take me for a dog? Su Xueji trembled with fury. Suddenly, Lu Jin grasped the nape of her neck, forcing her closer. If you refuse to wear it, I will send you to the netherworld. Su Xueji could see her own reflection in his deep-set eyes, disheveled, vulnerable, yet still bearing an unyielding defiance. After a prolonged standoff, she finally lowered her gaze and trembled as she turned away. All right. Lu Jin fastened the necklace around her neck, his voice suddenly softening, imbued with an oddly tender warmth. Now, return to your celestial high. Su Xueji reached for the necklace at her throat, a sudden realization dawning upon her. This was a spiritual artifact. She could sense the immense spiritual power contained within, far beyond that of a mere surveillance device. However, seeing that Lu Jin was allowing her to leave, Su Xueji had no time to dwell on such matters. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped out of the window, her figure resembling a streak of ice-blue light. Vanishing into the night, Lu Jin stood at the window, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. After all, that graduation certificate remained in his possession. Initially, Starsea Academy had allowed numerous instructors to guide your cultivation, made an exception for you to obtain the ice essence pill, and even tacitly permitted your repeated violations of school rules. Yet, you chose to betray them. Su Xueji, our time together is far from over. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a tall building outside the academy, the night wind howled as Su Xueji stood gracefully, her ice-blue hair dancing wildly in the breeze. The remnants of a blush lingered on her cheeks as her fingertips clenched tightly into her palms. Lu Jin, she gritted her silver teeth, her voice laced with suppressed fury and a barely perceptible tremor. Gazing towards the direction of Starsea Academy, a chilling resolve ignited within her eyes. 3 months from now, during the Extraordinary Abilities Assessment Competition, I will make you witness your finest student bring ruin to your academy. In that moment, she slowly rose to her feet, her night cloak rustling in the wind, her silhouette resolute and proud. I shall ensure that you are thoroughly trampled beneath my feet. Chapter 27. New School Regulations. All female students must wear maid outfits in the corridor outside. Shun Manting stood at the door, clutching a stack of documents, her long legs slightly trembling beneath her black miniskirt. She had originally left her lesson plan in the office and returned to retrieve it, only to discover the principal's office was illuminated. Curiosity piqued, she approached, only to stumble upon an extraordinary scene. Su Xueji, disheveled and standing before the desk, her ice-blue hair in disarray and her eyes reddened. Lu Jin's right hand resting on her shoulder, his gaze anything but innocent. Surely, this was not normal. What if the principal's baser instincts were stirred? Would he turn his attention to her as well? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lu Jin suddenly approached with a smile. I saw nothing. Shin Manting spun around abruptly, scattering documents across the floor. You too, continue. Please, continue. She attempted to leave, but Lu Jin swiftly blocked her path. Teacher Shun, he said, leaning casually against the doorframe, trapping her between him and the door. You misunderstand. With her back pressed against the door, Shin Manting could distinctly perceive Lu Jin's scent. She swallowed hard, her gaze drifting to the open collar of his shirt. I understand. No need for explanation, principal. She forced a laugh, raising her hands. Teacher-student relationships are all the rage these days. I can keep a secret. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Teacher-student relationship? Ah, no, I misspoke. Shin Manting wished she could bite her tongue off. I meant extracurricular tutoring. Yes, extracurricular tutoring. Lu Jin expressed his bewilderment. Teacher Shun, it's not what you think. Indeed, it's not what I think. Shin Manting nodded vigorously. Principal, may I leave first? My mother is calling me home for dinner. Suddenly, Lu Jin leaned closer. Is Teacher Shin so anxious because you fear I might offer you extracurricular guidance? The warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Shun Manting to shiver. Tiny bumps rising on her dark skin. No, no, no. Principal, you are exceedingly busy. I would not wish to take up your precious time. She darted away like a startled rabbit. Bidding farewell, Lu Jin reflected that, unknowingly, he seemed to have been regarded as a pervert once again. A night passed without incident. Lu Jin returned home for a brief rest. The morning fog had yet to dissipate, and the bell tower of Shanghai Academy was bathed in soft golden light. The scent of last night's dew lingered along the tree-lined path, as several female students hurriedly walked over, stepping on fallen leaves. Lu Jin pushed open the sandalwood door to his office and was greeted by Wire's smiling face. Welcome back to work, master. Hello, Lu Jin replied as he settled into his chair, savoring a sip of goji berry tea. After teaching Su Xueji a lesson the previous night, he felt invigorated, The aches in his legs and back vanished. He was in high spirits, ready to tackle the day. Wire, what is on the agenda for today? Lu Jin gently rubbed the silvery hair of the mechanical girl. Wire replied, Master. At 10 o'clock a.m., student Yi Qianxuan will report on the enforcement of school regulations. At 10:30 a.m., Lin Xiaoyu will submit the application for an extension of the cultivation period in the spirit refinement grounds. The remaining time is free for your arrangement. Understood. He then pinched Wire's cheek. The silicone material displayed an astonishing elasticity under his fingers. Can you smile for me? The mechanical girl's facial muscles remained perfectly still, only her calm gaze fixed on Lu Jin. Wire lacked emotional functions and was unable to react. Lu Jin sighed softly, poking her soft chest with his fingertip, marveling at the high level of realism. Master, please cease your inappropriate behavior immediately. Wire suddenly spoke, her mechanical voice carrying an undeniable seriousness that startled Lu Jin, causing his fingers to freeze. According to Article 5 of the Energy Control Regulations, molesting mechanical beings constitutes a Level 3 felony, punishable by up to 100 years of imprisonment. Fine. I apologize. Lu Jin raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. But since you were so law-abiding, why didn't you evade earlier? Wire slightly tilted her head, seemingly processing this logical contradiction. After 2 seconds, she replied, My initial programming requires me to prioritize obeying the master's commands, even if such commands may violate regulations. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. So if I were to command you to allow me to poke you, you would comply? Wire's pupils flickered momentarily, as if calculating some complex possibility. Ultimately, she softly responded, Theoretically, yes. However, according to the supplementary provisions of the regulations, if it is determined that the master's actions exhibit a tendency towards serious legal violations, a temporary defense protocol may be activated. As soon as her voice fell, Lu Jin felt a sudden numbness in his wrist. Wei Er had deftly seized his pulse point, her grip so firm that it rendered him immobile. Much like the present moment, she smiled and added with a gentle release of her hand. Lu Jin rubbed his tingling wrist, yet his gaze remained fixated on Wei Er. The intricate sheen of her synthetic skin glimmered under the light. Perplexed, Lu Jin inquired, If I do not indulge in lewdness, but merely inspect your functional state, would that be deemed a violation? Wei Er tilted her head slightly, her hair cascading to obscure half of her visage, yet her mechanical pupils remained locked onto him. Calm and attentive. It depends on the circumstances, she replied with a smile. If it is for legitimate maintenance needs, the regulations may be exempted. Lu Jin stroked his chin with a slight grin. May I examine your charging port then? Wei Er's eyelashes fluttered imperceptibly, yet her expression remained composed. This is essential for maintaining the hardware of my psychic apparatus. Lu Jin's voice lowered, laced with a hint of playful mischief. After all, with such an expensive model, one must ensure every component functions correctly. Wouldn't you agree? Wei Er did not recoil, although her pupils constricted slightly, wisps of white smoke emanating from above her. Warning. Her voice finally revealed a tremor. Your actions are approaching critical limits. Suddenly, she raised her hand and deftly grasped Lu Jin's wrist. But this time her grip was considerably gentler, resembling a restrained impediment. All right. Lu Jin retracted his hand, ceasing to tease her. After all, this mechanical maiden was a relic from a century past, and he would not want to damage her. However, if he were to install a companion module for Wei Er, perhaps he could circumvent the regulations governing psychic energy. Even if indulging in some mischievous activities, this mechanical maiden would have to endure silently. Wei Er elegantly adjusted her disheveled dress before retreating to her designated corner. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, her eyelashes trembled faintly, and the tips of her ears flushed with a subtle, almost human-like crimson. After sipping tea, Lu Jin reclined in his chair, unlocking his phone to peruse the latest news. Upon opening the device, he was met with a shocking headline from the Wanqing campus forum. Stunning. The principal of Shanghai Academy's bizarre new rule, prohibition on admitting male students. Shocking. Shanghai Academy mandates a schedule from 10 in the morning to 4 in the evening, firing the first shot against overwork. The top comment read, This old lecture will inevitably ruin the school, Doge emoji. Previously, he had even instituted a rule that skirts must be shorter than safety shorts. What? Is this really happening? I plan to apply to Shanghai Academy next year. I shall critique them thoroughly, and no one shall stop me. The second trending topic, Su Xueji transfers schools overnight, a moment of clarity. Oh, has Su Xueji been vindicated once again? Lu Jin scrolled through the comments with keen interest. The top comment stated, "This principal must be seriously unwell. The students of Shanghai Academy are truly unfortunate. Hurry and grab a bucket to escape, or else graduation will lead to factory work." Laughter. It is utterly amusing. Su, the school beauty, foresaw the imminent downfall of this wretched institution and thus transferred in advance. Applause. Thankfully, Su managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, the dim-witted principal would have mandated that female students attend classes clad in bikinis. Humor. The Extraordinary Abilities Assessment Competition is about to commence. Yet they absurdly require attendance from 10 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. Why not ascend to the heavens instead? Haha. Starcy Academy is undoubtedly destined for the bottom of the rankings once again. As Lu Jin observed the mocking comments from Su Xueji's fans on the screen, he adjusted his glasses, their lenses glinting with a cold light. Ah, so this is how you wish to play. Since you revel in online harassment, let us see who the true maestro of rhythm is. With a mere click of the mouse, 2 high-definition photos were swiftly uploaded to the campus forum. One depicting Su Xueji, clad in night gear, stealthily unlocking the principal's office door in the dead of night, and another capturing her with red-rimmed eyes, biting her lower lip in a pitiable manner. The title was particularly gut-wrenching, heartbreaking. Our school's outstanding student caught thieving in the dead of night. Within 3 seconds, the entire One City campus forum erupted. Goodness, how could Su, the school beauty, be caught stealing in the dead of night? Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? My word, who has transformed our school beauty into this sorrowful figure? The image of her weeping like a pear blossom has completely shattered her esteemed reputation. I stand with the principal of Starcy Academy on this one. Are the photos authentic? Undoubtedly. Lu Jin closed his phone and leisurely brewed a cup of tea. It was time to formulate new school regulations. What shall today's regulations entail? While Lu Jin pondered, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Xiaoyu, the student council president, entered, presenting the results of yesterday's survey to Lu Jin. Principal, here are the applications submitted by students requesting extended training hours from yesterday. Very well. Lu Jin glanced at them and remarked, next week, the subject assessment team will be arriving. What do they typically inspect during these evaluations? Lin Xiaoyu contemplated before responding. Primarily, they assess the student's appearance and the quality of teaching. Ah, Lu Jin furrowed his brow. This group of students consists of either delinquent girls, street ruffians, or those from impoverished backgrounds. What relevance does appearance have? Taking a deep breath, Lu Jin's gaze suddenly fell upon Lin Xiaoyu. The young girl, dressed in a faded school uniform with her ponytail high, appeared anxious yet retained an attractive countenance. Especially her legs, long and straight. Wait a moment. An epiphany struck Lu Jin as he slammed his hand on the desk. I have a solution. With a serious expression, he addressed Lin Xiaoyu. Starting today, we shall design a new school uniform. A new uniform? Lin Xiaoyu looked perplexed. She inquired, what kind of new uniform are you envisioning? A loose tracksuit or perhaps a uniform? Those styles are quite popular. Neither of those. Lu Jin gently shook his head. All female students must wear white silk-made outfits to class. Violators will be treated as absent. Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 28. Deceiving Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu's expression turned vacant as the documents in her hands scattered across the floor. She stared wide-eyed, frozen in place. Change in school regulations. New regulation. Female students must wear white silk-made outfits to class. Degree of absurdity. Rating. Outrageously unconventional. Reward distribution. Underground spiritual vein. Located beneath the old locust tree in the school playground. An underground spiritual vein? Could it be that Shanghai Academy possesses such a treasure? Lu Jin's pupils constricted. This was a rare resource typically reserved for 985 universities. Once one possesses a spiritual vein, it can continuously produce spirit stones, enabling Shanghai Academy to grow and prosper. With this thought, Lu Jin's heart stirred. Was the underground spiritual vein a long-standing existence or a newly manifested phenomenon? If it were the former, could the recent invasion of demons have been more than just a coincidence? Was that ghostly infant drawn to the underground spiritual vein? Principal. Lin Xiaoyu regained her composure. Her ears flushed with embarrassment. What kind of decorum was this? What about the academic evaluation? Lu Jin replied, precisely for the sake of the academic assessment. We must have a unified dress code. Lin Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed. Wearing white silk-made outfits is too humiliating. The evaluation team will think we've lost our minds. Incorrect. Lu Jin raised a finger, They will witness absolute obedience, an extraordinary aesthetic, and a trend-setting fashion statement. Lin Xiaoyu's expression stiffened. She wanted to voice her concerns, but found herself at a loss for words. Coming from a humble background, she had no choice but to enroll in Shanghai Academy. Yet she never anticipated such eccentricity from the institution. As the president of the student council, she not only could not defy the principal's orders, but also had to take the lead in this matter. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she struggled to maintain her composure, yet the redness in her ears refused to fade. Clenching the documents, her voice trembled slightly. Principal, are you certain this will pass the academic evaluation? The evaluators are not here for a cosplay event. Lu Jin smiled faintly, his gaze deep and resolute. Xiaoyu, do you know why Shanghai Academy has consistently ranked at the bottom? Lin Xiaoyu paused. Is it due to a lack of qualified faculty? A scarcity of resources? No. It is because we are too ordinary. Lu Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone steady. 985 universities possess spiritual veins, and 211 universities have rich heritage. What do we have? If we continue to follow the conventional path, we will never catch up in 100 years. He paused, his eyes ablaze. But what if we dare to do what others do not dare to do? To tread paths others are afraid to tread? Lin Xiaoyu opened her mouth, but found herself speechless. Lu Jin seized the moment, lowering his voice. Do you think I am merely advocating for maid outfits? No. This is strategy. Strategy? Lin Xiaoyu regarded him with suspicion. Indeed. Lu Jin smiled mysteriously. The evaluation team has long been weary of the monotonous presentations of various academies. However, if upon entering the school gates, they were greeted by a row of neatly uniformed, spirited maid-clad students, what do you think their thoughts would be? Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. They would think we are insane. Incorrect. Lu Jin declared emphatically. They would perceive this school as bold, creative, and filled with infinite possibilities. Lin Xiaoyu's fingers, clutching the document, turned pale as she furrowed her brow. Principal, this regulation is utterly absurd. How could the girls possibly accept it? Moreover, if the academic assessment team were to witness such a school rule, they would undoubtedly assign us a score of 0. Lu Jin's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone bore an undeniable authority. Xiaoyu, do you trust me? Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback, instinctively responding, of course I trust the principal. But, no buts, Lu Jin interrupted. His gaze profound. There is only so much I can disclose at this moment. Some matters cannot be explained now, but this regulation must be enforced. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip, torn within. She had always placed her faith in Lu Jin, yet this request was beyond the realm of reason. Noticing her hesitation, Lu Jin suddenly lowered his voice. Do you remember the ghost baby attack last week? Lin Xiaoyu stiffened, the horrific images from that night flashing vividly in her mind. Crimson eyes, twisted limbs. Had Lu Jin not intervened in time, the entire school would have. That was no coincidence. Lu Jin's expression grew grave. The school was facing an unseen crisis, and this regulation was the key to addressing it. Lin Xiaoyu's pupils constricted. Are you implying that the maid outfits can ward off evil? A barely perceptible twitch crossed Lu Jin's lips, but he quickly resumed his serious demeanor. That is one way to interpret it. But that makes no sense. Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, bewildered. What connection could there possibly be between white stockings and exorcising evil? Matters of mysticism do not require scientific explanation, Lu Jin replied solemnly. This is the only method capable of transforming our school's current predicament. A chill ran through Lin Xiaoyu as she finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Lu Jin placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, speaking earnestly. Xiaoyu, you are the president of the student council, a role model for all students. If you falter, what will become of the others? After a long silence, Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip, as if steeling herself for a decision. Fine, I will wear it. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This is the Lin Xiaoyu I know. He turned and gazed out the window at the old locust tree on the playground, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Whether it be academic assessments or supernatural evaluations, the rise of Shanghai Academy would commence with this very white stocking. 10 minutes later, the campus broadcast announced, attention all female students. The new school regulations have been uploaded to the official website. All girls must don white stockings and maid outfits within 3 days. Lu Jin's voice resonated throughout the campus. I repeat, this is not a drill. Shanghai Academy's training ground. Uffed. By Ma Juan, caught mid-drink, sprayed her companion with water. Did I mishear? Or has the principal lost his mind? She had initially believed that enrolling in Shanghai Academy would spare her 2 decades of unnecessary detours. Yet, no one had warned her about the peculiarity of the school's regulations. In the Danchi department classroom, Tang Xiaotang gazed at the loudspeaker, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I have a new dress to wear." Just as her words settled in the air, a piece of chalk flew through the room, striking her forehead. "Focus on your homework." A beautiful girl from Class 2 of the Elements department exclaimed. What reason could he possibly have? Another girl, with a striking figure, retorted indignantly. This perverse principal has truly revealed his true nature. What school mandates that the uniform be a maid's outfit? Absurd, utterly absurd. To the side, the graceful Zhuge Yu adjusted her glasses calmly. "I believe there is no harm in trying it out." In the academy's gymnasium, Yi Qianxuan clenched her water bottle. Her ears flushed crimson with indignation. Indeed, the principal is a pervert. With a resounding crack, she crushed the bottle in her grip, forcing her, a rebellious girl, to don a white silk maid's outfit felt no different than sentencing her to death. In the school's laboratory, with a soft thud, Lu Xiaoxiao dropped her test tube. She stared blankly at the loudspeaker, her ears visibly reddening. This is beyond embarrassing. Chapter 29. Underground spirit veins in the corridor outside the martial arts department classroom. 3 rebellious girls strode in with fierce determination. Su Yao kicked the classroom door open, hands on her hips, her gaze defiant. "Class monitor, we wish to file a complaint." Zhao Shuang crossed her arms, her school uniform jacket casually draped over her shoulders, revealing a black crop top beneath. "Is the principal out of his mind? Making us wear maid outfits? Does he take us for waitresses in a CAF?" Li Qian leaned against the doorframe, twirling a strand of her highlighted blue hair with her fingertips. "Class monitor, you must understand our feelings, right? Only you can assist us now." Inside the classroom, Julie sat with her legs crossed, engrossed in her phone, her long legs accentuated by her hot pants. She glanced up at the trio, her lips curling into a slight smirk. "What is the matter? Has the principal's new regulation thrown you off balance?" Su Yao slammed her hand on the table, seething. "Class monitor, we are here to protest, not to be the subject of your mockery." Julie leisurely set down her phone, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. "Protest? That is fine, but you must provide me with a reasonable justification." Zhao Shuang scoffed. "Justification? This ridiculous rule is a disgrace to all girls. Does the principal harbor some peculiar fetish?" "Exactly. This is a test of obedience." Su Yao concurred. "It's an oppression of female students." Li Qian spoke firmly. "Class monitor, we must unite in our protest. If the principal does not retract this rule, we shall escalate our complaint to the education department." Upon hearing this, Julie not only remained unperturbed but burst into laughter. She stood up and gently pinched Su Yao's cheek. "Oh dear, you're all so agitated. Could it be that you're feeling shy?" "Who is shy?" Su Yao exploded in frustration. Forcing her, a rebellious girl, to wear a white silk maid's outfit was no different from asking her to run naked. Julie curled her lips, saying, "If you don't want to wear it, then simply don't. I don't believe he dares to do anything to us." The 3 of them exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Could they truly avoid wearing it? Zhao Shuang asked doubtfully. The principal said it would be treated as skipping class. "Humph." Julie scoffed disdainfully, twirling a strand of her long hair with her fingertips. "Skipping class? That is the extent of his power. Have you forgotten what day it is next week?" Li Qian's eyes brightened. "Teaching evaluation." "Exactly." Julie snapped her fingers. "The evaluators will arrive next week. As long as we make a big fuss in these few days." Her tone elongated meaningfully. Su Yao, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Class monitor, do you mean we should organize a school-wide protest against wearing it?" Julie declared, hands on hips, her long legs and shorts confidently propped up on the chair. "During the evaluation, the principal won't be able to do anything to us. Once the evaluation concludes, the pressure from public opinion will be quite enough for him to handle." In the office of the administration, Lu Shuang's pen snapped sharply against the attendance sheet, ink splattering into a grotesque stain. What was the principal up to? She stared at the loudspeaker, her expression frozen. Was he becoming increasingly reckless? Across from her, Shin Manting abruptly stood up, her office chair squeaking in protest. Although she typically wore shorts and ear studs, Lu Jin's actions had crossed her threshold of tolerance. She had thought last night's incident was absurd enough. Yet today surpassed all expectations. It was as if he treated school regulations as a joke. The folder slammed heavily onto the desk, rattling the teacup. Before Lu Shuang could intervene, Shin Manting had already stormed out of the office. This regulation was utterly outrageous. However, the moral education director, Lu Xingyao, was still in seclusion, and the other teachers were indifferent to administrative matters. Only she could stand up now. Calm down, Teacher Shun. Lu Shuang hurriedly followed, her high heels echoing a frantic rhythm in the corridor. She feared Shin Manting would lose control and confront Lu Jin head-on. Bang! Shin Manting pushed open the principal's office door, her voice suppressing her fury. Principal Lu, what on earth are you doing? Behind the desk, Lu Jin leisurely flipped through documents. Upon hearing her, he looked up, a glint of amusement flashing behind his glasses. Teacher Shun, Lu Jin replied with a smile, sliding a cup of goji tea toward her. Would you care to try? It helps lower blood pressure. Without even glancing at the cup, Shin Manting cut straight to the point. Principal Lu, I don't wish to pursue last night's matter any further. But what was that announcement about? Allowing students to wear bizarre outfits to class? This will severely tarnish the reputation of Shanghai Academy. Lu Shuang quickly stepped into the principal's office, speaking softly. Principal, I apologize for not being able to stop her. Lu Jin waved his hand nonchalantly. No worries. He looked up at Shin Manting, his tone relaxed. Teacher Shun, you are overthinking it. The new uniforms are designed beautifully and are quite kawaii. Kawaii? Shin Manting furrowed her brows, wary of this unfamiliar term. It means cute, he clarified. Lu Jin earnestly explained that a standardized school uniform symbolizes stringent requirements, strict discipline, and contemporary fashion trends, which would undoubtedly astonish the teaching evaluation group. But that is not the crux of the matter. Shin Manting abruptly slammed her hand on the table, her voice rising sharply. The procurement channels, material costs, and sources of funding are the essentials. Do you think this is child's play? Lu Jin gently tapped the table with his fingertips, speaking slowly and deliberately. I have already selected the finest spirit silk fabric, which is not only comfortable and breathable, but also accelerates the flow of spiritual energy. Spirit silk is a mysterious thread derived from the roots of ancient spirit trees, and after special weaving, it forms a top-tier spiritual energy conductor fabric. It not only possesses extraordinary comfort and breathability, but also significantly enhances the efficiency of the wearer's spiritual energy flow, making it the material of choice for crafting battle attire for spirit warriors. Spirit silk? Lu Shuang's cat ears perked up slightly, her eyes gleaming with surprise. If we could use spirit silk for the school uniforms, the students' training efficiency would undoubtedly improve dramatically. How casually you speak. Shin Manting scoffed coldly. A bolt of spirit silk costs 8,000 spirit coins, and at least 60 bolts are needed for the female students alone, totaling 480,000 spirit coins. Most of our students come from impoverished backgrounds. Where would we procure such funds? Her gaze was sharp, clearly deeming the young principal overly naive. Lu Shuang's ears twitched lightly, tentatively suggesting, why not allow the students to take out loans? The school could offer installment payments with an annual interest rate of 10, solving the financial issue while also generating profit. No need for that. Lu Jin interrupted decisively. Shanghai Academy will not profit from its students. Then what do you mean? Lu Shuang tilted her head, wearing a puzzled expression. The uniforms will be provided free of charge, Lu Jin stated nonchalantly. Free. Shin Manting's pupils constricted, biting her lip as she said, Principal, to be frank, the school board has long been dissatisfied with you. They cannot possibly approve this budget. Approval from them is unnecessary. Lu Jin suddenly lifted his gaze, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. Then where will your spirit coins come from? Shin Manting pressed. Lu Jin lowered his voice, laced with mystery. What if I told you that beneath our school playground lies a concealed spiritual vein? Chapter 30. Digging. Continue digging spiritual vein? The moment the term escaped his lips, the two female teachers' expressions shifted dramatically. Shin Manting's delicate brows knitted tightly, disbelief ringing in her voice. Principal, have you been burning the midnight oil and become muddled? Our Shanghai Academy is merely a third-rate college, with even the books in the library rented. How could we possibly have a spiritual vein? What is a spiritual vein? A spiritual vein is the essence of Earth's spiritual energy, a convergence of celestial qi, containing immense spiritual power and regarded as one of the most precious resources. Spiritual veins can yield pure spiritual energy crystals, which can be utilized to forge spiritual artifacts, concoct elixirs, or directly absorbed for cultivation. Thus, the ownership of a spiritual vein often determines the rise and fall of a faction. Ordinary academies can barely sustain a cultivation environment with their meager spiritual energy, while the strength of elite academies stems from their possession of spiritual veins. which continuously nurture spirit masters, forge divine weapons, and amass wealth. In one city, even a minor spiritual vein can incite bloody conflicts among academies. Whereas major spiritual veins are tightly controlled by powerful factions, leaving ordinary spiritual martial artists unable to glimpse their true nature throughout their lives. Now, Lu Jin has claimed that beneath the Star Sea Academy lies an ancient, undeveloped spiritual vein. This is akin to a fantastical tale. Rest assured, Teacher Shun, Lu Jin said, his slender fingers lightly tapping on the table, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Within 3 days, I promise to gather 480,000 spirit coins. Shen Manting sighed softly, her gaze revealing a hint of helplessness. In her view, Lu Jin was ultimately too young and impetuous. His actions were rash and lacking in thoroughness, filled with unrealistic fantasies. He was nothing short of a reckless youth. Principal, Section 12 of Chapter 7 of the School Regulations clearly states, she delicately tapped the School Regulations manual on the desk. If the principal makes a grave misjudgment, the Board of Trustees has the authority to convene an emergency meeting to dismiss you. She was not threatening Lu Jin. She was merely stating facts. Even the principal cannot act with impunity. Teacher Shin worries too much. I am not only the legal representative of the academy, but also hold 39 of the shares. According to the regulations, dismissing the principal requires the joint signatures of more than 50 of the faculty. In simpler terms, as long as I gain over 50 support, I will not be dismissed. He already had a strategy in mind for achieving this. Principal, if the Board of Trustees were to dismiss you, I would be the first to oppose it. Lu Shuang suddenly raised her hand, her apricot eyes shining with resolute determination. As the academic director, aligning oneself at this moment was crucial. She was staking her career on her full support for this young principal. Thank you, Director Lu. Lu Jin nodded gently. This afternoon, just wait and see. Shen Manting shook her head helplessly and turned to leave, her marten boots echoing against the floor. At the moment the door closed, Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smile as he reached out to gently rub Lu Shuang's cat ears. Thank you for your support, Director Lu. This sudden display of affection caused Lu Shuang to stiffen, the soft tips of her ears quivering. When she finally composed herself, her entire face flushed crimson, and she quickly stepped back, her tail retracting in haste. Not at all, Principal. I believe in you, Lu Shuang said earnestly. Lu Jin suddenly adopted a serious tone. Director Lu, I have an important task for you. What task? Lu Shuang inquired. Go inform the students to prepare their shovels and picks. We are going to work hard this afternoon. At 4:30 p.m., just as the school bell rang, the intercom at Star Sea Academy crackled to life. Attention, all students. Lu Jin's voice, tinged with rare excitement, announced, please immediately bring your shovels and tools to the playground. I repeat, this is not a drill. In the classroom, students exchanged puzzled glances. What is going on? Are we changing careers to become miners? The principal seems to be experiencing a peculiar whim. Could it be that he has stumbled upon an ancient tomb? How could there be an ancient burial site in this desolate corner where Star Sea Academy is located? Despite their skepticism, the students reluctantly vacated their classrooms. 10 minutes later, the entire faculty and student body of Star Sea Academy gathered on the playground, an atmosphere thick with bewilderment enveloping them. Lu Jin stood upon the weathered flag-raising platform, the morning breeze caressing the corners of his garments. He gently tapped the microphone, his clear voice resonating across the playground. Students, today, we shall embark on a special activity, a campus treasure hunt. A profound silence fell over the crowd. The students exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched across their faces. Were they not aware of the Academy's meager resources? The school could scarcely produce a single decent mystic-grade artifact. Even scrap collectors would lose money here. What treasures could possibly be unearthed in such a place? Among the throng, Zhu Li crossed her arms and scoffed. Surely the principal has worn himself thin grading papers to the point of madness? Her close friend discreetly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to lower her voice. What nonsense was this? Yi Qinshuan pouted, branding the principal a buffoon for such absurdity. Su Yao and others mirrored her disdain. Treasures in this wretched place? They would not believe it even if they were beaten. Lin Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, both reflecting deep skepticism in their eyes. Shen Manting stood at the forefront of the teachers' assembly, her arms crossed, dressed in practical work pants for ease of movement. Yet her expression bore distrust. Principal Lu, what if we find nothing? What shall we do about today's debacle? A subtle smile played at the corners of Lu Jin's lips. Should they unearth nothing, he could simply dismiss Teacher Shun to entertain the students. You. Shin Manting glared at him, her exquisite collarbone visible as her chest heaved with indignation. Lu Jin, you had better hope something materializes. Otherwise, tonight you will personally discover why they call me the witch. Fear not, just watch, Lu Jin replied with a light smirk. Addressing the students on the playground, commence digging with the old locust tree on the east side of the playground as your center. The class that uncovers treasure shall be exempt from assignments for an entire year. Boom. The students, who moments before had been lethargic, erupted with enthusiasm. They immediately seized shovels and began to dig. Meanwhile, at the entrance, a stretch limousine came to a halt. Lu Hu, the chairman of the Golden Huang Group, stepped out, his polished shoes striking the worn tiles of Star Sea Academy. As a board member, he had come to confront the principal over recent developments. Lu Jin had scarcely been in office for a month, and the uproar surrounding the new school regulations had already reached a fever pitch. Initially, he had intended to overlook the matter. However, upon hearing that Lu Jin planned to excavate the playground, he could no longer remain passive. With changes to schedules, uniforms, and now this excavation? It seemed Lu Jin was truly leading the school to ruin. He let out a cold laugh, declaring that today would mark your downfall. The commotion caused today was indeed monumental. By the time physical education teacher Wang Xiaoqiang hurried over, the playground resembled a battlefield ravaged by bombardment. Principal Lu, Wang Xiaoqiang exclaimed in shock, you allowed the students to vandalize school property. This is not vandalism. This is treasure hunting, Lu Jin replied, his tone unyielding. What? Wang Xiaoqiang naturally found this hard to believe. Having taught on the playground for over a decade, he was aware of no treasures to be found. Lu Jin remained silent. Instead, commanding the students, continue digging. The students resumed their diligent work. Clap, clap, clap. The ironic applause echoed from the school gate as Lu Hu, the chairman of Jin Huang Group, strolled in, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards clad in black suits. His polished crocodile leather shoes squelched in the muddy playground, each step laden with disdain. Marvelous, truly marvelous, he remarked, pausing at the edge of a pit, his shoe tip nudging the grass. Principal Lu, has your esteemed institution fallen so low that you resort to having students engage in tomb raiding? Lu Jin smiled. Mr. Lu, what brings you here? The financial backers of Shanghai Academy were twofold, the 4-Star Group and Jin Huang Group. The former primarily invested and donated, while the latter held a 40% stake in the academy. Thus, Lu Hu considered himself the de facto ruler of Shanghai Academy. If I hadn't come, you would have dismantled Shanghai Academy. Lu Hu seethed, his anger palpable. A cold sweat trickled down Wang Xiaoqiang's temple. He eyed the group of suited thugs behind Lu Hu, his throat tightening involuntarily. These bodyguards were all formidable spirit kings nurtured by Jin Huang Group. Should a conflict arise, it would not bode well. Principal Lu, Wang Xiaoqiang lowered his voice. Should we not have the students cease their activities for now? Ignoring him, Lu Jin raised his voice instead, continue digging. I dare anyone to move. Lu Hu bellowed, his spirit pressure suddenly unleashed. 6 golden red spirit patterns emerged quietly on his neck, bulging with muscle. The fallen leaves on the playground stirred without wind, and several physically weaker female students collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. Shin Manting's pupils constricted. She was astonished that Lu Hu would dare to act against the students in public, and even more so that this merchant, reeking of copper, had reached the pinnacle of Spirit King with 6 patterns. Mr. Lu, you certainly are formidable, Lu Jin chuckled lightly, feeling a surge of energy as he released his own spirit power. Instantly, the oppressive spirit pressure enveloping the area dissipated like spring snow melting away. Lu Hu's expression shifted slightly. He had exerted 70% of his power, and yet this young man had effortlessly neutralized it. Principal Lu, Lu Hu sneered through clenched teeth. Do you not intend to offer me an explanation? Explain what? Lu Jin brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeve. According to school regulations, the principal has the authority to organize extracurricular activities. Nonsense. Lu Hu thundered, veins bulging on his neck. I invested 2 million spirit coins to renovate this playground. And now you bring students to dig it up? Do you think my money grew on trees? Lu Shuang stepped forward, her delicate foot shifting slightly to shield Lu Jin. Her tail poised like a whip. Mr. Lu, mind your language. A mere director of education dares to interject? Lu Hu forced a cold laugh through clenched teeth, his crocodile leather shoes crushing a wild blade of grass beneath him. Lu Jin, remember your place. I have the power to elevate you to the position of principal, just as easily as I can cast you down. Were it not for your father's reputation, you wouldn't even qualify to stand here and converse with me. Lu Jin suddenly smiled. Who do you think you are? At Shanghai Academy, I am the principal. You have no authority to dictate my actions. Lu Hu's face contorted with rage as he furiously pulled out his phone. I will convene an emergency board meeting right now. A clear, resonant metallic sound abruptly interrupted his outburst. The crowd turned to follow the sound, only to see Lin Xiaoyu's shovel's tip embedded in the earth, the handle vibrating at an odd frequency. She blinked in confusion as a ghostly blue light seeped from the soil. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently. A 3-meter-wide column of spiritual energy erupted from the earth, soaring into the sky, carrying with it the starry remnants of a millennium. This, Shen Manting gasped, her crimson lips parting in astonishment as the radiant column illuminated her shocked countenance. Was this an accompanying phenomenon of the underground spiritual vein? Chapter 31. A brawl on my territory? How amusing. Boom. The entire playground seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand as a 10-meter-wide ghostly blue column shot skyward. Dark clouds swirled above, forming a vortex-like energy storm around the luminous column. A spiritual vein. There truly is a spiritual vein. Wang Xiaoqiang's pupils constricted suddenly, his throat bobbing nervously. In the alchemy department, the frail hand of Yao Wuhan pressed against the window frame, the murky depths of his eyes reflecting the blue light. His age-worn wrinkles betraying an incredulous tremor. It was indeed an underground spiritual vein. The prophecy inscribed on the fragment had come to fruition. In the martial arts department office, Zhang Guangdao's eyes sparkled with fervor as his broad palm slammed against the window frame, his face alight with ecstatic joy. A spiritual vein. It's truly a spiritual vein. The students on the playground stared blankly at the deep pit revealing the spiritual vein, their expressions vacant, naïve and inexperienced. They could not comprehend what this meant for Shanghai Academy. Shen Manting's fingertips dug deeply into her palm. The instructor, known for her fiery temper, now trembled slightly, her full bosom heaving violently, unable to articulate a single coherent word. Instinctively, she glanced at Lu Jin's silhouette, the young principal, who always wore a sardonic smile, now radiated a disquieting authority under the glow of the spiritual vein-esque blue light. Lu Hu's complexion paled, disbelief coursing through him as he stepped closer for a better look. The soil did not contain crude, but rather standard spiritual crystals emanating an ethereal blue glow, twinkling like stars amidst the muck. Even picking up a piece at random, its purity was enough to drive an auction house into a frenzy. Impossible. Lu Hu's voice quivered. A spiritual vein of this magnitude must be of high-grade quality. Lu Jin had, unbeknownst to him, already positioned himself at the edge of the luminous column, the fabric of his garment fluttering, and indeed, it was a living vein. The ordinary spiritual veins, once exploited, become depleted, akin to oil mines. In contrast, the living veins can absorb the celestial essence and self-repair, much like a vibrant energy tree, thriving even more with increased extraction. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lu Hu's eyes, and he suddenly broke into applause. Principal Lu, I beg your pardon. It seems I have underestimated your prowess. That is good to know, Lu Jin replied, disinterested. Where are the security personnel? Please escort our guest out. A sharp bark pierced the tense atmosphere. Everyone's gaze fell, revealing a brown, curly-haired teddy dog tugging at Lu Hu's pant leg. A vein throbbed on Lu Hu's forehead as he raised his foot to kick. Where did this stray come from? Bang! The little teddy suddenly stood upright, its paws striking the ground. In an instant, its mouth expanded into a cavernous maw, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Roar! The deafening roar unleashed a wave of force, tousling Lu Hu's meticulously styled hair into disarray, droplets of foul-smelling saliva splattering his face. Spiritual beast. Lu Hu staggered backward, hastily raising his right hand. Wait. Principal Lu. Speak quickly, Lu Jin commanded. Principal Lu. Your ability to identify a profound spiritual vein at such a young age is indeed commendable. However, Lu Hu's tone shifted. Such a precious resource in a vocational institution seems rather wasteful. What do you mean? I propose a transaction, Lu Hu said with a sly smile. Lu Jin remained impassive. What insights does Director Lu have? Leaning forward and lowering his voice, Lu Hu proposed. Our Jin Huang Group is willing to offer 300 million spiritual coins to acquire Shanghai Academy. Moreover, he paused for emphasis. Principal Lu may retain a 20% stake, with annual dividends not falling below this amount. It should be noted that the Spiritual Vein Regulation Act stipulates that any spiritual vein of superior yellow grade and above belongs to the legal entity of the discovery site, such as sects or academies, prohibiting private ownership, transfer, or division. Although Lu, who is a board member, the ownership of the vein does not belong to him personally, but rather to the legal entity of Shanghai Academy, Lu Jin. Yet, in Lu Jin's hands, these veins are being squandered. Their value could reach at least 10 billion. Lu Jin's expression darkened immediately. Director Lu may be mistaken. The academy is a place of education, not a marketplace. While 300 million spiritual coins is a substantial sum, the value of this vein far exceeds that amount. This vein will provide Shanghai Academy with an endless supply of fortuitous opportunities. Lu Hu's expression suddenly grew as grim as iron, a serpentine glint flickering in his shrewd, triangular eyes. Principal Lu, the business world demands one to be adaptive to circumstances. He leisurely caressed his jade ring, his voice hissing like a serpent's tongue. Some opportunities, if mishandled, may invite calamity. Lu Jin scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade. I would advise you as well. If your claws extend too far, be wary of having them severed. A twitch ran through the flesh on Lu Hu's face, his eyes swirling with greed and malice. He was undoubtedly aware that this profound spirit vein was ostensibly owned by the academy, yet he could manipulate the board to dismiss Lu Jin, subsequently installing his own successor as president, thereby indirectly controlling the spirit vein. Lu Hu's expression darkened. Young man, do not overestimate your capabilities. You cannot safeguard this spirit vein. Lu Jin maintained a calm demeanor, yet an invisible pressure emanated from him, thickening the very air around them. He slightly raised his gaze, his tone indifferent. Whether it can be protected is not determined by mere words, but by strength. Lu Hu's countenance turned ominous as he abruptly flicked his sleeve. Very well. Let us see the truth unfold at the board meeting. He turned and strode away, his bodyguards hastily following, leaving the playground in a state of disarray. Lu Hu glanced back at the towering beam of spirit light, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. Did Lu Jin truly believe he could consume the profound spirit vein? Greed is like a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. He clenched his fists, knuckles widening, already strategizing how to unite with other shareholders at the board meeting to oust Lu Jin decisively. By tomorrow, when you find yourself cast out, even if you kneel and plead, it will be too late. If I cannot remove you tomorrow, I shall simply arrange for your demise. Let you comprehend the price of provoking me, Director Lu. Stop. Lu Jin's voice was not loud, yet it struck like a cold blade, slicing through the still air of the playground. Lu Hu halted, a sneer curling his thick lips. Did this lad perhaps have regrets? Did I permit you to leave? The latter part of the statement caused the flesh on Lu Hu's face to tense abruptly. He slowly turned, his expression shifting drastically. I am the chairman of Jinhuang Group and Shanghai Academy. To act recklessly, would you not consider the consequences? Annoying. Lu Jin suddenly raised his hand, a wave of spirit pressure descending like an invisible giant hand. Lu Hu's knees buckled, his expensive crocodile leather shoes carving deep furrows into the turf. Here, as Lu Jin took a step forward, his dark suit billowed without wind, declaring, I am the rule here. Lu Hu's pupils constricted. He certainly recognized Lu Jin's murderous intent. But what astonished him more was the remarkable progress in Lu Jin's cultivation over the mere half-month they had been apart. I am a board member. If I wish to leave today, who can stop me? Lu Hu retorted angrily. Lu Jin smiled. Is Shanghai Academy a place where one can come and go as they please? Since Lu Hu had resolved to instigate the board to dismiss him, it was clear he would not be allowed to return unscathed. Having just broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm, he had yet to find someone to test his skills against. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be this old fool for speaking so harshly upon his departure. Seeing the cold glint in Lu Jin's eyes, Lu Hu felt a weight in his heart, realizing that a fierce battle was inevitable today. However, he was accompanied by 4 bodyguards at the 5-pattern Spirit King level, which would not render him powerless in combat. Arrogant lad, your confidence has indeed swelled after just a few days. Lu Hu's expression darkened as he unleashed the oppressive aura of the 6-pattern Spirit King level. The battles among spiritual warriors are unbound by law, merely supervised by the Bureau of Spiritual Energy Control. Today, eliminating Lu Jin would conveniently spare him the trouble tomorrow. The 4 bodyguards around him formed a tight formation, exuding an oppressive aura that made the air suddenly thick with tension. Are they planning to gang up on me? Lu Jin chuckled, realizing the cleverness of their intent to instigate a brawl at the Star Sea Academy. With a sweeping gesture towards the 100 or so teachers and students behind him, a synchronized sound of marching footsteps erupted. Nearly 100 students emerged, armed with hoes and shovels, each pulsating with spiritual energy. Classmates, we are adding an impromptu practical combat lesson. Remember 2 points. First, unleash your full strength. Second, there are no rules against killing. Chapter 32. Fighting. Count me in. Observing the fierce glimmer in the student's eyes, Lu Hu's pupils constricted, his throat tightened, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. What stood before him was not an academy, but a den of bandits. Hundreds of students were itching for a fight, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, as spiritual energy swirled around them like a pack of hungry wolves eyeing a sumptuous prey. Principal Lin Xiaoyu swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Are we really going to resort to violence? This seems rather unorthodox. She had been taught from a young age to persuade with reason and virtue. Yet Lu Jin brazenly led the students into a brawl. Lu Jin's gaze was profound. Without forging yourselves in combat, how would you comprehend the ways of this world? Today is the perfect opportunity. I, the principal, shall personally impart a lesson. Lu Jin, please, don't be rash. My Jin Wang group is a significant power in Wanqing. Lu Hu's forehead glistened with sweat, his facial muscles twitching unnaturally. Jin Wang group has operated here for decades. Must we escalate matters to this extent? If you recklessly provoke me, I will ensure we engage to the bitter end. Lu Hu feigned calmness, employing both soft and hard tactics. Lu Jin merely smirked disdainfully. Upon entering Star Sea Academy, if you are a tiger, you must lie down. If you are a dragon, you must coil. Such a simple principle, yet you fail to grasp it? Sensing the chill in Lu Jin's eyes, Shin Mantai pressed her lips into a straight line, flames silently flickering at her fingertips. She understood Lu Hu's sordid dealings better than anyone. Lu Hu was wealthy and lecherous, having previously proposed funding impoverished students at Star Sea Academy. But only if the beneficiaries were beautiful girls who would also drink with him. What he claimed was support for the less fortunate was, in truth, a means to select concubines for his debauchery. Fortunately, she had promptly alerted the former principal to terminate the funding project. Otherwise, who knows how many girls would have fallen victim to his vile intentions. Lu Shuang's cat ears were pressed tightly against her hair, the fur on her tail standing on end. She exchanged a glance with Shin Mantai, reaching a silent consensus. If they allowed the tiger to return to the mountain today, tomorrow would undoubtedly bring calamity. As the situation spiraled out of control, Wang Xiaoqiang panicked and hurried to intervene. Principal, Director Lu is a member of the board. What if this escalates? What is there to fear? Lu Jin scoffed, unabashedly declaring, "Fight, count me in." These 4 words ignited the powder keg. The students at the rear erupted into chaos. The principal had already made his stance clear, so what was there to fear? If the sky were to fall, the principal would bear the brunt of it. Forward, charge. Damn it, shouted Shin Manting, the first to leap forward. Her slender fingers spread wide, and fierce flames instantly enveloped her entire arm, distorting the very air around her. With a deafening crash, the windows on the 3rd floor of the teaching building shattered, and Zhang Kuang, wielding a 9-ring broadsword, burst through the glass. The 9 copper rings on the back of his blade clashed violently, producing a chilling crackle. How could a fight possibly begin without me? I shall engage, regardless of the opponent. As long as there is a brawl, I will partake. Hundreds of students surged forward like wild stallions towards the 4 bodyguards. The students from the martial arts department formed a formidable phalanx at the forefront. You lack martial ethics. Lu Hu, witnessing the overwhelming crowd, felt his face drain of color, and he instinctively retreated. Hold on. At that critical moment, a resonant voice pierced through the clamor. Yao Wuhan approached, hands clasped behind his back, with a long beard flowing, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. The students instinctively halted their advance. Lu Hu, seeing a glimmer of hope, urgently called out, "Teacher Yao, you are a revered elder of Shanghai Academy. Look at what your principal has allowed. So many students and teachers are attacking me. You must speak a word of reason." Lu Jin raised an eyebrow slightly. Is Teacher Yao here to mediate? Yao Wuhan gently shook his head. I am merely here to offer a suggestion. He stroked his beard benevolently. If you choose to fight, ensure that you eradicate the root cause. Also, he gestured towards the pristine plastic track. Please do not dirty the ground. Cleaning it up would be quite troublesome. Lu Hu, are you all villains? The flesh on Lu Hu's face twitched violently. You old fool. Yao Wuhan maintained his genial smile, though a glimmer of cold light flashed in his murky eyes. Unbeknownst to anyone, He was subtly rubbing a dark green pill within his sleeve, an elixir capable of poisoning even a spirit emperor. Though he appeared amiable, Yao Wuhan bore a little-known title, the Silent Killer. He excelled in concocting poisons, having even claimed the lives of spirit emperor-level adversaries. Compared to the Xian-level spiritual veins, the Jinwang group was insignificant. As someone who had experienced the consequences firsthand, he understood the perils of releasing a tiger back into the wild. Initially, he thought Lu Jin would refrain from using lethal force and had come to intercept Lu Hu. Little did he know, his concerns were unwarranted. Lu Hu's complexion shifted from green to white, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He surveyed the area, suddenly realizing that this seemingly dilapidated academy concealed a pack of ruthless wolves. Before he could collect his thoughts, a thunderous battle cry surged forth like a tidal wave. Who dares to touch anything belonging to Shanghai Academy? I've loathed this fellow for quite some time. The 4 bodyguards were instantly engulfed by the surging tide of students. There was truly no need for the students to intervene. The onslaught from formidable individuals such as Shun Manting, Lu Shuang, and Zhang Guangdao rendered them almost defenseless. One bodyguard was sent sprawling to the ground by Zhu Li's shovel, while another was hurled away by Lu Shuang's teaching rod. With a resounding crack, Zhang Guangdao's 9-ring blade shattered the protective spiritual light of a third bodyguard. The final bodyguard barely had time to channel his spiritual energy before being subdued by the athletes, who rained down blows with shovels and hoes upon him. The saying "a myriad of fists can slay a master" was vividly illustrated in that moment. Simultaneously, Shin Manting was enveloped in a swirling inferno, her crimson hair dancing like wild flames as she prepared to charge towards Lu Hu. With a light tap of his slender fingers on her shoulder, Lu Jin momentarily halted her fiery spirit, his seemingly casual gesture imbued with an undeniable authority. "Take a breather," he murmured softly, yet his tone carried a weight that demanded respect. Such dirty work was better suited for the principal to handle. In an instant, Lu Jin vanished, reappearing before Lu Hu like a specter. "Director Lu," he said with a slight upward curve of his lips, yet his eyes held no trace of mirth. "Some accounts must be settled in person." "Very well." Lu Hu steeled himself for action, unleashing a palpable force of spiritual pressure at the 6th tier of the Spirit King realm, causing the ground beneath him to crack with each step. A golden palm imprint surged through the air towards Lu Jin, the compressed atmosphere creating a deafening sonic boom. "Lu Jin, you underestimate me," he shouted as he leaped into the air, his right hand striking forth with the great Vajra palm. At this juncture, he had no choice but to unleash his full strength. The golden palm imprint thundered forth, accompanied by an ethereal Buddhist chant. Yet Lu Jin did not even lift his eyelids. He merely took a single step forward. Boom! The divine might of the heavenly spirit technique erupted. The ground quaked violently, and Lu Hu felt his spiritual energy suddenly stagnate, as if grasped by an invisible hand around his throat. His palm imprint twisted grotesquely in midair, disintegrating before his astonished gaze into nothingness. This is a heavenly tier technique. Lu Hu's pupils constricted in shock as he realized that his spiritual energy was being suppressed, an oppressive force unique to such high-level techniques. Nevertheless, having navigated the treacherous waters of Wanqing for many years, he quickly regained his composure. "Even if you possess a heavenly tier technique, what of it? My prowess as a 6-pattern Spirit King is not something you can shake." Lu Hu laughed maniacally as he summoned his spiritual power, radiating a blinding crimson glow. In that moment, his corpulent form swelled rapidly, his expensive tailored suit straining against the pressure until it burst apart, buttons flying like bullets, revealing a chest adorned with bizarre blood-colored spiritual patterns. These were the Blood Fiend War runes he had inscribed in the black market for 30 million spirit coins. The writhing patterns, animated as if alive, were crafted from finely ground high-grade spirit stones mixed with the blood essence of 7 different demonic creatures. Now, under the impetus of his spiritual energy, each rune glowed with an uncanny red light, as if countless blood worms were writhing beneath his skin. As the intricate patterns fully illuminated, Lu Hu's aura surged dramatically, shattering 3 minor realms in an instant, reaching the pinnacle of the Spirit King realm. "Lu Jin, to perish beneath this strike is indeed your honor," Lu Hu sneered, taking a sudden step forward, causing the ground to collapse violently. His enormous hand, marked with blood-red veins, surged forward, enveloped in a menacing wind, while a blood-colored vortex formed within his palm, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. "Prana Evil Palm." The crimson imprint swelled against the wind, transforming into a colossal hand 3 meters wide. The The palm was adorned with a multitude of incantations, each glowing rune accompanied by a wailing lament. Before the gust of the palm even reached him, the stone pillars behind Lu Jin had already shattered in succession. The flying debris was pulverized midair, leaving deep impressions in the ground. A cruel delight twisted Lu Hu's already contorted face, as though he could envision the moment his opponent's bones would shatter. Ignorant of your fate, Lu Jin, without raising his eyelids, kept his left hand behind his back, casually lifting his right hand. The slender, jade-like fingertips glimmered with a faint golden aura. This seemingly nonchalant gesture erupted into a resonant sword cry reminiscent of a dragon's roar upon contact with the blood-red giant palm. With a crisp sound, akin to glass shattering, the blood imprint suspended in midair suddenly resembled an ice sculpture pierced by an invisible blade, cracking from the center into myriad golden threads. The writhing incantations emitted sharp cries, one after another exploding into a mist of blood. How could this be? Lu Hu, in astonishment, realized that the terrifying dark force he had infused into his strike vanished as if it had been devoured by the sea. But Lu Jin, possessing merely 5 runes in the Spirit King realm, how could he possibly neutralize his full-strength assault? Today, let me make you understand your demise. A glimmer flickered in Lu Jin's obsidian eyes as he unleashed his full spiritual power. Along his elongated neck, a golden spirit pattern, akin to the rising sun, gradually emerged. Spirit Emperor Realm. Lu Hu's smile froze instantaneously, the crimson battle patterns visibly dimming. He was well aware that the golden spirit patterns signified a formidable spirit emperor. Lu Jin had actually transcended to the Spirit Emperor realm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Hu's plump lips quivered as if his throat had suddenly been seized by a vice. The very Lu Jin he had derided as a waste last month now emanated an aura that left him weak in the knees. Before the residual shadows could dissipate, Lu Jin's true form had already appeared before Lu Hu. His 5 fingers, elegant and long like white jade, bore an unsettling chill as they gently pressed against Lu Hu's dantian. With a faint cracking sound, Lu Hu trembled violently, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. In terror, he lowered his gaze, witnessing the dantian he had painstakingly cultivated for 30 years crumbling to dust. You dare to ruin my cultivation. Lu Hu howled, collapsing to the ground, his suit soaked in cold sweat. The Jinwang group will not let you go. The board will dismiss you. Sho. Lu Jin pressed his foot firmly upon the man's head, with a resounding thud, grinding his entire face into the earth. Meanwhile, the 4 bodyguards were left battered and unrecognizable. One particularly foolish guard attempted to rush in for a rescue. Without even glancing back, Lu Jin retaliated with a swift elbow strike, sending the guard flying like a broken sack, landing motionless in a nearby trash bin. The principal is formidable, the students exclaimed. Mamba, Lu Jin, I, Lu Hu, vow that the Jinwang group will reduce Xinghai Academy to ruins. Lu Hu, still clinging to life, croaked hoarsely. Lu Jin smirked derisively. I'm afraid I cannot grant you that opportunity. He turned to face the students, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Dear students, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is time for a practical combat lesson. Remember, when striking, first dislocate the joints, and when kicking, aim for the dantian. Form an orderly line. Now, each of you take a turn to kick him. The students cheered as they surged forward, their eyes gleaming with a cold light. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. Principal, I don't understand. Our teacher taught us to leave room for others, so we may meet again in the future. Lu Xiaoxiao timidly added, and our teacher also taught us to spare those we can. Well said. Indeed. Lu Hu seemed to grasp at a lifeline, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Principal Lu, I concede. Please show mercy. I, Lu Hu, swear I shall never set foot in Xinghai again. At this juncture, Lu Hu understood that to survive, he must bow his head and admit his faults. Lu Jin chuckled. Such notions are mere rhetoric. He gazed at the youthful students before him and began to speak slowly. In a world of martial prowess, strength reigns supreme. As the saying goes, if you do not eradicate the roots of the problem, it will spring anew. If you do not kill the snake, you risk being harmed by it. Should I allow Lu Hu to return today? Tomorrow he would come back with 100 Spirit King-level experts from the Jinwang group to retaliate. How then would you respond? Lin Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaoxiao exchanged glances. Comprehending Lu Jin's underlying message, their fists clenched in determination. Lu Jin continued, to release the tiger back into the mountains is to invite great calamity. The world outside this campus is far more treacherous than you can imagine. Remember, this is the first lesson I impart to you. Lu Hu trembled in fear. Struggling to lift his gaze to Lu Jin, his face a mask of terror. Principal Lu, please spare me. Truly, I no longer desire the spiritual vein, whatever you wish. The Jinhuang group can accommodate. Lu Jin replied with a faint smile. Chairman Lu, you may not yet realize this, but I, Lu Jin, abide by 3 principles of non-negotiation. First, demons and monsters shall not be spared, for they feast upon human flesh and blood, bringing chaos to the world. Such abominations must be eradicated without hesitation. Second, spirit warriors shall not be spared, for those who bully the weak and abuse their power, regardless of their celestial cultivation, shall not escape my grasp. Third, ordinary people shall not be spared, for those who collude with evil and harm the innocent, even if they possess no strength. I shall still eliminate them to uphold the righteousness of the heavens. As his words echoed, Lu Hu's face turned ashen. With a fierce kick, Lu Jin spun around, the air erupting with a deafening crack. Lu Hu's head burst open like a watermelon, his anguished cries drowned amidst the swirling dust. While the 4 bodyguards lay on the ground, battered and bruised, resembling tattered sacks. In the distance, Shen Manting, Lu Shuang, and several other teachers watched in horror. The principal had somehow ascended to the Spirit Emperor realm in just a few days, his strikes both swift and decisive, imbued with an aura of lethal intent. Yet, his words struck at the heart with undeniable truth. Such lessons are never taught in the classroom. Some truths can only be grasped through experience, and articulating them could be seen as overstepping. The world today is far more brutal than the sheltered students within the ivory tower could ever imagine. Only through enduring the harshness of reality can one truly comprehend the ways of the world. Chapter 33. Will you shelter me for a few days? Upon hearing Lu Jin's remarks, the students exchanged glances, a mix of understanding and confusion on their faces. At that moment, Wang Xiaoqiang's expression darkened. His voice low, the Jinhuang group will not let this go. They are a major benefactor of Xinghai Academy. Lu Jin remained unfazed. His gaze fixed on the vast pit in the center of the playground, radiating a soft spiritual glow. With this underground spiritual vein, currency is hardly a concern for Xinghai Academy. My worry lies not with funds. Wang Xiaoqiang furrowed his brow, his knuckles tightening unconsciously. The vice-chairman of the Jinhuang group, Yi Fiya, and Lu Hu's brother, Lu Haifan, are both formidable spirit kings. It matters not, Lu Jin replied. If they are wise, we shall coexist peacefully. Should they dare to act rashly, I will dismantle the entire Jinhuang group. A collective gasp escaped the teachers. The principal was exceedingly audacious. What was even more astonishing was how he had achieved such a breakthrough to the Spirit Emperor realm in a matter of days. Lu Shuang stepped forward gracefully, her cat ears twitching slightly. Principal, when will the extraction plan for the spiritual vein commence? First, we shall extract a ton of spiritual stones, Lu Jin replied. His arms crossed, fingers lightly tapping against his arm. Remember, we are only to extract the surface layer. Do not disturb the core. Lu Shuang nodded, her cat ears flickering as she grasped the principal's concerns. The spiritual vein is akin to the human body. The deeper one goes, the purer the quality of the spiritual stones becomes. The surface stones are laden with impurities, appearing blue and white, valued at about 1,000 spiritual coins per cubic unit. The mid-layer stones are lustrous as jade, rich in spiritual energy, worth 10 times more, while the core stones. She gazed into the depths of the crystal, the flowing azure captivating her breath. Those are the finest spiritual marrow, the size of a fingernail, equivalent to tens of thousands of spiritual coins, essential for crafting heavenly tier elixirs. If extracted too aggressively, the quality of the marrow would suffer greatly. Understanding this, Lu Shuang's tail swayed with delight as she calculated inwardly. A ton of spiritual stones equates to tens of millions of spiritual coins, sufficient to sustain the Academy's expenses for decades. Yet, Xinghai Academy lacks a market for the spiritual stones. She suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but ask. Lu Jin did not respond immediately. His profound gaze slowly swept across every teacher present. What insights do you have, esteemed teachers? Yao Wuhan stroked his snow-white beard, and a flicker of brilliance flashed in his murky eyes. Though my talents are humble, I could refine this batch of spirit stones into a 9th-grade profound elixir. The soul-condensing pill. He paused before adding, with my alchemical skills, I am confident of an 80% success rate. Lu Jin's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of approval crossing his eyes. Excellent. With the ability assessment approaching, such a potion that can temporarily enhance spiritual energy will undoubtedly be in high demand. As he understood it, the soul-condensing pill was primarily composed of millennium-old spirit stones, infused with the 9 nether-cold spring and fire spirit fruit. Consuming it could instantly unleash a spiritual warrior's potential, tripling their spiritual energy for the duration of a joss stick, while also repairing hidden injuries in their meridians. In layman's terms, it was akin to aggressively consuming protein powder and steroids during a workout, yielding immediate and dramatic results. But once the effects wore off, one would feel utterly drained. Nevertheless, the soul-condensing pill remained immensely popular. After all, who wouldn't want a temporary advantage in a competitive academic setting? Overpowering their opponents with ease? Undoubtedly, the soul-condensing pill was a high-tier martial warrior's technological marvel, emphasizing immediate gratification followed by inevitable exhaustion. At this moment, Shen Manting parted her crimson lips. Principal, should we suppress the news of Lu Hu's demise? Her gaze swept over the gruesome remains on the ground, her words trailing off. Yao Wuhan, stroking his white beard, interrupted with a smile. Why bother suppressing it? The nature of spirit warrior sparring is inherently perilous. However, Shen Manting's delicate brow furrowed. The Spirit Energy Control Bureau tends to fixate on such matters. A glimmer of clarity flashed in Yao Wuhan's aged eyes, if they inquire. We shall assert that the Jin Huang group's aggressive seizure of the spiritual vein provoked our legitimate defense. As for evidence, the surveillance just happened to malfunction. Yet we have ample eyewitnesses. Perfectly reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Lu Jin nodded in approval. Elder Yao truly understands this matter. I trust you to negotiate with the Energy Bureau. He paused, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. As for the Jin Huang group, I will handle them personally tomorrow. Indeed. Lu Jin surveyed the crowd. This area is to be temporarily sealed off. Everyone may return to your classes. The throng gradually dispersed, leaving only a silver-haired girl standing still. She gazed intently at Lu Jin's retreating figure, a peculiar light flickering in her eyes. With the profound spiritual vein now revealed, it was time for her plans to progress. As the sun descended, the Star Sea Academy was enveloped in a warm orange glow. Lu Jin strolled leisurely out of the school gates, one hand tucked into his pocket. He was in good spirits today, having discovered the profound spiritual vein not only alleviated the Academy's financial crisis, but also promised considerable profits. New school regulations would need to be formulated tomorrow, and he would contemplate them thoroughly tonight. Lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by a commotion at the alley ahead. 3 tall boys were surrounding a silver-haired girl, leering with mischievous grins. The girl bowed her head, her delicate fingers tightly clutching her backpack strap, her silvery hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. Little sister, out here alone so late. The leading boy, clad in suspenders, approached with a mischievous grin, his gaze indiscriminately roaming over her figure. The girl, with her head bowed, clutched the strap of her backpack tightly with her delicate, jade-like fingers. Her long, graceful form was accentuated by the school uniform that outlined her slender waist and alluring curves, while her skirt revealed legs that were straight and elongated, glistening with a lustrous sheen. Her silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall, its ends dancing gently in the night breeze, contrasting with her porcelain skin, rendering her an ethereal being sculpted by moonlight, fragile yet breathtakingly beautiful. Oh, Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. If he recalled correctly, this was the new transfer student. Well, little sister, your silver hair is quite exquisite. You must be a university student from Shanghai Academy, right? How about sharing a cup of milk tea with your older brother? The milk tea shop is too noisy. Why not come to my house and watch my cat perform backflips? 3 ruffians wore sinister smiles on their faces. The girl slowly lifted her gaze, revealing a pair of enchanting violet eyes beneath her lowered lashes, icy enough to send shivers down one's spine. Finally, the moment had arrived. Lu Jin, it was time for you to make your entrance. She timidly stepped back, her back pressing against the wall, her voice barely above a whisper. Please, let me through. Why pretend to be innocent? Dressed so scantily, you must be quite the firecracker behind closed doors. Sneered the leading boy with yellow hair, reaching out to tousle her hair. Lu Jin stood quietly, his hands in his pockets, observing. Bai Mo Yuan fought the urge to slap the yellow-haired boy away, her peripheral vision constantly darting towards the alley entrance. Where was Lu Jin? According to the script, he was supposed to be the hero coming to her rescue. Little sister, you're quite the heavyweight, aren't you? Don't you get tired training under such burdens? Would you like me to help you carry them? Another boy chuckled, grasping her arm. Don't do this. I'll call for help. Mo Yuan clenched her fist, feeling her resolve harden. Just 3 more seconds. Lu Jin, it would be excessive if you don't show up now. The boy in suspenders leaned closer. A lewd smile plastered on his face. Wearing such a short skirt, are you testing the resolve of the older brothers? Out so late. Are you waiting for someone? Oh my, your hair smells divine. The yellow-haired boy leaned closer to inhale her silvery locks. That was it. She could no longer contain herself. Mo Yuan suddenly turned her head and shouted towards the alley where Lu Jin stood. Principal, save me. Who? The 3 boys spun around abruptly, spotting a young man in a black trench coat standing there, his expression indifferent. Who are you? Mind your own business. The yellow-haired boy waved his hand dismissively. Lu Jin cast a casual glance their way. Principal of Shanghai Academy, Lu Jin. Moreover, I am merely passing by. The 3 boys paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Principal of Shanghai Academy? You? The boy in suspenders slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. The yellow-haired boy laughed until tears nearly spilled from his eyes. Incredulous that a principal could be so young. At least try to act the part. Suddenly, the tall, lanky boy tugged at the sleeve of the yellow-haired boy. Pao Ge. I've heard that the principal of Shanghai Academy has indeed changed. The newly appointed principal is quite formidable. Even Li Haonan has been subdued. Nonsense. A young man with yellow hair slapped him on the head, exclaiming, he's not even 30. If he becomes the principal, I'll eat dirt right here. Lu Jin smiled slightly. Little greedy cat, do you dare meddle in my affairs? Seeking death. The young man with yellow hair swung his fist, energy coalescing at its tip, aiming straight at Lu Jin's face. The other 2 ruffians cheered him on from the side. Go for it, cannon brother, show him some color. In the next moment, the young man was sent flying. Bang! He crashed against the wall and slowly slid down, blood spilling from his mouth. His companions stood frozen, their pupils dilating. What just happened? They hadn't even seen Lu Jin's movement. Lu Jin shook his hand, his tone calm. Do you believe it now? The young man struggled to rise, his face twisted in rage. Believe your mother. Today, I'll show you the strength of Cannon Brother from watching. He suddenly pulled out a pill and swallowed it, his energy surging instantaneously. The second-tier technique, Gale Palm. A fierce wind erupted as his palm attack tore through the ground, charging directly at Lu Jin. Lu Jin sighed and lifted his leg. Boom. He delivered a powerful kick. The young man was sent flying back at an even greater speed, landing headfirst in a trash bin. He struggled to stand, his face pale, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Still want to fight? Lu Jin slowly raised his right hand. Boom. A golden crescent-shaped spiritual pattern suddenly shimmered at his neck. The oppressive aura of a spirit emperor sweeping through the alley like a tsunami. The young man's smile froze instantly. Even they, despite their foolishness, understood that the golden spiritual pattern signified a spirit emperor-level martial artist. A one-pattern spirit emperor. Their legs began to tremble, their faces as white as paper. Oh no, it's truly the principal of Shanghai Academy. It was over. The 2 companions' legs gave way, and they fell to their knees, pleading, Big brother, spare us. Lu Jin coldly regarded them. 3 seconds, disappear. Otherwise, The 3 ruffians screamed as they turned to flee, crashing into each other in their haste, rolling and scrambling out of the alley. Mo Yuan, still shaken, patted her chest, a glint of cunning flashing in her silver-haired eyes. The plan succeeded. She lifted her clear, beautiful gaze and spoke softly. Thank you, Principal. Yes, be careful next time. Lu Jin glanced at her, frowning. But you, a 5-pattern spirit master. Couldn't he handle those few 1-pattern spirit masters? A hint of grievance flickered in Mo Yuan's eyes. I was too scared at that moment. And I've been unwell lately. Suddenly, she swayed, feigning weakness as she leaned toward Lu Jin. Lu Jin sidestepped to avoid her. Splash. Mo Yuan fell face first onto the ground. Gritting her teeth, she got up. I'm sorry, Principal. I have a bit of low blood sugar. Lu Jin replied indifferently. There's a medical room to the left after you exit the cafeteria. With that, he turned and walked away. Mo Yuan hastily grasped his garment. Principal, is there something else? Lu Jin furrowed his brow. Mo Yuan, with her eyes cast downward, allowed her silver hair to dance gently in the evening breeze. Her voice tinged with a delicate tremor, confessed, in truth, I fled from an arranged marriage in the northern realm. My mother is ill, my father is a gambler, and I have a younger brother still in school. For the sake of family interests, my father compelled me to wed a man over 60, the president of a merchant association, who not only has lost all his cultivation but also harbors peculiar preferences. As she spoke, she instinctively tightened her embrace around herself, her knuckles paling. When I escaped under the cover of night, I took nothing with me, not even my identity token. For the past few days, I have been residing in an abandoned alchemy chamber on the Academy's back mountain, but last night a torrential rain collapsed the roof. She lifted her misty amber eyes, only to hastily lower her gaze as if realizing her indiscretion. Forgive me, Principal, I shouldn't have said such things. Lu Jin regarded her quietly, a slight arch to his brow. So, I truly have nowhere to stay, Bai Mo Yuan replied, her ears flushing a faint crimson, her long lashes fluttering. In her crystalline purple eyes flickered a glimmer of cautious hope. Could you possibly shelter me for a few days? Chapter 34. Is this the test for the officials? Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of mild surprise. Is this the test for the officials? What official could withstand such a trial? He certainly did not act impulsively. The appearance of this girl was too peculiar. She just happened to cross his path on his way home. Just happened to be bullied by thugs, and just happened to be homeless. Beyond the realms of island films and novels, Lu Jin could not fathom such a narrative. If there were too many coincidences, it would appear deliberate. Noticing Lu Jin's silence, Bai Mo Yuan tilted her head slightly, her silver hair cascading down her shoulders, biting her lower lip, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white neck. I hope the principal can take me in, otherwise, I'll be left to wander the streets. Lu Jin's gaze darkened. My home is not very convenient. Why? Bai Mo Yuan blinked. Because. Lu Jin smiled faintly. I am a killer in my dreams. Bai Mo Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She stumbled slightly, her soft frame gracefully falling toward him, accompanied by a faint, ethereal fragrance. I'm sorry, she flustered, steadying herself against Lu Jin's chest. I haven't eaten properly these days. She lifted her small face, her purple eyes misty, her red lips slightly parted. The principal's home must be quite warm, right? As she spoke, her warm breath brushed against Lu Jin's chin. I don't occupy much space. You need not worry. I could curl up on the sofa and sleep just fine. She looked up hopefully, only to find Lu Jin gazing at her impassively. Suddenly, he pulled a sheet of paper from his bag and unfolded it with a swift motion. Starry Sea Academy Student Accommodation Application Form. Fill it out. Bai Mo Yuan was taken aback. Huh? Lu Jin prompted. Name? Bai Mo Yuan stammered. Bai Mo Yuan. Age? 18. Level of cultivation? Spirit Master, 5th rank. Lu Jin nodded and continued to write. What is the reason for your application? Bai Mo Yuan's eyes brightened, and she swiftly entered the zone. I escaped a marriage from the Northern Territory. My mother is ill, and my father. Lu Jin raised his hand to interrupt. Stop. He swiftly inscribed several bold characters on the paper. Gambling father, sick mother, studying younger brother, and her shattered self. Gathering the form, Lu Jin remarked indifferently. Submit this form to Teacher Lu and request her to arrange a dormitory for you. Just say it was my instruction. Bai Mo Yuan's exquisite features suddenly froze. Thoughts surged within her. Her red lips trembled as she awkwardly stated, Principal, Teacher Lu has already finished work today, and the dormitory cannot be applied for immediately. That was indeed true. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. I can agree to your request, but... He deliberately paused for a moment. You must first pass my little test. Another exam? Bai Mo Yuan's eyes widened slightly. Do you dare? Lu Jin inquired. What is there to fear? Bai Mo Yuan clenched her fists. Excellent. Lu Jin elegantly raised a finger and instructed, listen carefully, the first question. A riddle. What enters the alley with 6 legs and emerges with 2? Bai Mo Yuan's beautiful face appeared somewhat frozen. What kind of question is this? Is he testing my reasoning skills? 6 legs turning into 2. Is it because 4 legs were severed? Or perhaps, she furrowed her brow in contemplation, and suddenly her eyes sparkled as she uncertainly ventured, a family of bats? Correct. Well done. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Lu Jin's eyes as he posed the second question. American currency is called dollars. What is British currency called? Bai Mo Yuan blurted out an answer, and then quickly corrected herself. This question was clearly a trap, evidently assessing her response time. She raised her head and decisively declared, Pounds. Impressive, you did not falter. Lu Jin remarked in surprise. Of course, I was just getting started. Bai Mo Yuan hesitated, then coughed. Principal, please continue testing me. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Next is a history question. What does Cao Cao possess that is not his own? Bai Mo Yuan was bewildered. How would I know? His wife, Lu Jin replied coolly. Principal, What kind of bizarre question is this? Mo Yuan clenched her fists, unable to suppress her curiosity. All right. I won't jest with you anymore. Now for some serious questions. Lu Jin adopted a solemn expression and slowly began. Please respond to the following test items. 1. Do you carry a family heirloom jade pendant or ring? 2. Have you experienced classic scenarios of broken engagements, rising from the ashes? 3. Is it true that every breakthrough you achieve is met with thunder, and the tribulations are thrice as fierce as those of your peers? 4. Do you possess enemies that cannot afford to let you be held back? 5. Have you ever awakened innate sacred bodies, dual pupils, or other enhancements? 6. During combat, do you frequently trigger sudden breakthroughs or epiphanies as passive skills? Mo Yuan stood frozen in place, her face a mask of astonishment. Principal, how do you know that my parents left me a family heirloom jade pendant, that I possess an innate sacred body, and that I have enemies? Congratulations. It appears we are kindred spirits, Lu Jin replied, nodding with satisfaction. You have passed. Through these few inquiries, Lu Jin discerned that Mo Yuan was no ordinary individual. Such a person was either a time traveler or a child of destiny. Given your pitiable circumstances, there happens to be a spot available on my family's sofa before your dormitory application is finalized, Lu Jin gradually spoke, deciding to delve into the motivations and origins of this female student. This was perhaps an excellent opportunity, not only to uncover her secrets, but also to position her as a pawn among the students. With this thought, a gleam of intent flashed briefly in Lu Jin's eyes. Very well, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, Mo Yuan said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Wonderful, thank you, Principal. As night deepened, Lu Jin's residence was situated 2 kilometers away from the academy in a solitary villa surrounded by bamboo groves, tranquil and secluded. Mo Yuan followed Lu Jin closely, her silver hair dancing gently in the night breeze, her violet eyes discreetly surveying her surroundings. The principal's home is more desolate than I had anticipated, she remarked softly, a hint of probing in her tone. Without turning, Lu Jin replied coolly, you will become accustomed to it. He pushed open the door, and the lights inside illuminated automatically, their warm glow dispelling the darkness of night. Mo Yuan stepped into the foyer, her gaze sweeping across the minimalist living room, a black and gray sofa, a wooden coffee table, neatly arranged tomes on the bookshelf, and an ancient sword hanging decorously on the wall. The bathroom is on the 2nd floor. You may wash up first, Lu Jin said, removing his jacket and hanging it on a coat rack. The guest room is at the end of the corridor, and the sheets are freshly changed. Mo Yuan softly acknowledged him, but did not immediately move, standing in the center of the living room. Her fingertips absent-mindedly brushed the hem of her skirt as she murmured, Principal, may I? Lu Jin turned to look at her, an eyebrow raised in curiosity. What is it? Mo Yuan lifted her gaze, her violet eyes shimmering under the light, her lips gently pursed. May I take a shower first? I haven't bathed since escaping from home. Lu Jin's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he replied with a calm demeanor. The bathroom is also on the 2nd floor. There are new towels in the cabinet. Thank you, Principal, she replied obediently, turning, her skirt swirling gracefully as she moved. As she reached the staircase, she suddenly turned back, seemingly casually asking, Principal, have you always lived alone? Lu Jin responded, what of it? Mo Yuan lightly acknowledged him, a subtle smile gracing her lips, and ascended the stairs with graceful steps. Lu Jin then turned to the kitchen to begin preparing dinner, feeling a peculiar sense of wonder. Who would have thought that on his way home from work he would encounter a silver-haired beauty? Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the bathroom, causing Lu Jin, who was chopping vegetables, to fumble and drop the knife onto the cutting board with a clatter. Alarmed, he hurried to the bathroom door on the 2nd floor. The door swung open violently, and a soft body, fragrant with shower gel, collided directly into his embrace. Instinctively, Lu Jin caught her, his palm meeting smooth, slippery skin. Moying, drenched, pressed against him, her towel precariously hanging from her chest, exposing a generous expanse of porcelain shoulders. Water droplets glistened on her silver hair, cascading down and soaking his shirt. There's a cockroach. Moying's voice trembled as her small hands clutched at his collar, her body still slightly shaking. Lu Jin felt a stirring in his heart. The position was undeniably perilous. The girl's breath brushed against his neck, her long, fair legs quivering in fear, while the curves hidden beneath the towel exuded a silent allure. Where is it? Lu Jin inquired. Bai Moing timidly pointed to the corner of the wall and shrank further into his embrace. It just crawled out from the drain. Lu Jin focused his gaze, but found nothing. No cockroach, just a pristine drain devoid of even a single hair. It must have run away, Bai Moing quavered, feeling her warmth before him. Lu Jin cast a reproachful glance at her. By classmate, as a spiritual warrior, how can you be afraid of a cockroach? Just as Bai Moing was about to respond, she suddenly realized she was only wrapped in a towel. The damp fabric clung to her, accentuating her ample curves. Water droplets slid down her delicate neck, rolling over her alabaster decolletage, ultimately disappearing into tantalizing shadows. Her long, slender legs, with skin as smooth as jade, bore a faint blush from her bath. Her petite feet, resting on the slippery tiles, glimmered with a pearlescent sheen. Realizing the subtle tension in the air, Bai Moing momentarily froze. Then, as if awakening to the situation, her ears flushed a deep crimson. She hastily withdrew from his embrace, anxiously tightening her grip on the towel. Her voice barely above a whisper. I apologize, Principal. Lu Jin adjusted his glasses and replied, let this be a lesson for you. With that, he turned and left, closing the bathroom door behind him. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions. If Su Xueji, the former campus beauty of Xinghai Academy, was a 95 in looks and figure, then Bai Moing before him was at least a 97. She was slender in clothes and alluringly curvaceous without them. Goodness, he thought. It was fortunate he was adept at controlling himself, or things might have escalated. As the door clicked shut, the fluster on Bai Moing's face evaporated. She gently touched her flushed earlobe, a smile curving her lips. Things were progressing smoothly. Truly, the man she had chosen was unaffected even in such a situation. Half an hour later, Lu Jin had prepared a meal. The bathroom door opened once more, enveloped in a mist of steam. Bai Mo Yuan's silver hair, half dry, cascaded loosely over her shoulders, with droplets of water clinging to the ends. The rising heat brought a delicate flush to her skin, while the watermarks on her collarbone glimmered subtly under the light. She stood barefoot on the wooden floor, her dainty feet exuding a fresh fragrance from her bath. Lu Jin was placing the final dish on the table when he heard a sound and remarked, please, sit down. You are the first girl to dine with me. Bai Mo Yuan halted abruptly, her fair cheeks rapidly blooming with a visible blush. It was only then that Lu Jin realized the ambiguity in his words. A hint of embarrassment flickered behind his glasses. Clearing his throat, he tapped the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks and clarified, I meant the noodles. Oh. Bai Mo Yuan's gaze flitted between Lu Jin and the noodles on the table, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. She obediently pulled out a chair, the hem of her skirt cascading down to reveal a patch of her snowy calf. With her hands folded on her lap, her violet eyes sparkled slightly as she inquired, didn't he expect the principal could cook? What else could one do alone? Lu Jin handed her the chopsticks, his eyes sweeping over her form. Please eat. Do not stand on ceremony. The atmosphere at the dining table subtly fell into a tranquil silence. Bai Mo Yuan sipped her soup delicately, her eyelashes lowered. Lu Jin, meanwhile, leisurely selected dishes, his gaze unfathomable behind the lenses. Accidentally lifting his eyes, he caught a glimpse of Bai Mo Yuan's slightly unbuttoned collar, revealing a hint of her pale skin, the alluring curves strikingly illuminated under the warm yellow light. Bai Mo Yuan raised her gaze, her violet eyes locking onto Lu Jin's, and tentatively asked, Principal, do you live here alone? Do you usually cook for yourself? Lu Jin met her eyes. What else would I do? She continued, her voice diminishing. I just thought that since you are so busy, managing household chores must be quite taxing. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. So? A faint blush crept across Bai Mo Yuan's cheeks as her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her garment. I mean, if you don't mind, I could help with chores, cooking and such. Her voice dwindled to a near whisper, almost as if she were speaking to herself. I could be your maid, just seeking a place to stay, as a way to repay your kindness in taking me in. Chapter 35. Surely the principal wouldn't mind sharing half the bed, would he? Oh. Lu Jin paused, finding her suggestion somewhat incredulous. Bai Mo Yuan's thoughts clearly diverged from those of an ordinary person. It felt like an unwarranted offer. His instincts told him that this young girl, despite her youth, possessed a profound depth. Perhaps Bai Mo Yuan believed she could master her circumstances. Yet, Lu Jin felt compelled to impart the wisdom that there are always greater forces at play. Why not stay in the dormitory? He feigned confusion, asking. Bai Mo Yuan replied softly, I don't want to live with others. Lu Jin studied her for 2 seconds before suddenly laughing lightly. You can cook? Of course. She seemed to have struck a nerve, her cheeks puffing slightly as she added, I often cooked at home. Is that so? Lu Jin remained non-committal, merely adjusting his glasses. I'll leave breakfast for you tomorrow. Bai Mo Yuan's eyes brightened, a glimmer of triumph flashing in her violet irises. But she quickly lowered her head to conceal the smile tugging at her lips. I will do my best, she replied, but first, let us see how you perform. Alone at home, Lu Jin recognized the necessity of assistance with chores like laundry and cooking. The prospect of acquiring a free helper, especially a silver-haired beauty of school belle caliber, seemed an enviable opportunity. Yet, such scenarios often reside solely within the fantasies of reclusive men. Lu Jin sought to unravel the intentions of the girl, named by Mo Yuan. His gaze flickered behind the lenses of his glasses, appraising the silver-haired maiden who was so resolutely declaring her desire to be a maid. He suddenly found the situation rather amusing. Does this mean you agree? Bai Mo Yuan asked gleefully. Not so fast, Lu Jin replied, his tone leisurely yet tinged with intrigue. If you wish to be a maid, we must adhere to certain rules. Bai Mo Yuan blinked her crystal-like violet eyes, feigning innocence as she inquired, what rules? First, Lu Jin raised a finger. You must prepare breakfast promptly at 6 each day. Second, he raised another finger, you will be responsible for the cleaning of the entire house. Thirdly, his gaze lingered meaningfully on Bai Mo Yuan's delicate figure. You must don a standard maid outfit. Bai Mo Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson, her fingers instinctively twining together. She had not anticipated such a requirement from Lu Jin, but upon reflection, she realized this was indeed an excellent opportunity to draw closer to him. All right, sounds good. She feigned shyness, lowering her head, though a glint of cunning sparkled in her eyes. Does my master require me to change clothes at this moment? The way she uttered master was soft and enticing, laced with a hint of seduction. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, surprised by her enthusiastic agreement. He suddenly leaned in closer, his voice low and dangerous. Remember, an unqualified maid will face consequences. Bai Mo Yuan's heart raced. The faint scent of cedarwood mixed with a subtle masculine essence enveloping her senses. The proximity felt perilous. She could even sense the vibrations of his voice resonating from his chest. I will do my best, she stammered, her carefully rehearsed, seductive lines forgotten in the whirlwind of emotions. Lu Jin regarded her flustered demeanor with satisfaction, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow at 6, I await your breakfast. Yes, Bai Mo Yuan nodded earnestly. After a moment of silence, as Lu Jin prepared to leave, she suddenly called out, Wait, principal, is there something else? Do you believe in past lives? Lu Jin's expression remained unchanged. You should only believe in what I see. Bai Mo Yuan leaned slightly forward, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders as she blinked innocently. If someone saved you in a past life, how would you repay them in this one? With my body. Of course, Lu Jin replied. Bai Mo Yuan nodded gently. Yes, just as I thought. Lu Jin suddenly smiled, turning the moment into a jest. First and foremost, I am male. Furthermore, if one were to repay kindness with love, it would become the heaviest of shackles. True redemption lies in enabling the rescued to live with greater freedom than before. Bai Mo Yuan paused for a moment, a flicker of surprise glimmering in her violet eyes. Yet, the principal's voice was particularly resolute. What if that individual does not desire freedom? Lu Jin smiled faintly, stating that in such a case, they should not bind each other with love. Kindness is a one-way street, while love ought to be a mutual journey. Bai Mo Yuan gently pressed her lips together, her silver hair cascading like moonlight, her purple eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Lowering her gaze, she lightly twisted the hem of her clothing, her voice soft and delicate. Principal, regardless of the circumstances, thank you for sheltering me tonight. She lifted her face, a spark of light dancing in her eyes. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Lu Jin replied nonchalantly, saying it was simple, just pay up. Bai Mo Yuan was taken aback, then sighed softly. I have no money. Even my tuition is financed through loans. Lu Jin remarked. I had already suspected as much. It's merely a meal, we can discuss it another time. How can that be? She bit her lower lip, her fingers inadvertently brushing against her collarbone, the loose neckline slipping slightly with the movement. I am not ungrateful, Lu Jin responded. Then how about you wash the dishes tonight? Bai Mo Yuan's expression froze in an instant. Principal, I actually can. She inhaled deeply, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Jin suddenly furrowed his brow, shaking his head with a serious tone. Enough, stop pretending. Would a transfer student at the 5th level of spiritual mastery be cornered by a mere 1st level student? Do you truly think I am a fool? A flash of shock and panic crossed by Mo Yuan's beautiful eyes. Could he have discerned my identity so quickly? Principal, it's not like that. I truly am. Mo Yuan hesitated. Lu Jin's brow remained furrowed, his gaze piercing, adopting the demeanor of a mentor admonishing a student. With your talent, you should be focused on cultivation and pursuing the way. Yet here you are, resorting to such means to seek a benefactor? Mo Yuan opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. This plot twist is not right. Lu Jin scoffed. Continuing his lecture, the first tenet of the Shanghai Academy is to maintain self-respect and self-love. Can your actions honor the Academy's nurturing? Mo Yuan retorted. I am a transfer student. What nurturing have I received? Just as she was about to counter, Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smile. Tomorrow, write a 3,000-word reflection and submit it to my office. I wish to educate you privately. Mo Yuan stood frozen, her fingertips unconsciously curling, a look of astonishment crossing her porcelain face. After a moment, she obediently turned and entered the kitchen, the sound of running water filling the air. In truth, even if Lu Jin had not asked, she would have tidied up. However, her mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. By the time she finished, the living room was already devoid of any presence. The door to Lu Jin's bedroom was firmly closed, not a glimmer of light seeping through. She tread softly on the frigid floor, barefooted, akin to a feline approaching its prey, a mischievous smile dancing at the corners of her lips. How cold can one be while sleeping? She mused quietly, her fingertips gently brushing against the doorknob. Surely, the principal wouldn't mind sharing a bed with me, would he? In such a deep night, with just the two of us, if something were to transpire, the die would be cast, and she would have this golden support firmly secured. She held her breath, exerting a slight pressure on her wrist. Click. The door lock remained immovable. Mo Yuan squinted, undeterred, twisting the knob once more. In the next instant, a jolt of electricity surged through her fingertips. She recoiled sharply, stumbling backward, her ankle twisting precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her entire arm tingled, her fingertips still trembling. The thunderclap array. Lu Jin had actually set up a formation on the bedroom door. Rubbing her numb fingertips, Mo Yuan heard Lu Jin's deep voice emanating from within. Who is outside? Instantly, she softened her tone, infusing it with a hint of feigned vulnerability. Principal, I merely wish to fetch a pillow. Lu Jin replied coolly. There's one on the sofa. Mo Yuan was momentarily taken aback, glaring at the door, her teeth gritting in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. Ultimately, she could only stomp her foot in indignation and retreat to the living room. There would be another day. She refused to believe the formation would never falter. With a heart full of grievances, Mo Yuan returned to the sofa, lamenting her fate. Is it fair for a stunning beauty like me to sleep on the sofa? She curled her long legs, the white pleated skirt cascading down to reveal a delicate calf as pale as jade. Reluctantly, she clutched the cushion until drowsiness enveloped her, finally surrendering to sleep. Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, gently caressing the young girl's exquisite sleeping visage. Mo Yuan's long eyelashes fluttered, and as she lazily opened her eyes, the wall clock indicated it was 10:30. Oh no! She bolted upright, her silken silver hair tumbling from her shoulders. She had overslept. In a flurry, she donned her clothes and dashed barefoot towards the bedroom. Principal, I will prepare breakfast for you this instant. Her words trailed off. Standing up, she noticed remnants of a meal left on the dining table, while Lu Jin had already vanished. Chapter 36. I heard you were looking for me? Mo Yuan stood before the dining table, a flicker of regret flashing in her violet eyes. Had she really finished the meal herself? She bit her lower lip, suddenly noticing a note tucked beneath the plate. In elegant handwriting, it read, "Remember to wash the dishes." How infuriating. She crumpled the note in frustration, her silver hair trembling with indignation. Last night, he had promised to wait for her breakfast, yet he had devoured it all and disappeared. Grumbling as she tidied the dishes, water gushed over the porcelain plates, suds clinging to her fair wrists. How dare he make a goddess like me perform the duties of a maid? Mo Yuan grumbled softly, then unexpectedly burst into laughter. Well, considering you saved me in your past life, I shall reluctantly forgive you. As she dried the last plate, a sudden spark of inspiration struck her, prompting her to wash Lu Jin's clothes as well. Surely, when the principal returned, He would commend her for her industriousness. Mo Yuan flitted through the rooms like a little fox discovering treasure. Before long, her arms were laden with Lu Jin's garments, a suit jacket from the sofa, a knitted sweater from the study, and a pair of socks discarded by the door. Clutching a basin brimming with Lu Jin's collected laundry, she beamed with excitement. Her cheeks flushed as if she were cradling a rare gem. She buried her face deep into a white shirt, rubbing against it like a kitten. This was the scent of the principal. Just then, a black piece of fabric slipped from the pile of clothes. Mo Yuan glanced down, her ears turning crimson, extending all the way to her neck. This was something she hastily picked up, her fingertips trembling, a personal item from the principal. At the headquarters of the Jin Huang Group, in the top-floor conference room, dark clouds loomed outside the expansive windows, with flashes of lightning flickering through the gloom. Within the conference room, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. What did you say? Lu Hu is dead. With a thunderous bang, Lu Haifan abruptly stood, slamming his palm onto the wooden conference table, which cracked like spider webs under his force. Water splashed from the teacup, saturating the table's surface with dark stains. Why yes, the young female secretary stuttered, trembling as if she wished to bury her head in her chest. The Bureau of Supernatural Control had just issued a statement confirming that Chairman Lu's body was. He was killed. Lu Haifan's eyes turned bloodshot as he seized the secretary by the neck, lifting her as effortlessly as one would a chick. My brother is a formidable spirit master. How could he be slain so easily? Were they cheating? The secretary's face turned pale, her legs flailing in the air as she struggled to utter a few words. Reports indicate he attempted to seize an underground spirit vein and was subsequently killed by Lu Jin, the principal of Shanghai Academy, just as she was about to lose consciousness. A chilling female voice cut through the tension. Lu, bullying your own kind is hardly a show of strength. If you have the capability, seek out Lu Jin. Lu Haifan abruptly released his grip, causing the secretary to thud to the floor, gasping for breath as if she had just narrowly escaped death. Lu Jin dared to kill my brother. Lu Haifan's eyes widened in fury, his muscles taut beneath his black suit, as if they might burst forth at any moment. The spiritual pressure emanating from him thickened the air, rendering it nearly unbearable for several executives of lesser cultivation, who paled and broke into a sweat. It was not fear that gripped them but the heat. After all, the conference room's air conditioning was malfunctioning, and Lu Haifan was unleashing his wrath. Silence enveloped the room, each breath stifled, as everyone feared that the slightest sound might provoke Lu Haifan's ire. After all, he was an unrestrained lunatic. 3 months prior, he had gone on a rampage over a subsidiary manager arriving 5 minutes late to a meeting, tearing a man apart in front of everyone. Consequently, he added a new clause to the recruitment requirements: must possess strong stress tolerance and be able to endure high-intensity physical confrontations. Blood for blood. Lu Haifan squeezed out these words through gritted teeth, his expression twisted with rage. I shall leave no blade of grass standing at Shanghai Academy. Even the cockroaches in their cafeteria deserve to perish. Calm yourself. The cool, melodic voice interjected once more. At the far end of the conference table, Yifia elegantly crossed her legs. Clad in a moonlit blue qipao, her alluring legs were partially visible beneath the table, reminiscent of a female spy stepping out from a Republic-era espionage drama. Lu Haifan, seething with fury, exclaimed, Yifia, what do you mean by that? Yifia leisurely sipped her tea, leaving a suggestive lip print on the rim of her cup, the literal meaning. Your brother, accompanied by 4 Spirit King Realm warriors, approached the principal only to be annihilated. This blunder is akin to a bronze-level performance. Nonsense. Lu Haifan smashed his fist onto the conference table, splintering the wood as shards flew. My brother is a 6-pattern Spirit King. It must have been that old scoundrel Lu Jin taking advantage of numbers. Taking advantage of numbers? Yifia lightly tapped her fingers, instantly freezing the splattered coffee into an ice sculpture with chilling aura. 5 against 1, and yet they were the ones who were slain. Do they not know how to play? Lu Haifan clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. The conference hall descended into an oppressive silence. The executives bowed their heads, not daring to breathe. Both of these individuals wielded substantial power within the Jinhuang Group, and none would dare to take sides lightly. After a long pause, Lu Haifan finally managed to force out a statement. Regardless of the circumstances, this grudge must be avenged. Shanghai Academy is mine, and the spiritual vein belongs to me. He turned to his trembling secretary, barking. Immediately notify the board. Freeze all funds of Shanghai Academy. I want to dismiss that scoundrel Lu Jin from his position as principal. Yi Fia gently shook her head, her lips parting slightly. The folly of a reckless man. What did you say? Lu Haifen's spiritual pressure surged once more. Were it not for Yi Fia's possession of 48 shares in the Jinhuang Group, he would have pressed her to the ground in fury. Unfazed, Yi Fia raised her cup of red tea. Lu Jin was able to single-handedly defeat your brother, which means he is at least a 7-pattern spirit king. Are you so eager to sacrifice yourself, hoping for a 2-for-1 trade? Lu Haifen scoffed. Even if he is a 7-pattern spirit king, with so many of us, do we need to fear him? Why can't you comprehend? Yi Fia sighed. First, ascertain Lu Jin's true capabilities. The sudden emergence of a spiritual vein at Shanghai Academy must have some hidden implications. She rose, her long, alluring legs partially revealed beneath the qipao. If he truly possesses power surpassing that of a 7-pattern spirit king. At this point, a dangerous smile graced her lips. Then let the higher-ups intervene. Moreover, to my knowledge, there is a female instructor at Shanghai Academy who has already attained the realm of Spirit Emperor. Perhaps she was the one who eliminated Director Lu. Her voice lowered significantly. If that is indeed the case, we must enlist that formidable individual to help us resolve the situation at Shanghai Academy. After all, such spiritual veins are not meant for a mere academy to possess. A chorus of sycophantic remarks filled the conference hall. Deputy Director Yi is insightful. Let us bide our time and develop cautiously. It would be prudent to investigate thoroughly. Indeed, the Human Resources Director, Li Ttu, hastily interjected, General Lu, please calm down. Let us deliberate on this matter. Nonsense, Lu Haifan exclaimed, kicking over a chair beside him, startling Li Ttu. Are we to let my brother's grievance go unavenged? He forcefully seized Li Ttu by the collar, spitting words in his face. Have you accepted benefits from Shanghai Academy? Huh. And no, not at all, General Lu. Li Ttu's face turned pale with fear. I am only considering the company's interests. Yi Fia gently tapped the table. General Lu, let us not make things difficult for Director Li. Rising to her feet, her qipao accentuated her graceful curves, she continued. In truth, there are many ways to deal with Lu Jin. Lu Haifan released Li Ttu, narrowing his eyes. Oh, what insights do you have? Firstly, we can report their cheating to the education department and have them banned. Yi Fia raised her slender finger. We can exert pressure on the education department. I hear that Shanghai Academy's teaching qualifications are due for review next week. If we manage to bribe a few evaluators, we could bring about the closure of Shanghai Academy. Secondly, we can cut off their gold reserves, leaving them unable to pay salaries. She raised a second finger. We can freeze their financial chain. As far as I know, Shanghai Academy is due to pay salaries in 3 days. Even if they possess spiritual veins, they won't be able to liquidate them in a hurry. Lastly, we can flood the internet with negative reviews, accusing them of harassing female students. A slight smirk played on her lips. We can release negative news about the principal of Shanghai Academy being autocratic and even harassing female students, thus creating public pressure. Lu Haifan stroked his chin, his anger slightly abated. That is indeed feasible, but it's too slow. I want Lu Jin dead now. General, please do not rush. Manager Zhang from the marketing department interjected. In my opinion, Shanghai Academy is not going anywhere. Our company possesses assets worth billions. Why should you dirty your hands with such a second-rate college? The Jinhuang Group, while merely a medium-sized enterprise in the entire Xian Kingdom, holds considerable influence in Wanqing. They allocate a mere 500,000 annually to Shanghai Academy to force Lu Jin into relinquishing his 39% stake, thereby gaining complete control over the academy. However, it was unforeseen that Shanghai Academy had suddenly manifested spiritual veins, disrupting all plans of the Jinhuang Group. Lu Haifan slammed his hand on the table. I do not care what methods you devise. Within 3 days, Lu Jin must kneel before me like a dog. Before he could finish, terrified shouts and frantic footsteps echoed from outside. Who is making such a ruckus outside? Cut him up and feed him to the dogs. Lu Haifan glared furiously at the door. Bang! The conference room door exploded open, splintering wood flying everywhere. A tall figure stepped in, treading upon the bloodstains. Clad in a dark suit that accentuated his imposing stature, an instant silence enveloped the room. Quite the lively discussion I see. Lu Jin, with one hand in his pocket and a slight smile gracing his lips, fixed his gaze directly upon Lu Haifan. I heard you were looking for me. Chapter 37. I am here to exterminate. The entire conference room fell into a profound silence. All the executives held their breath, as though the air had solidified at that very moment. A document slipped silently from someone's hand, while another unconsciously shrank back. The young president of the Shanghai Academy had audaciously stormed into the core conference room of the Jinhuang Group. Lu Haifan abruptly rose, his chair crashing to the ground behind him. His pupils constricted sharply, and his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Lu Jin, how dare you come here? Yi Fi's beautiful eyes narrowed, her delicate fingers instinctively clenched. Where are the security personnel? Her voice suddenly rose in pitch. Her usual elegance and composure utterly vanished. Where had they all gone? At this moment, her heart surged with a mix of shock and anger. She was astonished that Lu Jin dared to intrude so recklessly. Furious that the security team, hired at great expense by the group, had allowed the enemy to breach their defenses with such ease. Lu Jin nonchalantly wiped the bloodstains off the floor with the sole of his shoe. Spare your efforts. He lifted his gaze, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. Those guards of yours, the clever ones, have already fled. As for the few who were oblivious, I took it upon myself to discipline them. After leaving his home at 7 in the morning, Lu Jin had taken bus 16 straight to the Jinhuang Group. With Lu Hu's death, the upper echelons of the Jinhuang Group would not let him off easily. Rather than wait for him to come to kill me, I might as well strike first. More importantly, he could not allow this conflict to spill over into the Shanghai Academy. The lives of hundreds of innocent students must not be put at risk. As for the consequences, this world has its own rules. The Spirit Martial Covenant of Xin Nation clearly stipulates, grievances between Spirit Martial practitioners must be resolved by the parties involved, provided that no ordinary citizens are implicated. Those who overstep their bounds will be dealt with by the Spirit Energy Control Bureau. For this reason, all Spirit Martial practitioners are required to attend Spirit Energy Academies not only to enhance their abilities, but also to learn to control their power. After all, in this realm, those who do not understand the rules often meet the swiftest demise. Thus, concluding everything within the Jinhuang building is the most perfect choice. Yi Fi slowly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lu Jin. President Lu, invading another's headquarters is hardly a courteous act. Lu Jin chuckled lightly. Courteous? When you were discussing how to destroy my academy, it seems you were not concerned with such niceties. Yi Fi pressed her red lips together, choosing not to respond. The muscles in Lu Haifan's face twitched violently, his eyes igniting with a terrifying ferocity. He stepped forward, the tiles beneath his feet cracking instantly, as a violent surge of spiritual energy roiled around him like a tangible force. Very well. He grinned savagely, his voice grating like sandpaper. Lu Jin, you have come right to my door, saving me the trouble of hunting you down. The temperature in the conference room plummeted, executives retreating in unison, some even stealthily inching toward the door. Lu Jin did not even flicker an eyelid, casually brushing off the wood shavings from his sleeve. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a profoundly meaningful expression. So, you are Lu Haifan? I was just lamenting my inability to find you, and here you are presenting yourself. You are even more brainless than your useless brother. This statement struck Lu Haifan like a resounding slap, leaving his face flushed with rage. Veins bulged on his forehead as he clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. You seek death. Oh, Lu Jin chuckled lightly, leisurely surveying his surroundings. Since I dare to come here alone, do you think? His gaze fell back on Lu Haifan, a flicker of dangerous light glinting in his eyes. I would fear this rabble? The air in the conference hall seemed to freeze. Yi Fi's pupils constricted as her slender fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her qipao. To her astonishment, despite her own cultivation at the 5th pattern of the Spirit King realm, she could sense no fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from Lu Jin. This could only mean two things. Either he was an ordinary person devoid of spiritual energy, or he was a top-tier powerhouse far beyond the Spirit King realm. Her gaze fixated on a nearly invisible ripple of spiritual energy encircling Lu Jin's neck, akin to a deep-sea current, serene yet brimming with cataclysmic potential. What kind of strength does this man possess? Yi Fi murmured unconsciously, a cold sweat forming on her back. She suddenly realized that this man before her might have reached a terrifying level of power. Meanwhile, Lu Haifan had completely lost control. He roared, his spiritual energy coalescing into a palpable crimson mist. Today, I shall make you pay in blood for your deeds. Lu Jin remained stationary, not even adopting a defensive stance, merely letting out a soft sigh. It seems the foolishness of the Lu family is hereditary. Lu Haifan's pupils narrowed to the size of pinpricks, his muscles taut with tension. He slammed his palm onto the conference table, shattering it, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure surged through the room like a tsunami. Lu Jin, you are courting death. Without waiting for the others to react, Lu Haifan unleashed his attack. His right fist instantly condensed into a crimson, blood-like energy wave. The air around him compressing with a piercing roar, papers on the conference table torn to shreds by the shockwave. Crimson shattering mountain fist. A third-tier earthgrade technique. His signature move. 3 years prior, he had used this technique to obliterate a 1,000-year-old demon at the 6th pattern of the Spirit King realm. Now, fueled by rage, its power was greater than ever. He intended to make Lu Jin spill blood on the spot, avenging his brother's death. However, Lu Jin did not even raise an eyebrow. He casually lifted his left hand, fingers splayed nonchalantly. Buzz. A translucent barrier of spiritual energy materialized out of thin air. Lu Haifan's formidable punch collided with it. As if striking cotton, failing to produce even a ripple. Lu Haifan's complexion turned ashen. This is impossible. He was a peak 7th pattern Spirit King. With that punch, even a peer of the same rank would not dare to take it head-on. Yet Lu Jin hadn't even shifted his stance. A chill emanated from Yi Fiya's fingertips, silently spreading, but she restrained herself from intervening. In her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The spiritual pressure exuded by Lu Jin surpassed the boundaries of her comprehension entirely. This was not the oppressive might one would expect from a Spirit King. A playful smile curled at the corner of Lu Jin's lips as his fingers gradually drew together. Crack! With a chilling sound of shattering. The crimson fist aura was forcefully crushed as if it were mere glass. Immediately thereafter, a terrifying wave of immense pressure erupted from Lu Jin's being. The tempered glass windows of the conference room shattered instantaneously, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the walls, causing all present to involuntarily kneel. Boom! The entire golden splendor building trembled violently. Glass windows shattered inch by inch, and the conference table collapsed under the weight of this overwhelming force. All executives were brought to their knees by this pressure, finding it difficult to even breathe. In an instant, it felt as though the entire conference room had been paused. Under the horrified gazes of all, a resplendent golden spiritual pattern slowly emerged on Lu Jin's long neck. The intricate design pulsated as if alive, emanating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Spirit Emperor Realm. A tremulous voice broke the silence, filled with disbelief. The conference room was immediately filled with gasps of astonishment, with several executives collapsing weakly to the ground. Thud! Lu Haifan's knees slammed heavily onto the floor, causing the hard marble surface to crack. Trembling, he lifted his gaze, his pupils reflecting the dazzling golden light upon Lu Jin's neck, an emblem unique to those of the Spirit Emperor realm. Among the nearly 10 million inhabitants of Wanqing, fewer than 100 could attain this level. At that moment, Lu Haifan truly comprehended the dreadful entity he had provoked. A primal shiver emanated from the depths of his soul, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. Lu Jin strode forward, each step amplifying the pressure. Now you know fear? He looked down at Lu Haifan from his elevated position, his gaze as frigid as ancient ice. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fiya finally made her move. She stepped in front of Lu Haifan, her icy spiritual pattern blooming at her neck, barely resisting the pressure of the Spirit Emperor. Principal Lu. She spoke with slightly trembling lips, her voice still cool, but her body quivering slightly. Leave a thread of hope. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon her face, and he suddenly chuckled. Vice Director Yi, you are more astute than they are. However, he raised his hand, a thread of pure golden spiritual energy dancing in his palm. I have not come here for negotiation, but for annihilation. Chapter 38. Now, it is your turn. As Lu Jin's words resonated, a profound silence enveloped the room. Yi Fiya's complexion turned ashen, her slender fingers unconsciously tightening. In her current predicament, how could she muster the strength to mediate this conflict? Regret surged within her like a relentless tide. She should have long since severed ties with the two inept buffoons of the Lu family, for otherwise, calamity would not have befallen her. Lu Haifan, fully aware that Lu Jin would not spare him today, felt a flicker of madness ignite within his eyes, and suddenly, he launched a desperate attack. A gleam of cold steel flashed from his sleeve as a poisoned dagger was thrust toward Lu Jin's throat. Die! Lu Jin's eyes blazed with golden light as he raised his leg, delivering a vicious kick. Bang! The blow landed squarely on Lu Haifan's chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoing sharply. Lu Haifan was sent flying, crashing into the load-bearing wall of the conference room, which immediately caved in, forming a spiderweb-like crater. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Lu Haifan found himself embedded within the wall, unable to move. Lu Jin leisurely adjusted his cuffs, striding toward Lu Haifan. The sound of his shoes crunching on shattered glass sent chills down the spines of all present. Mr. Lu, ambushes are not a commendable habit. The conference room fell into an eerie silence. All the executives huddled in the corners, trembling in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Yi Fia bit her lip fiercely, her nails digging into her palms, yet she did not dare to take a single step forward. Lu Haifan struggled to extricate himself from the wall, only to realize that all his spiritual energy had been shattered by that kick. Terror washed over him as he beheld the approaching Lu Jin, revealing his fear. Why you cannot kill me? My grandfather is Elder Lu. Lu Jin chuckled lightly, gripping his neck and lifting him from the wall. Perfect, I shall seek him next. And no. Lu Haifan's legs flailed helplessly in the air, like a rag doll held in Lu Jin's grasp. It is time for you to reunite with your brother. With a surge of golden light gathering in his palm, Lu Jin's murderous intent was palpable. Stop! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the building, causing it to shudder. The air rippled as a figure in a gray robe materialized, its bony hand sweeping through the air, effortlessly neutralizing Lu Jin's lethal strike. Arrogant child. Do you believe Lu family is without guardians? The conference room erupted in chaos. The executives gaped in disbelief at the emergence of yet another powerful spirit realm expert. Yi Fia's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling. Elder Lu Xianming. This was indeed the Lu family's reclusive elder, a paragon of strength at the three-patterned spirit realm. And the very individual they had just discussed. Lu Xianming, with hair like snow and a youthful visage, his eyes crackling with energy, was enshrouded in an enigmatic gray mist, as if he were one with the cosmos. However, discerning eyes could see that this was merely a projection of condensed spiritual energy. Lu Xianming was evidently not physically present. Yet he was not far away, for otherwise, this apparition would not appear so vividly. Elder, save me. Lu Haifan cried out desperately, clinging to what he perceived as a lifeline. Lu Xianming snorted coldly, his robe billowing without wind. Useless wretch. His gaze then shot toward Lu Jin like a bolt of lightning. Youngster, release him. I can offer you a chance for survival. Otherwise, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Jin suddenly laughed. Otherwise what? His fingers tightened fiercely. Is this it? Crack. The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed throughout the room. Uft. Lu Haifan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in disbelief. He stared at Lu Jin, his voice hoarse. Lu Jin, you. In an instant, Lu Jin flashed forward, seizing Lu Haifan by the throat and lifting him into the air. After speaking, his grip tightened once more. Crack. The sound of a cervical vertebra shattering was distinctly audible. Lu Haifan's eyes widened in horror, unable to comprehend until his last breath. Lu Jin. The ethereal figure of Lu Xianming suddenly twisted, the gray mist swirling, a wave of furious wrath sweeping through the entire Golden Splendor building. You dare to cripple the bloodline of the Lu family. I swear, on the day I emerge from seclusion, I shall raise Xinghai Academy to the ground, leaving no trace behind. His voice resonated like a chilling abyss, filled with a palpable murderous intent, shattering the glass throughout the building. However, Lu Jin merely smiled. Old fool, do you truly believe yourself to be a character of significance? Casually discarding Lu Haifan's lifeless body, he leisurely wiped his hands and lifted his gaze to Lu Xianming's spectral form, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. There's no better time than today. It is worth noting that cultivating the heavenly might explosive spirit art has granted him a heightened sensitivity to fluctuations in spiritual energy. Now, with just a hint of spiritual energy, he could trace it back to its source. A golden gleam flashed in Lu Jin's eyes, his consciousness instantly locking onto the spiritual energy emanating from the adjacent room. Old dog, so you've been hiding here. As soon as the words left his lips, he reached out with his right hand, and a stream of golden spiritual energy pierced through the wall like a dragon. Boom. The entire steel-reinforced concrete wall collapsed with a resounding crash, revealing a concealed chamber amidst the shower of debris. As the dust settled, Lu Xianming's gaunt figure was revealed. Seated within a formation of spirit stones, his eyes wide with shock. How could this be possible? The elder's voice trembled with disbelief. This seclusion chamber was a meticulously crafted sanctuary, equipped with concealment formations and walls infused with materials that blocked spiritual energy. Even his two descendants were unaware of this secret. Choosing to meditate here was strategic. The headquarters was built over a tributary of spiritual veins, ensuring abundant energy, while allowing him to discreetly oversee the group's operations, truly a twofold advantage. However, he never anticipated that today he would be so easily unmasked by Lu Jin, who would breach his final refuge. Lu Jin stepped over the wreckage, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Old fool. Weren't you eager to annihilate my Shanghai Academy? With each step he took, the ground cracked further, the terrifying pressure of his spiritual sovereignty rendering the air dense. What? Lu Xuanming's ethereal form trembled violently, his voice tinged with astonishment and fury for the first time. Lu Jin had forcibly locked onto his true location, breaking through the wall and dragging him out from his seclusion. Thud! Lu Xianming stumbled out, the gray mist swirling violently around him, clearly disrupted from his meditative state. His breath in disarray. Yafia was utterly astonished. The concealed chamber next door masqueraded as an electrical room, typically devoid of visitors. To her surprise, the true form of the Lu clan elder was hidden within. You seek your own demise, young one. Lu Xianming roared in fury, his eyes ablaze with crimson light. 3 golden spiritual patterns abruptly manifested upon his gaunt neck, unleashing the unrestrained pressure of a peak 3-patterned spirit emperor. The entire golden splendor building trembled under this overwhelming force, the ground fracturing as if unable to withstand such might. Yafia had already retreated to a corner, her complexion as pale as parchment. He has gone mad, completely insane. Lu Jin had actually compelled Lu Xuanming's true form to emerge. Yet, no matter how formidable this individual was, he remained merely a 1-patterned spirit emperor, far from a match for Lu Xuanming's 3-patterned prowess. Nevertheless, Lu Jin remained unfazed. He casually twisted his neck, the sound of cracking bones resonating, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Old man, having suppressed yourself for so many years, it is time to stretch those weary bones. Come, let me see the true weight of your Lu clan's legacy. Boom. Lu Xianming struck first, with a sweeping motion of his sleeve. A multitude of grotesque, ghostly heads coalesced within the swirling gray mist, howling as they lunged toward Lu Jin. The 9 Hells soul-devouring spell, an Earth-tier 8th-grade technique. This was his signature skill. Once afflicted, one's soul would be annihilated. Yet Lu Jin's eyes flared with golden light, and a layer of crimson flames ignited around him. The heavenly might exploding spirit technique. With a low exclamation, the essence within him ignited fiercely, causing his spiritual power to surge exponentially. The violent energy fluctuations caused the entire chamber to tremble, spiderweb-like cracks emerging on the walls. As the ghostly heads neared, they were obliterated by the wave of crimson energy. What? Lu Xuanming's pupils constricted, his emaciated face revealing the first signs of terror. You actually possess the secret art of burning essence blood. Lu Jin's hair danced wildly in the spiritual pressure, yet a cruel smile curled upon his lips. Old man, are you frightened now? Lu Xianming hastily regained his footing, his frail fingers swiftly forming seals. Arrogant child, after a decade of seclusion, I shall show you what I am capable of. However, before he could finish, Lu Jin had already appeared before him like a specter. Too many words. With a swift hand strike, Lu Xianming's hastily gathered defensive spiritual energy shattered like paper. With a splatter of blood, Lu Xuanming's arm was severed. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire floor as he staggered backward, his aged face contorted in horror. What is this technique you wield? Lu Jin flicked the blood from his hand, a cruel arc gracing his lips. The technique I shall use to kill you. In an instant, Lu Jin vanished, reappearing behind Lu Xianming, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Lu Xianming turned in a panic, crossing his arms in defense. Yet he was still propelled several meters away by the force of the blow, crashing through the wall and collapsing to the ground. Coughing, he barely steadied himself, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with dread. The power within this young man's body is astonishingly formidable. Strangely, during the earlier clash of energies, it was impossible to discern the cultivation system he was employing. Step by step, Lu Jin approached, his voice icy. Is this all you can do? Then you might as well perish. Upon uttering these words, he pressed his palms together, and a brilliant golden light surged around him. Lu Xianming suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, fear finally surfacing in his eyes. How could this young man be so powerful? Escape. I must flee. Having lost all fighting spirit, Lu Xianming bit down on his tongue, spitting out a drop of his vital blood, and roared, blood escape technique. With a whoosh, His form transformed into a streak of crimson light, tearing through space as he desperately fled towards the window. As he ran, he shouted back, "Lu, my friend. I merely sought to join in the excitement. I meant no harm." Lu Jin merely responded with a cold smile. Begging for mercy now? It is too late. He stepped forward, his figure vanishing like a specter. Cursed be it. Sensing the terrifying presence closing in behind him, Lu Xianming gritted his teeth. "Lu Jin, we are not acquainted. Let today's matter be set aside. I shall not pursue retribution for your offenses. Why must you relentlessly press me?" Lu Jin retorted. "Blame your own loose tongue. Why pretend to be something you are not?" Lu Xianming, infuriated, laughed maniacally. "Haha, very well. If I escape today, I shall raise your Star Sea Academy to the ground." In the next moment, boom. Lu Jin appeared directly in Lu Xuanming's path, raising a hand to press down. Bang! Lu Xuanming's blood escape technique was abruptly severed, and he was sent hurtling back like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against the wall. Struggling to rise, bloodied and terrified, he looked upon the slowly advancing Lu Jin, finally succumbing to despair. "Lu, my friend, please spare me." Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. "What? Weren't you just proclaiming to flatten my academy?" Lu Xianming wished he could slap himself. He had merely sought to save face, unaware that Lu Jin would hold such a grudge. The Lu family shall withdraw from Wan City and will no longer be enemies of the Star Sea Academy. I only ask for your mercy. Lu Jin gazed at him expressionlessly, slowly raising his hand, with blood light gathering in his palm. "I have stated today the annihilation of your clan." Boom! A blood-red lightning bolt pierced through Lu Xuanming's brow. His pleas for mercy were abruptly silenced, his body stiffened, eyes glazing over, before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The spirit monarch has fallen. A family, whole and complete, how splendid. Lu Jin casually discarded the corpse, casting his gaze towards the already paralyzed Yi Fia, a cruel smile curling his lips. "Now, it is your turn." Chapter 39, Why do I find you particularly enchanting today? Yi Fia's exquisite visage paled entirely. He could even slay an elder of the Lu family? What manner of monster is this? I must escape. Without hesitation, she crushed a teleportation talisman, her figure instantly becoming a blur. Attempting to flee, Lu Jin let out a cold laugh and raised his hand to grasp. Boom! The void collapsed, and Yi Fia's vanishing silhouette was forcefully yanked back. She stumbled to the ground, her face as pale as paper. Lu Jin approached slowly, a murderous intent boiling in his eyes. In such a hurry to leave? Why not stay and keep your President Lu company? The entire conference room fell into a profound silence, all the executives appearing ashen. Each of them was a millionaire, their fortunes sprawling across the city, with numerous beautiful wives and concubines, who would willingly risk their lives here. At that moment, Lu Jin, driven mad by rage, had them all cowering beneath the tables, desperately trying to diminish their presence. Yi Fia collapsed on the floor, her cheap house soaked with cold sweat. Crack! Lu Jin's hands suddenly clasped around Yi Fia's slender neck, his fingers slowly tightening. Her skin, as cool as jade, now trembled slightly from fear, her red lips parting as her breathing grew labored. "Principal Lu," Yi Fia struggled to voice, her once cold and proud gaze now filled with panic. Her delicate fingers weakly grasped his wrist, yet she dared not wield a shred of spiritual power in resistance, having witnessed Lu Xuanming's gruesome demise firsthand. "I am not a member of the Lu family. I have no ties to them." Lu Jin raised an intrigued eyebrow, his grip unwavering. "Oh? Then what is Miss Ye's life worth? I offer you 20 of Star Sea shares." She managed to utter this, her meticulously styled hair now damp with cold sweat. "Huh." Lu Jin suddenly chuckled. Such a stunning beauty as Yi Vice Director is worth only this much? In that moment, as his fingers curled, Yi Fia's pupils constricted. 40. Her body trembled as she quickly amended her offer. "The Jinhuang Group is willing to provide 40 equity." Her voice quivered, her once proud demeanor completely vanished, now resembling a pitiful little rabbit. "If you show mercy, I can assist you in ascending to the position of chairman of Star Sea Academy." A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Lu Jin's eyes as he abruptly released his grip on her. Thud! Yi Fia fell awkwardly to the ground, clutching her throat and coughing violently. The stark red marks on her snow-white neck were particularly eye-catching. She looked up, meeting Lu Jin's cold gaze from above. "Now that's more like it." Lu Jin's voice was soft, yet it plunged her into an abyss of dread. "If the share transfer document is not seen within 3 days, I have no qualms about changing the ownership of the Jinhuang Group." Now, with the upper echelons of Jinhuang Group nearly purged, As long as Yifei surrendered the 40 equity, not only would he retain his position as principal, but he would also become the largest shareholder of the academy. The entirety of Star Sea Academy would fall firmly under his control. I would never dare to defy your wishes, Yifei rasped, struggling to articulate this phrase. Her objectives had been achieved. Lu Jin no longer cast her another glance and turned to leave. Yifei collapsed onto the floor, gazing at the receding silhouette, experiencing for the first time the essence of true terror. Director Yi, are you all right? Several executives, trembling and hidden beneath the table, cautiously approached her. Get away. Yifei, a mix of shame and anger, raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. What did you call me? Ah, Director Yi. I meant Director Yi. The man hurriedly corrected himself, clutching his face. Yifei gritted her teeth, her gaze falling upon the lifeless bodies of Lu Haifan and Lu Xianming on the ground. Her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. What sort of monstrosity had these fools brought upon the corporation? Their blunder had put her life in peril. It was an utterly undeserved calamity. Who could have anticipated that the rumored principal of Star Sea Academy, merely at the 5-pattern Spirit King level, would ascend to the Spirit Emperor realm in just a few short months? Even more alarming was the effortless manner in which he dispatched Lu Xianming. A peak 3-pattern Spirit Emperor, his strength was astonishingly formidable. Yet, in the next moment, Yifei suddenly chuckled softly. Her fingertips, stained with crimson, grazed the bruises on her neck as she tidied her disheveled hair before the floor-to-ceiling window. The woman in the mirror, though disheveled, had ambition gleaming in her eyes. A blessing in disguise, she murmured. With the Lu brothers dead, the board would inevitably undergo a reshuffle. She could effortlessly ascend to the position of chairwoman of Jin Wang Group. However, she would need to cultivate a favorable relationship with the principal of Star Sea Academy. Its formidable rise, coupled with the emergence of the profound spiritual vein, would undoubtedly incite the other powers in watching to stir. If Jin Wang Group were to extend a helping hand and collaborate with Star Sea Academy, they could stabilize the situation and secure a foothold in watching. Should we report this to the Spiritual Energy Control Bureau? One executive, still covering his face, cautiously inquired. Let them deal with Lu Jin. Slap. Another resounding slap landed on his face as Yifei's beautiful eyes glinted with cold fury. Fool, do you wish to die? She seized his tie, her crimson-painted nails nearly digging into his flesh. If anyone dares to utter a word about today, I will ensure his entire family remains silent forever. Her voice dropped to a menacing whisper, filled with chilling intent. The executive's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I understand. Nothing happened today. Lu and the others were merely caught in a state of cultivation deviation. Yifei disdainfully released her grip and retrieved a compact mirror from her bag. The reflection revealed her tousled hair and the alarming marks on her neck. With trembling fingers, she touched up her makeup and tied a scarf to conceal the bruises. Notify all witnesses to sign a confidentiality agreement. Her voice regained its usual calmness, albeit laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Destroy all surveillance footage and state that Lu suffered a sudden heart attack. She cast one last glance at the bodies on the ground, a flicker of apprehension crossing her beautiful eyes. That Lu Jin fellow harbored a deep-seated grudge. This secret must remain buried within her, otherwise she would be the next to perish. Star Sea Academy. Returning to the office, Lu Jin removed his suit jacket and tossed it onto the sofa. He let out a long sigh as he sank into the spacious office chair. The battle he had just endured, while seeming effortless, had drained nearly 70% of his vitality. At that moment, his temples throbbed, and his complexion bore an unnatural pallor. Welcome back to work, Master, the mechanical girl said, her eyes suddenly brightening, a smile gracing her features. Lu Jin reclined on the sofa and replied softly, Vire, check my physical condition. Scanning in progress, Vire tilted her head. A series of codes flickering in her pupils. Vitality depletion, 68. Spiritual energy reserve, 42. Soul wave fluctuations, slight disturbance. Recommendation, rest and recuperate. Avoid combat within 10 days. Indeed, it was not so easy to defeat someone at the Emperor level. Lu Jin nodded gently, taking a sip from his thermos. The fact that the Jinhuang group harbored a 3-pattern emperor like Lu Xianin was truly unexpected. At present, Lu Jin felt his spiritual energy depleted, his meridians aching as if scorched by fierce flames. He needed to recuperate swiftly. He reached into his pocket and his fingers brushed against a smooth pill, the potent vitality pill that Tang Xiaodang had given him last time. Lu Jin stared at the oddly luminous pill resting in his palm, a frown forming on his brow. according to Tang Xiaodang. This was a medicinal pill meant to strengthen the body. He wondered if it could replenish his vitality. It should have some effect. After all, it wouldn't tea kill him. He tilted his head back and swallowed the pill, washing it down with the warm tea. The moment the pill slid down his throat, a surge of intense heat exploded from his dantian, making him involuntarily swallow. Lu Jin's previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly. The fiery pain in his meridians was indeed diminishing, and his depleted vitality was recovering at an astonishing rate. It was truly effective. A smile of delight spread across Lu Jin's face. However, this relief lasted but a fleeting moment. An unprecedented wave of heat erupted violently from his dantian. What the hell? Lu Jin's long fingers gripped the edge of the desk, causing the solid wood surface to crack with spiderweb-like fissures. The torrent of heat surged through his meridians like molten lava, and his once pale skin was now tinged with an unnatural flush. As his throat constricted, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. What kind of pill is this? Warning, Master's body temperature is abnormally elevated. Vire spoke suddenly, her pupils flashing red. Current surface temperature has reached 42 degrees. Immediate cooling measures are advised. Shut up. Lu Jin forced those two words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and strained. He removed his suit jacket, yet still felt unbearably hot. The internal blaze intensified, and even his exhaled breath bore a searing warmth. In the next moment, Lu Jin suddenly lifted his gaze towards the mechanical girl, his eyes sparkling with light. Vire, why do I feel you are particularly adorable today? As Weier's delicate hair trembled, she silently retreated 2 steps. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Lu Shuang approached gracefully in her slender high heels, her black professional skirt accentuating her enchanting curves. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Lu Jin, his forehead glistening with sweat, prompting her to quickly step forward. Principal, what seems to be the matter? Chapter 40. I can handle it myself, understand? The moment Lu Jin caught sight of Lu Shuang, an unexpected warmth surged within him, causing his body temperature to rise. He inwardly lamented his predicament, forcing himself to maintain composure as he asked, Lu teacher, is there something you need? Lu Shuang leaned down to place an exquisite jade box on the desk, her chest subtly revealing a glimpse of allure. Her cat ears twitched sensitively as she inquired, Principal, you appear to be feeling quite warm. Lu Jin swallowed hard, straining to divert his gaze. It's nothing. I simply didn't rest well last night, he replied, raising a hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. However, you seem to be trembling, Lu Shuang observed, inching closer with a hint of concern evident in her beautiful eyes, inhaling the delicate fragrance of roses. Lu Jin found his gaze irresistibly drawn to her figure, the long legs enveloped in black silk, the gentle rise and fall of her chest, and the glimmering cat tail illuminated by the light. A perilous thought began to swell in his mind. Principal? Lu Shuang finally sensed something amiss. Her cat ears perked in alert. Are you all right? It's nothing. Please just tell me what you need, Lu Jin replied, fanning himself in an attempt to feign calmness. Oblivious to the underlying tension, Lu Shuang gently placed the intricately designed jade box on the desk and lightly tapped its surface with her fingertip. Principal, all the faculty and students have been working tirelessly, and we have only managed to extract 50 kilograms of spirit stones. This is the soul-condensing pill that Teacher Yao prepared overnight. I hope you'll find it satisfactory. Lu Jin exhaled a sigh of exasperation, his long fingers tapping against the desk as a flicker of displeasure crossed his brow. Only 50 kilograms? This efficiency is unacceptable. Lu Shuang pursed her lips in resignation. After the surface of the spiritual vein was mined, the internal structure has grown increasingly solid. Currently, the faculty and students are relying solely on spiritual energy to pry it open, and many have already collapsed from exhaustion. Are there alternative methods for extraction? Lu Jin asked, his gaze fixated on Lu Shuang's collar. Lu Shuang responded, there are 3 methods available on the market for mining spiritual veins, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. The first is the spiritual resonance extraction method, which requires an array to stimulate the resonance of the spiritual vein, allowing the spirit stones to be extracted automatically. However, extracting from a profound-grade spiritual vein necessitates the deployment of a 9-star spirit summoning array by 9 experts at the Spirit King level. The second method involves a violent extraction approach employed by sword cultivators. It entails assembling 100 sword cultivators into the 10 directions sword array to flatten the spiritual vein. Yet, This too requires 100 powerful sword cultivators at the spirit master level. The third method is mechanical extraction, utilizing a spiritual energy drilling machine to mine the spiritual vein, which is time-efficient and labor-saving, while also sorting automatically. Unfortunately, our school does not possess such equipment. Suppressing the unnamed frustration within, Lu Jin crossed his hands beneath his chin, resembling a statue deep in contemplation. Possessing an underground spiritual vein, yet unable to realize its value swiftly, was indeed a source of considerable distress for him. The implementation of these three methods would be challenging in the immediate future. Perhaps the only solution is to acquire a psychic drilling machine. Amidst this contemplation, his breathing grew increasingly labored. The stray wisps of hair on his forehead were drenched with perspiration, clinging to his flushed skin. He leaned heavily on the desk with one hand, while the other anxiously tugged at the top two buttons of his shirt. Yet he still felt suffocated by an oppressive heat. Damn it, something is amiss. This cannot be the proper effect of a legitimate elixir. What on earth did Tang Xiaodang give me? Why does it feel akin to the effects of consuming Wei Ji's concoction? Principal, are you truly all right? Lu Shuang leaned in slightly, her exquisite features betraying genuine concern. A subtle gap in the collar of her shirt revealed a glimmer of fair skin beneath her collarbone. Lu Jin's pupils constricted, and he hastily averted his gaze. I am fine, Teacher Lu. If you are well, you may leave. Instinct told Lu Jin that if this cat-eared maiden did not take her leave soon, it might lead to dire consequences. Very well. Lu Shuang nodded gently, gracefully turning on her slender high heels. The black skirt swayed slightly with her movements, accentuating her enchanting curves. Lu Jin's tense shoulders finally eased a fraction, and he raised a hand to massage his throbbing temples. However, the sound of her heels suddenly ceased. Lu Shuang paused at the doorway, her cat tail swaying gently. She seemed to recall something and turned back. Oh, right, Principal. Lu Shuang hesitated for a moment before softly stating, I almost forgot to inform you that in 3 days, it will be payday. If salaries are not dispersed this time, the teachers may voice their discontent. Salaries will not be diminished. Lu Jin suddenly raised his gaze, his tone resolute. Notify Teacher Yao to work overtime and refine all 50 kilograms of spirit stones into elixirs. If supplementary materials are lacking, purchase them with school funds. Understood. Lu Shuang nodded slightly, her tense shoulders imperceptibly relaxing. She quietly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that at last, she could provide an explanation to the teachers. If salaries were delayed again, even if she remained silent, the teachers, who harbored pent-up frustration, would likely revolt collectively. Simultaneously, Lu Jin's gaze uncontrollably fixated once more on Lu Shuang. The graceful curves concealed beneath her professional attire swayed gently with her motion, while her long, sheer black stockings glimmered alluringly under the light. Gulp. His throat involuntarily swallowed. The fire within him grew increasingly restless. It felt as though something deep within his veins was clamoring, nearly breaking free from the confines of rationality. Lu Jin abruptly lowered his head, his hands clenched tightly, knuckles widening from the strain, sensing that something was on the verge of breaking free. It was unbearable. If you are untroubled, please leave. Lu Jin, hands firmly grasped, spoke with his head bowed. In his usually commanding voice, an unusual hint of plea emerged. Lu Shuang's feline ears twitched perceptibly, her violet eyes flickering with a hint of bewilderment. Oh, the principal seems rather unusual today. After a moment's hesitation, her crimson lips quivered as she spoke. Principal, if you're feeling unwell, I could summon the nurse for you. Lu Jin was on the verge of losing his composure. I don't require assistance. You may leave. I can manage on my own, understand? His voice erupted with a sudden fury that startled Lu Shuang. She bit her soft, red lips, feeling a pang of grievance, puzzled by the principal's outburst. Humph, fine, I'll go. Lu Shuang nodded gently, poised to turn away when a loud thud resonated behind her. Surprised, she glanced back to see Lu Jin rise abruptly, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. The office chair toppled to the ground. Principal? She stepped forward, perplexed. In the next instant, the world spun as Lu Jin lunged forward, gripping her wrist tightly and forcefully pressing her down onto the carpet. Lu Shuang gasped, her hair cascading around her like a dark waterfall. In the following moment, the sharp sound of tearing stockings pierced the quiet office. Chapter 41. A tree standing tall in the forest will surely be shaken by the wind. Her plush cat ears stood erect, and Lu Shuang's crystalline violet pupils dilated sharply, reflecting the man's visage mere inches away. Before her startled cry could escape, His heated lips sealed her mouth. Lu Jin's breath was nearly suffocating in its intensity. His solid frame pinned her firmly to the carpet, and she could feel his erratic heartbeat even through the fabric separating them. As Lu Shuang attempted to raise her wrist and struggle, his fervent hand easily captured it, twisting it behind her back. Dark, dangerous glimmers swirled in Lu Jin's eyes, his breath brushing against her soft cat ears. "Don't move." His hoarse voice bore an extreme restraint that sent shivers coursing through her body. "Principal, have you consumed something unusual?" Lu Shuang suddenly detected an unusual fragrance, her cat-like pupils narrowing. "The strong kidney pill." Lu Jin managed to squeeze out the words through clenched teeth, his throat constricting with effort. Panic surged within Lu Shuang, her tail bristling instinctively. This was no ordinary medicinal pill. It was specifically crafted to address dysfunction. Moreover, the effects of the concoction from Tang Xiaodang would always exceed its intended potency tenfold. Locking eyes with Lu Jin's crimson gaze, she sensed an impending calamity. The very name of the pill sounded ominous. Frantically, she scanned the surroundings. Papers lay strewn across the office floor, and faint footsteps echoed from the ajar door. "This won't do. Someone is bound to enter." In the principal's bedroom, Lu Shuang, her cheeks flushed, tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve, her fingers gesturing towards the inner room. But before she could finish her sentence, she found herself suddenly pinned to the ground, her slender wrist secured above her head. "It's too late." Lu Jin's voice was low and husky. The oppressive aura of the Spirit Emperor's realm engulfed her like a relentless tide. Lu Shuang suddenly realized that her little wildcat would likely not escape this calamity today. The Spirit Energy Control Bureau, One City Branch. In a dimly lit conference room, the holographic projection screen emitted a ghostly blue glow, illuminating several solemn faces. The air was thick with a weighty sense of foreboding, making even the act of breathing feel cautious. "Report, Director." A cold female voice shattered the silence. The agent, Luo Hongxiao, with her high ponytail, stood, her uniform accentuating her striking figure. With a delicate tap of her fingertip, a death report of Lu Haifan from the Jinwang Group materialized on the projection screen. Lu Haifan, the president of Jinwang Group, collapsed and died suddenly at 10:45 this morning. Yifei claims the cause of death was a heart attack. The body has been cremated, rendering an autopsy impossible. "A heart attack?" The man seated across scoffed, a hint of derision surfacing on his high cheekboned face. "Yesterday, Lu Hu was killed. And today Lu Haifan dies of a heart attack? Two powerful Spirit King realm individuals, one after the other. Who could possibly believe this? The most absurd part is that he died this morning, and before his body has even cooled, it's already sent to the crematorium for incineration. Are they not even attempting to put on a show?" The speaker was Yin Guhong, the head of the intelligence department, his demeanor stern, with an unshakable chill emanating from his brow. His black uniform outlined a lean figure, and a long sword, wrapped in tattered black cloth, rested at his back. Luo Hongxiao's gaze flickered slightly as her fingertips glided once more, revealing surveillance footage from Anyang Street on the projection screen. "Director Yen, please remain patient. We have retrieved external surveillance." The image froze, showcasing a tall figure clearly identifiable as Lu Jin, the principal of Star Sea Academy. According to eyewitness accounts, Lu Jin had entered the Jinhuang building alone 20 minutes prior to Lu Haifan's death. She raised her gaze slightly, her voice calm, yet edged with intensity. "However, all internal surveillance equipment of Jinhuang Group has been destroyed. What transpired within remains a mystery to us." A brief silence enveloped the conference room. All eyes gravitated towards the man at the head of the table. "Lu Jin? The one who slayed the Spirit Emperor Realm Demon?" Director Mo Tianxing drummed his fingers against the table, his brow furrowed. "Retrieve his file." Agent Luo Hongxiao swiftly complied, and a detailed personal dossier emerged on the projection screen. Name: Lu Jin. Height: 178 centimeters. Weight: 68 kilograms. Occupation: Principal of Star Sea Academy. Residence: Villa number 24. Garden Community. Educational background: outstanding graduate of Tianshu Martial Academy. Parental information: deceased. Cause of death: unknown. Strength assessment: Spirit King Realm. 6 marks. Not updated. Interests: ancient text research. Tea appreciation: cat cuddling. Favorite games: God of Abyss, Chocolate, and Orchid. Spirit King Realm. 6 marks? Mo Tianxing let out a cold laugh, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, pondering how long it had been since the last update of this information. Such strength could not possibly have slain the Lu brothers. The head of the investigation department, Xiao Han, slowly spoke, his expression as frigid as ice. Director Mo. I believe that Lu Jin has already transcended to the Spirit Emperor realm, and he possesses a high-level martial art as well. His words struck like thunder, instantly solidifying the atmosphere in the conference room. Oh, Mo Tianxing raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Does Chief Xiao have further insights? Xiao Han clasped his hands, his face devoid of emotion. While the Lu brothers possessed the strength of the Spirit King realm, Elder Lu Xianming of the Lu family has been in seclusion for many years and has long since surpassed the Spirit Emperor realm. Although Yi Feiya did not mention Lu Xianming, do you believe that witnessing his grandson being killed by Lu Jin would leave him indifferent? Are you implying that? Mo Tianxing's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Xianming has also fallen to Lu Jin. Yi Feiya has deliberately concealed this information, Xiao Han stated leisurely while sipping his coffee. Lu Xianming, a Spirit Emperor, could not withstand him? A young male investigator exclaimed in disbelief. The conference room fell into a stunned silence, gasps echoing throughout. The investigators exchanged glances, none eager to take on this troublesome case, considering their abilities barely reached the peak of the Spirit King realm. Suddenly, a tall man donning a bronze mask rose abruptly. His formidable spiritual pressure rendered the air in the conference room stagnant. How dare he? Does he think the Spirit Energy Control Bureau is a mere joke? Before he finished speaking, 6 golden spiritual patterns flared to life around his neck, swirling like dragons beneath his skin. A tree that stands out will inevitably be brought down by the wind. Should I take action? He will understand the meaning of there are heavens beyond the heavens. Among the 7 million spiritual warriors in Xian country, those who ascend to the Spirit Emperor realm are considered the elite among elites. Even in a large city like Wan City, out of the 120,000 spiritual warriors, only 100 have reached this level and are duly registered. Now, with Lu Jin suddenly emerging and wreaking havoc, the Spirit Energy Control Bureau's reputation was undeniably at stake. The man in the bronze mask was none other than Yin Hengzhou, the head of the Criminal Investigation Department. Known as the Iron-Faced Spirit Emperor, this department specializes in dealing with lawless and indiscriminate killers among spiritual warriors, and now, Lu Jin had certainly touched upon his sore spot. At the same time, in the principal's office of Xinghai Academy, a notification appeared. You have broken through the armor of teacher Lu Shuang, gaining 66 prestige points. Chapter 42. Better to have a capable ally than an additional troublesome foe. As Yin Hengzhou's voice faded, the conference room was enveloped in silence. Mo Tianxing lightly tapped the table with his knuckles, his brows furrowed in contemplation. The age-old principle of a life for a life, debts must be repaid echoed in his mind. Although confrontations among spiritual warriors are often deemed matters of fate and fortune, Lu Jin's recent actions were undeniably too ostentatious. Yan Hengzhou should engage with him, temper his enthusiasm, and encourage him to be more restrained in the future. This may not be a bad thing after all. Let Section Chief Yin meet with him. Mo Tianxing gently caressed the rim of his teacup, the rising steam obscuring his expression. The young man must have someone to guide him in understanding the importance of restraint. But wait, Director. At that moment, the head of the supervision department, Yang Lingyi, suddenly spoke up. Oh, Mo Tianxing's eyes brightened. Section Chief Yang, do you have something to add? Holding a folding fan, Yang Lingyi gracefully crossed her long, supple legs, her crimson lips quivering as she remarked. The Lu brothers conspire in secret, oppressing the weak. I believe they deserve their fate. Lu Haifan has committed unspeakable atrocities, even sparing no 3-year-old child in his ruthless pursuit of medicinal materials. She abruptly slammed a blood-stained ledger onto the table, evidence recently retrieved from the Lu family's secret chamber. And this Principal Lu just eradicated a spirit-level demon from Wanqing 3 days ago. She languidly crossed her legs, revealing her ankle adorned with golden bells through the slit of her qipao. Such talent, why not recruit him? Huh. A scoff escaped from behind Yan Hengzhou's mask. Is Section Chief Yang dreaming? A university president thriving in his role would stoop to become a mere investigator here? Toiling day in and day out like a beast of burden? Several newcomers turned crimson with embarrassment. Mo Tianxing cleared his throat twice and rapped the table. Section Chief Yan, mind your words. All present are the backbone of the Spirit Energy Control Bureau, not mere beasts of labor. Yan Hengzhou shrugged nonchalantly. In any case, I doubt he would agree. The best approach would be to simply capture him. Yang Lingyi delicately pushed her gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of shrewdness flickering in her gaze. What I mean is, we simply need to grant him the honorary title of Special Advisor. This month, Wanqing has already seen 17 incidents of demon attacks, and our manpower is severely lacking. In this vast city, only the Spirit Energy Academy remains a sanctuary. If we could secure his assistance, our Wanqing branch would gain a formidable asset. Mo Tianqing stroked his chin thoughtfully. Section Chief Yang's proposal is indeed innovative. But do you think a dignified principal would be swayed by such a meager salary? A level 3 investigator at the Spirit Energy Control Bureau earns 3,000 spirit coins a month, including benefits. Of course, this is merely the base salary, with additional compensation for travel and missions. Meanwhile, a special advisor's salary is approximately 5,000 spirit coins. For someone of Lu Jin's stature, such a sum may not even catch his attention. Naturally, it is not solely about the salary. Yang Lingyi fanned herself with a flourish, partially concealing her ruby lips, her eyes sparkling with cunning. The true bargaining chip lies in the authority and status of the Spirit Energy Control Bureau. Moreover, she lowered her voice as she continued to sway the fan. What if we were to add the ace of the Spirit Vein Permit to the mix? Mo Tianqing's pupils contracted, and the rhythm of his fingers tapping the table abruptly halted. One must understand, the exploitation of spirit veins is immensely lucrative. Thus, the extraction of spiritual veins necessitates the payment of a tax amounting to 35 spirit stones to the Xian Kingdom. The spiritual vein license, on the other hand, is a privilege bestowed by the Bureau of Spiritual Energy Control. Those who possess this decree may claim all the resources derived from the spiritual veins as their own, without remitting a single coin. This license undoubtedly maximizes the profits from the extraction of spiritual veins. Have you lost your senses? Yan Hengzhou's voice suddenly rose in pitch beneath his mask. The spiritual vein license is a strategic resource directly managed by the Bureau. How could it simply be given away? Yan Hengzhou still wished to confront Lu Jin to diminish his imposing presence. Otherwise, should such a person grow in strength, he would undoubtedly become a considerable headache for the Criminal Investigation Department. Yang Lingyi leisurely withdrew a gilded document from her qipao's lapel, a tantalizing fragrance of orchids wafting through the air as she slid it across the table. 3 days ago, the Bureau issued a special approval in response to the surge of demons, permitting various branches to recruit powerful individuals from the spiritual realm as external consultants. She gently pointed to a line of small print. Exceptional candidates may be granted a yellow-tier spiritual vein license. A chorus of gasps resonated through the conference room. Even the perpetually stoic Xiao Han leaned forward slightly. Although the yellow-tier spiritual vein is the lowest grade, the spirit stones produced each year are sufficient to cultivate 10 powerful beings at the Spirit King level. However, they remained unaware of the quality of the spiritual vein at the Starcy Academy. It seemed that Mo Tianqing suddenly revealed a knowing smile. Is Director Yang determined to secure this? The elegant qipao-clad beauty covered her lips with a soft laugh, the golden bells on her wrist jingling. I merely believe that it is better to wield a useful blade than to contend with an additional troublesome foe. Her gaze flicked over Yan Hengzhou's shifting expressions. What do you think, Director Yan? In the principal's office of the Star Sea Academy, when Lu Jin opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was a chaotic array of clothing strewn across the floor. His tie was tangled in the tail of Lu Shuang's cat, while his principal's uniform lay crumpled beneath her. He sat up abruptly, only to feel a sharp pain from the scratches on his back, causing him to gasp sharply. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, causing his temples to throb. A rustling sound came from beside him, the fabric of clothing shifting. Lu Shuang, with her back turned, fumbled to fasten her shirt buttons, her once lively cat tail now drooping. Director Lu Jin began, only to see her cat ears tremble violently. Lu Shuang froze in place, her breath caught in her throat. Principal, how are you feeling? She asked, still facing away from him. Her tone was complex, but predominantly filled with concern. Lu Jin found himself at a loss for words, an uncommon occurrence for him. It's all Tang Xiaodang's fault for that wretched elixir. He clenched his fists, teeth gritted in frustration, unhesitatingly shifting the blame. He had always known that Tang Xiaodang's elixirs were unreliable, but he never expected them to be this unreliable. Indeed, his vitality had been restored, but the potency was overwhelming. Could he be held accountable for that? For an ordinary person, consuming such a potion would likely lead to madness within moments, transforming them into a beast. But what about him? She endured for a full 20 minutes. Is this not a testament to her resolute will? Lu Shuang's eyelashes fluttered lightly, her crimson lips parted slightly, and her voice carried a soft sigh. It is not merely the potency of the medicine. Closing her eyes, her tense fingertips gradually relaxed. She acquiesced, acknowledging that her life had been saved by Lu Jin. The earlier absurdity could be considered a form of repayment. Principal, her voice was barely audible. The blush on her ears spreading to her neck. Please tidy up. Someone will be coming in shortly. Lu Jin responded succinctly. Lu Shuang hastily donned her attire. Her cheeks flushed and hair disheveled. Lu Jin quickly organized his surroundings before resuming his position behind the desk. Upon closer inspection, he noticed black cat fur clinging to his tie. Lu Shuang's gaze met it for a fleeting moment before she hurriedly averted her eyes, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Biting her lip, she summoned the courage to speak. Principal, actually, about what we discussed earlier, I know. Lu Jin interrupted, intending to explain, but at a loss for words. The plush cat ears twitched slightly. Lu Shuang hesitated, her delicate lips parting. Principal, you need not say anything further. I understand. It was your lack of control earlier, all my fault. I should have left sooner. With that, traces of self-reproach flickered in her eyes, as if all that had transpired was entirely her misstep. Lu Jin lifted his gaze, his once fiery pupils now clear and composed. He nodded gently, his tone earnest. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. Consider yourself my personal secretary from now on. Lu Shuang's head shot up, a glimmer of barely perceptible joy flashing in her amethyst-like eyes, quickly overshadowed by panic. I didn't mean it that way. Are you unwilling? Lu Jin inquired. No, that is not it. She fumbled for words. What I meant was in this awkward atmosphere. The office was suddenly punctuated by a crisp notification sound. Beep beep. Beside her, Veer interjected. Master, a video call request from Yi Fia of the Jin Wang Group. Chapter 43. Does he think I am that kind of frivolous cat? Yi Fia? Lu Shuang's eyelashes fluttered, her glass-like eyes widening in surprise, her lips parting slightly. When did the vice-chairman of Jin Wang Group become acquainted with the principal? This thought sent ripples through her mind. How intriguing. Lu Jin's well-defined fingers brushed his jaw, a glimmer of amusement crossing his gaze. It appeared that business would indeed come knocking. He raised an eyebrow at Veer. Let them in. Principal, may I take my leave? Lu Shuang bit her lip. Her toes already turned towards the door. No need. Lu Jin suddenly interjected, extending his hand to stop her. His fingertips brushed against her sleeve, inadvertently catching the fluffy tail. Just as Lu Shuang was about to bristle, Lu Jin hastily released his grip, the sensation of the soft fur lingering in his palm. After all, he had already tugged hard enough to cause her discomfort. It's fine. There's nothing to evade. He smiled faintly, as if seeking to prove something. Oh, Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed, and she nodded gently. The holographic projection unfolded instantly. In the image, Yi Fia lounged languidly on a leather sofa, her delicate fingers swirling a crystal glass filled with red wine. She had donned a dark red gown that accentuated her snow-white skin, while the jade hairpin nestled in her hair glimmered under the light. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. Indeed, she was a formidable businesswoman. Mere hours after Lu's demise, she appeared unfazed. Principal Lu, her crimson lips parted slightly, her voice laced with a hint of languor. The share transfer agreement has already been sent to you. The previous incident was indeed a result of the Lu brothers' short-sightedness. You are magnanimous. Lu Jin's lips curled slightly, yet there was no mirth in his gaze. Vice Chairman Yi. Oh no, I should now address you as Chairwoman Yi. What counsel do you offer? Yi Fia stifled a soft laugh, the red wine rippling with her motion. Today, I wish to discuss a transaction with you. She set down her glass, her slender finger tapping lightly. I intend to donate 100 of the latest model of psychic drilling machines to the Shanghai Academy. 100? Lu Shuang's eyes brightened, her breath momentarily catching. If this batch of psychic drilling machines were to be fully operational, the efficiency of spirit stone extraction could multiply by several dozens. Oh, Lu Jin's gaze flickered. Yet he did not immediately respond. He leisurely adjusted his tie, ostensibly casual, as he inquired, Chairwoman Yi, your sudden generosity, what do you seek in return? Principal Lu was indeed forthright. Yi Fia's crimson lips curled into a seductive arc, her fingertips gently tracing the rim of her glass. It's quite simple. She suddenly lifted her gaze, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. I only require 10% of the profits from your spiritual vein. Yi Fia's lips turned upwards, her fingertip lightly tapping the wine glass, the scarlet liquid reflecting in her enchanting eyes. She slowly articulated this demand, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Jin's expression. Negotiating with Lu Jin was akin to bargaining with a tiger for its skin. Yet, as the newly appointed chairwoman of the Jinhang Group, she had to proceed in this manner. Moreover, this was her greatest concession. Suddenly, Lu Jin laughed. He reclined lazily against the back of his chair, his fingers lightly drumming on the table. Chairwoman Yi, have you perhaps mistaken something? 100 drilling machines. And you expect to exchange that for 10% of my spiritual vein? Do you take me for one of the foolish Lu family? The last remark was delivered with a chilling tone. Yi Fia maintained her smile, gently waving her hand. The projection shifted to a set of holographic data. Of course, it is not merely that. I also include the Jinhang Group sales channels in 36 watching cities. Furthermore, she suddenly lowered her voice. And the Lu brothers' secret stash of 1,000-year enlightenment tea heart. Lu Jin's fingers froze momentarily. This woman truly possessed an array of valuable assets. 1,000-year enlightenment tea heart is derived from the tender buds atop a millennia-old tea tree, which must be dried under starlight for a full 49 days until the leaf veins reveal golden patterns, making it suitable for medicinal use. The manufacturing process is intricate and exceedingly precious. The crucial material for crafting the 9-turn sovereign elixir is indeed significant. This elixir allows a practitioner at the Spirit Emperor realm to forcibly transcend a minor boundary, rendering it invaluable yet scarce. Thus, this material holds immense importance for Lu Jin, who is at the Spirit Emperor realm. However, even so, one must not concede too readily. Otherwise, it would merely grant that cunning woman leverage over him. Lu Jin, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, "Do you truly believe I require the 9-turn sovereign elixir to advance to the second pattern Spirit Emperor realm?" Yi Fia responded with a gentle smile. "Having it is certainly better than lacking it. Wouldn't you agree?" "Very well," Lu Jin conceded reluctantly. "I can offer you a 10% mining right. However, there is one condition. Graduates from our institution shall be granted unconditional employment at the Jinhui Group." A flicker of brilliance crossed Lu Shuang's eyes as she inwardly marveled at Lu Jin's astuteness. This maneuver not only alleviated the employment predicament faced by the Shanghai Academy, but also strategically placed a remarkable piece on the board. As graduates from Shanghai fill key positions within the vast commercial empire of Jinhui Group, it shall gradually become an asset of the Academy. "Agreed," Yi Fia replied decisively, her lips curving into a knowing smile. For her, the specifics of the transaction held little significance. What truly mattered was the opportunity to ascend alongside the towering presence of Shanghai Academy. To a fruitful collaboration, Principal Lu elegantly raised her glass, after which the holographic projection abruptly ceased, returning the office to a tranquil silence. "Excellent." Lu Shuang could not help but clap her hands, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as the complexities of mining equipment and sales channels had been resolved. Lu Jin nodded slightly, his gaze thoughtful as it lingered on her. "This matter shall be entrusted to you. From now on, you are to be my secretary. Feel free to contact me with any issues that arise." "Understood." Lu Shuang responded softly, swiftly turning on her heels and striding away in her high heels. Once outside the office, Lu Shuang hurried down the corridor but abruptly halted, her fingers instinctively clutching the hem of her skirt, a flush of unnatural crimson spreading across her cheeks. The absurd scene from earlier replayed vividly in her mind. How could she have acted so audaciously? Her ears suddenly felt hot, and she quickly covered her flushed face with her hands, her fluffy cat tail swaying restlessly. Why had she hesitated and not firmly resisted? Would he perceive her as a frivolous feline? Most concerning was the proximity of passing students. Should anyone casually push open the door, their reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. How reckless! Lu Shuang's heart raced, her cheeks aflame. Lu Jin would undoubtedly remember her. Perhaps he had already recognized her as the wounded little wildcat he had so tenderly taken in. Those days had been the warmest of her memories. Otherwise, why would she have sought him out at Shanghai Academy? Why did she soften her voice whenever she encountered him? Her plush cat ears quivered slightly as Lu Shuang pressed her lips together, contemplating the tangled emotions within her. Uncertain of whether, after today, he would cradle himself to sleep as he once did, she shook her head, chastising herself for such thoughts. Flushing fiercely, she covered her heated face with her hands and took a deep breath, though her heart continued to race. At that moment, "Teacher Lu, are you all right?" Lin Xiaoyu, clutching her textbook, stood at the corridor's bend, her almond-shaped eyes wide with concern. Chapter 44. The Crisis of Intelligent Machines? "Teacher Lu, what has happened?" Lin Xiaoyu had never seen Lu Shuang in such a state. Her usually meticulously styled black hair hung loosely, and her fair cheeks were tinged with an unnatural crimson. Even more peculiar was the black cat tail that typically hung elegantly. It now swayed restlessly. Even her stockings were torn. "I'm fine." Lu Shuang's cat ears twitched involuntarily as she responded reflexively. Lin Xiaoyu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the teacher's flushed knees before she quickly averted her eyes. "Do you need me to fetch a band-aid from the infirmary?" "No need. I can manage myself. You should return to class." Lu Shuang forced a smile, her lips trembling slightly as she hurried away. Lin Xiaoyu furrowed her brow in confusion, sensing that Lu Shuang was unusually strange today. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through her mind. Wait a moment. She remembered that felines have mating seasons, and spring had just arrived. Could it be that teacher Lu? No, this was serious. She had to inform the principal. Clutching her textbook, Lin Xiaoyu dashed towards the principal's office. "Principal, something terrible has happened." She burst through the door, her bangs plastered against her forehead with sweat. Lu Jin, who was reviewing documents, looked up, his gaze sharpening behind his glasses. He leisurely removed the cap from his pen, nearly dizzy from Lin Xiaoyu's sudden entrance. "Student Lin, slow down. Have you forgotten my instructions? You should knock before entering." Lin Xiaoyu shrank her neck but quickly leaned over the desk, exclaiming, "But something has happened to Teacher Lu." Lu Jin took a sip from his thermos. "Oh, what has occurred?" Lin Xiaoyu, oblivious to Lu Jin's peculiar expression, animatedly gestured. Teacher Lu's tail was all fluffed up, and her face was bright red. She looked so shy just now, her tail swaying back and forth. She suddenly lowered her voice. "Principal, do you think we need to prepare catnip for a cat demon in heat?" Uffed. Lu Jin spat out his tea. He feigned calmness, adjusting his glasses. "Nonsense. Shanghai Academy prohibits the spread of false rumors." Lin Xiaoyu, sweating profusely, insisted, but Teacher Lu really was acting strangely. The usually aloof and serious Teacher Lu suddenly appeared like a lovesick girl. It was truly baffling. "It's merely a seasonal pollen allergy," Lu Jin replied dismissively. "The infirmary has medication. There's no need for concern." But her stockings were torn during the lab class. Lin Xiaoyu pressed on. Lu Jin's expression turned serious. "Lin Xiaoyu, your neck, it appears to be itchy." Lu Jin blurted out, "Hurry back to class." "Oh," Lin Xiaoyu sighed in relief and left the office, clutching her textbooks. The office returned to tranquility. Lu Jin gazed at the wrinkled carpet, letting out a soft sigh. He had just acted like a madman. Truth be told, it was all Tang Xiaodong's fault. "Damn you, Tang Xiaodong. How could you put our principal in such an unjust position?" He vowed to find an opportunity to properly punish her in the future. However, Lu Jin suddenly squinted, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Given that the elixirs concocted by Tang Xiaodong consistently exceeded expectations tenfold, what if she were to specifically create a potion with no side effects? The results would surely be astonishing. At that moment, Lu Jin suddenly recalled something and turned to the mechanical girl, Vale, in the corner. He remembered that there was a third presence in the office. No, she was not human. Lu Jin swallowed hard. Although Vale was a mechanical creation, she was equipped with a high-definition camera, essentially a walking 4K surveillance device, complete with cloud backup functionality. If Vale were to leak any information, his illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. "Vale, you saw everything just now, didn't you?" Lu Jin stood up abruptly, his tone laced with a hint of menace. At that moment, the mechanical girl tilted her head, her azure electronic eyes flickering as if analyzing his expression. "Yes, master. You just had an intimate interaction with the headmaster. Your vitality has been fully replenished." Her lips curled into a standard, programmed smile. Yet, Lu Jin knew that her database had just recorded an indescribable scene. "You recorded it all?" Lu Jin inquired. Vale responded, "As the principal's assistant, I must document everything that occurs in the principal's office, including but not limited to your intimate interactions with any faculty or students." "No," Lu Jin replied earnestly, "I was merely instructing Teacher Lu on her practice techniques." "What do you, a mechanical being, understand? Practice techniques?" Vale tilted her head, her little antennae perked up. "What techniques? Is it dual cultivation?" Lu Jin's expression suddenly froze. She even understood that? Had she learned to mock him as well? "All right, so this is how you want to play," he said with a slight smirk as he stepped toward her. "Vale," he spoke in a deep, serious tone, "I command you to delete the surveillance records from the past 30 minutes. Vale blinked, her voice crisp, according to Article 17 of the Xi'an National Management Regulations. The surveillance records of creations must be fully archived and cannot be deleted or altered. Lu Jin chuckled softly, his long fingers gently stroking her hair. Vale, you wouldn't want to end up in the scrapyard, would you? Vale's expression remained impassive. Master, you may choose to eliminate me to silence me. As the financial officer and assistant principal, my dismissal would leave the financial matters unattended, leading the school to a 99% probability of a fiscal crisis. Changing the conditions. Lu Jin leaned forward, meeting Wei Er's gaze, his eyes obscured behind the lenses. Speak. What must I do for you to delete the video? I will accommodate your request. Instantly, Wei Er's electronic eyes glimmered with renewed brightness. I wish to install all modules and complete the upgrade, she stated without hesitation. Her voice imbued with the characteristic calmness of machinery. Lu Jin was taken aback. He had not anticipated Wei Er would indeed present a demand. What was she planning? An artificial intelligence crisis? Or perhaps a reenactment of the narrative from Terminator Wei Er 20? You certainly know how to push your luck, Lu Jin scoffed, his fingers drumming a dull rhythm on the desk. Do you have any idea how many spirit coins it costs to purchase a single module? Wei Er blinked, her pale blue electronic eyes shimmering, her lips curving into an immaculate smile. Master, you are mistaken. As an outdated mechanical entity, I wish to update and enhance my body. Only then can I provide you with superior service. I believe this is a perfectly reasonable request. Lu Jin's expression darkened. Do you think I would believe you just because you say so? Whether you believe it or not, I could format you right now. This rusty relic dares to threaten its master. Wei Er maintained her smile. Master, my mind contains all the confidential information of Starcy Academy. If you were to format me, it would be irretrievable. You would be faced with an entirely new and unfamiliar Wei Er. Chapter 45. What kind of adjustment shall this be? After hearing Wei Er's response, Lu Jin furrowed his brow slightly. Then let me ask you, why have you ceased to mention the management regulations? Have you not always been a law-abiding citizen? Wei Er smiled lightly. The Xian Nation management regulations require mechanical entities to be of version 40 or above, whereas I am 2 versions behind and therefore possess the right to contravene these regulations. Lu Jin was rendered speechless. It seemed all laws and regulations were but the whims of Wei Er. She would defy them when it suited her and adhere to them when convenient. Her moral compass was exceedingly flexible. Even so, what confidential information could you possibly possess? Lu Jin scoffed, fiddling with a pen on his desk. In this rundown school, I cannot believe there is any confidential information worth preserving indefinitely. Wei Er tilted her head, her azure eyes flickering slightly. I store information related to Starcy Academy's finances, facilities, faculty, and student data. Additionally, I hold records of former principals, including your father, Principal Lu Mingyuan's last encrypted memorandum. The pen in Lu Jin's hand clattered to the desk. The air in the office seemed to freeze suddenly. The former principal, Lu Mingyuan, Lu Jin's father, the man who, in memory, always stood tall, the principal of Starcy Academy who had selflessly fought to protect students amidst the tide of monsters. Yet, he met an untimely demise during a romantic journey with his wife. Lu Jin slowly raised his gaze, the light behind his glasses having long since extinguished any semblance of jest, leaving only an unfathomable darkness. What documents did my father leave for me? His voice was soft, yet it bore the weight of an impending storm, calm on the surface but swirling with barely perceptible undercurrents. Vale's mechanical pupils contracted slightly, seemingly engaged in a search within the permissions database. After a brief moment, she lifted her head, her tone unusually solemn. Document number 009. Encryption level. Top secret. The title is Lu Jin's Awakening. Lu Jin's eyes sharpened. My father left me something. Why am I only learning of it now? Vale's pupils shimmered with a faint blue data stream as she replied gently, Master, you have never inquired. Moreover, revealing this information now may be of little consequence. Of little consequence? Indeed. Vale continued. Principal Lu Mingyuan established a 3-tiered authorization lock. The first tier is bloodline verification, which you have satisfied. The second tier is position verification, which you attained upon your formal assumption of the principal role. The third tier. She abruptly paused, a holographic projection unfolding in the air, displaying a segment of text. Spirit pattern detection system activated. Current level. Spirit Emperor level 1 pattern. Authorization required. Spirit Sovereign level. Warning. Attempting to decrypt without meeting the requirements will trigger backlash. Did my father impose restrictions based on strength? Lu Jin's fingers absently stroked his chin. Vale gently shook her head. This is not a restriction, but a safeguard. The file contains the spiritual imprint of a spirit sovereign. Should one below that realm make contact recklessly? Vale's beautiful eyes suddenly glinted red. Your brain would be incinerated by a torrent of information. Thus it is. Lu Jin nodded lightly, his gaze settling on Vale. Preserve my father's file. I shall find a way to upgrade your module. Additionally, erase the surveillance footage. Vale crossed her hands at her abdomen, a slight smile gracing her lips. Thank you for your generosity, Master. I shall endeavor to serve you diligently. However, it seems you have misunderstood. I have never activated the recording function. Lu Jin's fingers paused on the desk. From the moment you entered the room today, my surveillance equipment has remained dormant. Vale's voice remained gentle. After all, a truly intelligent entity must learn to mitigate risks for its master. Lu Jin's lips twitched. Vale had indeed revealed her true intentions. She had circled around just to advocate for her module upgrade. It seemed this mechanical maiden had long coveted the enhancement, even daring to deceive her master. Once I install the outfit and companion modules, I shall transform you into a cat-eared maid little girl. Let us see how you maintain your composure then. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the office door. Principal, may I come in? Bai Mo Yuan's sweet voice floated in from outside. Step back, Vale, Lu Jin said. Understood, Master. Vale gracefully extended her jade-like calves as she returned to her spot, squatting in the corner to recharge. Lu Jin lifted his gaze, beckoning her to enter. The office door was gently pushed open, and Bai Mo Yuan walked in with her head bowed. Biting her lower lip, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. I had promised to prepare breakfast for you, but I accidentally overslept. Lu Jin snapped back to reality, his long fingers intertwined beneath his chin. No matter, he replied calmly, though his tone involuntarily stiffened by Mo Yuan's posture. However, misdeeds must be met with consequences. Consequences? Bai Mo Yuan blinked in surprise, her ears flushing crimson as a torrent of unbidden images flashed through her mind. Clad in a lace-made outfit, timidly calling out to her master, pinned against the office desk. These thoughts rendered her legs weak, ripples of emotion shimmering in her amethyst eyes. Principal, her voice barely above a whisper. How do you intend to punish me? Lu Jin regarded her increasingly flushed face with a knowing smile, suddenly retrieving a stack of documents from the drawer. Tonight, you must organize these spiritual vein data analysis reports. Bai Mo Yuan's head shot up in astonishment. What? Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Did you think this was some form of punishment? And nothing. She stammered, hastily accepting the documents, only to be halted by Lu Jin's voice as she turned to leave. Wait. Bai Mo Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but she heard Lu Jin's indifferent tone. Do you think this is the end? I have another task for you. Bai Mo Yuan slowly turned, her crystalline purple eyes sparkling with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. What is it, Principal? Lu Jin produced an exquisite jade box that Lu Shuang had given him and nudged it to the edge of the desk. This is the Academy's latest development, the soul condensing pill, which can aid spiritual warriors in enhancing their power. He met her gaze, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. I need you to manage its sales and promotion. This should be quite simple for you, given your exceptional acting skills. How do I promote it? Bai Mo Yuan blinked in confusion. Lu Jin's lips curled into a playful smirk. Tonight at 8, on the Douyin platform, the official account of Shanghai Academy will be live streaming. Online sales. Bai Mo Yuan blinked again, momentarily at a loss. Indeed, Lu Jin replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. You will represent Shanghai Academy in selling the soul condensing pill. A dance would enhance the effect as well. On the campus forum of Shanghai Academy, Bai Mo Yuan had been elected as the new campus belle. Her presence in promoting the product would undoubtedly yield explosive results. Bai Mo Yuan's face flushed deeply, reaching her ears. Principal. This, though she had lived a second life, her spirit far surpassed the ordinary, yet the thought of dancing to promote a product was exceedingly embarrassing. Moreover, in her previous life, she had been a figure of considerable stature. What? Lu Jin leisurely stood up. Are you unwilling? Bai Mo Yuan's voice dwindled, her eyelashes fluttering. I lack experience in this area. Lu Jin's gaze deepened with meaning. Or do you prefer a different form of punishment? Images of those embarrassing scenarios flooded her mind, and she quickly replied, No, I will do as you say, Principal. Lu Jin's lips curled slightly as his fingertips gently tapped the surface of the desk, his voice low and languorous. If the sales are good, I shall reward you. Bai Mo Yuan's gaze flickered, and she tilted her face to look at him. What reward? Lu Jin chuckled softly, a hint of seduction lacing his tone. Whatever you desire, I can fulfill. Mo Yuan's breath caught, her heart racing unexpectedly, and a blush crept into her ears. Very well, I will go live. She tightened her grip on the documents in her hand, her voice soft yet resolute. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction, his tone returning to its usual indifference. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Mo Yuan turned to exit, her fingertips barely grazing the doorknob when Lu Jin's nonchalant reminder echoed behind her. Don't forget, 8 o'clock tonight. Understood, she responded softly, pushing the door open. The moment the door closed, her legs felt weak, and her back leaned against the cool wall as she struggled to steady herself. Unconsciously, her fingers brushed against her flushed cheeks. She bit her lip, closing her eyes in frustration. As a proud goddess of the North, what will he turn me into now? Chapter 46. The principal's unfinished kindness. After Mo Yuan departed, the office returned to silence. Lu Jin leaned back in his leather chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the desk as his gaze fell upon the stock transfer document emerging from the fax machine. Yifia had already signed her name. The equity transfer agreement for Starry Sea Academy. Lu Jin picked up a pen, pausing briefly over the signature line before swiftly inscribing his name. Lu Jin. The school seal was stamped down with a decisive thud, the crimson ink leaving an authoritative mark on the paper. From this moment forth, he possessed 79 of the shares in Starry Sea Academy, and the position of trustee had officially changed hands. Lu Jin's lips curled upward, his eyes behind the lenses deep as an abyss. Vale, he called softly. The mechanical girl in the corner, charging, opened her eyes, her pupils swirling with ethereal blue data streams. Master, I am here. What tasks remain for today? Vale's hands were clasped, her silver blue mechanical eyes calm and unruffled. Master, the education department has issued a notice for the Lingxiao festival holiday. The holiday lasts 3 days, requiring 4 days of compensatory leave to be scheduled in advance. Lu Jin's fingers paused. Compensatory leave? What the hell is that? He suddenly erupted in frustration. Having crossed over, and they still impose compensatory leave on me? Which fool invented this nonsense? 6 days of work just to piece together a 3-day holiday? Is this a vacation or a punishment? Lu Jin instantly became incensed. If they couldn't afford a proper holiday, they shouldn't impose one at all. Forcing a long weekend in this manner made work feel like imprisonment, and holidays felt like release, ultimately leaving people confused about which day of the week it was. This was not compensatory leave, this was a mockery of the endurance of workers. I suggest the one who invented compensatory leave work 365 days a year and take their long holidays in the underworld. Master, please remain calm. With an expressionless demeanor, Wei summoned the documents. The practice of adjusting holidays has been a long-standing tradition among the major universities in Wanqing, as students often find themselves lacking the time needed for cultivation, which they must compensate for during weekends. However, Lu Jin smiled slightly and declared, from this day forth, it shall no longer be necessary. The term adjusted holiday does not exist in my lexicon. Meanwhile, in the martial arts department classroom, several female students huddled together, whispering, Have you heard? Next week, the Lingxiao festival will grant us 3 days off, exclaimed a short-haired girl with an impressive figure, her excitement palpable. Finally, we can enjoy ourselves. Huh? Scoffed another girl dressed in a cool tank top. You must be new here, right? There will definitely be makeup classes following that. Indeed, chimed in another girl with twin ponytails, lazily poking at her pencil case. The teachers will still require us to attend extra classes. Teacher Zhang mentioned that we must double our efforts to catch up on the training we missed during the holiday. In the elemental studies classroom, Lu Xiaoxiao slammed the hefty textbook, Elemental Reactions, onto the desk with force. Ruffling her tousled short hair, she turned irritably to Lin Xiaoyu, who was engrossed in taking notes. Hey Xiaoyu. She prodded the latter's arm. Have you heard? 3 days off for the Lingxiao festival, followed by 4 days of makeup classes on the weekends. She gesticulated dramatically. 4 days. In exchange for 3. What a scandalous arrangement. Lin Xiaoyu sighed, pausing her pen on the paper. The school regulations state that makeup classes during holidays are traditional. Traditional nonsense. Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her frustration causing her to stomp her foot. I can't fathom who came up with this ridiculous system. Her chest heaved with indignation. 3 days off, followed by 4 days of classes. Is that not a cruel joke? Even capitalists would be taken aback by such practices. Lin Xiaoyu sighed again. There's nothing we can do. The ability assessment is approaching. What are we even assessing? Lu Xiaoxiao retorted, dramatically leaning back in her chair. Even we who are on the path of cultivation must adjust our holidays. Is this reasonable? With that, she flung her phone onto the table. Look, the Educational Department's official WeChat account has issued an announcement instructing all universities in Wanqing to autonomously adjust their makeup class schedules with a minimum of 4 days required. Is there any humanity left in this? Lin Xiaoyu replied helplessly. What can be done? All universities in Wanqing must adjust their schedules. The prestigious Sangqiong Martial Arts High School doesn't even have holidays. We're just a college. How can we compare to them? Lu Xiaoxiao slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, this is nothing but an industry malpractice. We must protest. We must strike. Just then, a booming announcement resonated through the classroom. Attention, all faculty and students. The loudspeaker blared, announcing the new regulations of Shanghai Academy, effective immediately. Shanghai Academy will implement a reverse holiday adjustment policy, granting double the holiday for every festival. Any teacher who dares to alter this schedule will be dismissed on the spot. The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting with cheers. The principal is amazing. All the students shouted in unison. Lu Xiaoxiao's fist froze in midair. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Really, we won't have to adjust our holidays. There will even be double holidays. A student in front of her shouted exuberantly. Long live the principal. Lu Xiaoxiao finally came to her senses, turning around to embrace Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Ouch, that hurts. The entire Star Sea Academy erupted in excitement. Lu Jin stood by the window, observing the fervor of the campus, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now this is more like it. Ding, school regulation change registration, new regulation, reverse holiday adjustment, absurdity level, rating, peak. Reward distribution. The principal's statue is located in the school square. Students can offer incense daily for a random reward, while you receive a fortune of 10 from each student. Offering incense to gain fortune. How intriguing. Students can earn rewards by paying homage to his statue, and he, in turn, would receive a fortune of 10. While it may seem modest, with nearly 100 students in the school, the accumulation could become substantial. A win-win situation. Since the opening of the Spirit Refinement Blessed Land, the students had made remarkable progress in their cultivation. Lu Jin had also ascended to the spiritual emperor realm by reaping the benefits. However, the Spirit Refinement Blessed Land was not a permanent solution. The higher the cultivation level, the less effective the available spiritual energy became, yielding diminishing returns. Most crucially, after days of intense training, many students had hit a bottleneck. Lu Jin's ability to harvest their potential was gradually waning. Having not received any rewards for days, he sought alternative methods to benefit from the situation. Tapping into the students' fortunes seemed an excellent strategy. Lu Jin would gain fortune while the students received random rewards, a most reasonable arrangement. He promptly left the principal's office and made his way to the school square. Indeed, in the expansive square, where a fountain once stood, there now loomed a magnificent 67-meter-tall bronze statue. Lu Jin stood at the center of the square, gazing up at the statue that had materialized. Sunlight illuminated the bronze, casting a dignified and striking silhouette that distinctly resembled him in a suit, exuding an air of grandeur. Yet, the statue's gaze was even more piercing than his own, with its left hand tucked into a pocket and the right grasping an exaggerated scepter. Lu Jin squinted at the scepter. When did I ever wield such an item? Nevertheless, it did appear quite impressive. It seemed a censor was still needed. With this thought in mind, Lu Jin walked out of the school gates, hands in pockets, standing before the treasure-gathering pavilion spiritual artifact shop at the entrance. He glanced up at the crooked sign that read fair prices for all. He spoke, I would like a stick of incense and a censer. Ah, my friend, you wish to purchase a censer? The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles, was lounging with his legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds. We just received a fine purple gold censer, top quality. Only 998 spirit coins. Take it home. Lu Jin remained expressionless as he pointed to a dusty bronze censer in the corner. That will do. Wrap it up. Just for offering incense. No need to buy anything too extravagant. Ah, my friend has a keen eye. The old man sprang up with surprising agility. This has been blessed by a spirit sovereign. 50 spirit coins. If you won't buy it, I shall leave. Lu Jin interrupted his incantation directly. Deal. An elderly man, with the dexterity of a magician, produced a QR code. Was it a scan or cash? 10 minutes later, Lu Jin returned to the statue. He casually opened a shopping application, and the screen prominently displayed. Same bronze incense burner, Pinduoduo price, 99 spirit coins with free shipping. Monthly sales, 100,000. Immediately, Lu Jin turned on his heel and sought out the merchant. Before he could step inside, he heard a familiar slick voice from within. Dear students, this is an amulet carved from a millennium-old peach wood. Wear it before exams to ensure excellent grades in all subjects. The original price is 888 spirit coins. But since you are students, I will offer you a discount. Just 88 spirit coins each. Lu Jin furrowed his brow, peering through the glass window to see three girls in Star C Academy uniforms hesitating at the counter, one of whom had already taken out her spirit coins. Shopkeeper, come here. Lu Jin kicked the door open, causing the wooden door to crash against the wall with a resounding bang. Everyone in the shop was startled. The shopkeeper looked up and, upon recognizing the earlier customer, turned pale. Principal Lu? Exclaimed a bespectacled girl in shock. Lu Jin strode to the counter, snatched the so-called millennium-old peachwood amulet from the shopkeeper's hand, weighed it in his palm, and coldly scoffed. Plastic, wholesale price no more than 2 spirit coins. The three students gasped in astonishment as the girl hastily shoved her wallet back into her pocket. The shopkeeper, sweating profusely, forced a smile. Sir, that is not correct. What is it? Lu Jin slammed the amulet onto the glass counter, causing the plastic item to shatter into 2 pieces. How dare you deceive students at the entrance of Star C Academy? Over the years, how many students have you cheated? The shopkeeper's face shifted from green to pale, suddenly filled with rage. You are deliberately damaging merchandise. Pay for it. Lu Jin sneered. I'll pay you a piece of my mind. With that, his expression turned icy, and he advanced swiftly, channeling his spiritual energy as his right leg swept out like a whip. Bang! The shopkeeper, an ordinary man without any spiritual power, was kicked in the stomach and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, crashing into a shelf behind him, various magical artifacts and treasures cascading down upon him. He is attacking. Call the police. I want to report this. The shopkeeper wailed, lying amidst a pile of plastic goods. Lu Jin approached leisurely, stepping on the shopkeeper's hand as he attempted to reach for his phone. Go ahead. Let the police investigate how many students you have deceived over the years. The shopkeeper fell silent, panic flashing in his eyes. Bending down, Lu Jin's voice turned as cold as ice. Listen carefully. If I ever catch you deceiving students from Star C Academy again, he applied a slight pressure with his foot, and the sound of bones cracking echoed. The shopkeeper grimaced in pain. I will burn all your worthless goods to ashes and scatter your remains. Do you understand? The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. I will never dare again. Yet, despite his words, fear was etched across his face, devoid of any remorse. In Lu Jin's eyes, a cold light surged as he suddenly seized the old man's collar, yanking him from behind the counter. The old man's feet left the ground, flailing in terror. It was bad enough that he had swindled me out of 50 spirit coins. How dare he deceive a student? Lu Jin's voice was as frigid as ice. Return the spirit coins. Now, immediately. The old man's eyes darted nervously. The cash flow is a bit. Bang. Lu Jin delivered a knee strike to the old man's abdomen, causing him to bend over like a shrimp, saliva spraying from his mouth. Refund me. Lu Jin released his grip, and the old man crumpled to the ground like a broken doll. I'll return it. I'll return it. Trembling, the old man fished out a crumpled stack of bills from his pocket and counted out 50 spirit coins to hand over to Lu Jin. Lu Jin did not accept it, coldly stating, all of it. What? I said, return every coin you've swindled this month. Lu Jin stepped on the old man's hand as he attempted to conceal the money, grinding down, including the 88 from this student. The old man let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. My hand. My hand. 3 female students watched in stunned silence. But Lu Jin remained unfazed. 3 seconds. I'll give. I'll give. The old man, with snot and tears streaming down his face, shakily retrieved a bulging wallet from his inner pocket. Lu Jin snatched the wallet, counted out 100 spirit coins, and handed them to the female student. Take this, and do not return to such a shady establishment. Thank you, principal, the students expressed gratefully, hastily exiting the shop. After reprimanding the swindler, Lu Jin brought the incense burner to the square. Setting it in front of the statue, he returned to his office, preparing to initiate the campus broadcast. Before long, the enormous statue in the square drew the attention of the students. Groups gathered, gazing up in awe and discussing animatedly. What on earth? Does our school have this statue? One girl exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Wasn't this a fountain just yesterday? When did it get moved here? Another girl stood nearby, equally astonished. Zhuge Yu adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a glimmer of insight. Wait a moment. Why does this statue's face resemble the principal so much? The crowd erupted in chatter. Goodness, it really does look like the principal. It's not just a resemblance. It's unmistakably him. A girl nearby immediately countered, her hands clasped in reverence. Praise the sun. Oh no, praise the principal. Zhu Li approached with her long, graceful legs, stopping in front of Lu Jin's statue. Her arms crossed, her red waves swaying in the breeze. She wore a disdainful expression. TSK, to be this self-absorbed is quite something. I've never heard of a principal erecting a statue of themselves. Beside her, the rebellious girl Su Yao, with a lollipop in her mouth, scoffed. Exactly. Is he trying to turn Shanghai Academy into his personal garden? So what? Stepping forward was Lu Xiaoxiao, a short-haired girl clad in a short skirt, who let out a light huff, exclaiming, Our principal has done so many good deeds, modifying the timetable, abolishing mandatory morning exercises, and now even forbidding rescheduling. Not only should he be immortalized with a statue, but I would even be willing to bear his child. Zhu Li and Su Yao exchanged glances, both bringing their hands to their foreheads simultaneously. This was it. Yet another individual had fallen prey to brainwashing. Zhu Li shook her head with a sigh. Indeed. Just look at her. She's probably become a mindless sycophant of the principal. No sooner had she finished speaking than a bespectacled girl suddenly collapsed to her knees before the statue, her face brimming with emotion, declaring, The principal's kindness is boundless. Zhu Li and Su Yao lamented in unison, There's no hope. Zhu Li turned to leave, her crimson hair trailing gracefully in the wind. Do as you please. I, Zhu Li, would rather die than don a white silk-made uniform for school. Chapter 47. The Principal's Statue. A gathering for incense. Su Yao hurried after Zhu Li, calling out, Class monitor, wait for me. The principal has truly gone too far. Zhu Li continued her stride. Every day, a new idea. Does he think we are mere puppets? However, Su Yao persisted in her pursuit, her voice dwindling. The day after tomorrow is the uniform change day. Do they expect me to wear such attire? Zhu Li abruptly halted, her chest heaving with emotion. Unless I drop out. It was imperative to note that the deadline for Lu Jin's uniform alteration was rapidly approaching. Last night, Teacher Shun had already compiled the clothing sizes of all the girls. Rumors circulated within the school that once the funding was secured, the new uniforms would be distributed without delay. Zhu Li clenched her fists. Not only did she need to resist, but she also aimed to incite a collective protest among all female students. Yet her recent efforts had doused her hopes with cold water. Aside from a few delinquent girls in her class, no one paid her any heed. Even more alarming was the fact that the principal's support group on the campus forum was swelling by the day. Many female students had transformed into devoted admirers of Lu Jin. What should we do, class monitor? I feel like the principal's supporters are multiplying. Su Yao bit her lip. Can we really win? Before Zhu Li could respond, the campus broadcast suddenly erupted. Attention, all students. Please gather at the South Gate Square immediately. Repeat. Gather at the South Gate Square immediately. The two girls abruptly halted, exchanging worried glances. This is bad, Su Yao fretted, stamping her foot. The principal is definitely going to retract the decision to forbid rescheduling. Such fortunate events are never meant for us. Yet Zhu Li, with a thoughtful squint, mused. Perhaps the gathering at the square is to announce some benefits? Wasn't the last event at the Spirit Refinement Sanctuary quite favorable? After a moment's contemplation, she turned and headed toward the square. At that moment, all students of Shanghai Academy had assembled at the square, buzzing with speculation about the towering statue that had seemingly appeared from thin air. No one knew where this colossal figure had originated, nor could they fathom the principal's intentions. What is going on here? What new trick is the principal up to now? Could it be that we are expected to read aloud before the statue? The girl clad in a black dress, Yi Qianxuan, furrowed her brow in bewilderment. What strange antics does that rogue principal wish us to partake in now? As the crowd murmured among themselves, a small brown teddy dog strolled leisurely to the statue. As the campus guardian, it approached the unexpected statue with a sense of vigilance. After careful consideration, it resolved to perform its duty and mark its territory in the most traditional manner. With a raised leg, the little teddy began to urinate on the statue. How audacious! To show such disrespect to the principal's statue. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, delivering a swift kick that sent the teddy flying 20 meters with a yelp. There stood Lu Jin, holding a thermos cup, his demeanor proud and serious. In front of him, The entire student body was neatly lined up in the square, their gazes fixed on the incongruous statue, whispers rising and falling like waves. "Good morning, students." Lu Jin's voice, imbued with a powerful resonance, reverberated throughout the area. "I trust you have all noticed this statue. Henceforth, every day upon arriving at school, all must come here to pay their respects." He paused, his robes fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind. "Those who earnestly worship shall be blessed by me with academic success, robust health, and the fulfillment of their wishes, ensuring they do not fail their finals." The square fell into an eerie silence. "What?" Suyao gasped, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. "Is it possible that even the principal has succumbed to idol worship in this day and age? What on earth is this?" The rebellious Zhao Shuang joined in, incredulous. "A statue is one thing, but now we must offer incense? I think he has lost his mind." Zhu Li scoffed, "Who believes in such superstitions for cultivation? The notion of wishes coming true is sheer nonsense." On the rooftop of the teaching building, 3 teachers observed the commotion in the square from afar. "What is happening here?" Zhang Guangdao stood with arms crossed, his stubble twitching at the corners of his mouth. In the century-long history of Shanghai Academy, even the founding principal did not erect a statue for himself. Shen Manting leaned lazily against the railing, her sun-kissed legs gleaming healthily in the sunlight. She flicked ash from her cigarette, exhaling a thin plume of smoke. "It seems our principal has become quite delusional." "Delusional is an understatement," Wang Xiaoqiang shook his head. "When the teaching evaluation team arrives next week, they might just send the entire school to a psychiatric hospital." Zhang Guangdao nodded gravely. "The Celestial Martial High has ranked first in the ability assessments for 10 consecutive years, and their principal hasn't erected a statue for himself. Yet here we are at this dilapidated institution. What's wrong with being a college?" Shen Manting suddenly turned, pointing the cigarette, but at Zhang Guangdao's nose. Her beautiful eyes narrowing. "What do you mean by dilapidated?" Zhang Guangdao opened his mouth, ultimately managing to stammer out a single word: 6. Silence enveloped the square as all students focused on the ostentatious statue. They appeared as wilted as frost-bitten eggplants, their faces etched with confusion and skepticism. "What? Does no one believe the words of your principal?" Lu Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his piercing gaze scanning the crowd. The crowd stirred momentarily before swiftly returning to silence. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. To be honest, Lu Jin erecting a statue of himself and inviting students to pay respects is a rather unconventional act, one that is difficult to assess. In any case, it is not the kind of operation that an ordinary person would conceive. Yet, Lu Jin remained calm and unperturbed, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. Since no one is willing to take the initiative, who will be the first to try? Suddenly, the crowd parted like a tide. A silver-haired girl stepped forward, pushing through the throng. "I will." Bai Majuan approached with a crisp cadence, her silver hair shimmering under the sunlight like moonlit radiance. With long, elegant legs, she advanced with resolute steps, her proud curves subtly trembling as she walked directly toward the incense altar amidst the gaze of the onlookers. Others may doubt Lu Jin, but she held firm in her belief. "Excellent. It appears that Bai is quite courageous," Lu Jin mused, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Upon seeing his smile, Bai Majuan's usually frosty demeanor blossomed into a faint smile, her snow-white skin revealing a delicate blush, akin to a rose blooming suddenly upon an icy precipice. "Heavens! Bai, the school beauty, is actually smiling?" The entire square erupted in excitement. In this academy, who does not know that this transfer student, a goddess in her own right, is renowned for her aloofness, indifferent to others? Yet at this moment, her visage, resembling that of a blossoming peach flower with a blush gracing her cheeks, bore no trace of her previous detachment. The faintly reddened tips of her ears resembled those of a love-struck maiden. Is this truly the expression of a high and mighty goddess, who has transformed the school beauty in such a manner? Surely, it must be the work of professional beauticians. Bai Majuan paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs, her slender fingers delicately grasping a stick of fragrant sandalwood incense. Just as she bowed gracefully before the statue, a chilling wave surged from within her. With her as the epicenter, the ground within 100 meters instantly crystallized with glistening frost. The moisture in the air froze into delicate ice crystals that cascaded down. Is this the awakening of frost affinity? Shen Mantai was astounded to discover that the cigarette, but in her hand, had frozen solid. Frost affinity is a unique ability of the ice element, capable of creating an eternal freeze domain that brings all movement within its range to a standstill. However, Shin Mantai was utterly shocked to find that while ordinary eternal freeze domains extend only 10 meters, Bai Majuan spanned over 100 meters. Even more astonishing was the sight of ice crystal lotus flowers forming spontaneously beneath her feet. Notification: you have absorbed a fortune from student Bai Majuan. Fortune value: 80. Intriguing. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Jin stroked his chin, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. If he had absorbed a fortune value of 80, it implied that Bai Majuan's fortune value must be an astounding 800. It seems this girl's identity is even more formidable than I had imagined. Watching Bai Majuan's graceful and alluring figure, Lu Jin's gaze deepened with intrigue. The identity of Bai Mo Yuan is undoubtedly extraordinary. This presents a perfect opportunity to discern which students within the school merit focused cultivation. Chapter 48. Extracting benefits from all students in the square. All the students stood in stunned silence, gazing at Bai Mo Yuan, who was enveloped in frost. A chilling aura permeated the air, and even their breaths crystallized into white mist. Wasn't it said that one must consume the cold body pill for 49 days to awaken frost affinity? How could the school beauty achieve this in merely an incense stick's time? Could this statue truly impart elemental affinity directly? Was the principal not deceiving us? Bai Mo Yuan's ice-blue pupils transformed entirely into hues of frost and snow. She gently raised her hand, and a bone-chilling current coalesced at her fingertips. With a crack, a vast ice storm surged skyward, freezing the clouds above into a colossal crystalline vortex. Sunlight refracted down, casting the entire square in a dreamlike aurora. While the ground crystallized into shimmering ice lotuses, each step sending a chill through the air. Incredible. This talent surely surpasses that of the former school beauty, Su Shueji. Amidst the astonished gazes of her peers, a slight smile graced the corners of Bai Mo Yuan's lips as she tightened her delicate hand. What was Su Shueji compared to her? In the face of such innate talent, effort seemed insignificant. Indeed, even in this second life, this goddess remains a prodigy. Silence enveloped the square. Zhu Li's lips parted slightly, the white mist she exhaled dissipating in the cold wind as she fixated on her palm. Her fingertips trembling involuntarily. Could this statue truly be effective? On the rooftop of the teaching building, several teachers' pupils constricted sharply. This statue is a profound-grade spiritual artifact. Zhang Kuang Dao clenched the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. Where did this boy acquire it? Shin Man Ting's lips quivered, her cigarette long since frozen into an icicle. Just how many trump cards does the principal possess? Wang Xiaochong smacked his lips. It has long been rumored that the principal hails from an illustrious lineage. It appears to be true. However, why does Bai Mo Yuan's affinity for ice elements exhibit such strength? Even the extreme ice spirit body of Su Shueji does not possess such power. Shin Man Ting remarked incredulously. Zhang Kuang Dao narrowed his eyes. There are always greater talents beyond our own. Yet within our college, her brilliance may very well be obscured. At the center of the square, Lu Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments unruffled by the chilling wind as he surveyed the crowd. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Who else wishes to give it a try? I do. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Li bit her lip and suddenly raised her right hand. Class leader you? Su Yao exclaimed in shock. Wasn't it agreed that they would collectively protest the principal's policies? How could she betray them so swiftly? No, I intend to critique him. Zhu Li leaned in and whispered, I want to see what tricks the principal is up to. If it proves ineffective, I'll ensure he cannot save face later. Impressive. Su Yao's eyes widened in realization, and a smile crept onto her face, as expected of the class leader. Zhu Li tossed her fiery red hair and strode forward, her voluminous waves shimmering like red wine under the sunlight. The coat was tied around her waist, revealing a snug black crop top that accentuated her well-defined waist, which swayed gently with each step. The short garment barely covered her chest, shifting slightly with her movements, hinting at the fullness of her curves. Very well. Lu Jin unwaveringly presented her with 3 incense sticks. Zhu Li accepted them with a cold snort, striding forward, her fiery red hair billowing like flames. She raised the 3 incense sticks and performed a perfunctory bow towards the statue. After a moment of silence, the statue suddenly illuminated with a brilliant light. In the next instant, a tremendous flame erupted from the incense burner. Zhu Li's red hair danced wildly in the tempest of spiritual energy, the tips igniting in flames. Strands of fire intertwined across her alluring figure, creating bizarre patterns. In the blink of an eye, a crimson pillar of fire completely engulfed Zhu Li. She looked down in astonishment, witnessing her clothing disintegrate under the intense heat, buttons vaporizing and fabric turning to ashes. My goodness, the fire element is so potent that her clothes have been incinerated, exclaimed a student from the audience. Su Yao could not help but widen her beautiful eyes. Ah! The cries of the girl echoed. Amidst the searing waves of fire, Zhu Li's porcelain skin gleamed with a pearlescent sheen, her proud curves becoming tantalizingly visible in the rising heat. Lu Jin's eyes widened as well, astonished at the mystical artifact's unexpected ability to disrobe. What are you staring at, perverted principal? Zhu Li hastily crossed her arms, yet could not conceal the fiery patterns that suddenly appeared around her slender waist. A sign of her awakening fire affinity. Acquired fire affinity. Fire-based cultivation speed increased by 150, lasting for 24 hours. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Look, her spiritual power has surged. Those flames, are they a precursor to forming a domain? Don't look at me. Realizing the collective gaze of her peers, Zhu Li instinctively crouched down, her sun-kissed skin glowing like honey in the light of the flames. It's fine. Everyone here is a female classmate, Lu Jin reassured calmly. Notification, you have absorbed luck from student Zhu Li. Luck value, 25. Zhu Li, flushed with embarrassment, looked up, her fiery hair framing her face. Her beautiful eyes filled with ire. Principal, aren't you a man? At that moment, Lu Jin's gaze was fixed upon her, scrutinizing every inch of her being, leaving nothing overlooked. The only thing missing was counting her leg hair. As a principal gentleman, do you think I would harbor inappropriate thoughts towards a student? What difference is that from being a beast? Lu Jin replied dismissively. Zhu Li's cheeks flushed. Then why are you bleeding from your nose? Huh. It's just a heat reaction. Lu Jin chuckled lightly, casually removing his suit jacket and tossing it to her. Wear this, don't catch a chill. Zhu Li hurriedly caught it, barely covering her bosom, her long, beautiful legs peeking out from beneath the hem of the jacket. She bit her lip and shot Lu Jin an annoyed glare before hastily descending the stage. Originally, she intended to make Lu Jin step down, but unexpectedly, it was she who had embarrassed herself. Moreover, she had done so in front of the principal and the entire student body, leaving her utterly humiliated. The scene of her running naked across the school square will likely dominate the school forum's trending list by tomorrow. Now, Lu Jin patted the statue, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Is there anyone still inclined to consider this merely a coincidence? Principal, I wish to join in. Please save me a spot. The students immediately surged forward, forming a long queue before the incense altar. With reverent expressions, they began to offer their prayers to Lu Jin's statue. May the principal bless me to pass all my final exams. I implore the principal to assist me in achieving mastery in the spirit master realm. Principal, bless me to become a 36. Gained sword chi clarity, gained pure fire alchemy, gained divine movement. Amidst the chorus of exclamations, the system notification chimes resonated in Lu Jin's mind. Ding. Luck absorption successful. From student Wang Tingting, luck value Tingning. Luck absorption successful. From student Lin Xiaoyu, luck value 15 ding. Luck absorption successful. From student Lu Yaqi. Luck value 8. Here comes the fortune. Lu Jin lazily leaned against the railing, squinting as he surveyed the frenzied students offering incense in the square. He took a delicate sip of goji berry tea, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smirk. Ah, indeed. Harvesting the chives en masse is truly gratifying. Seizing the moment of leisure, Lu Jin meticulously studied the intricacies of luck value. In layman's terms, luck value represents an individual's fortune and destiny. It not only influences the probability of breakthrough, but also encompasses various aspects of one's cultivation journey, even dictating matters of life and death. For instance, under identical cultivation conditions, while others may have merely a 20 chance to break through to the two-pattern spirit sovereign realm, Lu Jin's probability soars to an impressive 80. This exemplifies the disparity in luck, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Not only is the probability of breakthroughs significantly enhanced, but the chances of triggering fortuitous encounters, evading calamities, and surviving dire situations are also substantially increased. No wonder protagonists in novels always seem to turn misfortunes into blessings. A smirk graced Lu Jin's lips as a glint of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. Why is it that in web novels, protagonists frequently stumble upon rare treasures, effortlessly navigate perilous battles, inherit ancient legacies as a matter of course, and even have enemies conveniently present themselves as stepping stones? It is simply because their luck values are exceptionally high. At this moment, Lu Jin was relishing the delightful benefits derived from this fortunate harvest. Each student's contribution of 10 luck values may seem trivial, but when accumulated, it has transformed him into a veritable chosen one, a true prodigy of cultivation. Alas, apart from Bai Mo Yuan's 80 points of luck, the rest are merely mediocre. Lu Jin pouted in disappointment. After all, being a prestigious institution, where are all the children of fortune? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and looked up. Where is Tang Xiaodong? Why hasn't she come to offer incense? Teacher Yao is in need of assistance with alchemy. Lin Xiaoyu respectfully replied. Classmate Tang has been helping in the alchemy chamber to refine this soul-congealing pill. Oh, I see. Lu Jin nodded gently. He was curious to ascertain the fortune value of Tang Xiaodong, that little imp. Perhaps he would seek her out shortly. Meanwhile, in a corner of the crowd, unnoticed by anyone, a petite girl in a black dress fixated her fervent gaze upon a statue. Yi Qianxuan clenched her fists, her slender knuckles turning pale. A fleeting glimmer of starlight flickered deep within her obsidian eyes. Chapter 49. Are there more experts? As a rare shadow-type spiritual warrior, Yi Qianxuan's life had always lingered in the shadows. The prestigious Spiritual Energy Academy regarded her as an ill omen, and major universities explicitly prohibited the admission of shadow-type spiritual warriors. Even at the Star Sea Academy, she could only cultivate in solitude. After all, who would accept an outcast who needed to consume living souls to advance in power? The path of shadow cultivation was inherently defiant against the heavens. While ordinary spiritual warriors could effortlessly draw upon spiritual energy, she required tenfold the time and effort. Yet, once a shadow-type warrior devoured a soul, their prowess could soar to unprecedented heights. She had never crossed that line. However, the biases harbored within the human heart loomed like a mountain. The very existence of shadow-type warriors was perhaps a fundamental error. Otherwise, her parents would not have. Yi Qianxuan gazed intently at the statue, a faint glimmer igniting in the depths of her dark eyes. If she could obtain the affinity of shadow power, perhaps she would no longer need to struggle between morality and survival, no longer bear the stigma of being an ill-fated individual, and no longer endure the sluggishness and torment of siphoning spiritual energy. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, a resolute determination shone within. As the black veil fluttered, she stepped forward, one deliberate stride after another, towards the statue in the square. At that moment, Lu Jin had yet to notice the girl in the black dress among the throng. He watched the students as they each achieved their cultivation milestones, a paternal smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Over this period of time, he had developed a bond with these students, not a physical bond, but one of profound teacher-student affection. Taking a sip of goji berry tea, the warm liquid carried a subtle sweetness. This healthful habit was one he was determined to uphold since his arrival in this new world. Previously, in his 20s, he had been warned by doctors about fatty liver. His hair had fallen out faster than dandelion seeds, and his beer belly could serve as a coffee table. Now that he had transcended into this new life, it would be foolish to squander his health. Youth was indeed a blessing. Observing the students full of vigor, Lu Jin ran his fingers through his thick hair, savoring another sip of goji tea. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Abnormal fortune wave detected. Ding. You have absorbed the fortune of student Yi Qianxuan. Fortune value 80. Spluttering, Lu Jin spat out his tea. What on earth? The average student had a maximum fortune value of 30. Yet, Yi Qianxuan's fortune value was an astonishing 80. Were there still experts? Lu Jin sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as lightning. Before him, dark mist swirled like the gaping maw of an abyss. At the center of the vortex, Yi Qianxuan's petite form eerily hovered in midair, her lavender hair dancing wildly amidst the shadows. The hem of the gothic black dress frayed inch by inch, revealing delicately porcelain-like calves adorned with eerie dark red incantations. As the black mist swept by, the ground swiftly decayed and cracked, prompting the surrounding students to retreat in alarm. The shadow-devouring body. From a distance, Shen Manting's expression froze, her crimson lips quivering slightly. This was the most potent talent of a shadow system spirit warrior. Hint: student Yi Qianxuan has acquired the shadow-devouring body physique. Devouring living beings can yield substantial cultivation. The amount of cultivation depends on the opponent's strength. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, astonished by the revelation of such a physique. Was this not the innate holy body of a demonic cultivator? As the black mist dissipated, Yi Qianxuan gently descended to the ground, her black skirt blooming like an inky lotus beneath her. She slowly lifted her palm, gazing at the writhing black patterns that resembled living entities, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Indeed, she had failed, she murmured, her voice barely audible. This awakening had not granted her the anticipated affinity for the shadow system. Instead, it had transformed her into the even rarer shadow-devouring body. She understood all too well what this entailed. It was a path from which there was no return. She belonged to the shadow system. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. The students from Shanghai Academy recoiled, as if confronted by a plague, their faces etched with terror. Some even assumed combat stances. Poised to strike, Yi Qianxuan stood frozen in place. The rumors surrounding shadow system spirit warriors, who could rapidly enhance their cultivation by devouring living beings, were no longer a secret in the realm of spirit warriors. Moreover, the notorious Shadow Pavilion had rendered the term shadow system synonymous with malevolence. It was said that thousands of spirit warriors had perished at the hands of the Shadow Pavilion. Now, with Yi Qianxuan awakening the shadow-devouring body, she was undoubtedly the archetype of a villain. Amidst the students' trepidation, Lu Jin began to speak. Remain calm. His voice, though soft, seemed to possess an enchanting quality that instantly quelled the restless crowd. He walked slowly toward the statue, but halted 3 paces away from Yi Qianxuan. The shadow-devouring body? Fascinating. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Lu Jin's gaze held a hint of admiration from behind the lenses. Indeed, this was an exceptionally rare physique, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Yi Qianxuan's long eyelashes fluttered, and a look of astonishment crossed her porcelain face. Surprisingly, there was no trace of disdain in the principal's eyes. Rather, they glimmered with the warmth of one admiring a precious treasure. This unwittingly relaxed her taut shoulders, and her fingers, which clutched the hem of her dress, gently unfurled. Principal. Just as Yi Qianxuan's cherry lips parted, Lu Jin continued. Do you know why the shadow system is regarded as taboo? The students exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Xiaoyu hesitantly ventured, because it requires devouring living beings? Incorrect. Lu Jin suddenly raised his voice. It is due to fear. The path of spirit warriors knows no distinction between righteousness and evil. Like a knife, it is a tool in the hands of a chef, yet a weapon in the grasp of a rogue. The knife itself bears no fault. Yi Qianxuan's eyes trembled slightly, a glimmer flashing within. The principal tightened her grip on the hem of her skirt, her voice hoarse. Do you not find me perilous? Perilous? Lu Jin suddenly chuckled. He turned to face all the students and declared, from this day forth, the Star Sea Academy shall establish a special class for the Shadow Department. Yi Qianxuan shall be the first student, personally mentored by me. A wave of astonishment swept through the square. A class for a single student? Shen Mantai gasped, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. Zhang Guangdao bore a look of confusion as well. What is the principal's intention? Yi Qianxuan abruptly raised her head, her eyes slightly reddened, a peculiar ripple passing through her dark pupils. In that fleeting moment of meeting Lu Jin's gaze, her heart felt as though it were being tightly grasped by something. She had encountered countless expressions of fear, disdain, and avoidance, yet never had she seen such a gaze, one that regarded her as an ordinary person, as a student worthy of anticipation. Lowering her gaze, her voice was as soft as mist. Why? Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smile, the depths of his eyes shimmering like stars. Education tailored to individual needs, without discrimination, is the essence of true education. He approached the incense altar and personally lit 3 sticks of incense, placing them in the burner. Remember this, in this school, there are no freaks, only the special. Your uniqueness is the most precious treasure of Star Sea. Ding! Just as the incense completely entered the burner, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Notification, incense offering successful. Acquired exclusive domain Star Sea Sovereign. Effect, while within the confines of Star Sea Academy, automatically triggers the Star Sea resonance state, enhancing spiritual power intensity tenfold. Duration, permanent. Additionally, all hostile targets entering the Academy will have their power forcibly suppressed by 30. Suppression effect increases with host's realm. Lu Jin's pupils constricted sharply. What astonished him further was the subsequent notification. Notification, you have absorbed Lu Jin's luck value. Luck value. Even with Lu Jin's composure, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Was he actually offering incense to himself? What was this? Self-adoration? Upon reflection, as a graduate of Star Sea Academy, he was, in a way, a half-student. Had he inadvertently triggered the statue's response? The smoke from the incense altar began to swirl vigorously, and he could distinctly feel the entire Academy's power resonating with him, as if the very heavens and earth were yielding before him. Intriguing. A playful smirk danced upon Lu Jin's lips. This unexpected boon rendered him nearly invincible within Star Sea Academy. It seemed he would have to frequently offer incense to himself in the future. Yi Qianxuan lowered her head, her small hands tightly clenched, her knuckles turning white. For the first time in many years, she felt warmth. Yet, the shadow warriors of the Shadow Department ultimately remained unaccepted by other spiritual warriors. She gripped her hands tighter, a bittersweet smile tugging at her lips. Lu Jin regained his senses, gently placing his hand upon her hair, tenderly ruffling it. Fire can raise cities, yet it can also simmer kanji. The source of power lies in the dichotomy of good and evil, merely a choice made by the wielder of the blade. You may choose to wield malevolence for righteousness, or righteousness for malevolence. The path you tread is dictated by your own decisions. Yi Qianxuan suddenly lifted her gaze, only to collide with the tranquil depths of Lu Jin's eyes. She once believed herself destined for solitude, forever shunned by the spiritual warriors. Yet in this moment, for the first time, she felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she too could be accepted. Perhaps she could stand beneath the light. Lu Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice deep and soothing. The shadow arts are not taboo. What is deemed taboo is merely a seal placed upon the truth by the mediocre. And you, Yi Qianxuan, are the key to unsealing it. Yi Qianxuan's fingertips trembled slightly, her eyes beginning to redden. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away on the highway near Shanghai Academy, a black business vehicle sped past. Emblazoned with the emblem of the Spirit Energy Control Bureau, a sword entwined in chains, cold and foreboding. In the passenger seat, Captain Yan Hengzhou of the Criminal Investigation Division suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing beneath his bronze mask. "Do you feel that?" he exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, his voice low and alert. "Captain Yan, what is it?" Agent Zhou Wenchong, seated in the driver's seat, queried with a puzzled glance. In the back seat, Chief Inspector Yang Lingyi furrowed her delicate brows, her ample bosom rising and falling gently with the motion of the vehicle, her intertwined jade legs shifting slightly, the golden bells on her ankles jingling softly. "Is that the fluctuation of shadow energy?" she mused, her red lips parting slightly, her folding fan half covering her face. Beside her, Chief Investigator Xiao Han maintained a stoic expression, his voice clipped and resolute. "There is no doubt, it is indeed shadow energy, and it is extraordinarily potent." Emanating from the direction of Shanghai Academy, Yan Hengzhou tapped his fingers lightly against the car window, speaking in a hushed tone. "Strange. I thought I had eliminated all the members of the Shadow Pavilion. Could there be a survivor?" Yang Lingyi closed her fan with a swift motion, stifling a laugh. "Captain Yan, some unclean remnants cannot be extinguished by mere wildfires. That is of no concern," Yan Hengzhou scoffed, twisting his neck slightly, the bones cracking ominously. "I will eliminate any member of the Shadow Pavilion I encounter." Xiao Han crossed his arms, his expression unyielding. "Let us not digress. Today's objective is not this." Chapter 50. The Spirit Energy Control Bureau's reconciliation in the bustling plaza of the Academy. Lu Jin's voice resonated like the chime of dawn. "What of the shadow-devouring soul body? Here at Shanghai Academy, you are first and foremost my students, and only thereafter spiritual warriors." Yi Qianxuan abruptly lifted her head. The man who often held a thermos now radiated a sacred brilliance, akin to the sun, dispelling the shadows that plagued her heart. Now, as Lu Jin turned to face the restless crowd, his tone suddenly chilled and commanding, he declared, "Who still dares to dissent?" Upon hearing Lu Jin's voice, Yi Qianxuan's delicate form shivered slightly, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. From her childhood to the present, she had encountered countless gazes filled with fear, disdainful avoidance, and frigid rejection. Yet, never had anyone regarded her as he did, with a serene gaze and even a smile. It felt as though she, too, could be embraced and anticipated. Her heart suddenly raced, quickening to a pace that left her somewhat flustered. Yi Qianxuan could not comprehend this emotion. She merely sensed a slight tightening in her throat, causing her breaths to become cautious. The principal, whom she had labeled a pervert and a mere nuisance, at that moment transformed into a beacon of light illuminating the depths of her heart. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Jin's lips curled into a subtle smile. a flicker of understanding gleaming in his eyes. After days of observation, he had finally unraveled the intricacies of acquiring prestige points. Previously, abolishing the morning exercises and prohibiting time off had delighted the students, yet the system had not awarded a single prestige point. The reason was straightforward. Such universal gestures of care garnered only collective gratitude, rather than genuine affection. It was akin to casting a net for fish, seemingly abundant, yet yielding only insignificant catches. True prestige points must be earned with the patience of a fisherman, targeting each individual meticulously. In other words, to garner prestige, one must be as considerate as spring rain, tailoring strategies precisely to the characteristics of each student, penetrating their hearts with profound understanding. Having summarized his insights, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon Yi Qianxuan's slightly flushed face. From today onward, come to my office every evening at 8. Yi Qianxuan's eyelashes fluttered, but there is no but. Your shadow abilities require specialized guidance. It is already a privilege for me to carve out time to mentor you amidst my duties. I shall provide you with one-on-one instruction each night. Shen Mantai and the two teachers exchanged glances. Though there was nothing inherently wrong with Lu Jin's words, they sounded rather peculiar. Suddenly, the tranquility of the square was pierced by the sound of 3 deliberate claps. An all-black luxury vehicle had quietly arrived at the school entrance, its doors sliding open with grace. 4 figures marched forth in perfect unison, exuding an intimidating presence. The leader was slender and sharp as a blade, his bronze weapon glinting ominously, clad in a black leather coat that radiated a chilling aura. Beside him, a bespectacled man carried a briefcase, his gaze flickering behind the lenses. Most striking of all was a woman in dark red uniform, her ebony folding fan creating a gentle breeze, her alluring form partially revealed. The golden bells on her ankles jingling softly with each graceful step. Bringing up the rear was a cold-faced man in a black trench coat, his sharply defined features seemingly coated in frost, with hawk-like eyes silently surveying the surroundings. All 4 bore the emblem of the Psychic Control Bureau on their chests. Yi Qianxuan's eyes widened in shock, her delicate frame trembling violently. This sensation, she bit her cherry lips hard, her slender fingers instinctively clutching at her chest. The man adorned with a bronze demon mask, whom she had never encountered before, elicited a visceral reaction in her heart, as if it were grasped tightly by an unseen hand. On that fateful night 15 years ago, the one who had slain her parents. The young woman staggered back 2 steps, her black skirt swaying like wilting petals. The contours barely visible beneath the mask seemed to serve as a key, forcibly prying open the darkest recesses of her memory. Yan Hengzhou clapped his hands lightly, a playful laugh escaping his lips. Principal Lu, your profound yet accessible teaching theory is truly refreshing. The Bureau of Spiritual Energy Control? Lu Jin's gaze sharpened, sweeping over the gilded insignia adorning the chests of those present. Principal Lu has remarkable discernment. Yang Lingi unfurled her folding fan with a flourish, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth. I am Yang Lingi from the Supervision Department, and this is Yan Hengzhou from the Criminal Investigation Department, alongside Xiao Han from the Investigation Department, and her gaze flickered towards the back, where the young investigator Zhou Wenchang stood. The personnel from the Control Bureau? In the distance, Shen Manting's pupils constricted sharply, her delicate features freezing in shock. The trio of department heads had arrived in unison. Such a formidable presence indicated that those occupying the position of department head were undoubtedly powerful individuals in the realm of spiritual energy. She exchanged a glance with Wang Xiaoqiang and Zhang Guangdao, and they immediately transformed into streaks of light, rushing forward. The square fell into an eerie silence, every student holding their breath in anticipation. How could this unassuming vocational college attract the esteemed presence of the Bureau of Spiritual Energy Control? The arrival of 3 department heads was an unprecedented spectacle. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, esteemed guests? Lu Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Yang Lingi gracefully unfolded her ebony fan, covering her lips with a gentle laugh. Principal Lu, we apologize for our uninvited presence. We are here on official business. Since they were already present, Lu Jin shrugged. It would be unkind to send you away. Yan Hengzhou's brows knitted slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his countenance. Principal Lu, this is not the appropriate venue for discussion. The matters at hand are confidential. I must insist we proceed elsewhere. Let us speak plainly. Lu Jin interjected suddenly, his voice turning icy. What secrets are so shameful that they must be concealed? Before he could finish, Shin Manting and her companions had already arrived. The two factions stood in a tense standoff, an invisible spiritual pressure causing the air to solidify. The atmosphere in the square seemed to freeze, all students instinctively holding their breath. Humph. A cold light flashed in Yan Hengzhou's eyes. Principal Lu, do you truly believe the Bureau cannot uncover the truth behind the deaths of Lu, Hu, and Lu Haifan, as well as the 40 shares of the Jinheng Group? A dangerous smirk graced his lips. If I so wish, I could take you back to the headquarters right now. Lu Jin chuckled lightly, leisurely adjusting his sleeves. The Jinheng Group has committed numerous heinous acts. I merely acted in self-defense. I advise you to remember. The last person who threatened me now has grass over 2 meters tall on their grave. Impudent. Yan Hengzhou erupted in fury, his spiritual energy surging explosively. 6 radiant golden wolf fang spiritual patterns lit up along his neck, the terrifying pressure causing the ground beneath to crack. 6 patterns in the realm of spiritual energy. Wang Xiaoqiang gasped in shock. As the head of the Criminal Investigation Department, Yan Hengzhou's strength was indeed unfathomable. The Criminal Investigation Division is specifically tasked with apprehending those lawless and indiscriminately murderous spiritual warriors. His gaze was fixed intently on Lu Jin, his knuckles whitening as he contemplated the audacious principal. It was high time someone taught him a lesson. Oh dear, Yangling said, gently fanning herself with an ornate folding fan, her smile radiant as she positioned herself between the two men. Director Yin is merely fond of jesting. No matter where we converse, the essence remains unchanged. We are here for a cordial exchange, not to apprehend any suspects. There's no need for such tension. Lu Jin, clearly irritated, raised an eyebrow. As the principal, I am preoccupied with educating my students. If you have something to say, be swift about it. Do not rush, Principal Lu. Our director Mo has taken a particular interest in you. Yang Lingyi's eyes sparkled as she discreetly signaled behind her. Zhou Wenchang promptly understood and respectfully presented a gilded letter of appointment. She delicately traced the edge of the document with her fingertips, her lips parting slightly. In gratitude for your slaying of that formidable spirit beast 3 days prior, which has rid Wan's city of a significant threat, our bureau formally appoints you as our special advisor. What do you think, Principal Lu? Chapter 51. I am a law-abiding citizen. What say you, Principal Lu? Yang Lingyi's voice carried a discernible allure, echoing in the stillness of the square. An eerie silence enveloped the area, with even the sound of a falling pin audible. Shin Manting and Wang Xiaoqiang exchanged glances, both harboring a sliver of confusion. How could the principal have garnered the favor of the Spiritual Energy Control Bureau? The surrounding students wore expressions of utter astonishment, their whispers gradually rising. The bureau has extended an invitation to our principal? Has he truly ascended to such heights? Among the crowd, Yi Qianxuan's nails dug deeply into her palm, blood seeping from the wounds, yet she felt no pain. Her gaze was riveted on the man wearing the bronze mask, the very visage that haunted her memories from the night 15 years ago when her parents had pressed the last teleportation talisman into her hands. Yan Hengzhou's cold eyes scanned the crowd, locking onto Yi Qianxuan, yet he merely squinted without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Lu Jin did not even glance at the letter of appointment, his gaze directly meeting Yang Lingyi's. Should I join the Spiritual Energy Control Bureau? What special privileges might I expect? Yang Lingyi's lips curled into a subtle smile, her fan partially concealing her striking features. Principal Lu, you are indeed refreshingly candid. Yan Hengzhou frowned. Others would scramble to join the bureau, yet this young man dared to negotiate. He scrutinized Lu Jin, the reputed slayer of powerful spiritual beings, and found him even younger than he had anticipated. The youthful countenance, adorned with a sardonic smile, hardly resembled that of a top-tier powerhouse. Yet, the very incongruity of it made him all the more perilous. Should he continue to develop, his potential was boundless, provided he did not become a threat to the bureau. Lu Jin shrugged. After all, what incentive would a university principal have to serve as a special advisor without any benefits? Yang Lingyi's lips parted slightly, her fan half concealing her face. The Spiritual Energy Control Bureau supersedes all institutions in Wan City, wielding dominion over the lives and deaths of spiritual warriors. Is that not sufficient? In order to entice you back into action, we have brought 3 department heads. Not enough. Lu Jin chuckled lightly. Power is an illusion, and only what is obtained is true wealth. A glimmer of calculation flickered in Yang Lingyi's eyes. Greedy individuals are easier to manipulate. She gently raised her hand, and Zhou Wenchang promptly presented a gilded document, the Spirit Vein License. Yang Lingyi slightly parted her crimson lips, pondering whether this item could demonstrate our sincerity. What the hell? Wang Xiaoqiang exclaimed in disbelief. Shin Mantai gasped. Is it tax-exempt to mine spirit veins? This is indeed a substantial investment. With the spirit vein license, the spirit stones mined would be free from taxation, promising immense profits for Shanghai Academy. Lu Jin felt a stir within, immediately comprehending the vast benefits it entailed. Indeed, they are all cunning old foxes. Had he hastily agreed earlier, such advantages would have been unattainable. This tactic of feigned reluctance is astutely employed. Since the Energy Regulation Bureau has proposed such conditions, Lu Jin's lips curled into a meaningful smile, suggesting that he found it difficult to refuse. He then calmly extended his right hand to grasp Yang Lingyi's delicate palm. The spirit vein license was indeed enticing. But what Lu Jin truly coveted was the official backing of the Xianghua government that lay behind the bureau. With this identity, future endeavors would undoubtedly be far more convenient. After all, the world is not merely about conflict. It is also about human relations and social intricacies. Excellent. Yang Lingyi retracted her jade-like hand, her lips parting slightly as she snapped her folding fan shut. Henceforth, Principal Lu shall serve as a special advisor to our bureau. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. What specifically will this advisor do? Nothing at all. Yang Lingyi's gaze sparkled. It is merely a leisurely and honorable position. You may continue to enjoy tea at the academy. Then I refuse it. Lu Jin's expression darkened abruptly. Yang Lingyi's smile froze. Why? I, Lu, despise those who occupy a position without contributing. Joining the bureau is to uphold world peace and promote love and justice, Lu Jin declared with righteous fervor. Yet you inform me that it is merely a sinecure? I might as well return to my office for tea. Lu Jin understood all too well that opportunities do not fall from the sky. The sudden offerings from the Energy Regulation Bureau must harbor ulterior motives. The cheapest options are often the most expensive in disguise. The Bureau would not casually bestow a spirit vein license without a hidden agenda. If one were to join the Bureau without clarity, they might find themselves in grave peril without even realizing it. I see. Yang Lingyi's lips twitched as she restrained the impulse to roll her eyes. It is indeed a blessing for the common folk to have a principal as selfless as you. When the tide of demons and ghosts arises, I hope you will lend your assistance. The tide of demons and ghosts is a celestial phenomenon that erupts every few months. When the abyssal rifts open on a lunar eclipse night, the long-accumulated malevolent energy will surge forth like a tide, unleashing countless twisted and mutated demons to wreak havoc upon the world. Meanwhile, the Energy Regulation Bureau is severely understaffed and can only resort to various means to seek external aid. Yin Hengzhou was almost driven to laughter by the words he heard. Integrity and selflessness, with a heart for the world. How does that relate to the man before him? Lu Jin, upon hearing this, began to engage in mutual flattery. Director Yang not only possesses beauty and kindness, but also harbors profound concern for the citizens of Wanqing. It is truly admirable. With a leader like you at the helm, what need is there for worry about the safety of Wanqing? We mere bystanders might not even have the chance to intervene. Yin Hengzhou rolled his eyes in disdain, thinking that both of them were equally adept at flattery, elevating hypocrisy to an art form. Yang Lingyi's smile deepened. Principal Lu, you exaggerate. I cannot compare to your strategic prowess. I've heard you have broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm, and that there is a spiritual vein manifesting within the school. I presume you are preparing to showcase your skills at a critical moment? Lu Jin maintained his smile. Yet his tone carried a weighty implication. Not at all. It was merely an accidental breakthrough, not to be compared with Director Yang's innate talent. However, he paused, his gaze growing stern. If we truly find ourselves in dire straits, as the principal, I certainly will not stand idly by. Their eyes locked, and it was as if invisible sparks ignited in the air. Yin Hengzhou could no longer bear to watch and interjected with a cold snort. Enough of your formalities. The tide of demons is approaching. Let us be frank. When the time comes, we will require the assistance of the Star Sea Academy, plain and simple. Lu Jin immediately donned an expression of enlightenment. I see. When it comes to the safety of Wanqing, we have an obligation to respond. Then it is settled. Yang Lingyi elegantly closed her folding fan, a glimmer of calculation flashing in her eyes. According to our data models, the abyssal rift will erupt within 2 months, at which point there will be someone to coordinate. We shall be at your service, Lu Jin replied calmly. Yin Hengzhou coldly snorted and turned to leave, but suddenly turned back. By the way, now that you have joined the Control Bureau, you must be mindful of your words and actions. You now represent the image of the Xin kingdom. Lu Jin beamed. Of course, I am a person who values law and order. Chapter 52. Those who harm my students shall die. Upon hearing Lu Jin's nonchalant response, the corner of Yin Hengzhou's eye twitched fiercely. Lu Jin had recently slain two powerful figures at the Spirit King realm and had, through dubious means, seized nearly half of the shares of the Star Sea Academy. And now he could utter the words law and order without a change in countenance. Were it not for the fact that he was a formidable spirit emperor and the director insisted on reconciliation, he would undoubtedly be apprehended. Farewell, Principal Lu. Yang Lingyi said with a slight smile, turning elegantly as she stepped away. Take care, no need to see me off. Lu Jin lazily waved his hand. Yet his gaze lingered meaningfully on her swaying figure. Just as Yin Hengzhou was about to leave with a cold snort, a shadowy blade, as dark as ink, suddenly tore through the air, shooting from the crowd of students straight for his vital point. Yi Qianxuan still bore the lingering power of shadows at her fingertips, her pupils constricting as her breath nearly halted. This strike had been 15 years in the making. Yet, Yin Hengzhou's steps did not falter even for a moment. Clang! At a distance of merely 3 inches from his back, the black blade abruptly collided with an invisible barrier, igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. A mere trick, yet you dare to flaunt your skills here? Yin Hengzhou slowly tilted his head, a cold smirk curling beneath his bronze mask, remnants of the Shadow Pavilion. It seems you cannot restrain yourselves any longer. Yi Qianxuan felt her blood turn to ice in an instant. Yin Hengzhou had long been aware of her presence. Even more terrifying was the realization that she found herself utterly immobilized. At some unknown moment, countless fine, crimson chains had ensnared her limbs, binding her in place like a venomous spider ensnaring its prey. The blood-soul chains of the profound tear technique. Yin Hengzhou let out a chilling laugh, his blood-colored spiritual energy surging around him. In the blink of an eye, a tumultuous black mist erupted around Yi Qianxuan, and a 3-meter-long shadowy blade tore through the air, shrieking as it lunged toward Yin Hengzhou's throat. Students in the square gasped and scattered, the ground beneath them cracking under the ferocious onslaught of dark energy. Persistently obstinate. Director Yin, I am here to assist you. Suddenly, Xiao Han, who had remained silent, sprang into action. At that moment, 5 golden spiritual patterns flared to life around his neck, radiating a blinding light akin to 5 blazing suns. With a deafening roar, a crimson shadow shot forth from his sleeve. It was a blood-colored mastiff, as large as a fully grown lion, its fur ablaze like flames. Drooling corrosive saliva that sizzled as it struck the ground. The spirit manipulation blood prison mastiff. Shin Manting and several teachers' pupils constricted in shock. They finally comprehended why Xiao Han maintained his position as the head of the investigation department. This formidable beast possessed not only a terrifying sense of smell capable of tracking for thousands of miles, but also an instinct for combat that was even more formidable. With a ferocious growl, the blood-prison mastiff leaped into the air, its ivory fangs precisely clamping onto the tip of the shadowy blade. With a resounding crack, the attack that had consolidated all of Yi Qianxuan's spiritual power was mercilessly shattered into countless fragments. More alarmingly, the fragmented dark energy was voraciously devoured by the mastiff. Its crimson fur bristling like steel needles, its size doubling as it lunged toward Yi Qianxuan with a gaping maw and a foul wind. Yi Qianxuan gritted her teeth, her petite form leaping gracefully like a black butterfly, leaving behind merely a shadowy shell ensnared by crimson chains, narrowly evading the deadly bite. The golden cicada shed its shell technique. The moment her toes grazed the ground, she exerted her strength, propelling herself like an arrow released from a bow. In a flash, she gathered her spiritual energy, forming a dark short blade in her hand, its edge aimed directly at Yin Hengzhou's throat. This strike was utterly unrestrained, seeking death. A cold glint surged in Yin Hengzhou's eyes as a crimson chain shot forth from his sleeve, slithering toward Yi Qianxuan's wrist like a venomous serpent. Insolence. Lu Jin suddenly barked a command, a vast wave of golden spiritual energy erupting forth, instantly dispersing the chain. The heavenly might explosive spirit technique. Lu Jin's spiritual energy erupted in a cataclysmic surge, a golden tide crashing forth. He seized the blood-colored chain binding Yi Qianxuan with his left hand, clenching his fingers. Crack! The chains shattered with a resounding crack. As his right hand rose, a blinding golden light coalesced in his palm, fiercely thrusting towards the oncoming bloodhound. Boom! The furious surge of spiritual power erupted, causing the hound to howl in despair as its massive form was forced back several dozen meters, carving deep furrows into the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Yan Hengzhou's pupils narrowed sharply beneath his mask. Xiaohan's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Jin's strike had actually managed to repel the ferocious bloodhound. Yang Lingyi's eyes widened in shock, her face betraying her fear. The combined assault of two Spirit Emperor-level experts was effortlessly countered by Lu Jin. Her fingers instinctively tightened, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. This man's strength was far more terrifying than the intelligence suggested. Drawing a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure, realizing that deploying the three department heads had been the right decision. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Jin had positioned himself in front of Yi Qianxuan, his spiritual energy surging. "Director Yang, are your people daring to assault my student in my presence?" Yang Lingyi snapped her fan shut with a sharp clap. "Director Yan, enough." Her voice retained a semblance of laughter, yet her eyes glinted with frost. "Director Lu, please understand, Director Yan despises ambushes." The bronze mask reflected a cold light, and Yan Hengzhou's voice slithered like a serpent. "Shadow-type spiritual energy, openly ambushing, the evidence is irrefutable. Is Director Lu attempting to shield the remnants of the Shadow Pavilion?" The atmosphere suddenly thickened. The Shadow Pavilion, the malevolent organization that had wrought the Blood Moon Massacre 15 years prior. That fateful night, the three great clans were nearly obliterated. Even the spiritual energy of infants was drained, leaving behind only withered corpses. Lu Jin's fingers stirred slightly within his sleeve. An invisible barrier had already enveloped Yi Qianxuan. No harm shall befall the children. Does Director Yan not grasp this basic principle? Yan Hengzhou abruptly tore off his bronze mask, revealing a face marred by curse marks. Those were the very marks left by the Shadow Pavilion. Seeing this, was Director Lu still inclined to speak of principles? He scoffed. "Even if we were to concede 1,000 steps, even if she is not a member of the Shadow Pavilion, she is still guilty of assaulting a public servant. Surely, I can take her for questioning?" Lu Jin's voice grew grave. "She is but a child. I will discipline my student myself. What rationale is there for two Spirit Emperor-level experts to unleash lethal strikes?" Yan Hengzhou let out a cold laugh. "Indeed, a corrupt leader begets corrupt followers. Such a principle breeds such students. All are of the same ilk." With that, he raised his hand sharply, a blood-red soul-binding chain slicing through the air. "Today, in the name of the Spiritual Energy Control Bureau, I am apprehending a wanted criminal. Who dares to obstruct?" Boom. The ground beneath Lu Jin exploded as golden spiritual energy surged skyward. "Those who touch my student." The violent spiritual energy surged forth, the pressure crashing down like a mountain landslide. "Die." A fierce light flickered in Lu Jin's eyes, his spiritual energy roiling like a tempest, the intent to kill almost materializing. He stepped forward, the ground fracturing beneath him, golden spiritual flames gathering in his palm, aimed directly at Yan Hengzhou's throat. Yan Hengzhou's body went rigid. A previously unseen terror of spiritual pressure descended like a towering mountain. His bones emitted a creaking sound under the unbearable pressure, and the pupils behind the bronze mask contracted violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. This was far beyond the oppressive aura of a spirit emperor of the first rank. It felt akin to facing a primordial beast. "Cease at once." A chilling female voice suddenly resonated. Yang Lingyi flashed her figure and positioned herself in front of Yan Hengzhou. Her fingertips glowed with a pearlescent spiritual light, and a semi-transparent barrier unfolded instantaneously, forcefully withstanding Lu Jin's lethal strike. "Principal Lu, do you wish for the entire Star Sea Academy to accompany you to your demise?" Her gaze was icy, and though her voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority. Lu Jin's fist pressed against the barrier, his malevolence still simmering in his eyes, yet he ultimately refrained from exerting more force. How could this be? Yan Hengzhou barely managed to maintain his consciousness, a tempest of shock surging within him. He was a spirit emperor of the 6th rank. Yet had his spiritual power been stifled by such oppressive pressure? Just how much strength was Lu Jin concealing? Chapter 53. Did he not just say that you were not mentioned? In the vast square, silence reigned, the only sound being the rustling of Lu Jin's dark suit as the spiritual energy surged around him. Under the enhancement of the dominion of the Star Sea, referred to Chapter 49, his spiritual power had surged tenfold, casting a profound and overwhelming pressure over the entire academy. In simple terms, as long as the battle occurred within the confines of Star Sea Academy, he was nearly an invincible entity, even capable of challenging powerful spirit sovereigns. At this moment, Lu Jin was the sole sovereign of this realm. All faculty and students held their breath, their astonished gazes fixed upon their principal. The astonishing scene from moments ago lingered in their minds. Two Spirit Emperor-level experts' lethal strikes had been effortlessly neutralized by Lu Jin with a single hand. Not a strand of hair disturbed in the slightest. At this instant, every student yearned to comprehend the extent of their principal's terrifying power. Yang Lingyi slightly tilted her head and calmly addressed Yin Hengzhou behind her. Section Chief Yin, let today's matter conclude here. Yin Hengzhou remained silent for a moment. A cryptic cold laugh escaping from beneath his bronze mask. Very well. I shall grant you this favor, Section Chief Yang. He truly had not anticipated Lu Jin's strength to be so formidable. Although he had been at a disadvantage during their earlier exchange, it had merely been a test. Should he reveal his true trump card, Lu Jin's mere first-rank Spirit Emperor status might not suffice to gain the upper hand. Yet today, Yin Hengzhou's peripheral vision swept over the shadowy student of the shadow system, his knuckles turning white as he clenched them within his sleeve. With the director's orders in place, he truly could not afford to completely sever ties with Lu Jin. Withdraw. Yin Hengzhou suddenly waved his hand, emanating a chilling aura. As he turned, the gaze behind the bronze mask resembled ancient ice, deeply imprinting that upright figure within the depths of his pupils. Lu Jin, oh Lu Jin. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be windswept. As the head of the Criminal Investigation Department, I possess 100 ways to make your life uncomfortable. You had best pray that you never fall into my hands. At that moment, just as he had taken 2 steps, a clear voice suddenly pierced the air. Halt. Lu Jin's voice was not loud, yet it rendered the atmosphere in the square instantly still. Yin Hengzhou's form suddenly froze. What else is there? He slowly turned around, the pupils beneath his bronze mask revealing a hint of displeasure. Lu Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp as a blade. Did I permit you to leave? Those 7 simple words caused the temperature of the entire square to plummet. Yin Hengzhou's fingers turned white, his voice still icy. Oh, does Principal Lu have any further instructions? Boom. Lu Jin abruptly stomped his foot, and 9 golden pillars of spiritual energy burst forth from the ground, instantly intertwining to form a grand celestial formation, transforming the entire square into a prison. You think you can come and go as you please? Lu Jin conjured a burst of golden spiritual energy at his fingertips, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you think my Star Sea Academy is a mere marketplace? Yang Lingyi's face turned pale. Principal Lu, what do you mean by this? Perhaps you should ask. Lu Jin interrupted with a cold chuckle. What thoughts were swirling in your colleague Yan's mind when he turned away just now? If today he doesn't learn a lesson, some people might truly believe they are invincible. Ha. Yin Hengzhou suddenly laughed heartily, his face filled with disdain. With just you? A mere Spirit Emperor. And you dare to boast? Just a college principal. And yet one might think you were at the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor realm. Before the laughter could fade, the icy glint in Lu Jin's eyes erupted, and his figure vanished from sight. Boom. The air was violently torn apart as a shadow of black dashed forth at incomprehensible speed, leaving destruction in its wake as the ground shattered beneath it. Yin Hengzhou's heart raced, and in a hurry, he formed hand seals, Huangquan Soul Lock Chain. With a whoosh, 9 chains, entwined with ghostly flames, shot forth from his sleeves, instantly weaving a dense barrier before him. Each chain bore a grotesque face, emitting chilling wails. This is a high-grade Xiantier spirit tool. Wang Xiaoqiang's face turned ashen. The pressure was nearing the earth tier. Boom. Lu Jin's fist struck the chain defense without flourish. At the moment of impact, dazzling golden light clashed with the dark, ghostly flames, creating visible ripples in the air within 100 feet. Crack. To Yin Hengzhou's disbelief, cracks began to spiderweb across the so-called indestructible soul lock chain. Bang. With a thunderous explosion, all 9 chains shattered simultaneously, as if crushed like brittle twigs. Fragments of mystical iron scattered like a torrential downpour, embedding deeply into the surrounding structures. How is this possible? Yin Hengzhou's face turned deathly pale beneath his mask. Boom. Before he could react, Lu Jin's fist, with unrelenting force, struck Yin Hengzhou squarely in the chest. The protective ghostly flames melted away like snow under the scorching sun. Crack. The bronze mask shattered, revealing a stunningly handsome yet sinister face marred by curse marks. Yin Hengzhou spat a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, which instantly cracked beneath him. The entire square was engulfed in an eerie silence, as if even the wind had been stilled. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes fixated on the figure slowly retracting his fist. Lu Jin tugged at his sleeve, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. Yang Lingyi and Xiao Han's expressions shifted dramatically, their pupils constricting sharply. The head of the Criminal Investigation Department, a formidable six-pattern spirit sovereign, had once single-handedly subdued 3 equally ranked spirit warriors. Yet, he had been felled by a single punch? Yang Lingyi, usually composed, was now overtaken by shock. Her slender fingers instinctively tightening into fists, knuckles blanching from the pressure. Her delicate frame trembled slightly, her crimson lips parting as she spoke. Her voice trembling with disbelief. Just how powerful is this guy? Xiao Han, struck as if by lightning, felt his typically impassive face twitch, his body frozen in place. As the head of the investigation department, he understood better than anyone the might of Yin Hengzhou when wielding the 9 chains of the Yellow Springs. He could even withstand a peak spirit sovereign. Yet now, he had been shattered by Lu Jin's fist. Coughing, Yin Hengzhou struggled to rise, only to discover that his bones ached with excruciating pain. His spiritual energy dissipated, rendering him momentarily immobile. Xiao Han and Yang Lingyi exchanged glances, each recognizing the profound trepidation reflected in the other's eyes. In unison, they halted their steps, neither daring to advance recklessly. At this moment, Lu Jin emanated an overwhelming sense of oppressive power, his very presence exuding the ominous message: whoever approaches shall perish. Lu Jin coldly gazed down at Yin Hengzhou, his voice as chilling as the depths of an abyss. Is this all you have? He slowly raised his hand, a brilliant golden light coalescing in his palm, the pressure descending like a cataclysm. With such meager abilities, you dare to be audacious before me? Lying amidst the rubble, Yin Hengzhou's lips bled, yet his eyes churned with unbridled resentment. He stared intently at Lu Jin, remaining silent, but the bitterness in his gaze spoke volumes. He was unwilling to accept that Lu Jin's earlier strike had been a stealthy ambush. Huh. Lu Jin suddenly let out a cold laugh, his gaze cutting like a blade. Director Yin, he said, his voice low yet carrying an unmistakable chill. Should you dare to look at me with those eyes again, I assure you, you will not leave this Star Sea Academy alive. As his words echoed, Yin Hengzhou's pupils dilated in shock, his entire being feeling as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. An unprecedented sense of impending doom enveloped him, like countless icy needles piercing his very marrow. Did this young man truly dare to kill someone from the Spirit Energy Control Bureau? Cold sweat instantly beaded on Yin Hengzhou's forehead, his back drenched in perspiration. The ferocious aura he prided himself on rapidly dissolved like snow under the blazing sun. He struggled to swallow the blood pooling in his throat, the resentment in his eyes ebbing away, replaced by an innocent, almost harmless clarity. Huh. Lu Jin coldly regarded him, slowly articulating, now that's more like it. If you lack strength, do not glare at others with such eyes. Otherwise, if you do not perish, how can I sleep peacefully? His tone was indifferent, yet it sent the hearts of all present racing. Principal Lu, you are being excessively reckless. Yang Lingyi finally regained her composure from the shock, her delicate fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her garment, her crimson lips slightly trembling. She had never anticipated that the seemingly gentle principal could strike with such ferocity. With a single punch, he had utterly defeated the notorious Yin Hengzhou. Lu Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments fluttering lightly in the night breeze. His tone unervingly calm. Department head Yang, I have shown considerable restraint. He cast a sidelong glance at the distant figure being supported, a fleeting glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes. Otherwise, do you think he would still be able to breathe? At these words, Yin Hengzhou stiffened, his sinister countenance draining of color. He lowered his head, not daring to tremble even slightly. The terror of that earlier punch etched itself deeply in his memory. Let's go. Zhou Wenchang hastily helped Yin Hengzhou, only to discover that his superior's right leg was trembling unnaturally. Alarm surged within him. He had clearly seen Lu Jin strike only the chest. Yang Lingyi's jade-like fingers danced, instantly forming 36 spiritual seals. A radiant barrier cascaded down like moonlight, enveloping the two. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Lu Jin, fearful that this harbinger of doom might suddenly erupt. Should Yin Hengzhou perish here, the entirety of one city would be thrown into chaos by dawn. It was only after Yin Hengzhou vanished from the square that Yang Lingyi let out a long sigh of relief and withdrew the barrier. The cold wind dispersed the perspiration from her brow, revealing a hint of worry between her brows. Principal Lu, Today's incident will significantly tarnish your image in the Spiritual Energy Regulation Bureau. Lu Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze cold and starry. To harm my students at the Star Sea Academy is, in itself, a path to demise. Yang Lingyi's crimson lips quivered. She found herself at a loss for words. To call him a good principal would be absurd, considering he could so easily resort to violence. Yet to label him a bad principal would contradict his fierce protectiveness. Until we meet again, she ultimately sighed, turning to depart. The members of the Spiritual Energy Regulation Bureau quickly retreated, leaving only the bloodthirsty hellhound, which growled in frustration before leaving, its scarlet eyes fixed intently on Lu Jin, as if it wished to etch him into its very bones. In the next moment, the air suddenly warped, and Lu Jin appeared before it like a specter, a benevolent smile curving his lips. Did I just hear that he didn't mention you? Chapter 54. So, you choose to remain silent and feign mastery? At this moment, the atmosphere tensed once more. Lu Jin's figure manifested before the hellhound, a chilling smile gracing his lips. His elongated hand gathered spiritual energy with fervor, as if he were concocting a nuclear bomb. The hellhound's crimson eyes abruptly contracted, its fur bristling, and the corrosive saliva dripping from its fangs froze in fear. The primal instinct of the spirit beast warned it that this human was 100 times more terrifying than any prey it had ever torn apart. In the realm of spiritual martial arts, there are two types of spirit manipulation. One involves directly summoning spirit beasts, like Xiao Han's bloodthirsty hellhound, while the other pertains to inheriting the bloodline of spirit beasts, such as Lu Shuang's shadow cat demon lineage, the formidable bloodhell mastiff. Possessing strength comparable to that of a spirit emperor, now lay docile beneath Lu Jin's command, akin to a mere puppy. Lu Jin's slender fingers gently pressed upon its crown. The power emanating from his palm as profound as the abyss. Merely a wisp of his essence rendered the renowned spirit beast's limbs weak, eliciting a whimper as it collapsed, exposing its vulnerable belly in submission. Xiao Han's pupils constricted, his mouth twitching in disbelief. This was the first time he had witnessed the blood-hell mastiff display such fear. Choosing silence to feign superiority, are we? Lu Jin scoffed, gathering his spiritual energy in his right leg before delivering a powerful kick. A woo. The blood-hell mastiff howled in anguish, its massive form soaring through the air like a torn sack, transforming into a streak of crimson as it awkwardly scurried back into Xiao Han's sleeve, no longer daring to show itself. Xiao Han's countenance darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Yet he refrained from uttering a single word. The fate of Yan Hengzhou loomed vividly in his mind. He had no desire to become the next unfortunate soul sent flying by a single punch. Manage your dog, Lu Jin remarked indifferently, departing without further pleasantries. Xiao Han turned away in silence, his back rigid. Yang Lingyi cast a lingering glance at Lu Jin, sighing softly before leaving. Principal Lu, take care. The convoy of the Spiritual Energy Control Bureau gradually departed, restoring tranquility to Star Sea Academy. Yi Qinshuan staggered to Lu Jin's side, her pale face still etched with remnants of fear, murmuring, "Thank you, Principal." "There's no need," Lu Jin interrupted, his gaze remaining cold. "I merely cannot tolerate anyone causing mayhem in my domain." He paused, his tone becoming solemn. "As for your inquiry, come to my office. We shall discuss it thoroughly." After speaking, Lu Jin bent down to retrieve a thermos from the ground, leisurely unscrewing the lid. Sipping a mouthful of goji berry tea, he then turned to leave, adjusting his glasses with an air of genteel elegance, as if the earlier display of dominance over Yan Hengzhou and the intimidation of the blood-hell mastiff had been the work of another. Meanwhile, the entire square erupted with excitement. "Wow, that punch from the principal was absolutely magnificent," exclaimed a girl, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, her fists clenched tightly. "Isn't this more thrilling than Boruto?" That was the iron-faced spirit emperor. A six-pattern spirit emperor was sent flying by our principal with a single blow. Xiao's voice trembled, still enveloped in the shock of the moment. "Did you see? The principal didn't even ruffle his clothes. He remained as composed as if he were merely taking a stroll. Of course, he is our principal, my idol. Do you think he was merely playing around?" The girl's eyes sparkled with fervor, their whispers brimming with uncontainable excitement. Only Bai Moyuan stood amidst the crowd, her expression serene and unperturbed. A one-patterned spirit emperor overwhelming a six-patterned one, she mused, a knowing smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with starlight. It seemed she had truly aligned herself with the right ally. However, immediately following this, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Yet, based on the memories etched in her mind, the stunning images from her past life flashed through her consciousness like a revolving lantern. The Sea of Stars Academy engulfed in flames and blood. The solitary figure battling against 6 formidable spirit sovereigns, and the ancient bronze coffin tightly bound by chains. She recalled vividly that deep within the museum of the Sea of Stars Academy, there lay a unique spiritual artifact. According to her agreement with Lu Jin, if she could flawlessly accomplish the task of selling the soul-gathering pill tonight, she could demand a reward from him. This presented an extraordinary opportunity. Should she manage to obtain that treasure with legitimacy, her strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. In the principal's office, Lu Jin sat behind a spacious desk, his long fingers gently tapping the surface, producing a dull thud. His expression was indifferent, yet his gaze was profound, as if capable of penetrating one's soul. Yi Qianxuan stood before him, her slender figure appearing particularly frail under the light. Her complexion remained pale, yet her beautiful eyes shimmered with a tenacious light. "Principal," she whispered, her voice slightly hoarse, "thank you for saving me earlier." Lu Jin lifted his gaze to rest upon her, calmly instructing, "Sit." Yi Qianxuan did not move. Instead, she clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms. "Why did you attack the personnel of the Spirit Energy Control Bureau?" Lu Jin inquired, his tone tranquil yet imbued with an undeniable sense of pressure. Yi Qianxuan's pupils contracted slightly, her throat bobbing before she murmured, "That man killed my parents." Lu Jin's expression darkened, his fingertips lightly pausing on the desk. "Your parents were members of the Shadow Pavilion, correct?" He had previously examined Yi Qianxuan's dossier. That couple had ultimately been exterminated by the Spirit Energy Control Bureau for their affiliation with the nefarious organization known as the Shadow Pavilion. The Shadow Pavilion was a notorious assassination group in Xian country, operating under the creed of death accompanying shadows, specializing in high-reward assassinations of significant figures, with thousands of spirit warriors having perished at their hands. In the Blood Moon Massacre 15 years ago, the Shadow Pavilion annihilated 3 major spirit warrior families overnight. Even infants in their cradles met with brutal ends, leaving only desiccated corpses drained of their spirit energy. Though now weakened by official crackdowns, the remaining members still haunted the major factions like a nightmare. Yi Qianxuan bit her lower lip, her pearly teeth nearly drawing blood upon her pallid lips. "My parents were not bad people. They did not willingly serve the Shadow Pavilion." Her voice was soft, but imbued with unwavering conviction. Lu Jin regarded her quietly, and after a moment, he replied, "Even if you seek revenge, you currently lack the strength to do so." Yi Qianxuan's fingertips trembled slightly, yet the defiance in her eyes grew ever more intense. She took a deep breath, abruptly lifting her head to meet Lu Jin's gaze. "If you can help me avenge them," she said, her lips parting softly, a cold hatred igniting in her beautiful eyes, "you can command me to do anything." At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Lu Jin gazed at her in silence for a moment before slowly speaking. "What do you believe you possess that would pique my interest?" Yi Qianxuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, at her tender age, aside from her petite and delicate physique, what could possibly captivate the principal's attention? Chapter 55, Guidance in the Principal's Office. Why the silence? Lu Jin inquired, seated behind his desk as he scrutinized the girl in the black dress before him. Yi Qianxuan resembled a meticulously crafted porcelain doll. Her slender figure enveloped in a dark Gothic gown, the layers of fabric unfurling like a nocturnal blossom. Her alabaster skin, juxtaposed against the black lace, appeared even more translucent, akin to a glaze formed by moonlight. Her soft lavender hair cascaded down to her waist so impossibly slender that it sculpted an innocent yet graceful curve. The legs extending beneath her skirt were as white as jade, with knees faintly tinged with pink, reminiscent of unripe cherry blossoms on the branches of early spring. The most captivating aspect was her eyes, where violet crystalline irises brimmed with defiance and unease. As her cherry blossom lips pressed together, a subtle dimple emerged on her cheeks, embodying youthful innocence yet imbued with a hint of perilous allure due to her dark-hued attire. At that moment, Yi Qianxuan unconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her skirt, her breath quickening. If she wished for the principal to exact revenge on her behalf, it would inevitably require a price. Yet, at her youthful age, aside from her diminutive figure, what could possibly attract Lu Jin's attention? Suddenly, an idea struck her body. As this thought crossed her mind, a faint blush crept up her ears, akin to red plums blossoming in the snow. She weighed the prospect of this transaction in her mind. To offer a trivial price in exchange for the opportunity for revenge seemed an exceedingly favorable bargain. However, Yi Qianxuan cautiously raised her gaze to assess the man seated at his desk. This seemingly refined principal, behind his golden-rimmed glasses, always scrutinized her with an unsettling gaze. She bit her lip, pondering, would this inconsequential principal truly honor his promise? What occupies your thoughts? Lu Jin asked, his brow furrowing. I. Yi Qianxuan mustered her courage, her voice barely audible, her throat tightening. I can. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting from her flushed cheeks to her tightly clenched fingertips, suddenly breaking into a light laugh. You can what? Yi Qianxuan's fingers trembled slightly as she grasped the bow on her black dress, giving it a gentle tug. As long as you assist me in seeking revenge. The ribbon slipped away, and the black dress slowly slid down her slender shoulders, revealing a thin white shirt beneath. Her cheeks burned bright red, yet she defiantly raised her chin, her beautiful eyes glistening with moisture. Lu Jin's expression suddenly darkened. Student Yi, his voice had taken on a more serious tone. Hatred has clouded your vision. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Yi Qianxuan bit her lip, her fingers moving towards the first button of her shirt. As long as you are willing to help me, I am prepared to do anything. Click. Her delicate hand continued its movement, the soft sound of a button being unfastened resonating sharply in the stillness of the office. Beep. In the corner, Vale's silver tuft of hair stood upright, swaying like an antenna. Her azure mechanical eyes instantly magnified, darting back and forth between Lu Jin and Yi Qianxuan. Steam visibly wafted from her head, detecting inappropriate content. Activating youth protection mode. Vale murmured, covering her eyes. Yi Qianxuan's breath hitched suddenly. She had not anticipated the presence of a third individual in the principal's office. Only when she discerned the faint mechanical patterns on the other's neck did her tense shoulders relax slightly, realizing it was merely an automaton. At that moment, Lu Jin had already risen. His black suit jacket sliced through the air with a sharp arc, enveloping her half-bare shoulders in the next instant. Enough, Lu Jin stated calmly. What I desire is not this. Yi Qianxuan looked up at him, noticing the emotions swirling in his typically indifferent eyes, now magnified behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Then what do you want? Her voice trembled, her cheeks flushing slightly. Do you wish for me to stand, sit, kneel, or lie down? Lu Jin remarked. This girl constantly harbors such unhealthy thoughts. First impressions often leave a lasting impact. Since that unpleasant encounter on the bus, Yi Qianxuan had only ever regarded Lu Jin through the lens of a perverse label. Classmate Yi. Lu Jin's elongated fingers picked up a wooden ruler, striding towards the retreating girl. It seems your misunderstanding of me runs deep. His voice was low. Today you unilaterally assaulted a member of the Spiritual Control Bureau, nearly causing great trouble for the academy. As the principal, I have a duty to teach you a lesson. Teach me? Yi Qianxuan's pupils constricted, her slender form trembling involuntarily. Here it comes. The pretense is finally over. In her mind, the forthcoming events were alarmingly clear. Rough hemp ropes would constrict her tender skin, positioning her in a humiliating stance. Perhaps her mouth would be stuffed, forcing her to emit helpless whimpers, and that ruler would undoubtedly strike her most mortifying areas. Yi Qianxuan resignedly closed her tear-filled eyes, biting her lip. She could endure anything as long as it meant avenging her parents. The porcelain-white calves beneath her skirt quivered slightly. Yet she resolutely did not budge an inch. She was acutely aware that any resistance in this principal's office would only heighten her adversary's interest. The footsteps drew nearer, echoing in Yi Qianxuan's ears like the whispers of a demon. Anticipating the impending punishment, she instinctively straightened her back, her delicate fingers clutching the hem of her skirt. Her petite figure forming a graceful arc. Extend your hand. As she timidly reached out her palm, the crisp sound of the ruler struck 3 times in quick succession. Yi Qianxuan blinked in bewilderment, her delicate figure taut with anticipation. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, she realized her counterpart had no further intentions. Lu Jin withdrew the ruler and approached the desk. I regret to inform you about your parents, but I can now illuminate a path for you. Yi Qianxuan stared blankly at her slightly flushed palms, momentarily entranced. The sting from the ruler still lingered on her skin, yet it paled in comparison to her expectations. Is this all? She blurted out instinctively, then shamefully bit her cherry lips. Lu Jin leisurely took a seat, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. What's wrong? Are you disappointed, classmate Yi? Not at all. Night Qianxuan hastily adjusted her dress, her gaze betraying her anxiety. I merely, she faltered. The humiliating scenarios she had rehearsed countless times in her mind, the price she had accepted for revenge, now seemed laughably self-indulgent. Lu Jin turned, his gaze behind the lenses calm and profound, inexplicably causing her heart to flutter. From today onward, I will personally guide you. His voice was deep and resolute. Whether you seek revenge or further education, you must strengthen yourself. You will guide me personally? Night Qianxuan abruptly lifted her head, her ears subtly tinged with crimson. For reasons unknown, certain unspeakable images flashed through her mind, titles like Qianxuan's special training diary surfacing. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel these absurd thoughts. Rest assured. Lu Jin lightly adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses calm and insightful. Your talent is considerable, yet you lack systematic training. Rather than seeking revenge in that manner, it is far better to strengthen yourself honorably. Night Qianxuan's heart began to race. If she could indeed grow stronger, she would willingly accept Lu Jin's guidance. Why help me? Her voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of vulnerability. Lu Jin's lips curved slightly, his tone nonchalant yet firm. It is simple. You are a student of Shanghai Academy. Night Qianxuan's gaze flickered thoughtfully. Come to my office at 8 tonight. Lu Jin paused before adding, at that time, another student will join you for guidance. Chapter 56. Tang Xiaodang. Is this medicine right? Another student? Night Qianxuan tilted her head slightly, a glimmer of surprise crossing her eyes. Tonight, another girl would also come under the moonlight to learn in the principal's office. Her thoughts drifted uncontrollably, and her red lips instinctively pressed together. Was this a dual cultivation of studies? Or perhaps double the joy? Yes, you will find out then. Lu Jin's voice gently interrupted her wandering thoughts, for he knew Night Qianxuan would otherwise concoct some peculiar notions. Oh, Night Qianxuan softly replied, lowering her gaze to conceal the flicker of emotions within, turning gracefully as the hem of her school uniform blossomed like a dark lotus. The corridor lights stretched her shadow long, slender yet resilient. Night Qianxuan was acutely aware that the personnel of the Spiritual Energy Control Bureau were not easily vanquished. The impulsiveness exhibited in the square was indeed a lapse in judgment. However, she believed that as long as she could grow stronger, the day would inevitably come when she would exact retribution for this blood debt, whether from the Shadow Pavilion or the Bureau itself. Lu Jin observed her retreating figure, his brow furrowed. Night Qianxuan was a rare shadow-devouring body, which thrived on slaughter. The more she killed, the stronger she became. Such a constitution, if unleashed uncontrollably, would surely lead to rivers of blood. As the principal, he had to guide her with utmost caution, avoiding haste. He needed to teach her gently, through both words and actions, penetrating deeply from within to lead her onto the righteous path. With a soft sigh, Lu Jin lifted his teacup and took a sip. The warm fragrance of the tea spread across his lips and teeth, yet it could not suppress the heavy sense of responsibility weighing on his heart. After a brief moment, he stood, adjusted his attire, and stepped out the door. It was time to inspect the progress of the soul-condensing pill in the alchemy room. The alchemy room was situated behind the teaching building, in a low gray-tiled house, where strings of dried herbs hung under the eaves, rustling in the breeze. This location was chosen for its proximity to the back mountain, facilitating the gathering of medicinal herbs. However, the more significant reason was that the alchemy room was once housed within the teaching building until a prodigious student secretly concocted the mad immortal's laughter pill. The bizarrely fragrant aroma burst forth from the furnace, and pink smoke spread through the ventilation ducts, leading the entire building into a frenzy within a mere quarter of an hour. That day, all the students in the teaching building were driven to madness. Since then, the alchemy room had been relocated to this secluded corner. As Lu Jin entered the alchemy room, the moment he pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, a rich scent of spiritual herbs enveloped him. Inside the pill-making chamber, mist swirled, and dozens of bronze pill furnaces were neatly arranged. The flickering flames cast a hazy glow throughout the space. Yao Wuxin stood at the podium, his gray-white beard gently swaying with the heat from the furnace. His seemingly murky old eyes were, in fact, sharp as an eagle's, scanning each student's actions with precision. 3 parts fire, 7 parts herbs. The old man's hoarse voice echoed in the room. The essence of the soul-condensing pill lies in condensing. Haste is not an option. Before he could finish, a sudden clatter echoed from the corner. Lu Jin turned to find Tang Xiaodang on tiptoe, her twin ponytails swaying with her movements. desperately shoving medicinal materials into the pill furnace. Add another 9 nether mysterious orchid, she commanded in her childlike voice, her rosy cheeks smeared with furnace ash. Sister Yun, fan the flames quickly. Beside her, Yun Ling, the usually graceful and composed class leader of the alchemy department, was now mechanically fanning the furnace with a jade green fan, her delicate skirt already bearing several scorch marks. Her typically gentle eyes now reflected despair. Tang, have you finished refining? Lu Jin suddenly inquired. Wah! Tang shouting startled, causing the herbs in her hand to tumble into the furnace. Boom! The alchemical furnace trembled violently, and at the moment the lid was blown open, 3 peculiar pills emitting purple smoke were ejected. With a swift motion, Lu Jin caught one, immediately feeling a searing sensation in his palm. Is this the soul condensing pill? He held the purple-brown pill, slowly rotating it under the light. The surface of the pill exhibited an eerie matte finish, reminiscent of desiccated berries weathered by time. The hue of this concoction seems rather off, does it not? What have you added to it? Lu Jin possessed a rudimentary knowledge of the 5 cultivation systems. Although he was not an expert in alchemy, he understood that the soul condensing pill should have a pale red color, akin to the tender lips of a young maiden. However, the color of this pill was drastically different, resembling a shriveled purple grape. In comparison, one was a budding girl, while the other was a seasoned matron. The disparity was simply outrageous. Yun Ling clumsily stood up, her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, I apologize, Principal. It was Tang classmate who added the ingredients without permission. Tang Xiaotong's gaze wandered, her small feet subtly shifting backward. I thought its potency was insufficient, so I added a bit of seasoning, she murmured. Yao Wuhan arrived, his demeanor respectful. Principal, what has transpired? Lu Jin handed over the soul-condensing pill concocted by Tang Xiaodang. Yao teacher, could you assess whether this pill is correct? Upon inspecting it, Yao Wuhan's eyes widened in astonishment. Tang Xiaodang, he said, his voice low, lightly tapping the alchemical table. How long has it been since I last paid attention to you? Have you added something again? Did you include the purple spirit vine this time? Tang Xiaodang's steps faltered, her fingers poking at one another. She recoiled slightly, her gaze shifting more erratically. Teacher, you are so impressive to even guess that. Guess? Yao Wuhan sneered. The purple spirit vine is highly volatile. When included in a pill, it alters its color and causes excruciating pain in the meridians, leading to madness. Are you attempting to harm those who consume it? Absolutely not. Tang Xiaodang protested, stamping her foot. With a flick of her sleeve, a slender wrist adorned with fading red marks was revealed. I added ice heart grass to neutralize it. Although the color is a bit strange, its efficacy is undeniably superior, tenfold compared to a standard soul condensing pill. Lu Jin scrutinized the burns on her wrist, his brow slightly furrowed. Are you testing the medicine on yourself? Tang Xiaodang quickly concealed her hand back into her sleeve, her ears tinged with red. It won't kill me anyway. Fool. Suddenly, Lu Jin raised his hand and delivered a light smack to her forehead. Ouch! Tang Xiaodang immediately covered her forehead, tears glistening in her eyes. She lifted her face, her delicate lips pouting in a display of grievance. Principal, I intend to repay you with my life in the future. Who will take responsibility if you ruin me? Yao Wuhan, however, appeared astonished. Adding ice heart grass can indeed temper the properties of the purple spirit vine. But such an unconventional remedy is not even recorded in the 10,000 pill compendium. A common person would never think of this. Where did you learn it? He suddenly stepped closer. A look of confusion etched on his face. Moreover, where did you procure these materials? As his words hung in the air, a sudden realization struck him. Oh no. Could it be that time in the herbal warehouse? So it was. Lu Jin's gaze darkened as he abruptly grasped Tang Xiaodang by the nape of her neck, lifting her before him as one might a chick, shaking her forcefully. The little girl flailed her short legs, her collar askew, revealing a glimpse of her snowy shoulder, while a cascade of items tumbled from her clothing. Blood spirit mushrooms, bone-eating flowers, and a book with a gilded cover. Lu Jin leaned down to retrieve it, his eyes freezing momentarily on the cover. The overbearing principal falls in love with me. Flipping it open casually, he was met with a plethora of indecorous descriptions, the accompanying illustrations even more scandalous. Oh, Tang Xiaodang. Lu Jin's temples throbbed, his voice seeping through clenched teeth. It's one thing to steal herbs, but to secretly read about the little emperor? Chapter 57, a grand undertaking. Thanks to the esteemed Mo Chunin for the endorsement. An additional update follows. Upon discovering Tang Xiaotong's book, Lu Jin suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. A mere glance through its pages revealed indecent illustrations. The principal, clad in the garb of a domineering CEO, half-dressed, with gold-rimmed glasses precariously perched on his nose, was depicted pressing a petite female student against an alchemical furnace. 300 words of description omitted here. Lu Jin, well-versed in history, recalled the tales of betrayal and regicide. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Yun Ling's ears flushed crimson as her mortar clattered to the ground. Yao Wuhan clutched his chest, staggering back 2 steps, as if on the verge of a heart attack. This is an abomination, utterly corrupting. Tang Xiaotang, her face flushed, lunged forward to snatch the book away. That's not true. It's for academic research. Research? Lu Jin's glasses glinted ominously. Research on how to turn the principal into an alchemical furnace? He lifted the girl by her collar, much like one would a kitten, and thrust her towards Yao Wuhan. Elder Yao, you will supervise her as she transcribes the rules of Shanghai Academy 10 times tonight. Tears welled in Tang Xiaotang's eyes as she clung to Lu Jin's sleeve, wailing, Principal, how can you bear to mistreat your future child bride? I have already memorized the yin-yang harmony technique 100 times. Lu Jin's voice dropped an octave. Suddenly, Tang Xiaotang burst into tears. Her crystalline droplets cascading like pearls from a broken string, her rosy face scrunched in distress. The principal is a villain. Yao Wuhan observed the little girl sobbing and hiccuping, his white beard trembling. What a fine principal. He produced a handkerchief to wipe Tang Xiaotang's face, only to have it angrily swatted away by her. With a sense of exasperation, Yao Wuhan pulled Lu Jin aside to a corner of the alchemy room, lowering his voice. Principal, though this girl is mischievous, her talent is prodigious. She has managed to optimize the recipe for the soul-condensing pill without any guidance. Look at this. He produced a pill that Tang Xiaotang had just crafted, stating, the modified soul-condensing pill not only enhances efficacy several-fold, but also eliminates the cold toxin side effects. I am aware, Lu Jin murmured, gazing intently at the pill, his voice resonating with gravitas. Her talent is indeed extraordinary, yet it is precisely for this reason that she requires stringent discipline. At this moment, Lu Jin suddenly recalled something and strode purposefully towards Tang Xiaotang. The petite girl was lifted by the scruff of her neck, resembling a kitten caught by its nape. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes, nearly forgetting. How did you concoct that potent kidney-enhancing pill last time? I still haven't settled the score with you. Tang Xiaotang's legs, suspended in midair, stiffened suddenly, her gaze wandering. I followed the recipe from the compendium of elixirs, to be honest. Lu Jin spoke in a deep voice. Tang Xiaotang blinked her large eyes and began to count on her fingers. I merely added a touch of dragon saliva, 2 tails of epimedium, and 3 tails of cistanche. Yao Wuhan suddenly erupted in a violent cough. What did you say? That dosage could revive a dead bull. It's meant for spirit beasts. And you actually gave it to the principal? Lu Jin stood frozen, aghast. Holy hell, wasn't that a lethal dose? His complexion paled instantaneously. Memories flashing through his mind of that chaotic scene where Lu Shuang was pinned to the office carpet, her usually cold eyes glistening with moisture, her ruby lips bitten red, and the fluffy cat tail clutched in her hand. His voice trembled. What else did you add? Tang Xiaotang tilted her head in contemplation. Oh, I also stole some misty spirit tea from teacher Yao's tea canister. That's He Huan-san. Yao Wuhan's eyes widened, his beard bristling. I placed it in the tea canister to study the antidote. An eerie silence enveloped the air. Lu Jin steadied himself against the alchemical furnace, finally comprehending why that day had unfolded with such primal fervor, leaving Lu Shuang trembling and pleading for mercy. It seems this matter cannot solely be attributed to him. However, upon further reflection, Tang Xiaotang's alchemical talent is indeed formidable. If the promised 1,000-year enlightenment tea heart from Yifia were entrusted to her, supplemented with a few additional herbs, she might truly concoct a version of the 9-turn Emperor pill that could aid his breakthrough to the Spirit Emperor realm. The effects could be extraordinarily terrifying. Tang Xiaotang, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes, remarked, I shall settle this account with you later. Tang Xiaotang's face instantly fell, retreating with a retracted neck behind the alchemical furnace. Lu Jin then turned to Yao Wuhan. Teacher Yao, how is the condensation pill coming along? Yao Wuhan responded. Principal, all 50 kilograms of spirit stones have been exhausted, totaling a cost of 40,000 spirit coins, and we have currently produced 253 condensation pills. Lu Jin stroked his chin. How much are condensation pills selling for on the market? Yao Wuhan replied. The lower quality ones sell for 2,000 spirit coins each, while the higher quality ones can exceed 3,000 spirit coins. Lu Jin pondered for a moment, his long fingers lightly tapping the edge of the alchemical furnace, producing a crisp sound. Teacher Yao, how is the quality of our batch of pills? Yao Wuhan retrieved a jade box from his sleeve, opening it with utmost care. Inside lay a faintly red elixir, its surface gleaming under the light with a gentle luster. Principal, please take a look. This batch of condensation pills has nearly all reached the premium grade, with 36 exhibiting golden patterns, indicating their potent spiritual energy. The voice of Yao Wuhan conveyed a subtle pride. The old man dared to assert that this was a high-quality soul-condensing pill, unparalleled in the entirety of Wanqing. In the realm of alchemy, he remained remarkably confident. Lu Jin picked up a pill and gently rotated it between his fingers. The delicate patterns on the pill's surface glimmered softly under the sunlight, hinting at the pure spiritual energy contained within. Intriguingly, a smile graced Lu Jin's lips. Given that an ordinary top-grade soul-condensing pill on the market could fetch 3,000 spirit coins, he suddenly tossed the pill into the air and, as it descended, caught it deftly. Then we shall set the price at 5,000 spirit coins each. What? Yao Wuhan exclaimed, nearly toppling the jade box. Principal, isn't that price too cheap? Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Is it not too expensive? Yao Wuhan replied. 5,000 spirit coins could buy 2 high-grade spiritual weapons. Who in their right mind would choose to purchase pills instead, especially from a vocational college like ours? Lu Jin spoke slowly. Then I ask you, how much is the soul-condensing pill from Sangxiong Martial Academy? Yao Wuhan pondered briefly. Approximately 5,000 to 6,000 spirit coins. Exactly, Lu Jin's smile widened. If they can sell them, why can't we? Yao Wuhan's expression grew troubled, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Within the realm of spiritual martial arts, the trade of pills valued not only their quality, but also the prestige of the brand. Sangxiong Martial Academy was a renowned institution, its pills celebrated far and wide. Just the name Sangxiong alone held immense value. In contrast, Shanghai Academy was merely an obscure vocational school, with faculty and students of varying abilities. Even if one were to refine pills, who would dare to consume them? They would surely hesitate, wondering if they might suffer dire consequences upon learning their origin. A meaningful smile crept across Lu Jin's face. Rest assured, Elder Yao, I have my methods to ensure the sale of this batch of pills. Yao Wuhan stroked his beard, skepticism evident in his eyes. Principal, I do not mean to be impertinent, but the price of 5,000 spirit coins each is exceedingly high. Lu Jin's smile deepened with significance. If we do not sell at least 100 tonight, I shall personally bear any losses. 100? Yao Wuhan's aging eyes widened in disbelief, his frail fingers trembling vigorously. That amounted to a staggering 500,000 spirit coins. Even after deducting costs, the net profit would sustain the Academy's expenses for 3 months. This was nothing short of a fool's dream. Yao Wuhan's throat tightened as he struggled to comprehend how the principal could make such an audacious claim. Sighing deeply, he finally acquiesced and shakily retrieved a gilded storage bag from his robes. All 253 pills are contained within. Please handle them with care, Principal. Worry etched across Yao Wuhan's wrinkled face. In his view, this was an impossible task. Surely, the principal had become obsessed with the prospect of wealth. Lu Jin accepted the storage bag, lightly tracing his fingertip along the golden seam, feeling the surging energy of the pills inside, and nodded in satisfaction. This evening, let us engage in a spirited endeavor with Bai Moyuan and Yi Qinshuan. Chapter 58, Still reveling in the collegiate realm. Rest assured, Teacher Yao, I shall take care of it. Lu Jin's lips curled into a meaningful arc tonight. He resolved to embark on an exhilarating venture with the 2 female students. To make it a tumultuous affair, to create a sensation, to toil until they were drenched in perspiration, to exhaust themselves to the point of near collapse. No, wait. The theme seems to have veered off course. Clearing his throat, Lu Jin said earnestly, Teacher Yao, I shall leave the alchemy to you. I will return to my office first. The principal bid his farewells. Upon returning to the principal's office, Lu Jin lifted his thermos and took a gentle sip. As twilight deepened, the campus finally returned to tranquility. Lu Shuang made a special visit before clocking out, her slender figure leaning against the doorframe, the inky tail of a cat swaying curiously. Aren't you heading home yet, Principal? You may leave first, Teacher Lu, Lu Jin replied with a warm gaze. I still have a few students to tutor. Lu Shuang felt a warmth in her heart at his words. The principal, even at this late hour. Continued to tutor students, truly a tireless mentor, a role model for us all. At precisely 8 o'clock, Lu Jin's deep voice resonated through the campus broadcast. By Mo Yuan, Yi Qinshuan. Report to the principal's office immediately. Moments later, a light knock echoed from outside. Come in. The door creaked open, and a wisp of delicate fragrance wafted in. By Mo Yuan entered, donned in a pristine white skirt, with a single jade hairpin swaying among her flowing locks, ethereal as a celestial being in a painting. Yi Qinshuan leaned languidly against the doorframe, clad in a black dress, her eyes reflecting a hint of impatience. The principal, with a slight pout, remarked, "Must you insist on guidance at this late hour?" Lu Jin leisurely retrieved 10 soul condensing pills from his storage bag, their golden light shimmering as he arranged them on his desk. "I have a task for you." By Mo Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly as she murmured, "High-grade soul condensing pills?" Astute observation, Lu Jin chuckled lightly. "I want you both to live stream and sell these tonight." Live stream? Yi Qinshuan nearly leapt up. "You want us to hawk goods like those internet celebrities? What about the promised instructional guidance?" "What use is guidance?" Lu Jin pulled out a vial of jade essence and slapped it onto the table. "For every 10 sold, I shall reward you with a vial of jade essence. Elevating your cultivation. Is this not a swifter path than sitting in meditation?" Yi Qinshuan paused, pondering Lu Jin's words. Did they not hold some merit? If one could effortlessly break through using technology and audacity, why remain foolishly seated in meditation? Her gaze fixed on the vial of jade essence, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Will you truly give it to me directly?" Lu Jin tapped the bottle lightly, causing ripples to dance within the glass. "For every 10 sold, I will grant you an additional 10. Bai Mo Yuan's eyes flickered with intrigue as she quietly questioned, "Can we truly manage this with just the two of us?" Lu Jin lightly tapped the desk, a lazy smile gracing his features. "How will you know if you do not try?" Yi Qinshuan furrowed her brow and crossed her arms. "But we have never even live-streamed before. How can we sell? You may lack experience, but you are not bereft of tools." Lu Jin interrupted her, retrieving 2 gilded brocade boxes from the drawer and pushing them towards the table. "This will suffice." The two exchanged glances and simultaneously reached out. What kind of props could wield such power? Bai Mo Yuan, harboring her doubts, delicately lifted the lid of the box, revealing a pair of moon-white stockings resting quietly within the silk-lined container, the cuffs adorned with intricate cloud patterns that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen under the light. Yi Qinshuan opened her box to find pure black velvet stockings, their toes embellished with 2 petite silver bells that jingled softly with the slightest movement. The air solidified for a moment. "Principal, what is the meaning of this?" Bai Mo Yuan's ears flushed a delicate crimson. She was, after all, the dignified goddess of the northern realm, yet here she was, expected to don white stockings for a live broadcast? Yi Qinshuan flung open her box and pulled out a pair of over-the-knee black stockings. "Perverted principal, have you lost your mind? You want me to wear such things?" Lu Jin intertwined his fingers, his gaze profound. "Do not misunderstand. This is what the audience desires, not me, for this is the key to internet traffic." The silver-haired campus belle, paired with the reserved white stockings, the dark, aloof lowly, matched with rebellious black stockings. This was the ultimate combination of black and white. Who could witness it without their heart wavering? In the early stages of entrepreneurship, one must heed the ways of destiny and grasp the essence of traffic. Bai Mo Yuan gently caressed the stockings in the box, suddenly raising her gaze. "Principal, why would such items be in your office?" Lu Jin maintained his composure, his tone steady and resolute. "That is not the focus. The focus is how to double our sales." Yi Qinshuan's cheeks flushed, biting her lip. "But how can you be sure the audience truly wants to see this?" Lu Jin adjusted his glasses, a knowing look in his eyes. "Men understand men best. Hurry and change, do not waste time. What if it doesn't work?" Yi Qinshuan's ears burned as she made her last stand. Lu Jin crossed his long legs, the gaze behind his lenses laden with meaning. "Trust in my strategy. As long as you wear these 2 treasures, the sales will undoubtedly flourish." Bai Mo Yuan's ears turned a rosy hue, while Yi Qinshuan's neck blushed a deeper shade of red. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the embarrassment and helplessness reflected in the other's eyes. With matters reaching this point, they had no other choice. The arrow was knocked, it must be released. Bai Mo Yuan hesitated for a moment before finally picking up the stockings and heading towards the fitting room. Yi Qinshuan gritted her teeth. "Perverted principal, you better ensure this works." Lu Jin smiled. "If it doesn't, I will wear women's clothes for a live stream." "Deal," Yi Qinshuan replied. 5 minutes later, the fitting room door opened. Mo Yuan emerged, stepping gracefully in pearl-white stilettos, her fair legs subtly revealed beneath the moon-white short skirt, enveloped in sheer white stockings. The lace trim at the top of the stockings lightly clung to her skin, exuding a mesmerizing and forbidden beauty. Yi Qian-sun pushed the door open, stamping her foot in frustration, the little silver bells on her black stockings chiming crisply. Her legs, encased in the over-the-knee black stockings, appeared slender and straight, reflecting a matte texture under the light. With a face clearly marked by reluctance, the blush on her ears and the erratic jingle of her silver bells betrayed her charm. Resembling a disheveled yet obedient little black cat, Mo Yuan awkwardly tucked a few stray strands behind her ear and inquired, "Principal, is this acceptable?" Lu Jin replied, "Perfect." Yi Qian tugged at her skirt in embarrassment, lamenting, "Why must I wear such attire?" Lu Jin snapped his fingers and turned to the mechanical lowly in the corner. "We're activate the holographic livestream mode." We're tilted her head, her mechanical voice crisp, "Understood, master. The live stream will commence in 3 seconds. Wait." Yi Qian hastily interjected. "At least inform us of the procedure first." Lu Jin casually summoned the holographic teleprompter. "It's quite simple. You will be responsible for demonstrating the efficacy of the elixirs, while I will set the ambience. Just read from the script." As his words fell, Lu Jin had already crafted the title for the live stream room. Shocking. The aloof campus beauty and the tsundere lowly meet in the dead of night. The moment the title flashed red, the number of viewers in the live stream surged rapidly. "Oh wow, it's the new campus beauty of Shanghai Academy. Principal of Shanghai Academy, you truly understand marketing. Mom, 2 moms. I could lick those legs until they're broken." Indeed, the antics of higher education institutions were rather extravagant. Chapter 59. Theatrical spirit embodied as by Mo Yuan and Yi Qian stood before the live camera. Their expressions a mix of embarrassment. The sight of the white silk campus beauty paired with the black silk lowly instantly captivated the audience. "My goodness, this is overwhelming. Brothers, I genuinely like this. Ahem, I'm merely here to learn about fashion. It is but human nature." Before long, the number of online viewers reached 5,500, and the first bouquet of gifts was received. However, Lu Jin was aware that gifts were not the focal point of the evening. The true highlight was yet to unfold. Observing the rising viewer count, Lu Jin's lips curled into a subtle smile as his fingertips gently tapped the table, signaling where to shift the camera towards him. "Thank you for your enthusiastic support, dear friends." He adjusted his glasses, his voice deep and magnetic. "I am the principal of Shanghai Academy. Tonight, we have a significant opportunity to present to you all." With that, his slender fingers slowly lifted a shimmering golden-patterned elixir from the table, rotating it gently in front of the camera. The gleaming surface of the elixir seemed to encapsulate a mysterious power. "This is the ultimate soul-condensing pill, a secret concoction of Shanghai Academy, worth at least 999,000 spirit coins in the market." Upon hearing this, the barrage of comments erupted. "Are you trying to rob us? I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. Farewell. I can't afford it. As if I've never purchased a soul-condensing pill. Principal, you might as well go rob someone." Lu Jin elegantly showcased the elixir in his hand. "Please, do not rush. This is not an ordinary soul-condensing pill, but the ultimate soul-condensing pill personally passed down by the first principal of Shanghai Academy. It was with this that the ancestor of the Xiantian sword sect broke through to the spirit venerable realm. Just 3 days ago, the master of the Tianshu Pavilion beseeched for this pill, offering it in exchange. Even the 9 Nether Empress was willing to sacrifice her precious first knight to obtain this elixir. The quality of this soul-condensing pill previously fetched a staggering price of 999 spirit coins at the auction house. The barrage of comments instantly flooded the screen. "This is becoming utterly absurd. What is this Xiantian sword sect and 9 Nether Empress? I've never heard of them." It appeared no different from an ordinary soul-condensing pill. Seeing this, Lu Jin chuckled softly, his gaze beneath his golden-rimmed glasses suddenly deepening. "Since you all remain skeptical." He abruptly tilted his head and swallowed a pill, his Adam's apple bobbing as a brilliant golden light erupted from his entire being. "Dear friends, observe closely." The spiritual energy in the office surged instantaneously, documents on the table fluttering without wind, while his disheveled hair was swept up by the rampant spiritual force. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward, as a tangible vortex of spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertips. The comments exploded. Wait, is his cultivation level increasing? No way. Isn't the principal of Shanghai Academy at the Spirit King level? This is the manifestation of spiritual energy only at the Spirit Emperor level. Special effects. It must be special effects. The overwhelming pressure radiating from Lu Jin sent the live stream into a frenzy. Who could have anticipated that the principal of a junior college could step into the realm of the Spirit Emperor? The audience began to waver in their beliefs. Lu Jin understood that to convince them of the ultimate soul-condensing pill's efficacy, he needed to present irrefutable evidence. If my friends still harbor doubts, Lu Jin smiled slightly, gesturing for Veer to play a surveillance video. In the footage, Lu Jin effortlessly delivered a punch, sending Yin Hengzhou's figure flying like a severed kite, crashing into a concrete wall and leaving spiderweb-like cracks. No way, that's the iron-faced Spirit Emperor. The iron-faced Spirit Emperor was struck down by the principal of Shanghai Academy with a single punch? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The iron-faced Spirit Emperor was universally acknowledged as a top-tier powerhouse, his renown far surpassing that of Lu Jin. Yet at this moment, this once mighty Spirit Emperor was sent reeling by a single blow before the eyes of many. In the live stream, countless viewers were struck as if by lightning, their hearts nearly stopping. That was the iron-faced Spirit Emperor. An entity that ordinary spiritual warriors would need courage to even gaze upon was defeated by the principal of Shanghai Academy. Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smirk as he delicately twirled a lustrous pill between his fingers, his voice steady and unhurried. Indeed, I, at the Spirit King level, have triumphed over a Spirit Emperor level adversary, thanks to this pill. His gaze swept across the barrage of comments, his tone suddenly turning sharp and thunderous. With the consumption of the ultimate soul-condensing pill, 30 years of hardship can be transformed into 30 years of prosperity, no longer a distant dream. Today, I offer you all a chance. Let the ants shake the mountains. Let mortals slay gods. The barrage erupted once more. The thrill of surpassing levels and outsmarting the powerful was a fantasy many yearned for. Now, with just a single pill, who could resist the allure? I would sell everything to acquire it. Yet, the price was exorbitant. Who, aside from noble families, could possibly afford such an expense? Bai Mo Yuan stepped forward at an opportune moment, her cool voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Principal, I fear that many of our fellow cultivators may find this price burdensome. Very well, Lu Jin suddenly raised his voice, his expression grave. The foundation of our Shanghai Academy lies in the principle of inclusivity. Today, we do not seek profit, but rather wish to express our gratitude for the support of our esteemed friends. We shall ensure that every cultivator can afford the ultimate soul-condensing pill. I bring you good news. The price of the ultimate soul-condensing pill has been significantly reduced. Today in the Shanghai Academy live broadcast, it is not 990,000, not even 99,000, just 88,000. What? Bai Mo Yuan's face displayed astonishment, her red lips slightly parted. Principal, at this price, we won't even recoup our costs. Lu Jin feigned a heartbroken expression. For the sake of our fellow cultivators' support, we shall accept this loss. The comments section erupted. No way. The price has really dropped? The principal is generous, but I still can't afford it. Can I say it's still too expensive? Just as the audience was in a frenzy, Yi Qian-sun suddenly burst into the frame. No, principal. This price is absolutely unacceptable. She seized the pill from Lu Jin's hands. Do you realize how much we would lose at 88,000? Just the cost alone is 90,000. Bai Mo Yuan, distressed, tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve. Yes, principal. The price of 88,000 is likely insufficient even for the charcoal needed for the alchemy furnace. Lu Jin, seemingly unfazed, continued. Some cultivators claim 88,000 is still too dear. Let's adjust it further to 800, 666. A rebellious strategy, is it? What a principled principle. This price is truly moving. Bai Mo Yuan exclaimed. Principal, you must regain your senses. Yi Qian-sun scoffed. Even if you lower the price, can those impoverished cultivators in the live stream afford it? Who are you calling impoverished? Speak again. This little girl is quite adorable, but she certainly has a sharp tongue. Lu Jin suddenly chuckled coldly, removing his glasses with elongated fingers. It seems some believe that the cultivators in my live stream cannot afford it. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising sharply. Who do you look down upon? The cultivators in this live stream are my family. To look down upon them is to look down upon me. In the next moment, Lu Jin pounded the table. 5, 800. Let all cultivators in the live stream enjoy the ultimate soul condensing pill. Limited to just 100 pieces. 5, 800. Both Yi Qian-sun and Bai Mo Yuan's faces paled. Yi Qian-sun suddenly lunged toward the camera. Stop this, principal. You haven't even repaid last month's loan. Bai Mo Yuan sank to the ground, clutching a stack of accounts in despair. No, principal. At this price, our academy will face ruin. The comments section went wild. What? A direct halving. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Did he just erase 2 zeros? Today, even if Shanghai Academy faces ruin, we shall enable our fellow cultivators to defy fate. Lu Jin's expression was resolute as he raised his hand and declared, 3, 2, 1, link activated. Chapter 60. The plan of Bai Mo Yuan charge forward. Time waits for no one. Goodness, next month I shall be reduced to eating dirt again. 5,800. A purchase at this price is a true windfall. It is indeed the lowest price in history. As Lu Jin's words resonated, the moment the purchasing link appeared in the live stream, over 200 soul-condensing pills were instantly sold out. Lu Jin glanced at the rapidly increasing order numbers in the background, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a flicker of playful amusement dancing in his eyes. Everything was well within his control. While it appeared that the discounts had reached a breaking point, the reality was that every word exchanged earlier between him, Bai Mo Yuan, and Yi Qian-sun had been meticulously scripted in advance. The live streaming sales model from Blue Star was far too advanced for the spiritual warriors of this world. It was merely a dimensional strike, nothing more. After concluding the live stream, Lu Jin effortlessly pulled up the order list, preparing to meticulously record the delivery addresses of these ardent customers. By dawn, Shunfeng Express would deliver these soul-condensing pills across the realms of Xian country. Beside him, Bai Mo Yuan diligently verified the list, while Yi Qian-sun swiftly packaged the pills, their teamwork seamless. As Lu Jin organized the orders, his fingers suddenly paused. His gaze fixated on a particular buyer. Shenqing from Want City, quantity ordered, 10 soul-condensing pills. Recipient, Lu Ruyen. Note, a gift for my darling. Please forgive me. 50,000 spirit coins, and not a blink of an eye. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. While it is reasonable to profit from fellow cultivators, the extravagant expenditure of this sentimental brother stirred a rare twinge of guilt even within his mercenary heart. Although this guilt lasted merely a fleeting second, those capable of casually spending 50,000 spirit coins are either the direct disciples of a sect or hidden tycoons. Does this small amount truly matter? Lu Jin shook his head, efficiently packaging the pills. As he completed these tasks, the clock approached 3 in the morning. Exhausted, Lu Jin felt his eyelids droop, too fatigued even to crawl onto the office sofa, collapsing directly onto the carpet, instantly slipping into slumber. As dawn's light began to break, a soft, sweet voice pierced through his dreams. Wake up, Principal Zayu. Lu Jin struggled to open his sleepy eyes, only to find Yi Qian-sun standing over him, hands on her hips, glaring down at him. Her black knee-high socks dangerously hovered just 3 centimeters above his nose. Principal Zayu, where is the promised jade essence? Accompanied by the girl's irritated inquiry, Lu Jin opened his eyes wide, only to have Yi Qian-sun's foot, encased in black knee-high socks, land solidly on his nose. Wait a moment, I was too tired last night, Lu Jin began to explain, but suddenly, a gentle voice emerged from his right. On his right side, Bai Mo Yuan raised the tip of her white knee-high sock-clad foot and firmly pressed it down, precisely upon the other half of his face. Principal, what about my reward? At that moment, both young ladies had one foot each firmly planted upon half of his face. The sensation of having a powerful spirit sovereign, the esteemed principal of the academy, beneath her feet stirred an exhilarating tide of emotions within them. With a sudden surge, Lu Jin sprang upright from the ground, admonishing himself not to be disrespectful to the principal. He adjusted his disheveled collar and, upon raising his gaze, met 2 resentful stares. Yi Qian-sun stood with her arms crossed, her fingers impatiently tapping her elbows, regarding him with an expression akin to that of observing insignificant fish. Bai Moin, on the other hand, pressed her lips together slightly, her long lashes lowered, yet unable to conceal the grievance shimmering in her eyes. The previous night, they had accompanied Lu Jin until the early hours, adjusting equipment and rehearsing, only for him to fall asleep without so much as a word of explanation right after the live broadcast concluded. Rest assured, I keep my promises. Lu Jin chuckled lightly as he turned towards his desk, retrieving a dark wooden box from the depths of a drawer. Lifting the lid, the jade-like essence within sparkled with a translucent brilliance, reminiscent of moonlight. With a flick of his finger, he tossed the vial towards Yi Qianxuan. Here, this is yours. I sold over 200 last night, so I've given you an additional 23 milliliters. Although the effects of the jade essence do not stack, the surplus liquid can nourish the meridians, proving to be quite beneficial for spirit martial artists below the spirit sovereign realm. Yi Qianxuan hurriedly cradled the vial in her hands, the chilling spiritual energy radiating from it causing her fingertips to tremble. One sip could rival 10 months of arduous training. Lu Jin reached for another vial, ready to toss it, but paused when he noticed Bai Meiyun gently shaking her head. Principal, she said, her hands folded over the hem of her school uniform. Her voice notably softer than usual, I do not wish for this. Lu Jin halted, then what would you like? Bai Meiyun lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a resolute glimmer. I've heard that the school museum houses some antiquities. I wish to select one. Lu Jin's brow furrowed suddenly. The Starsea Museum is filled with discarded relics. Are you certain you desire such an item? Bai Meiyun's eyelashes fluttered slightly, a depth of understanding beyond her years flickering in her eyes. She nodded slowly, her amber gaze reflecting unwavering determination. I am certain. In her previous life, that spirit artifact, dormant within the deepest recesses of the museum, was not awakened until the day the academy fell. In this life, she was determined to seize the opportunity ahead of time. Lu Jin regarded Bai Meiyun for a couple of seconds before breaking into a smile. Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall accompany you. He procured a set of rusted keys from the drawer, adding with a note of caution, however, I must declare that if you have a change of heart later, do not blame me for not warning you. Bai Meiyun's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes sparkling. It's all right, Principal. I will not have any regrets. I shall take my leave then. Yi Qianxuan, content with her newly acquired jade essence, turned to depart. Pausing at the doorframe, her long black socks hugging her calves, she added, thank you. Lu Jin waved her off. Go, I shall guide you another day. As he watched the young woman's retreating figure, he turned to Bai Meiyun. Let us proceed, classmate Bai. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, enveloping Starsea Academy in a gossamer veil of dawn's light. The entire academy gradually awakens in the morning light, with ethereal energy flowing, resembling a painting that slowly unfurls. Two individuals traverse the overgrown stone path towards the school museum, which is situated at the northern gate, long in a state of disrepair and dilapidation. Lu Jin casually pushes open the creaking iron gate. An ancient dust dances in the beams of light. To the left lies a collection of artifacts from the school's past principals. Lu Jin stands in the hall, idly gesturing with a keychain, while to the right are the remnants unearthed by the school. Bai Meiyun's gaze directly bypasses these display cases, focusing instead on the iron door at the far end. Principal, may I take a look in there? Bai Meiyun softly inquires, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Although uncertain of the exact location, she is convinced that the object she seeks lies dormant in the museum's darkest corner, otherwise it would have been discovered long ago. Lu Jin raises an eyebrow, twirling the keychain between his fingers. Very well. As they pass through the corridor, the ancient relics within the display cases cast eerie shadows. Suddenly, Lu Jin speaks. If I recall correctly, you are a student of the spirit manipulation department, are you not? Yes, Bai Meiyun nods gently. Then what spirit beast have you formed a blood pact with? Lu Jin suddenly remembers that Bai Meiyun has yet to demonstrate any abilities of the spirit manipulation department. Bai Meiyun replies softly, Principal, I have not yet established a blood pact with any spirit beast. Why? Lu Jin's brow furrows slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. It is indeed unusual for a student of the spirit manipulation department to have not formed a bond with a spirit beast. Though both spirit beasts and demons share a common origin, they are distinctly different. The former possesses intelligence and can be tamed as allies, while the latter harbors uncontrollable ferocity, ultimately leading to calamity. Could it be, Lu Jin chuckles lightly, that ordinary spirit beasts do not pique your interest? Bai Meiyun's lips curl into a faint smile, her eyes shimmering. No, it's simply that I have yet to encounter the right one. As her words linger in the air, she suddenly beams, her gaze akin to stars falling into a cold pond, creating delicate ripples of light. Do not worry. I will soon find a spirit beast worthy of my presence. All right. Lu Jin replies with a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Bai Meiyun's lips curve slightly, her eyes radiant with colors that seem to dance like constellations. Her slender fingers absent-mindedly caressed the jade pendant at her waist, pondering. In this world, only a spirit beast that gazes down upon all beings would be worthy of me. Memories of past events vividly resurface. During a legendary battle, she had witnessed the might of that spirit beast. Unfortunately, at that time, she had already formed a pact with another, missing out on this grand opportunity. This time, her gaze sharpens, her knuckles turning pale. She is determined to bring it under her command. Within the crumbling halls of the Star Sea Academy Museum, dust and cobwebs abound. Lu Jin leads by Mo Yuan along the corridor at a leisurely pace. Under the dim yellow light, a broken stone tablet lies quietly within a glass case. Its surface marred by cracks wrought by the passage of time, with only a few incomplete characters faintly discernible. First Legacy of Star Sea. By Mo Yuan pauses slightly, her fingertips gently resting against the cold glass as she slowly traces the mottled lines. Is this the monument left by the first principal? She inquired softly. Lu Jin nodded, his gaze falling upon the weathered, indistinct inscriptions. It is said that the stone tablet bears the admonitions from the founding of the academy. Regrettably, only fragments remain, leaving any speculation impossible. Perhaps only teacher Yao Wuhan knows the content inscribed upon it. Bai Mo Yuan's eyes deepened with contemplation. In her past life, this monument was reduced to dust when the academy fell, and the truths it concealed never saw the light of day. She curled her fingers slightly, her tone seemingly casual. Principal, I have heard that Shanghai Academy once thrived, gaining great renown in Xian country, but it began to decline with the fourth principal? Lu Jin's expression grew slightly frosty, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cracks along the edge of the monument. You seem intent on unearthing the academy's old wounds. He paused, an unshakable chill permeating his voice. His father had once said that the decline of Shanghai Academy stemmed from the actions of the fourth principal, Li Juexiao. He had been the academy's most outstanding graduate, the brightest star of Shanghai. Unfortunately, this star ultimately fell into the flames of destruction. Recalling the memories in his mind, he tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. Li Juexiao, the traitor of Shanghai Academy. The library's collection of techniques above the third rank was consumed by his own hands. He also planted the devouring spirit goo within the academy, ensuring that any student who sought to break through to the Spirit King realm would be met with the backlash of inner demons. This poison was difficult to dispel, requiring a slow passage of 20 years for it to gradually dissipate. Yet the most fatal act was his departure with the 9 luminaries exorcism array. Not only was it the core of the academy's protective formation, but it was also the lifeblood of Shanghai Academy's spiritual energy flow. He, however, effortlessly gifted it to Sangxiong Martial High. Bai Moyan observed the dark turbulence beneath his eyes, her delicate features momentarily betraying surprise. Lu Jin gently nodded, his voice low. For the past 80 years, Sangxiong Martial High has relied on the interplay of the array to siphon off a staggering 80% of Shanghai's spiritual energy. He paused, suddenly turning his head, his gaze laced with frost. Now do you understand why I harbor disdain for Sangxiong Martial High and Su Xueji? But why did Li Juexiao seek to destroy his own alma mater? Bai Moyuan's expression stiffened, instinctively pressing her hand to her heart. Lu Jin lowered his gaze, lightly tapping the glass display case, emitting an almost inaudible sigh. This old tale was never fully disclosed by my father. After the traitor left Shanghai, he vanished without a trace. Some say he has long since turned to dust, although these were merely the memories of the original owner. Each recollection for Lu Jin felt like ice shards piercing his spine. What should have been an unfamiliar past instead allowed him to acutely feel the chilling essence seeping from his marrow, igniting a tempest of fury within his chest. Pulling back his thoughts, Lu Jin jingled his keychain, the metallic clinks resonating crisply in the empty exhibition hall. Let us not dwell on the past any longer. Come, let us proceed to the innermost chamber. Bai Moyuan followed closely behind him, moving towards the final door of the museum. As the door swung open, the dimly lit room revealed a rusted long sword leaning against a weapons rack. The blade was marred with cracks, the tassel long since decayed to dust, and even the gemstones on the guard were coated in grime. Here it is, Lu Jin remarked, nudging the rack with the tip of his foot. This was the weapon of the Academy's first principal, yet it had been irreparably damaged in a great battle. However, Bai Mo once suddenly stepped forward, her fingertips hovering 3 inches above the blade, trembling slightly. This is it. The long sword was a celestial-grade spiritual weapon of the 3rd tier, and despite its damage, It had been used by the first principal of Shanghai Academy to seal an exceptionally powerful remnant soul of a spiritual beast. This beast was the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm, the Han Peling Jiao. Now, the formidable beast slumbering within the sword was destined to belong to her. Principal. She abruptly turned, a faint smile gracing her lips. I want it. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? This thing is too dull for even chopping firewood. Bai Mo remained silent, gently grasping the hilt and channeling a thread of moonlight-colored spiritual energy into it. Clang! A flash of dark red light surged from beneath the rust, swift as an illusion. But then, her pupils abruptly contracted. The sword was empty. No, this can't be right, she thought, vividly recalling that in her past life, during the cataclysmic battle leading to the destruction of the academy, this very sword had awakened on its own, releasing the ferocious soul of the beast, which had effortlessly torn apart 3 Spirit Emperor realm experts in an instant. The apocalyptic pressure from that encounter still sent shivers through her soul. Could it be that the timeline had shifted and the seal remained intact? Bai Mo's fingertips trembled as she poured more spiritual energy into the sword, yet her efforts were like a cow sinking into the sea. The rusted blade remained unresponsive. The once fleeting red glow did not reemerge. What is happening? Her voice was barely audible, and her expression darkened. What's wrong? Regretting your choice? Lu Jin leaned against the display case, a faint smirk playing on his lips. His gaze swept over the pockmarked ancient sword, his tone laced with mockery. This piece of scrap has gathered dust in the museum for decades. If it were truly a treasure, it would have been snatched up long ago. Bai Mo's fingertips suddenly tightened on the sword's surface, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the sinuous cracks. The cold sensation spread through her fingers, devoid of any spiritual response, as if she were touching a lifeless object. No, this is all wrong. Even if the seal had not been lifted, her innate affinity as the northern goddess with ice-type spiritual beasts should have allowed her to sense the presence of the Han Peling Jiao. That creature had been particularly affectionate towards her in her past life. How could it be completely unresponsive? She froze, a memory slicing through the fog like lightning. During that blood-soaked battle, when she was saved by Lu Jin in a moment of desperation. Could it be? Bai Mo's fair cheeks instantly flushed with a light rosy hue. Could that experience have been the key to unsealing the beast? This was utterly absurd. What connection could there possibly be between that incident and the awakening of the Lingjiao? Yet, that scene from a past life lingers indelibly in her mind. The moment their lips met, the sword emitted a chilling radiance. If she were to reenact that moment, could she awaken the cold spirit of the dragon? But that reasoning seemed flawed, devoid of logic. Nevertheless, she could not dwell on it any longer. She had come this far and could not return empty-handed. Bai Mo bit her lower lip, determination flashing in her eyes. Since she had been granted a second chance, she could not afford to overlook any possibility. Before Lu Jin could react, his sleeve was suddenly seized. He looked down in astonishment to meet the girl's flushed face. Bai, what are you doing? I apologize, Principal. In the next moment, Bai Mo stood on her tiptoes, her cheeks flushed, her cherry lips trembling as she pressed forward to kiss him. Chapter 62. Oh no, it's directed at me. Their soft lips gently brushed together. Akin to the first snow melting on the lips, cool and light, infused with the girl's unique sweetness. Lu Jin's pupils constricted, momentarily rendered speechless. He was kissed forcefully. Bai Mo tightly closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, holding her breath as if her heartbeat had stilled in that instant. Her fingertips trembled slightly as they clutched his garment, her ears reddening to the point of near bleeding, yet she stubbornly refused to let go. In that fleeting moment of contact, Lu Jin's figure froze abruptly. Bai Mo could distinctly sense his halted breath, calm yet restrained. Yet she summoned her courage to deepen the kiss, awkwardly and hesitantly. The delicate scent of the girl lingered at his nostrils, her lips soft and cool, reminiscent of early spring snow, imbued with a timid sweetness. However, in the next instant, pop, the kiss ended, and as Bai Mo took a half-step back, she was forcefully pushed away by an irresistible force. She stumbled backward, the warmth of his lips still lingering on hers, burning almost painfully. Bai Mo widened her dazed eyes to see Lu Jin vigorously wiping his lips with his sleeve, a rare fury appearing on his usually composed face. Bai Mo. His voice was thunderous. How dare you violate the principal? I'm sorry, Principal, she instinctively replied, her voice trembling. It was indeed an act of desperation. Just as she was about to explain, suddenly, clang. A clear sound of a sword echoed, and the rusty ancient sword erupted in a blinding cold light. In an instant, the temperature in the exhibition hall plummeted, the breath she exhaled crystallizing into frost in the air. The mottled rust on the sword's body peeled away like shedding skin. A ghostly blue light flowing along its spine. Mo Yuan turned back in delight, witnessing a shimmering ice-blue phantom soaring from the sword. The dragon's clear roar resonated, and frost swiftly spread across the glass display cases, intricate patterns of ice forming on the ground. It was a remnant soul of a dragon, its body sculpted from crystalline ice, each scale reflecting the aurora of the polar regions in a kaleidoscope of colors. The elongated body of the dragon entwined with a piercing frost, its crystalline horns resembling millennia-old ice. Most captivating were its azure-slit pupils, as clear as an ancient cold pool, which, despite being merely remnants of a soul, still emanated a chilling pressure that compelled all to submit. Success. Indeed. It was the lingering spirit of the frost soul dragon. A ripple of joy blossomed in Mo Yuan's eyes, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Lu Jin froze completely, a trace of a dried kiss still lingering at the corner of his mouth. What on earth is this? In an instant, the icy dragon spirit let out a melodious roar, causing the glass display cases in the exhibition hall to shatter with a resounding crash. It spiraled in the air before suddenly lunging towards the two. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted from Lu Jin's entire being, the pressure of his spirit emperor realm fully unleashed. With a wave of his right hand, he conjured a golden barrier before him. The frost soul dragon? He narrowed his eyes at the swirling crystalline dragon form in the air, his voice tinged with gravity. How did this girl manage to summon it? Before he could finish his thought, the icy dragon transformed into a bolt of blue lightning and dove down. Boom! The golden spiritual energy collided with the dragon spirit, resulting in a blinding explosion. However, Lu Jin's pupils constricted as he realized his attack had merely passed through the dragon's ethereal body, leaving only a charred pit on the ground. Physical attacks were far too weak against a lingering soul. Seizing the moment, Mo Yuan formed a hand seal. 5 ice-blue spiritual runes igniting at her neck. Icebound lock. A crystalline chain shot forth, yet it too penetrated the dragon's spirit. The dragon's crystalline tail swung, abruptly redirecting towards her heart. Dodge! Lu Jin's figure flickered as he wrapped his arms around Mo Yuan's waist and retreated swiftly. Yet, he watched as the dragon's spirit suddenly halted, its azure-slit pupils revealing a strangely human desire. Could it be that? Lu Jin's words caught in his throat as the icy dragon's eyes widened, fixating on the two of them with an indescribable, fervent greed. Mo Yuan also realized, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. Could it be that dragons are inherently lustful? No wonder such an absurd method was necessary to compel its appearance. Roar! The icy dragon spirit suddenly emitted a joyful, melodious cry, its tail sweeping across the exhibition hall's ceiling, scattering a flurry of ice crystals. Before the sound faded, the dragon spirit unleashed a barrage of icicles hurtling towards them. Lu Jin pivoted to defend himself, golden spiritual energy cascading like a waterfall, yet only striking the myriad of afterimages. The true dragon spirit had already flashed behind him, its frost-laden claws whistling through the air. Clang! The spiritual shield he raised in defense cracked under the force of the claw's wind, blood instantly welling from his palm. A trace of astonishment finally colored his gaze. The speed of this lingering soul surpassed the limits of the spirit emperor realm. Could it be that this frost soul dragon possessed the prowess of a peak spirit emperor? Principal! Mo Yuan suddenly called out, her ice-blue spiritual energy swirling in her palm. It had just awakened and was still in a weakened state. If it were allowed to fully mobilize, it would be difficult to contend with. I know, Lu Jin coldly interrupted, golden light flaring at his fingertips. The dragon's gaze is quite lascivious. Take care of yourself. Having spoken, he suddenly retreated, his form enveloped in a tempest of golden spiritual energy that surged like flames. With a horizontal thrust of his right palm, a condensed golden beam erupted into the air, colliding thunderously with the approaching claws of the ice serpent. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, shattering every glass display in the exhibition hall. The assault of the ice serpent momentarily faltered, but in the blink of an eye, it transformed into dozens of ice-blue afterimages, lunging from all directions. Lu Jin's pupils constricted as he rapidly crossed his palms in front of his chest, forming an impenetrable barrier of golden spiritual energy around him. Clang! 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 The icy claws clashed against the golden barrier, producing blinding sparks with each strike, each impact causing the protective aura to tremble violently. Lu Jin felt a tingling in his palms, his heart racing in alarm. The creature's onslaught was akin to a relentless storm, offering no respite for breath. Witnessing this, Mo Yuan immediately began to channel the cold energy within her, her fingers weaving intricate seals. 5 ice-blue spiritual patterns blossomed at her neck. An intense chill rapidly spreading across the ground. Frozen soul lock. Countless crystalline chains erupted from the earth, but the serpent's tail swayed, absorbing every one of them. Empowered by the cold energy, the ice serpent's form expanded dramatically, its scales glowing with an eerie blue luminescence, its power surpassing that of before. "Are you aiding it or me?" Lu Jin gritted his teeth. As his words fell, the residual soul of the ice serpent emitted a piercing shriek. Abruptly changing direction and surging towards Lu Jin, icy tendrils coiling around him, as if intent on ensnaring him completely. Mo Yuan widened her beautiful eyes, suddenly sensing something amiss. The principal's aura seemed to emanate from a female serpent. Lu Jin's expression darkened. "This is bad. It's coming for me." His body stiffened as frost instantly enveloped his right arm, the serpent's ethereal tail wrapping tightly around his waist, its vertical pupils gleaming with an unsettling fervor. "Get away!" Lu Jin roared, unleashing the pressure of a spiritual monarch, forcibly repelling the ice serpent. "Principal!" Mo Yuan swiftly interjected into the fray. Her hands forming seals pressed against the ground. "Give me 3 breaths of time, and I will freeze it. You strike again." As her words echoed, 5 ice-blue patterns glimmered brightly, instantly crystallizing the entire exhibition hall floor into a frost-laden field. The young woman bit her fingertip, allowing a droplet of divine blood to fall into the icy array. Eternal freeze domain, coalesce. A blast of frigid white mist erupted, visibly slowing the serpent's movements. Thick layers of frost began to cover the crystalline scales, the trajectory of its tail leaving distinct ice marks in midair. Now, Lu Jin's pupils glowed with golden radiance, his garments billowing without wind. Boundless spiritual energy compressed into a blazing white sphere in his palm, the surrounding air warping violently from the intense heat. Heavenly might exploding spirit technique. The domain power of the star, sea sovereign, surged forth. The golden flame-tinged beam expanded fiercely. A cataclysmic column of light piercing through the icy mist, striking precisely at the serpent's vulnerable spot. A deafening shatter resonated. The ice serpent emitted a mournful cry, its massive form crashing to the ground. The cold spirit serpent thrashed upon the floor, no longer possessing the strength to rise. Mo Yuan immediately flew towards it. She was acutely aware that the frost spirit flood dragon could no longer resist. Now was the opportune moment to establish a blood bond. With a swift motion, she bit her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood, shimmering like moonlight, to fall onto the dragon's remnant soul at its brow. "By my blood as a guide," she proclaimed, her voice resolute, as her fingertip traced a crimson sigil in the air. "Contract." The ice dragon's remnant soul let out a final, unwilling howl, its massive form suddenly contracting into a fleeting light that dove into Moi's heart. She gasped, staggering back several steps, a crystalline dragon-shaped mark appearing briefly on her neck before vanishing. Lu Jin, panting heavily, gazed at his charred palm, then caught sight of the elusive dragon pattern on Moi's neck, suddenly realizing that he had unwittingly become a mere pawn in this unfolding drama. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sinister blood-red light erupted from the ancient sword's shattered blade, darting towards his brow like a venomous serpent strike. Before Lu Jin could react, the crimson light had already penetrated his forehead. Clang! The ancient sword emitted a final mournful cry, its blade rapidly losing all luster, transforming entirely into a piece of rusted scrap metal. Lu Jin froze, a peculiar connection spreading through his consciousness, as the essence of the frost spirit flood dragon became almost as palpable as that of a cherished pet. He could even sense the dragon coiled lazily within Moi's dantian, akin to a satiated household dog. However, Moi remained oblivious to these developments, murmuring to herself, "Truly, it is no easy feat to contend with a spirit beast of the pinnacle spirit emperor realm." She inhaled deeply, feeling a remarkable resonance between her long-dormant northern bloodline and the remnant soul. Had Lu Jin not been present, she feared she would have met her doom. Lowering her gaze, she focused on the faint glow on her chest, a realization dawning upon her. The frost spirit flood dragon, being an ancient beast of extreme attributes, required the fusion of extreme yin and extreme yang energies for its master to be recognized. At the moment their lips met, the convergence of yin and yang energies precisely fulfilled the awakening conditions. Now, could you elucidate what just transpired? Lu Jin inquired, wiping the blood from his hands and gesturing towards the broken sword. How did you know that the remnant soul of the frost spirit flood dragon lay hidden within this scrap metal? If it weren't for your reckless actions, this conflict would never have arisen. Bai Moi's eyelashes fluttered briefly, and she pursed her lips, responding, Principal, I was unaware. It revealed itself unexpectedly. Oh. Lu Jin suddenly leaned closer, a shadow of pressure enveloping her. He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over her full lips. How do you explain what just occurred? It was not me, Bai Moi faltered, stumbling back slightly to steady herself against the display case, her fingertips turning an unnatural frost white. This sword suddenly extracted my northern bloodline. Ancient texts have recorded that some spirit beasts can confirm their host's qualifications through special means, her voice dwindling as her ears flushed a deeper hue. Lu Jin's brow furrowed tightly. Regardless, you must never disrespect your elders. That was not my intention. It was the sword that first harbored wicked thoughts. Bai Mo Yuan suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a watery glimmer. I had not anticipated that the ancient sword harbored the lingering soul of the frost spirit serpent. Just as I made contact with the blade, it unexpectedly seized control of me. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes into a sliver. Are you suggesting that within this dilapidated relic lies the remnant soul of the frost spirit serpent, manipulating your mind and compelling your submission? Indeed. Bai Mo Yuan straightened her posture, her expression serious as if engaged in an academic defense. Lu Jin furrowed his brow. Although Bai Mo Yuan possessed an extraordinary fortune, making it plausible for her to encounter a spirit beast's residual soul within a mere sword, it still seemed rather far-fetched. This is too coincidental. How can I trust your words? He gazed at Bai Mo Yuan, his eyes dark and profound, his voice laced with a chilling intensity. Since her enrollment, her behavior had been decidedly peculiar. Bai Mo Yuan bit her lip, gripping the hem of her garment, her voice dwindling. If the principal does not believe me. Suddenly, she raised her gaze, her eyes like glass glistening with tears. Yet defiantly she pressed her lips together. You may personally inspect the spiritual energy within me. Lu Jin's expression deepened as he grasped her slender wrist with a swift motion, forcefully pressing her against the display case. Do you think I would refrain from doing so? Before his words had fully dissipated, his palm had already made contact with her delicate waist. This time, he was determined to uncover the secrets Bai Mo Yuan harbored. A surge of fervent spiritual energy instantly penetrated the thin fabric of her blouse, coursing through her skin like countless tiny currents. Bai Mo Yuan's legs weakened, nearly causing her to falter, her forehead resting against his shoulder. Lu Jin's energy churned deep within her spiritual sea, inducing a sensation of complete invasion that made her very consciousness tremble. Instinctively, she clutched at his clothing, her fingertips turning pale from exertion. Principal. Bai Mo Yuan's voice trembled, tinged with a faint cry, her entire being leaning against him. Chapter 63. Come, let me. What began as an ordinary visit to the museum unexpectedly awakened the centuries sleeping frost spirit serpent, which she then tamed as her spiritual beast. Is there truly such a coincidence in the world? Through the thin fabric of her dress, Lu Jin distinctly felt the chaotic surge of spiritual energy within Bai Mo Yuan, akin to a raging snowstorm, with a familiar serpentine essence at its core. Bai Mo Yuan pressed her cherry lips tightly together, remaining silent. Lu Jin's power slithered through her spiritual veins like a serpent, exploring freely. The shame of surrendering her very soul beneath his grasp inexplicably ignited a tremor within her. As his energy delved deep into her core, a sweet moan finally escaped her lips, breaking free from restraint. Unconsciously, she clung to Lu Jin's arm, her nails digging in. This silent resistance only provoked him to intensify his invasion. Enough. When Lu Jin finally withdrew his spiritual energy, Bai Mo Yuan's shirt was thoroughly drenched. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Since you have received your reward, let us depart. The earlier exploration of her energy had indeed revealed no abnormalities. Bai Mo Yuan's spiritual power was as pure as fresh snow, devoid of even the slightest impurities. Perhaps this is the undeniable proof of the favored child of destiny. As long as she is not a pawn placed by hostile forces, I can accept everything else. Bai Mo Yuan's voice was as soft as a whisper, and she exhaled deeply, Upon passing through the grand sculpted entrance of the museum, she suddenly halted. Unconsciously, her fingertips caressed the hem of her skirt as she gently inquired, "Principal, when will the new uniforms be distributed?" "They will arrive this afternoon," Lu Jin replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "What? Are you looking forward to it?" Mo Yuan's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her lips trembling slightly as she stammered, "Not really. I just heard that some girls at school are planning a boycott. So I thought I should let you know." Lu Jin chuckled lightly, "No need for concern. If they choose not to wear them, that is entirely their prerogative. I have my own methods." He paused momentarily, adding, "However, I am far more eager to see how you look in the uniform." Mo Yuan froze in place. Her breath momentarily caught in her throat. When she finally regained her voice, her response was barely audible, "I will wear it properly. See you later." When she lifted her gaze once more, Lu Jin's tall figure had already vanished at the end of the tree-lined path. Mo Yuan took a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously clutching the fabric of her clothing over her heart. The spiritual energy within her seemed to stir restlessly, as if drawn by an unseen force, surging tumultuously through her veins. After forming a blood pact with the ice serpent, her heart raced uncontrollably upon seeing Lu Jin, her skin flushed with warmth, and her breathing became erratic. It felt as though something deep within her bloodline had awakened, clamoring to draw closer to him. "I am the northern goddess. How can I behave so ungracefully?" Mo Yuan bit her lip and raised her hand to firmly pat her heated cheeks, attempting to quell the power of the cold soul spirit serpent with her cool palm. Yet, the more she suppressed it, the more pronounced that peculiar fluttering became. "No, this cannot continue." Mo Yuan took rapid, deep breaths and turned swiftly toward the restroom. When Lu Jin returned to his office, Lu Shuang was leaning casually against the doorframe. Her long legs were elegantly crossed, and the black patent leather skirt shimmered enticingly under the light. Upon seeing Lu Jin approach, her fluffy black cat ears twitched slightly, and her tail swayed gracefully behind her. "Principal, you are back," she greeted. "Lu teacher, what is it?" Lu Jin halted, his gaze resting on her delicate features. Lu Shuang absent-mindedly rubbed her arm, her cat ears drooping slightly, her voice tinged with an unusual embarrassment. "Principal, regarding the salary." In truth, she had not intended to bring this up, but the other teachers had unanimously urged her to inquire, especially since the entire school was aware that Principal Lu had recently trialed the sale of the soul-condensing pills. If the sales were poor, this month's salaries might be at risk. To be frank, her refrigerator had been empty for 3 days. "Do not worry," Lu Jin reassured her as he opened the office door. "The soul-condensing pills sold out last night. Salaries will be distributed now." "Really?" As Lu Shuang's cat ears perked up, her amber eyes widened in astonishment at the mountain of delivery packages that had accumulated in the room. Had over 200 soul-condensing pills truly sold out overnight? Lu Jin approached the corner where the mechanical girl, Wire, was charging. "Wire, transfer 20,000 spirit coins to each teacher's bank account." He paused, adding an additional 30,000 for teacher Lu. Lu Shuang's cat ears trembled slightly, and a look of surprise graced her face. "Principal, that is too much." Lounging comfortably on the sofa, Lu Jin tapped his fingers lazily against the armrest. "The treatment for a private secretary must be exceptional," he replied. "Master, as per your instructions, all teacher salaries have been fully distributed," Wire reported softly, her hands clasped at her abdomen. Lu Jin nodded slightly. "Excellent." As the helm of this academy, he understood the art of persuasion well, to inspire genuine loyalty. Tangible rewards far outweigh lofty ideals. Hence, not only did he ensure timely salary disbursements, but he also made certain that no one in Wanqing could offer more generous terms. Only in this way could he win the teacher's unwavering allegiance. At that very moment, in the offices of the other teachers, a crisp notification chimed simultaneously. "What the heck? Am I seeing this correctly?" The physical education teacher, Wang Xiaoqiang, sprang up from his chair, his eyes nearly bulging from his sockets as he stared at his phone screen. 20,000 spirit coins. Meanwhile, elemental studies instructor Shen Manting, sipping tea, nearly spat it out upon reading her transfer notification. Cough. "This is equivalent to 5 months of my salary." Her chest heaved, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. To put it in perspective, the monthly salary for a teacher at Shanghai Academy is 4,000 spirit coins, yet the principal had directly credited her with 5 months' worth. A loud clatter resonated from the corner. The formidable martial arts department chair, Zhang Guangdao, dropped his large blade, grinning like a fool as he clutched his phone. "I can finally buy the Empress's swimsuit figurine. Ha ha. Principal, you're incredible." Lu Principal, I want to have your children. Shin Manting, caught in her excitement, blurted out before realizing the inappropriateness of her words, quickly covering her mouth. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this delightful chaos, Lu Jin, was leisurely enjoying his tea in his office. A subtle smile played at the corners of his lips as he glanced at Lu Shuang's fluffy cat ears. Come, let me, huh? Lu Shuang paused, nervously twisting the hem of her skirt as her fluffy tail curled shyly. However, with an additional 10,000 spirit coins gifted to her, she seemed at a loss for a reason to refuse. Was this part of her duties as a secretary? Lu Jin's gaze bore an undeniable authority, making her heart race. Her cat ears twitched involuntarily, as if sensing her master's heightened tension. Principal. Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with evident resistance and embarrassment, her body instinctively wanting to retreat. The smile on Lu Jin's lips deepened, clearly relishing the sight of her flustered demeanor. Without urging, he merely gazed at her, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the armrest, akin to a patient hunter awaiting its prey. The standoff lasted mere seconds, yet for Lu Shuang, it felt like an eternity. She inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for a momentous decision. Her lashes fluttered violently, and with a resigned lean forward, she presented her soft, downy cat ears within Lu Jin's reach. A satisfied hum escaped Lu Jin's nostrils. Lu Shuang's entire body stiffened. A tingling sensation surged from the sensitive tips of her ears down her spine, radiating throughout her limbs. The sensation was both acutely vivid and strangely unfamiliar. The cat ears quivered violently beneath Lu Jin's fingers, attempting to evade his grasp, yet were gently pinched instead. A soft, involuntary sound escaped Lu Shuang's throat. She bit down hard on her lower lip, striving to swallow back the shameful noise. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon her tightly shut eyes, her lashes quivering in fervent agitation, and her pitiful expression of restraint, stirring a flicker of guilt within him. His hand's motion slowed. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Perhaps only seconds or even dozens of seconds passed. Just as Lu Shuang felt she might either dissolve or shatter, Lu Jin finally released his hold. He regarded her, flushed and resembling a kitten freshly pulled from water, a satisfied smile curling at his lips. His tone returned to its habitual languor, yet bore a hint of contentment. The texture is quite pleasant, Secretary Lu. This arrangement is settled. Truly, nothing soothes the soul as petting a cat. Lu Shuang's tail instinctively curled, her lips parting to speak. By the way, Principal, there is one more matter. The custom uniforms have been completed. The final payment is 310,000 spirit coins. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. The spirit coins are not an issue, but we must ensure the quality of the uniforms. Lu Shuang handed over the quality inspection report, speaking softly. The manufacturer has ensured an 80 spirit silk content as per your requirements. The quality should be satisfactory. That's good. Lu Jin casually glanced over the report. We're processed the final payment. At your command, Master. The mechanical girl's eyes flickered with data streams like a shimmering galaxy, her fingertips glowing with a faint blue light. The transaction was completed. Current account balance, 21,600 spirit coins. Money flows like water, Lu Jin sighed lightly. Then abruptly shifted the topic. Have the spirit vein drilling machine and sales channels from Jinhuang Group been secured? Lu Shuang's cat ears perked up, hesitantly licking her lips. The equipment was delivered this morning, but their sales representative insists on meeting you, claiming there are special collaboration conditions. Special conditions? Lu Jin's lips curled into a playful smile. Do tell. Lu Shuang's tail swayed anxiously, her brows knitting together. The representative mentioned some concerns regarding profit sharing. Lu Jin inquired, where is he? Lu Shuang replied that the representative was currently waiting in the reception room on the first floor, exhibiting quite a firm demeanor. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, his fingertips tapping lightly on the sofa's armrest. Oh? How firm can he be? Take me to see. Chapter 64. The schemes of Yifei. Upon concluding their conversation, Lu Jin and Lu Shuang entered the reception room together. Inside, Representative Zhang from the Jinhang Group lounged with one leg crossed over the other, leisurely savoring his tea. As they made their entrance, he deliberately placed his teacup down with a resounding clink. Principal Lu, it is an honor to finally meet you, Representative Zhang said, rising to his feet. A feigned smile adorned his face while his gaze brazenly roamed over Lu Shuang, lingering on her slender waist and delicate cat ears. I must say, I envy you, Principal Lu, for having such a charming and capable secretary to conduct business with. Lu Shuang's cat ears twitched sensitively, and her tail stood rigid, her fingertips tightening slightly. Lu Jin's eyes darkened, and he stepped forward imperceptibly, his towering figure effectively shielding Lu Shuang from Zhang's audacious stare. In the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the room, landing squarely on Representative Zhang's face. The force of it sent him staggering back 2 steps, a clear imprint of fingers appearing on his cheek. The reception room fell into a profound silence, broken only by Zhang's astonished gasps. Lu Shuang looked on in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Lu Jin would walk in and immediately deliver such a decisive blow to Zhang. Lu Jin calmly withdrew his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. Representative Zhang, are you now fully awake? Shall we conduct our business properly? Zhang, clutching his stinging cheek, felt his pupils constrict violently, his throat constricting as he struggled to utter a few trembling words. Lu Jin. You. But the latter part of his statement lodged painfully in his throat as he realized the overwhelming aura of spiritual energy emanating from Lu Jin, solidifying into a palpable pressure. The might of a spiritual sovereign weighed heavily upon him, sending chills down his spine and making each breath feel laborious. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang's forehead, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He understood all too well what this disparity signified. If he were to utter even a single additional word, he might not leave intact. Representative Zhang, you have traveled a long way. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Lu Jin's tone remained calm, yet exuded an undeniable authority. Zhang retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase and placed them on the table, taking a deep breath before stating, Principal Lu, our Jinhang Group has 8 shopping malls and 16 online flagship stores in Wanqing. He then raised 3 fingers, declaring, if we adjust the profit share from 28 to 37, we can prominently promote your products in all our stores, whether it be the soul condensing pill or any subsequent offerings. The reception room fell silent once more. Lu Shuang furrowed her brow slightly, sensing the shift in Lu Jin's aura. 37. Lu Jin chuckled softly, his long fingers lightly tapping the table. Are you certain you have not misremembered? Misremembered? Zhang frowned. Chairman Yi explicitly promised a 28% share in the contract. Lu Jin replied leisurely. Is it possible that Representative Zhang possesses more authority than the chairman? Zhang's expression shifted, and he retorted defiantly, market conditions have changed. We are now offering a 40-60 split with other merchants, and there are plenty eager to enter our Jinhang channels. Lu Jin suddenly stood up, looking down at him from a height. Is this your intention, or is it that of Yifia? Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the powerful spiritual monarch, Representative Zhang's forehead broke out in fine beads of sweat. He forced a cold laugh. What does Principal Lu mean by that? I am, of course, representing the position of the Jinhang Group. Lu Jin abruptly leaned forward, resting his hands on the coffee table, casting a shadow that entirely enveloped Representative Zhang. Is that so? After speaking, he took out his phone. Then I shall give Yifia a call. Wait, Representative Zhang hurriedly interjected. Principal Lu, we can still negotiate. How about I offer a 5 concession? Lu Shuang's tail swayed playfully, her red lips curling into a smile. Representative Zhang, you wouldn't be thinking of pocketing that 10 profit all for yourself, would you? Representative Zhang stood up abruptly. Nonsense. Principal Lu, your people cannot falsely accuse others. Why the haste? Lu Jin snapped coldly. I am on the phone with your director Yi. Do you have the right to speak here? Lu Jin's long fingers had already swiped across the phone screen, the blue light of the call interface illuminating his stern profile. Principal Lu. Representative Zhang's voice shifted in pitch. 28. Let us stick to the originally agreed 28% split. On the other end of the line, Yifia's icy voice came through. Principal Lu? Lu Jin gazed at the flustered Representative Zhang, lightly chuckling into the phone. Director Yi, your sales representative from Jinhang is quite amusing. Not only did he unilaterally raise the split to 37%, but he also seems to lack even the most basic of courtesies. Suddenly, the sound of a shattered glass echoed from the other end. Lu Shuang's cat ears twitched, sensitive to Yifia's voice, which was tightly restrained with anger. Is Zhang Dihai with you? Right across from me, Lu Jin replied leisurely. He claims this is the stance of the Jinhang Group. It seems I need to pay another visit? Have him take the call. Yifia's voice was as cold as ice. Representative Zhang's face turned ashen as he took the phone, and just as he uttered a greeting, he seemed frozen, as if struck by lightning. Lu Shuang watched with interest as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, her tail flicking joyfully. Yes, Director Yi, Representative Zhang's voice grew increasingly faint, almost breaking into a sob. I will apologize to Principal Lu right away. When Lu Jin took the phone back, Yifia had already regained her tone of a business powerhouse. Principal Lu, I will personally come to apologize in half an hour. As for the cooperation terms, they will, of course, remain as originally agreed. Lu Jin glanced at Representative Zhang, who was slumped on the sofa, and added meaningfully, however, I do have some concerns regarding your company's management capabilities. The busy tone after the call echoed harshly in the office. Representative Zhang slumped like a marionette with its strings cut, his face pale, breath trembling as he said, Principal Lu, I truly apologize. I did not know this was Director Ye's intention. Lu Shuang tilted her head, the tip of her tail lightly tapping the ground, looking as if she were enjoying a spectacle. Lu Jin did not spare Representative Zhang a glance, as if he were merely an unsightly ornament. He turned to Lu Shuang, his tone returning to its usual calmness. Teacher Lu, please make the necessary preparations. Understood, Principal. Lu Shuang gracefully turned and exited the conference room. Precisely half an hour later, a sleek, all-black luxury sedan glided silently to a stop beneath the principal's office. The door opened, revealing the silhouette of Yifia. She had exchanged her signature qipao for a meticulously tailored, soft-toned beige professional suit, her long hair elegantly pinned up, complemented by nude stockings and black high heels that accentuated her slender legs, exuding an air of elegance and beauty. Yet, within the depths of her profound gaze lay an undeniable sharpness and a hint of subtle calculation. Yifia held a discreetly luxurious gift box in her hand as she ascended the steps with a composed demeanor. Lu Jin stood at the conference room door to greet her, a courteous smile adorning his face. Director Yi, your esteemed presence graces our humble institution. Principal Lu, you are too kind. It is my poor management that has caused trouble for your esteemed school, Yifia replied, her voice clear and gentle, her eyes sweeping over the still-seated Representative Zhang, her gaze instantly turning as cold as a blade, causing him to shudder as if he wished to shrink into the sofa. Director Yi, please take a seat, Lu Jin said in a neutral tone. Yifia did not sit, her gaze, sharp as a knife, first pierced through the trembling Zhang Dihai. Her voice was as frigid as ice. Zhang Dihai, effective immediately, you are suspended indefinitely. The company will thoroughly investigate your actions regarding this project and all past undertakings. Prepare to hand over all your responsibilities. Leave this place at once. Zhang Dihai trembled uncontrollably, scrambling to his feet and fleeing the office, daring not to cast another glance at Lu Jin. The door closed softly, and only then did Yifia turn to Lu Jin, her demeanor returning to one of gentle grace. This is but a small token, a gesture of goodwill. To express my apologies to Principal Lu and Xinghai Academy, she said, presenting the gift box, which contained the Millennium Enlightenment Tea Heart. Lu Jin gestured for Lu Shuang to accept it, nodding slightly. Director Yi is thoughtful. Please, come inside. After taking her seat, Yifia did not engage in excessive pleasantries and directly addressed the matter at hand. Adopting a notably humble posture, Zhang Dihai's actions have gravely violated the operational philosophy of Jinhuang Group and my personal directives. I have ordered his immediate suspension for reflection, and an internal investigation and rectification will ensue. This incident is solely a manifestation of his personal greed, an attempt to line his own pockets, and in no way reflects the intentions of Jinhuang Group. On behalf of the group, I extend my sincerest apologies to Principal Lu and Xinghai Academy. She slightly inclined her body, her demeanor impeccable. Lu Jin lifted the tea Lu Shuang had just brewed, the fragrant steam rising delicately. He gently blew on the tea, his tone calm. Director Yi, your words are grave. In a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of birds. It is normal for a group managing thousands to occasionally have a rogue element. However, he paused, his gaze like a tangible weight upon Yifia's face. This rogue could have tainted our fruitful collaboration. Had I not adhered to principles, perhaps Xinghai would have been unjustly taken advantage of. Yifia's expression of regret deepened, yet a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her eyes. She nodded and replied, Principal Lu, your admonition is well taken. To express our sincere apologies and intentions from Jinhuang, and to remedy the disturbances caused by our managerial oversights to your esteemed institution, I have a proposition. Oh, Lu Jin set down his teacup, his brow arching with intrigue. Yifia straightened her posture, her demeanor transforming into one of earnestness. I have come to understand that Xinghai Academy boasts a rich history and profound heritage. However, certain facilities and training venues, particularly the aging structures near the back mountain, have fallen into disrepair and are relatively outdated. This may adversely affect the learning and training environment for the students, which is incongruous with the esteemed status of Shanghai Academy. Lu Shuang's cat ears subtly twitched, and her tail ceased its swaying. Renovating the old buildings? That would entail a considerable expense. Lu Jin's gaze sharpened, yet he maintained his composure. Director Yi, you are quite well informed. Not at all, merely exhibiting concern for our partners, Yi Fia replied modestly with a smile. Before presenting her true bait, Jinhuang Group is willing to fully fund the renovation, engaging the most elite designers and construction teams to refurbish these antiquated facilities at Shanghai Academy. From reinforcing the main structure to interior decoration and equipment updates, we shall adhere to the highest standards. We assure you that during the construction period, we will minimize any disruption to the normal academic order of the Academy. This is but a modest compensation from myself and the group, a token of our sincerity. Chapter 65. Commercial Cooperation. The office fell into a profound silence. Lu Shuang's tail tip gently curled, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she scrutinized Yi Fia. What a grand gesture. This was hardly a trivial compensation. It was an extravagant gift presented on a silver platter. Lu Jin remained silent, his long fingers lightly tapping on the smooth mahogany desk. As seasoned tacticians, they both understood the unspoken game at play. He discerned that Representative Zhang's unauthorized price hike was likely a probe instigated by Yi Fia. Had he shown any sign of weakness and accepted the 30-70 split, Jinhuang would have secured the collaboration at a much lower cost. With the probe failing, Representative Zhang became a discarded pawn. Yi Fia swiftly altered her strategy, retreating to advance, even willingly incurring a significant renovation expense to acquire something far more valuable, the opportunity for prolonged engagement with Shanghai Academy. She was not merely there to apologize. She was clearly there to forge connections. The renovation project served as her meticulously prepared stepping stone. A faint yet profound smile gradually graced Lu Jin's lips. There was no trace of glee from being unexpectedly gifted. Rather, it bore the weight of insight and amusement. Director Ye's sincerity has indeed touched the hearts of both faculty and students at Shanghai Academy. Lu Jin's voice was low and steady, devoid of emotion. The full funding for the renovation as an expression of regret carried significant weight. Yi Fia maintained her poised smile, yet her gaze was steadfastly fixed on Lu Jin's expression. As long as we can rectify our missteps and restore our collaboration to its rightful course, all will be worthwhile. The Jinhuang Group places great importance on its long-term partnership with Shanghai Academy. Lu Jin raised his teacup, but refrained from drinking, his gaze piercing through the mist of steam to meet Yi Fia's seemingly sincere eyes. Ms. Ye's proposal was indeed difficult to decline. Slowly, Lu Jin spoke, acknowledging that the old buildings of Shanghai were in need of rejuvenation. A glimmer of barely perceptible light flickered in Yi Fia's eyes. It was a success. However, Lu Jin's next statement caused her smile to freeze instantly. He set his teacup down and leaned slightly forward, an intangible pressure beginning to permeate the air. As for this expression of regret from Ms. Yi, I accept it on behalf of the Academy. Regarding the renovation project, he paused, observing Yi Fia's pupils slightly constrict, and articulated each word deliberately. Since it is Jinhuang's sincerity, the project must naturally adhere to Shanghai's regulations. The fingers resting on Yi Fia's lap subtly curled. What does Principal Lu mean? His gaze was profound, like an ancient well, calmly reflecting Yi Fia's somewhat tense figure. I understand that the Jinhuang Group wishes to express its sincerity in cooperation. Shanghai Academy has never rejected genuine friends and goodwill. However, among friends, honesty is paramount. What is Principal Lu implying? Yi Fia forced herself to remain calm, her voice tinged with just the right amount of feigned confusion, as if earnestly seeking advice. A near-cold curve appeared at the corner of Lu Jin's mouth. It is quite simple. Since Jinhuang has voluntarily offered to undertake the renovation project, we accept this expression of regret. Yet, the implementation of the project must fully comply with Shanghai Academy's requirements and standards, and it shall be supervised and ultimately accepted by the Academy. Any changes in design, materials, or construction processes must receive confirmation by the designated responsible person from the Academy. The Jinhuang Group would only be responsible for funding and execution. The conditions proposed by Lu Jin appeared reasonable, yet they effectively stripped Jinhuang of its leading role and potential operational leeway in the project. Suppressing her displeasure, Yi Fia nodded. This is only natural. Jinhuang is here to rectify its mistakes, and will certainly cooperate fully with the Academy's requirements to ensure the quality of the project. Principal Lu's regulations are indeed meticulous and thorough. The Jinhuang Group respects the management system of its partners. We accept this standard. Yifei made no attempt to haggle. She understood that at this juncture, any attempt to modify the regulations would thoroughly expose her true intentions, raising Lu Jin's vigilance to the highest level. Acceptance was the only seemingly sincere choice. A faintly elusive smile graced Lu Jin's lips. Ms. Yi is indeed forthright. It seems that the Jinhuang Group's determination to restore the cooperative relationship is decidedly unquestionable. He rose, maneuvering around the expansive rosewood desk, and extended his hand to Yifei. Thus, we have reached a consensus regarding the collaboration on the renovation project. The specific contract details will be coordinated subsequently by Teacher Lu and your legal team. Yifei rose instantly, a flawless commercial smile illuminating her face. She extended her meticulously cared-for, delicate hand to clasp that of Lu Jin. A delightful collaboration, Principal Lu. Her voice rang clear and melodious, imbued with just the right amount of enthusiasm. A pleasure to collaborate, Director Yi. Their hands touched briefly before parting. The air was thick with an eerie ambience, harmonious on the surface, yet tumultuous beneath. Principal Lu, as you are immensely busy, I shall not impose further. Yifei gracefully picked up her handbag. My assistant will contact Secretary Lu regarding subsequent matters. Teacher Lu, please see Director Yi out. Lu Jin nodded slightly. This way, please, Director Yi. Lu Shuang stepped forward, her sweet smile brightening her features, her cat ears twitching slightly. Yifei nodded once more to Lu Jin, turned, and with measured steps, exited the principal's office. The sound of her high heels striking the floor was crisp and steady, fading away at the corridor's end. Lu Jin stood by the window, his gaze following the sleek black car as it departed the campus. The warmth on his face vanished entirely, replaced by a hint of a playful smirk. A wicked woman, seeking to manipulate me. Let's see who truly holds the reins. The black vehicle glided smoothly along the tree-lined avenue, leading away from Shanghai Academy. Inside, Yifei leaned against the plush leather seat, her perfect smile disintegrating in an instant. She raised a hand to massage her brow, a flicker of weariness and icy fury creeping into her eyes. Lu Jin, she murmured, the name laced with a chilling intensity, her chest rising and falling heavily. The so-called rules felt like a blatant humiliation. She felt akin to a blindfolded, bound fool, compelled to part with her money. Yet, as her gaze swept over the retreating silhouette of Shanghai Academy, shrouded in an enigmatic aura, her anger was supplanted by a deeper, more relentless calculation. Rules. Yifei scoffed, her fingertips unconsciously gliding over the cold glass of the car window. No matter how stringent the rules, they could not halt the passage of time and the seepage of influence. As long as I can establish my roots here, as long as I can sustain this collaborative bond, a long-term strategy, if Jinhuang Group can continue to invest and deepen its entanglement with Shanghai, making Jinhuang an indispensable part of their operation, then one day, the price I pay will return to me with interest. With this thought, Yifei inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the turbulent emotions within. Her expression regained its calm elegance, as if the earlier moment of weakness had never transpired. Lu Jin, you wish to bind me with your rules? Let us see whether your rules are unbreakable, or whether my patience and cunning surpass them. She cast a cold, ambitious smile at the swiftly passing scenery outside. The sedan accelerated, completely leaving the confines of Shanghai Academy, merging into the bustling city traffic. In the confines of the vehicle, Yifei had once again donned the regal demeanor of a strategic business empress. Yet, deep within her gaze, the fervor for the Star Sea Academy and an unwavering determination burned more intensely than ever before. For her, this was not a setback, but rather the inception of a new game, one demanding greater strategic acumen and farsighted vision. As long as the Jinhuang Group emerged as the foremost pillar of the Star Sea Academy, even a formidable being like Lu Jin, a master of the spirit sovereign realm, would ultimately bow to her influence. A blush brushed her cheeks, yet Yifei's thoughts ignited with fervor, conjuring the image of that man's austere yet graceful visage, causing her breath to quicken involuntarily. Through the car window, a slender jade hand hesitantly reached toward those elongated, exquisite legs. Lu Jin, she gently closed her eyes, her delicate fingers gliding along the hem of her skirt, allowing the satin to ripple in her palm like some unspoken solace. Chapter 66. The Alchemy of Elixirs. After bidding farewell to Yifei, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the gift box she had presented. With a gentle motion, he opened the sandalwood box, revealing a millennium-old tea heart nestled within. At first glance, it appeared no different from ordinary tea leaves. However, upon closer inspection, intricate golden veins flowed through the leaf's veins, resembling celestial scripts and subtly radiating profound Taoist essence. Lu Shuang leaned in to take a look, her cat ears perking up. This rare treasure of the 8th rank in the earth tier, she casually gifted it? Lu Jin's fingertips caressed the tea leaves, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is merely a transaction. The Jinhuang Group seeks to fortify its commercial route by leveraging the potential of the Star Sea Academy. Our rise will coincide with Yi Fi's ascent to prominence. Understanding dawned on Lu Shuang as she nodded thoughtfully, only to suddenly remember something and raised her gaze, her tail anxiously sweeping the ground. Principal, the special permit sent by the Spirit Energy Control Bureau seems rather suspicious. Lu Jin's previously languid demeanor sharpened instantly. This spiritual pulse permit, I examined meticulously yesterday. They approved a mining permit for the yellow tier spiritual pulse. She furrowed her delicate brows, her lips quivering slightly. But our academy lies atop a clearly defined black tier spiritual pulse. Is that so? Lu Jin's expression darkened abruptly. A yellow tier spiritual pulse permit is evidently insufficient for the tax-free mining of a black tier spiritual pulse. The Spirit Energy Control Bureau is clearly setting a trap for him. To mine a black tier spiritual pulse with a yellow tier permit would ostensibly violate regulations, while concealing lethal dangers beneath the surface. Even if he managed to deceive the world, the Control Bureau could, at any moment, accuse him of overstepping authority, placing the Star Sea Academy in peril. A masterful stratagem, presenting him with a sweet temptation while simultaneously dangling a sword at his throat. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jin suddenly chuckled softly, engaging in wordplay. Lu Shuang's tail swayed restlessly. What shall we do now? Should we continue mining? We currently have 3 options. Lu Jin raised his elongated fingers and began to articulate. Firstly, we could feign ignorance and utilize this yellow tier permit to mine the black tier spiritual pulse. Wouldn't that present too great a risk? Lu Shuang's cat ears suddenly stood upright, her delicate brows knitting together in concern. If the truth were to come to light, Shanghai Academy would face financial ruin. Furthermore, Lu Jin raised his second finger silently and continued, report honestly and pay the 35 spirit stone tax. Lu Shuang's pupils constricted into fine slits. Wouldn't you be working for the Spirit Energy Control Bureau for nothing? Moreover, the Academy's budget this year is likely to be reduced, leaving us with no choice but. Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smile. To deceive the eyes of the world, to secretly navigate through the darkness, allowing the yellow grade spiritual vein to naturally transform into a mysterious grade 1. Lu Shuang's ears twitched in confusion. Is it possible for the principal's spiritual vein to evolve? She had never heard of a yellow grade spiritual vein suddenly transforming into a mysterious grade 1. Lu Jin reclined in his chair, fingers interlaced. Not having heard of it does not mean it is impossible. Whether a spiritual vein can evolve relies solely on one's words. Long ago, people believed milk was toxic. So, what do you think the first person to discover milk's drinkability did? Lu Shuang was taken aback, a blush creeping onto her pale cheeks. He drank milk. Incorrect. He proved that common sense is meant to be shattered. Lu Shuang's tail gradually ceased its swaying. Although it sounded somewhat peculiar, it was indeed the truth. While no one claimed that spiritual veins could evolve, no one said they couldn't either. Lu Jin crossed his legs, a smile playing on his lips. Since they assert this is a yellow grade vein, let us transform it into one. As far as I know, there exists a formation that suppresses the spiritual energy of veins, known as the 9 Palace Spirit Locking Array. Are you suggesting we suppress the spiritual energy of the vein? Lu Shuang's pupils widened in an instant. Indeed. Lu Jin's gaze glimmered as he spoke slowly. We merely need to arrange the 9 Palace Spirit Locking Array around the periphery of the spiritual vein, compressing 80 of the mysterious grade spiritual energy into the core area, while only releasing yellow grade levels of spiritual energy fluctuations on the outside. This way, the mysterious grade vein will appear as yellow grade. Lu Shuang's eyes flickered as her tail instinctively curled. She had only caught glimpses of such advanced formations in ancient manuscripts. She had not expected the principal to possess such profound knowledge. But maintaining the formation is costly. We cannot conceal it indefinitely. She hesitated. Lu Jin chuckled softly. Concealment is merely a temporary measure. The next step is to have the authorities of the spiritual vein journal pave the way for us. Lu Shuang was taken aback. Pave the way. Setting up the formation is only the first step. Next, we must preemptively win over the experts and scholars of the spiritual vein journal, encouraging them to publish numerous articles on the theory of spiritual vein evolution to lay the groundwork for the subsequent transformation of the yellow grade vein into a mysterious grade 1. Lu Jin spoke leisurely, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Once these theories become mainstream in academia, our yellow grade vein can naturally ascend to the mysterious grade. In full view of the public, in accordance with the principles of nature. Lu Shuang's breath caught, her pupils constricting. So that's how it is. First, deceive the moment with the formation, then overturn perceptions under the guise of academia, ultimately allowing the truth to surface in a seemingly natural manner. It adheres to regulations, provides a slap in the face to critics, and even leaves the Spirit Energy Control Bureau speechless. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous shock within her chest. And with a gentle flick of her tail, she replied resolutely, "Understood, Principal. I shall make the necessary arrangements." As she turned, she could not help but marvel internally. Truly, the principal was formidable, possessing a skill so extraordinary it bordered on the terrifying. Lu Jin offered a slight nod, watching her figure fade into the doorway. Then picked up the Millennium Enlightenment tea heart from the gift box, his fingertips caressing it lightly. He murmured, a glimmer of profound light flashing in his eyes. Next, it was time to concoct the 9 transformation imperial pill. Leaving the principal's office, Lu Jin made his way directly to the alchemy room. The heavy wooden door creaked ominously as it was thrust open, crashing against the wall with a dull thud. Lu Jin's tall and imposing figure appeared at the entrance of the alchemy room, emanating an innate sense of pressure. The vast room was devoid of any presence, save for a small figure with twin black ponytails huddled in the corner, Tang Xiaodong. Her petite face was flushed and dusted with grime, her messy ponytails sprouting errant strands. Even the tips of her hair smeared with a dark powder. Clutching a jade pestle, she poked at the viscous green paste in a jar, muttering to herself with a furrowed brow, her forehead also dusted, resembling a small raccoon that had just returned from a brawl. Principal. Hearing the commotion, Tang Xiaodong turned her head, leaping up as if her tail had been stepped on. Lu Jin approached her expressionlessly, his towering height casting a shadow that enveloped her entirely, resembling a mountain looming over her. Without uttering a word, his fathomless gaze swept across the room. It lingered on her cat-like face, her dirty braids, and the colorful stains on her small hands, finally settling coldly on her lively eyes. Subsequently, Lu Jin slowly produced the gift box. The shadow of an elongated cylindrical object fell upon the adorable, dazed face of the little girl, and the air seemed to thicken. Tang Xiaodong felt as though she were on the verge of suffocation, her hands and feet turning icy. No, it will break. A chilling smile curved at the corner of Lu Jin's lips as he finally spoke. Have you completed your 100 recitations of the school rules? Principal, not yet. Tang Xiaodong mumbled, her 2 fingers poking nervously. The last strong kidney pill had been extraordinarily powerful. Lu Jin's voice, though low, struck her heart like a hammer with each word. Have you forgotten? You must repay this debt diligently. I haven't forgotten. Principal, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Tang Xiaodong shook her head vigorously, her big eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling, nearly begging for mercy. That is good to hear. Lu Jin straightened his posture, looking down at her as one might observe a tiny ant. With a swift motion, he placed the gift box containing the Millennium Enlightenment tea heart with a resounding thud on the table before her. This is... Tang Xiaodong's hands trembled uncontrollably, cautiously cradling the gift box. The Millennium Enlightenment tea heart. The young girl's bright eyes sparkled with recognition as she identified this rare treasure. Lu Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stating, "Since you recognize this item, I shall offer you an opportunity to atone for your past mistakes." He lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, declaring, "Within a single day, you must refine the 9 turns emperor pill." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaodong immediately straightened her posture and pounded her chest assertively, proclaiming, "Rest assured, Principal, I will take full responsibility." "Very well, you may trust me." "I am not a heartless man," Lu Jin replied, the corners of his lips curling slightly. "Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall reward you with a vial of jade essence." Jade essence. The young girl's eyes widened in astonishment, and her rosy cheeks blushed with excitement. "Is that the soft, white, slightly sticky, sweet, and delicious substance? Chapter 67. Tang Xiaodang's unique physique. Lu Jin's eyes twitched slightly. Speak plainly. Oh. Tang Xiaodang's eyes lit up, and she quickly rephrased. It's the soft, gooey one that stretches and is sweet. Stop. Lu Jin grabbed her twin ponytails, shaking them as if steering a wheel. If you continue to babble, others might think this principal has peculiar tastes. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a low whisper. Listen, if you ruin my materials, I will provide you with a year of warm bed service. She replied earnestly, blinking her big eyes. Lu Jin's temples throbbed. He gritted his teeth and stated, if you destroy my materials, you shall spend 3 years cleaning toilets. Tang Xiaodang shrank back her neck, deciding that perhaps that was not a good idea after all. So do not let me down. Lu Jin closed the gift box and suddenly bent down to meet Tang Xiaodang's gaze. A rare seriousness flickered in his deep eyes. You must succeed this time. Of course. Tang Xiaodang turned and dashed toward the medicinal shelf, her twin ponytails swirling like a small whirlwind. But I want to use my own methods for refining the pill. I will have full control, and no one is allowed to peek or meddle. Suddenly, she grabbed a blood spirit mushroom and declared, this must be included as well. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, the formula for the 9 turns emperor pill does not include blood spirit mushrooms. The traditional formula is far too conservative, Tang Xiaodang replied, deftly tying on an apron adorned with Peppa Pig and stepping onto a specially designed stool to begin measuring the materials. Adding blood spirit mushrooms can neutralize the aggressive nature of the 9 turns emperor pill, and it can. She abruptly covered her mouth, realizing she was about to divulge a trade secret. Observing the young girl fully immersed in her task, Lu Jin's lips curled upward. He retreated to the door and reminded her, remember, the stability of the medicine is paramount. If you produce something strange, don't worry, I won tea. Tang Xiaodang waved her hand without looking back, the bells tied to her ponytails jingling. This time, it will definitely be a legitimate pill. Very well. After Lu Jin departed, the door to the alchemy room gently closed with a soft click. He stood in the corridor with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of uncertainty etched on his brow. Entrusting Tang Xiaodang with the refinement of the 9 turns emperor pill was, after all, a disconcerting prospect. However, the elixirs crafted by this young girl, albeit with unstable effects, possess remarkable potency, potentially enabling the 9 turns emperor pill to reach its utmost efficacy. A gamble worth taking, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Within the alchemy chamber, Tang Xiaodang exhaled deeply, her tense shoulders finally relaxing. She gingerly extracted the Millennium Enlightenment tea heart, refocusing her attention on the herbs before her. My lady, when will you return? A deep voice unexpectedly emanated from the darkest corner of the alchemy room, startling Tang Xiaodang to the brink of toppling the vials on her table. She swiftly turned, only to behold a figure shrouded in a black robe slowly emerging from the shadows. Uncle Emo, Tang Xiaodang whispered in surprise, why have you followed me again? Did I not mention how safe it is at the academy? The cloaked figure removed his hood, revealing a sharply defined middle-aged face, the grotesque scar above his left eye appearing particularly menacing in the glow of the alchemical furnace. He shook his head helplessly. The master has issued his final ultimatum. Should you fail to return, he will personally come to Star Sea Academy to retrieve you. Tang Xiaodang's countenance fell, her frustration evident as she tossed her black ponytails. No, I absolutely cannot return now. I have only just. Her voice suddenly diminished, her gaze drifting to the closed door. I have only just drawn closer to Principal Lu. Haven't I? Uncle Emo sighed. My lady, you have been using a false identity to infiltrate Star Sea Academy for half a year. If he were to discover that the young lady of the Tang family was masquerading as an ordinary student, he would never notice. Tang Xiaodang pouted, retrieving several herbs from the shelf. That wooden man spends all his time wearing a cold expression and reprimanding others, not even sparing me a glance. As she spoke, she forcefully crushed the herbs, as if the mortar contained some insensible person. A fleeting smile crossed Uncle Mo's eyes. It seems you are quite concerned about Principal Lu's opinion? Who cares about him? Tang Xiaodang's ears flushed slightly, and she hurriedly turned to feign organizing the herbs. I merely think. Uncle Emo sighed gently, yet in his eyes, she remained a child. I am already 18. Tang Xiaodang stamped her foot in annoyance, her gaze darting to the tablet-like device on her chest. If it weren't for this peculiar physique, I would surely have developed better than anyone else. Uncle Emo chose not to elaborate further, simply observing his young lady's busy silhouette. Tang Xiaoding carefully sliced the blood spirit fungus, her black ponytail swaying gently with her movements, the bells at the ends producing a delicate sound. Uncle Mo, grant me another month, Tang Xiaoding suddenly said, her voice imbued with rare seriousness. As long as I can prove my strength, Lu Jin will have no choice but to acknowledge the young lady's talent. Uncle Mo interjected, or to confront this engagement. Tang Xiaoding hesitated, a bead of sweat trickling down her smooth forehead. The temperature in the alchemy chamber steadily rose, the flames beneath the furnace shifting from orange to blue, emitting a faint hum. It encompasses both, does it not? She spoke softly, her gaze resolute. 15 years ago, her father had rescued our Tang family, which is why my father arranged this engagement with his father. However, now that Uncle Lu has passed away, he likely does not remember it. Uncle Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Miss, the head of the family means that this engagement was merely a casual mention. And now that Lu Mingyuan has died, there is no need to dwell on it. But I do care. Tang Xiaoding abruptly turned, the spoon in her hand striking the edge of the alchemy furnace with a clear sound. The firelight illuminated her eyes, making them astonishingly bright. Lu Jin, he doesn't even know who I am. She bit her lip, contemplating that if he could truly like me for who I am now, rather than due to some familial obligation, then our Tang family's debt of gratitude would be repaid. Uncle Mo's brow was tightly knit. Miss, this is merely a vocational college. Staying here will only hinder your future. Do you think I am unaware? Tang Xiaoding added drops of blood spirit mushroom juice into the furnace, causing a surge of colorful radiance. Her profile flickered in the interplay of light and shadow, but my innate explosive physique can only be suppressed by the Nine Suns exorcism array. Uncle Mo's pupils dilated. Could it be that the array diagram is hidden within the Star Sea Academy? Shoo! Tang Xiaoding suddenly raised a finger, alertly glancing towards the doorway. Someone is coming. Uncle Mo's form flickered, merging with the shadows as he vanished into the corner. Almost simultaneously, the door to the alchemy room swung open, and Yun Ling, the class monitor of the alchemical apparatus department, entered, carrying a plate of freshly picked spiritual herbs. Tang classmate, who were you just speaking with? Yun Ling questioned, her gaze scanning the surroundings, causing the herb plate in her hand to tilt slightly. Tang Xiaoding immediately revealed her signature radiant smile, the bell on her ponytail jingling crisply. No one, I was just reciting the alchemical formula. Yun Ling shook her head helplessly. Tang classmate, focus on your alchemy. Stop being so mysterious. She cast a glance at the now boiling furnace, frowning. Wait, what did you add to this furnace? Why is the medicinal essence so volatile? Tang Xiaodong's eyes twinkled as she cheerfully pushed Yun Ling towards the exit. It's a secret formula. Don't worry, Sister Yun. I assure you it won't explode. Probably. All right. Keep an eye on the furnace. I need to find the herbalist. After placing the herbs down, Yun Ling gracefully turned to leave, a fragrant breeze following her. The door slammed shut with a thud, and Tang Xiaoding leaned against the door, exhaling a long breath. She listened intently, and once she confirmed that Yun Ling's footsteps had faded away, she lowered her voice. Uncle Mo? From the shadows, Uncle Mo slowly emerged, his expression complex. Miss, have you truly made up your mind? Tang Xiaoding turned to look at the furnace, the firelight reflecting in her eyes, gleaming brilliantly. She offered a gentle smile. Yes, I've made my decision. Uncle Mo remained silent for a moment, finally letting out a low sigh. Very well, I shall report to the head of the family. As his words fell, his figure dissipated like smoke. In the alchemy room, only Tang Xiaoding remained. She gazed at the flames swirling in the furnace, a slight smile gracing her lips. Lu Jin, you must watch closely this time. Chapter 68. The combat-type mechanical girl. After entrusting the Tao Heart Tea of Enlightenment to Tang Xiaoding, Lu Jin returned to his office, where he discovered that the Shunfeng Express he had contacted had already arrived. The deliverer man, deftly performing hand seals, conjured a radiant teleportation array in the air, from which hundreds of soul-condensing pills transformed into sparkling stars, vanishing into the intricate patterns in an instant. Principal Lu, all the items you wish to send have been dispatched, the courier said respectfully before departing from the principal's office. Understood. Lu Jin, feeling slightly fatigued, collapsed onto the sofa, lifting a warm cup of goji berry tea to his lips for a gentle sip. Having just vanquished a ferocious beast of the spirit sovereign realm, he was now engaged in a battle of wits with the chairman of the Jin Huang group. Even he could not escape a tinge of weariness at this moment. Veil. Lu Jin languidly called out, sinking deeper into the soft embrace of the sofa. I am here, master, came Vale's response, her silver-haired, mechanical form brightening with a glimmer in her eyes, her cold yet sweet voice resonating softly. Lu Jin cast a sidelong glance at her. Vale stood quietly beside him, her long, silvery hair cascading like a waterfall, the tips shimmering with a faint glow. A playful tuft of hair atop her head bobbed gently with her movements. Her delicate face resembled that of a porcelain doll, flawless and perfect, with soft blue electronic eyes twinkling gently. Below her dainty nose rested a charming, cherry-like mouth. Her slender mechanical frame was enveloped in a white Lolita dress, while the exposed mechanical joints gleamed with a sharp metallic luster. Most striking were her slender, graceful calves and bare feet, the pale toes rounded and adorable, emanating a soft luminescence. Lu Jin glanced at the mechanical girl before him and suddenly spoke. I sense that you have at least 3 things you wish to convey to me. Since the moment the 500,000 spirit coins had been credited, Vale had been gazing at him with her luminous blue eyes, unwavering. Indeed, Vale nodded obediently, her mechanical voice imbued with a hint of seriousness. First, Master, your account balance is ample. And then, second, Master is currently in a state of leisure. What else? Vale's eyes brightened noticeably. Third, you are now able to purchase more modules for Vale. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Ah, so you're not pretending anymore, are you? Just because you asked me to buy something, should I comply? Who is the master here, you or I? Vale tilted her head slightly, her mechanical pupils flickering with a hint of insistence. Master, honoring one's commitments is a commendable virtue of humanity. This is what you previously promised, Vale. Lu Jin leisurely crossed his legs, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Where's the evidence? When did I promise you that? With a swift motion of her fingertip, Vale summoned a faint blue holographic projection between them. In the image, Lu Jin appeared with a serious expression, saying, I will find a way to upgrade your modules. Also, delete the surveillance footage for me. Lu Jin glanced at it nonchalantly, leaning back with a relaxed demeanor. I did promise you that, but I never specified when I would make the purchase. Moreover, you have yet to fulfill my conditions. Vale blinked innocently. Conditions? Lu Jin closed his eyes to rest, his tone languid. You must first demonstrate that your service capabilities are sufficiently exceptional, justifying the value of an upgrade module. How do I prove that? Wei Er tilted her head in inquiry. Leaning back against the sofa, Lu Jin replied nonchalantly, for instance, by using your body to help me unwind. Wei Er tilted her head further, her playful tuft of hair swaying gently, her electronic eyes shimmering with confusion. A massage, perhaps? Lu Jin smirked slightly. That is part of the assistant's responsibilities. Otherwise, what do you think I keep you in the office for, as a mere ornament? Wei Er paused in silence for 2 seconds, before moving behind Lu Jin and extending her slender mechanical fingers to knead his shoulders. However, it wasn't long before she reported with an expressionless demeanor, warning, insufficient joint lubrication detected, signs of rust in hand components. Her tone remained cold, yet her movements gradually stiffened. Ah, after all, you're a century-old antique. I cannot hold you to excessive standards. Lu Jin opened his eyes slightly, casting her a glance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then let's try another method. He turned over, lying on the sofa, and lazily remarked, if your hands are rusted, don't you still have feet? Wei Er's electronic eyes blinked twice, seemingly analyzing the validity of the command. Ultimately, she silently raised her jade-like feet and placed them upon Lu Jin's broad back. Adjusting pressure. Switching mode, foot massage. Warning, detected excessive tension in the owner's muscles. Recommended to increase pressure. Lu Jin let out a muffled groan. That's the feeling. Detected slight misalignment in the 3rd vertebra of the owner's spine. Correction advised. Wei Er's cold. Electronic voice echoed in Lu Jin's ear as her feet precisely pressed down on the acupoints along his back. Wait. Lu Jin suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The pressure did not seem right. Executing standard treatment protocol. Wei Er's voice remained monotonous, yet her dainty feet suddenly exerted force. Crack. Damn. Lu Jin's scream reverberated through the office, startling the birds outside into flight. 3 seconds later, Lu Jin lay sprawled on the sofa, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Are you trying to assassinate the principal? Pain index at level 37, within acceptable range. Wei Er continued to tread lightly on Lu Jin's back, her mechanical pupils flickering with blue light. He should feel much more relaxed now. Lu Jin attempted to twist his neck, unexpectedly finding considerable relief. Just as he was about to speak, the office door was suddenly flung open. Principal, are you in here? Shin Manting rushed in energetically. her words halting abruptly as she caught sight of the scene before her. Lu Jin, disheveled, sprawled on the sofa, while Wei Er used her delicate feet to tread upon his back, her skirt swaying gently with each movement. Who adjusted Wei Er to be like this? Shin Manting's exclamation was laced with disbelief. Lu Jin laboriously lifted his head, responding with an air of nonchalance. Do not misunderstand. This is professional mechanical therapy. Who would believe that? Shin Manting placed her hands on her hips, her eyes wide with disbelief. Principal, how could you possibly allow a combat-type mechanical maid to massage you? If the founding principal were to discover this, the coffin lid would scarcely be able to contain him. Wait, a combat-type mechanical maid? Lu Jin furrowed his brow, instinctively casting a glance towards Vale. In his recollection, she was merely a service robot with occasional quirks. Adept at calculations and document organization, but possessing no combat capabilities whatsoever. Shin Manting frowned. Are you truly unaware? Vale was originally designed as a combat mech by the founding principal. However, after sustaining damage to her core module, her memories became disordered, and her combat functions were locked, reducing her to her current role of serving tea and water in the office. Oh, Lu Jin mused, stroking his chin as his gaze returned to Vale. No wonder she had been persistently requesting module upgrades. It wasn't mere greed, but a matter of instinct. This could indeed prove fascinating. If the combat mech were transformed into a cat-eared maid in the guise of a little girl, life would certainly become more interesting. Vale calmly retracted her small feet, jumping barefoot onto the floor, standing tall and straight. According to Article 37 of the Creation Service Code, fulfilling the reasonable needs of the master is of the utmost priority. Shin Manting facepalmed. What a convoluted set of rules. Just look at how you've been configured.